My name is Wang Yun, a transmigrator who arrived in this world where everyone awakens weapon spirits just an hour ago. At the age of 18, everyone awakens their weapon spirit uniformly at school, becoming a weapon spirit wielder. Weapon spirits are graded from low to high into 8 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, king, glory. At Pinyin number 2 high school, in front of the awakening stone tablet, teacher Yun announced my awakening result. Wang Yun, awakened with a black iron grade weapon spirit, a fruit knife. Mockery erupted instantly. Wang Yun, the top student in the grade, actually awakened a black iron grade weapon spirit? What's the difference between that and being trash? Gu Junxian, who had awakened a platinum grade weapon spirit, even sneered, what's the use of being good at studying? In the end, you're still nothing but trash. He has always been compared to me by his parents, and now they think my post-graduation achievements aren't worth a single hair of his. I turned a deaf ear to the ridicule because I had activated the system every transmigrator must have. I need to study this carefully. A mechanical voice rang out in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the entry system. The beginner's gift package has been successfully distributed. Would you like to open it? Open the beginner's gift package. I commanded. Successfully opened the beginner's gift pack. Acquired the glory tier weapon spirit Gatling, along with a golden trait infinite firepower. Using this weapon will not consume any mana. I froze. Normally, awakening a gold tier weapon spirit would be enough to bring honor to one's ancestors, yet I directly obtained a glory tier weapon spirit, along with the heaven-defying attribute infinite firepower. The reason why firearm-type weapon spirits are looked down upon is their excessive mana consumption. They run out of MP after just a few uses. But for me, this attribute completely negates the drawbacks of firearms. I added the entry to the Gatling gun and opened my personal panel. Panel level, LV1 strength, 100 constitution, 98 speed, 95 spirit, 90 weapon spirits, Gatling, LV1, fruit knife, LV1, points, 0. The weapon spirits levels increase with my personal level, and to level up, I need to enter the secret realm to fight monsters after the awakening ceremony. The system informs that points can be used to draw entries in the prize pool, obtained by defeating enemies. The awakening ceremony concluded swiftly, with most participants attaining the black iron rank, only a few reaching bronze. Today's highest achievements were the golden and platinum ranked weapon spirits. Principal Lee announced from the podium that the buses heading to the public dungeon in Pinyin City were waiting outside. He reminded everyone that the college entrance exams were in 7 days and hoped we would level up as much as possible within the week. Afterward, we took the bus to the dungeon entrance. The principal distributed teleportation scrolls and maps, advising us not to use the scrolls unless absolutely necessary, as using them would prevent re-entry into the dungeon. After receiving the scrolls, everyone quickly formed teams. My best friend Ren Tianyun found me and extended an invitation to team up. He awakened a golden grade weapon spirit. You've awakened a golden grade weapon spirit, aren't you afraid I'll drag you down? I asked with a smile. What nonsense. We're brothers, of course I'd take you leveling up. Ren Tianyun laughed. I accepted the invitation and entered the public dungeon, Phantom Forest, with him. As soon as we entered, a massive wild boar with sharp tusks charged straight at us. I've got this. Ren Tianyun roared, effortlessly sending the level 1 tusk boar flying with a single swing of his golden broadsword. The boar landed over 10 meters away, lifeless. How cool was that, bro? Ren Tianyun flicked his bangs with a cocky smirk. I had just finished praising his coolness when another wild boar suddenly charged out, violently knocking Ren Tianyun into the air and sending him face first into the mud. Damn it, I was in the middle of looking awesome. Ren Tianyun stepped forward and killed this wild boar. However, over 20 more tusk boars emerged from the surroundings. We were surrounded. It's over. Ren Tianyun froze. The sheer number of wild boars made them difficult to handle. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. I pulled out the Gatling gun. Big bro, didn't you awaken with a fruit knife? Conventional firearms are useless, dealing negligible damage to the ferocious beasts, and can only awaken to the black iron tier. Ren Tianyun exclaimed in surprise. Black iron tier? Kid, open your eyes wide and watch closely. My awakened spirit is a glory tier weapon spirit. I pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun, its barrel spinning rapidly as countless bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour. Bang 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 bang. Over 20 tusk boars were instantly turned into sieves, not even having time to scream before they all became corpses. Killing one tusk boar grants plus 3 EXP, plus 3 points. The system notification sounds kept ringing. Killing so many ferocious beasts directly leveled me up by 1. Ren Tianyun was utterly dumbfounded. The sheer destructive power of firearms was terrifying. It could obliterate anything in seconds. Bro, did you really awaken a glory tier weapon spirit? Ren Tianyun found it hard to believe. After all, only a few glory tier weapon spirits had awakened in Dragon Country over thousands of years. Is there any doubt about it? I opened the Gatling's attribute panel without hiding anything from my good buddy. Gatling level, LV2 grade, glory power, 600 rate of fire, 600 MP consumption, 100% Ren Tianyun gasped in shock. It really is glory grade. Big bro, take me under your wing. I've decided to be your loyal little brother for life. Thanks to me, Ren Tianyun also leveled up to LV2. Don't worry, with me here, I guarantee I'll get you to at least level 10 by the time we leave the secret realm, I assured him. Ren Tianyun was astonished by the level 10 target, but he genuinely believed it because I had the capability. We continued forward, and moments later, over a dozen level 3 silver-armored wolves were resting not far away. With the Gatling gun in hand, the barrels spewed scorching bullets, instantly engulfing the wolf pack. Bang 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 bang. Before the silver-armored wolf could even rise, it had already turned into a corpse. Killed a silver-armored wolf, EXP plus 9, points plus 9. The system prompt flickered once more. For the next 5 hours, with Ren Tianyun in tow, we swept through like unopposed conquerors, plundering without restraint. My level reached 5, and Ren Tianyun's level also reached 4. Let's take a break for a while, I said. Ren Tianyun nodded and walked over to a rock about a dozen meters away to rest. I opened the Gatling's panel, Gatling level, LV5 tier, glory power, 900 fire rate, 900 mana cost, 100. The panel attributes have indeed improved significantly. I then opened my personal panel level, LV5 strength, 100 constitution, 98 speed, 95 spirit, 130 weapon spirits, Gatling, LV5, fruit knife, LV5, points, 1090 with 1090 points, it's just enough for one draw. System, give me one draw. Ding, successfully spent 1000 points. The system is currently conducting a lottery for the host. Chapter 3, Scarlet Wild Wolf. Congratulations, host, on drawing the entry, ignore recoil purple. Upon activation, this entry allows you to completely disregard weapon recoil. The system announced. This is awesome. Wang Yun's eyes lit up involuntarily. While his Gatling gun didn't consume mana, its recoil was simply too immense. Every time he wielded it, his arms would ache like crazy. With that thought, Wang Yun immediately applied this skill to his Gatling gun. Are you rested up? Wang Yun asked Ren Tianyun. He couldn't wait to hunt down the next ferocious beast. He wanted to test the power of this recoil-free Gatling gun. I'm ready. Ren Tianyun rubbed his butt and hopped down from the rock. As they walked on, not far from Wang Yun and the others, a cave entrance appeared. At the cave's entrance, a 3-person squad stood waiting. Among them was a face Wang Yun recognized Gu Junshan, the class dunce who always ranked last in their grade. Well, what a coincidence. I wondered who it could be. Isn't this Wang Yun, the useless guy who awakened a fruit knife? Why are you here instead of slicing fruit? Think your crappy fruit knife can handle the beasts in here? Let me tell you, we found this cave first. Don't even think about trying to take it. Oh, right, even if you wanted to, you probably couldn't. After all, a fruit knife probably couldn't even cut through the hide of the beasts lurking inside this cave. Gu Junshan also spotted Wang Yun and immediately began taunting him. Gu Junshan's right. He's just a fruit vendor. Why did he have to come into the secret realm? Exactly. Bringing a fruit knife in here? That's just asking for trouble. The 2 others nearby chimed in with their own taunts. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the cave, causing the ground nearby to tremble violently. Out of respect for our old school ties, I'm giving you a friendly warning, get the hell out of here fast. Otherwise, once the crimson wild wolves emerge from the cave, a single aftershock could wipe you worthless trash off the face of the earth. Although Gu Junshan's words were ostensibly kind, they were actually mocking Wang Yun. Wang Yun, however, showed no emotional reaction. After all, if he was a useless piece of trash, then Gu Junshan would be worse than a useless piece of trash. Bro, this guy really has no respect for people. I'll go deal with them right now. But Ren Tianyun beside him couldn't stand it anymore. However, Wang Yun stopped him. Don't waste your breath on scum like that. Wang Yun shook his head. The next moment, a massive figure burst out of the cave. It was a giant wolf covered in crimson fur, stretching a full 5 meters in length. It stood there like a small hill. Its sharp claws in the air radiated an aura capable of tearing through anything. You 2 useless fools, since you refuse to leave, watch closely how the 3 of us take down this level 5 ferocious beast. Gu Junshan said coldly. After half a day of cultivation, they had already elevated their respective levels to tier 3. The other 2 possessed near bronze grade artifact spirits, but with his platinum grade artifact spirit leading the charge, taking down this level 5 ferocious beast should pose no problem. Whoa! Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun exchanged glances at the sight. A level 5 ferocious beast. How formidable. Gu Junshan and his 2 companions quickly engaged the crimson wild wolf in combat. The battle's aftershocks kicked up waves of dust around them. After a fierce battle lasting a full half hour, Gu Junshan and his 2 companions finally managed to severely wound the crimson wild wolf, panting heavily. Bro, look how clueless these 2 are. Fighting a level 5 ferocious beast and dragging it out this long. Ren Tianyun remarked. You can say that again. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. He could dispatch such a beast in under a minute. 10 minutes later, the crimson wild wolf crashed heavily to the ground. What do you think? I took just over 40 minutes to take down a level 5 ferocious beast. Such an achievement is something a loser like you could never hope to match in a lifetime. Gu Junxian turned around smugly, his gaze fixed on Wang Yun. Suddenly, Gu Junxian frowned. He realized the system panel confirming the kill of the Crimson Wild Wolf hadn't appeared. Could it be that the Crimson Wild Wolf wasn't dead yet? Gu Junxian whipped around and was stunned to see that not only was the Crimson Wild Wolf still alive, but its aura was steadily intensifying. Moreover, its already massive body was growing even larger. Its body stretched to over 8 meters in length. The fangs in its jaws and the claws on its paws had also extended outward. The Crimson Wolf's eyes glowed a blood-red hue as it stared down at Gu Junxian with an unblinking, deadly intensity. Ferocious Beast, Scarlet Wild Wolf Mutated. Level 8. Gu Junxian cast a detection spell and discovered the Crimson Wild Wolf had mutated, its level skyrocketing to 8. This sent panic coursing through his veins. The wolf's claws sliced through the air in a graceful arc, tearing the nearest person clean in half. Ah! The other artifact spirit user turned ashen-faced at the sight. He reached for the teleportation scroll to activate it. But he discovered the scroll wouldn't transport him away. Activating the scroll took time. The mutated Crimson Wild Wolf's speed had increased exponentially. It gave him no chance at all, ending the artifact spirit user's life with a single, effortless swipe. Damn it! Gu Junxian seized the moment while the Crimson Wild Wolf was busy slaughtering his two companions. He immediately took off running, scrambling to the rear of Wang Yun and the others. He had no intention of using the teleportation scroll. Using it meant he could no longer level up. He certainly didn't want to ruin his future prospects. So he dashed straight behind Wang Yun and the other, intending to use them to draw the Crimson Wild Wolf's attention. Big bro, got a plan? Ren Tianyun stood with his hands on his hips, calmly observing the Crimson Wild Wolf before him. Yeah, take him down. Wang Yun replied coolly. Then he retrieved his Gatling gun from the system space. 2 spirit cores? But trash is trash. The 2 spirit cores he awakened are both garbage. What damage could a hot weapon possibly inflict on a ferocious beast? Gu Junxian sneered from a distance. The Crimson Wild Wolf had also noticed Wang Yun and his companion, yet it hadn't fled. This made him frown slightly. Did these 2 human brats think they were something special? The Crimson Wild Wolf stomped its massive paw on the ground. Where its paw had been, a huge footprint instantly appeared. Then, the Crimson Wild Wolf launched itself like a cannonball, hurtling toward Wang Yun. Wait for death. A faint smile involuntarily curved the corners of Gu Junxian's mouth. This useless piece of trash could buy him a moment to escape. At least it was putting his uselessness to some use. However, the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Chapter 4, Goblin Camp. Facing the ferocious Crimson Wolves charging toward him, Wang Yun calmly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Wang Yun spun the Gatling gun in his hands. Instantly, a torrent of powerful bullets rained down like a storm, pounding the Crimson Wild Wolf nearby. Under the Gatling gun's terrifying firepower, the massive Crimson Wolf's body instantly recoiled backward, its 4 huge paws leaving long trails on the ground. Within mere breaths, countless bullet holes appeared across its body. The Crimson Wild Wolf roared madly, yet its body continued to retreat uncontrollably, unable to get anywhere near Wang Yun. Holy? Can a firearm really pack that much punch? Gu Junxian stared in disbelief. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. This was a mutated Crimson Wild Wolf. Its overall strength had increased significantly. I need to get out of here fast. Gu Junxian knew that having lured the ferocious beast to these 2 men, they wouldn't let him off the hook. Hey, buddy, where do you think you're going? A figure appeared before Gu Junxian, none other than Ren Tianyun. Get out of my way. A fierce look flashed across Gu Junxian's face as he swung his platinum Great Spirit-infused silver battle blade forward in a slashing strike. The blade sliced through the air with blinding speed, its impact reverberating with a thunderous roar. Ren Tianyun, refusing to be outdone, met the blow head-on with his golden broadsword. Clang! Blade met blade. Blinding sparks erupted across the battlefield. Gu Junxian was sent reeling backward 6 meters, while Ren Tianyun was forced back a full 6 meters. So that's all a platinum-grade weapon spirit can do. Ren Tianyun pointed his golden broadsword at Gu Junxian, a faint smirk curling his lips. Though Gu Junxian's spirit artifact rank was higher than his own, Ren Tianyun was a level 4, while Gu Junxian was merely a level 3. You're asking for death. Gu Junxian's brow furrowed as he charged forward, aiming his blade at Ren Tianyun's head and unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes. The relentless blade energy surged like an unstoppable river, sending shivers down the spine. Ren Tianyun raised his golden broadsword to counterattack, but after only a few minutes, he found himself at a disadvantage. Perfect opportunity. Gu Junxian noticed Ren Tianyun's strength waning. Narrowing his eyes, he swung his silver battle blade downwards with a sweeping motion. The blade carried a silver waterfall like blade energy, plunging down like a 1,000-foot cascade, crashing heavily into the air. No! Ren Tianyun's pupils contracted sharply as he hurriedly raised his golden broadsword to block the blow before him. Crash! The golden blade flew from his grasp. Ren Tianyun staggered backward several steps before collapsing weakly to the ground. Die! How dare a mere gold-grade spirit artifact defy me? Gu Junxian snorted coldly, swinging his silver battle blade down with brutal force. As Wang Yun's lackey, Ren Tianyun had long been a thorn in his side for years. Suddenly, several bullets tore through the silent air, slamming heavily against the silver battle blade. Bang! The silver battle blade was violently knocked from his grasp by the terrifying force, spinning several times in midair before plunging heavily into the ground. Ah! My hand! Gu Junxian stared at his bullet-riddled hand, unable to suppress a series of agonized screams. Gu Junxian, we were classmates after all. Did you really have to go all out? Wang Yun, having already dealt with the Crimson Wild Wolf, walked slowly up to Gu Junxian and aimed the black muzzle of his gun at Gu Junxian's forehead. Gu Junxian had already drawn the Scarlet Wild Wolf's attention earlier, which had greatly annoyed him. And now he was trying to kill his own men. Wang Yun, my father is in the city guard of Pingan City. If you kill me, he won't let you off the hook. Gu Junxian said coldly. The words had barely left his mouth. Wang Yun mercilessly spun the Gatling gun, ending Gu Junxian's life. Had he not possessed the strength to defeat the Crimson Wild Wolf, he would have been dead long ago. Wang Yun was no saint. Gu Junxian had tried to kill him, so he certainly wouldn't show him any mercy. Are you okay? Wang Yun walked up to Ren Tianyun, extending his right hand. I was hurt, but I'm fine now. Ren Tianyun smiled, took Wang Yun's hand, and pulled himself up from the ground. Here, take this. It'll save you from getting beaten to the ground again later. Wang Yun tossed a scarlet armor to Ren Tianyun. This crimson armor was the equipment dropped by the Crimson Wild Wolf Wang Yun had just slain. Damn, bro, you're being way too nice to me. Ren Tianyun accepted it without hesitation. Equipment name, Crimson Armor. Level, LV4. Grade, Gold. Defense plus 100, Constitution plus 100. Big bro, I'll be your loyal sidekick for life. Ren Tianyun couldn't help but smile as he looked at the Crimson Armor's stats panel. The stats on this equipment panel were simply too good. Defense and Constitution both jumped by 100 points at once. While Ren Tianyun examined the stats, Wang Yun wasn't idle either. Killing this Crimson Wild Wolf had not only yielded the Crimson Armor but also granted him a skill book. Skill book name, Crimson State. Required level, LV5. Grade, Platinum. Effect, increases attack speed by 50% and critical strike rate by 50%. Equipment and skill books share the same tier system as Spirit Cores, divided into 7 distinct grades: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Sovereign, and Glory. This time, Wang Yun was exceptionally fortunate. Not only did he obtain a gold grade equipment piece, but he also acquired a platinum grade skill book. After using the skill book, the Scarlet State immediately appeared in his skill bar. The attack speed boost from Crimson State was negligible for Wang Yun. However, he was quite concerned about the critical strike rate. A whopping 50% critical hit rate. Rounded up, that was practically a 100% critical hit rate. With the Gatling gun's rapid fire rate, such a high critical hit rate would represent a quantum leap in his combat effectiveness. Let's go. Wang Yun ran his fingers over the Gatling gun in his hands, eager to test out this Crimson State skill. Alright. Ren Tianyun nodded. After walking for 2 hours, the two arrived at the entrance to a valley. At the valley's entrance, 2 goblins wielding machetes were patrolling. Brother, it's a goblin camp. Ren Tianyun pointed toward the goblins in the distance. Meichem, I know. Wang Yun nodded. The ghostly forest was vast enough to accommodate several high schools from Pingan City entering simultaneously, with hundreds of known gathering spots for ferocious beasts. The location before them was precisely one such gathering spot marked on the map. The goblin camp housed beasts ranging from level 5 to level 10. It was perfect for Wang Yun and his companion to hunt monsters and level up. Here we go. Wang Yun pulled the trigger. Bullets sliced through the still air, landing heavily on the 2 goblins. Bang, bang, bang. The moment they were struck, both goblins collapsed to the ground. Killed LV5 goblin, points plus 15, experience plus 15. A system panel, visible only to Wang Yun, lit up. After these 2 goblins died, more goblins began to pour out from within. At least a dozen of them. A goblin squad. Chapter 5, Entering the Valley. 1 comes, I kill 1. 2 come, I kill 2. Wang Yun aimed his spear at the goblin squad, not giving them a second thought. Some goblins wielded long swords, others carried spears. Upon spotting Wang Yun, they immediately raised their weapons and advanced toward him. Let's test the Crimson State. Wang Yun activated the skill, instantly boosting the Gatling gun's firing rate by 50%. Moreover, half of the bullets fired landed as critical hits. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the level 5 goblins, and in an instant, their bodies collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, every goblin in the area was dead. Wang Yun and his companion then strode confidently into the valley. Tap tap tap. The moment they entered the valley, a towering giant goblin strode purposefully toward them. This level 7 giant goblin stood over 5 meters tall, wielding a massive axe as large as a millstone, radiating an imposing presence. Kid, this is goblin territory. You don't belong here. Men, kill him. At the giant goblin's command, over 50 goblins surged toward Wang Yun and his companion like a tidal wave. Crimson State. Facing the encircling attack of over 50 goblins, Wang Yun activated Crimson State once more, gripping his Gatling gun and unleashing full firepower. Endless bullets poured forth. No matter how numerous the goblins became, Wang Yun remained as immovable as a rock, standing perfectly still. Rat-a-tat-tat. Golden bullets poured down upon every goblin in the field. In an instant, bullet holes appeared across their bodies. Holy crap! The giant goblin's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. This firepower was insane. But so what? Intense firepower doesn't mean it'll last. Despite his surprise, the giant goblin felt little sense of danger. Killed LV5 Spear Goblin, EXP plus 15. Killed LV5 Broadsword Goblin, EXP plus 15. Killed LV5 Shield Goblin, EXP plus 15. One after another, the system panels popped up. A few minutes later, all the goblins lay sprawled on the ground. Holy crap? How's this kid so tough? The giant goblin froze in shock. He had assumed Wang Yun's intense firepower would only last a moment, but to his utter astonishment, it had persisted for so long and wiped out his entire crew. Oomph. A bunch of useless trash. In the end, I still have to do it myself. The giant goblin snorted coldly and charged toward Wang Yun with long, striding steps. Wang Yun continued to pull the trigger relentlessly. Countless bullets pelted the giant goblin from every angle. What terrifying firepower! The giant goblin snarled, baring its teeth. So many bullets pelted his entire body, rendering him unable to move an inch. And his health continued to plummet uncontrollably. Truly worthy of an elite beast, it's held out this long. Wang Yun chuckled. If this were any ordinary beast, it would have collapsed long ago. Wang Yun calmly held down the trigger. After all, this giant goblin couldn't get any closer to him. The giant goblin managed to hold on for another minute or two before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. You're awesome, bro. Ran Yunfei praised immediately. If he'd had to take on this giant goblin himself, it would have taken him half an hour or more. But Big Brother was Big Brother, he took it down in just a minute or two. Killed giant goblin, EXP plus 50, points plus 50, level plus 1. Leveled up. After slaying so many ferocious beasts, Wang Yun's level rose from 5 to 6. Wang Yun and his companion then ventured several hundred meters deeper into the valley. Over 100 goblins were camped out before them, resting. Bro, it's showtime. Ren Tianyun chuckled. With so many goblins present, any ordinary squad would have fled in terror long ago. But with the boss here, it's a whole different story. Alright. Wang Yun grinned, then spun the Gatling gun in his hands. A torrent of bullets poured forth, blanketing the goblin horde. By the time the first goblin registered what was happening, a torrent of bullets was already raining down. They tried to grab their weapons to fight back, but it was too late. Within mere minutes, hundreds of goblins lay dead. System panels flashed before Wang Yun's eyes. Phew. Wang Yun blew on the barrel of the Gatling gun, then smoothly shed his Crimson State. Having slain so many beasts, Wang Yun advanced from level 6 to level 7. Meanwhile, Ren Tianyun had advanced from level 5 to level 6. After venturing several hundred meters deeper, the pair spotted another campsite in the distance. But this camp was vastly different from the previous ones. It teemed with goblins. Not only were there over 500 of them, but one even wore a crown. This goblin king boasted a full level 10 rank and wielded a golden inlaid staff. Clearly, this crowned goblin was the boss. Bro, look. The Goblin King. Ren Tianyun pointed at the goblin nearby. After all this time, we've finally encountered the boss of this beast-infested area. Wang Yun nodded, aiming the Gatling gun's barrel at the closest goblin. Damned human brat, how did you possibly get here? The Goblin King's brows furrowed involuntarily upon spotting Wang Yun. His presence here meant he had already slaughtered countless goblins. This was absolutely not what he wanted to see. The next moment, countless goblins surged like a tidal wave from all directions, charging toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun remained unhurried, raising the Gatling gun in his hands. Bang! 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 As the gunfire echoed across the battlefield, goblin bodies began to fall. As Wang Yun reached level 7, the Gatling gun's firepower increased accordingly. Within a mere 10 minutes, over half the goblins had been slaughtered by Wang Yun. The remaining half were driven back by the relentless barrage of bullets, unable to close in on Wang Yun. What? What kind of monster is this? How can his bullets seem endless? The Goblin King's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. This can't go on. We can't let him keep slaughtering us like this. The Goblin King narrowed his eyes into slits. You! Go kill him! The Goblin King glared at a dwarf goblin standing nearby and barked the order. Chapter 6, Looking for Death. Yes, sir. The dwarf goblin knelt on one knee. Don't let his diminutive stature fool you. This dwarf goblin was a level 7 elite leader. No sooner had the words left his mouth, the dwarf goblin vanished entirely beneath the ground. When he reappeared, he had already traversed hundreds of meters, darting out from beside Wang Yun. Oh no! Wang Yun's pupils contracted sharply. He was busy fighting the goblins and couldn't react in time to such a short-range attack. Get lost! Ren Tianyun reacted with lightning speed, gripping his golden broadsword and unleashing a full-force slash. The blade's energy surged, tearing through the air. Boom! The dwarf goblin was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. Damned human, you're practically begging for death. The dwarf goblin's face twisted with fury as he drew a dagger, its gleam sharp and menacing in the light. Clang! Ren Tianyun lunged forward in several strides, slashing his blade through the air to knock the dagger from the goblin's grasp. Then, Ren Tianyun delivered blow after blow to the dwarf goblin. Before long, the dwarf goblin ceased to breathe, becoming nothing more than a lifeless corpse. This kid's actually pretty dependable. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Now that the threat of the ambush had been neutralized, Wang Yun needed to swiftly deal with the goblins before him. A dozen minutes later, all the goblins in the arena, except for the Goblin King, had been slain by Wang Yun. Wang Yun's level rose to 8, and Ren Tianyun beside him also advanced to level 7. Damn it! How dare you kill so many of my men? The Goblin King roared in fury. These minions were all goblins he had spent years training. Yet today, every last one had been slaughtered by the man before him. How could this not enrage him? Die! The Goblin King raised his staff and tapped the air lightly toward Wang Yun. Instantly, a massive fireball tore through the air, hurtling toward him. Oh my, he's actually a mage. A faint smile touched Wang Yun's lips. Gripping his Gatling gun, he unleashed a hail of bullets that effortlessly shattered the fireball. The Goblin King, seeing his fireball shattered so effortlessly, seethed with frustration. Just as he attempted to conjure another, a hail of bullets, like a torrential downpour, erupted before him. In an instant, he was swallowed whole. Where was there any chance for him to form another fireball? Bang! 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 In less than a few minutes, the Goblin King lay utterly still. Defeated LV10 Goblin King boss, gained EXP plus 200, points plus 200. Platinum grade skill book, Flame Scorch plus 1, gold grade skill book, Flame Spirit Step plus 1, platinum grade equipment, Goblin Shoes plus 1. Wang Yun glanced at the 2 skill books and piece of equipment that had dropped before him, nodding slightly. After all, it was a boss. The drop rate was remarkably high. Just as Wang Yun was about to pick them up, whoosh! A blade of energy ripped through the air, slamming heavily before him. It carved a long gash across the ground. Who's there? Wang Yun frowned. This action was no longer a mere provocation. It was a blatant declaration of war. Beside him, Ren Tianyun unconsciously tightened his grip on the golden broadsword in his hand. The next moment, a man wielding a long sword and another brandishing a broadsword stepped forward. These two men made their way through, only to discover there were no ferocious beasts at all. Thus, they proceeded uneventfully to the innermost chamber, only to find 2 skill books and pieces of equipment lying on the ground as if conjured out of thin air. Why not take them? It'd be a waste not to. Hand over these items, and I'll spare your worthless life. The man with the long sword said coldly. Yeah, you better hand them over now. The sword-wielding man beside him added with a wicked grin. What if we refuse to hand them over? Wang Yun grinned back. He hadn't expected anyone in this secret realm to dare rob him. The last person who dared provoke him was now 6 feet under. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Let me tell you, this blade of mine is a golden grade spirit artifact. The long sword man waved the blade in his hand. Oh, a gold grade spirit? How impressive. Wang Yun's lips twitched. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide leave or stay. Then, Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun at the man's head and asked, Get lost? With your crappy hot weapons? Who in the whole Dragon Nation doesn't know that hot weapons are the most useless things? Come on then. Aim right for your grandpa's temple. Let me tell you, your grandpa here is already level 5. The man with the long sword pressed his temple against the barrel of the Gatling gun and spoke coldly. Facing the man's taunts, Wang Yun didn't hesitate for a second. He pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The Gatling gun's terrifying force instantly sent the man with the long sword flying through the air, head first. Head severed. What the hell? The sword-wielding man's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Could a firearm really pack that much punch? And it took only a few shots to kill him? This was terrifying. Still watching? You're next. Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun's barrel at the man with the long sword. Since these two were in cahoots, Wang Yun wouldn't let him off either. Wang Yun spun the Gatling gun. An endless stream of bullets erupted in bursts of sparks, pouring forth. Before the sword-wielding man could react, his body was riddled with bullet holes, collapsing into a pool of blood. In mere moments, both men had become cold corpses. Where did these two punks come from, daring to lay claim to our spoils? Wang Yun kicked one of the corpses. These two were just broke losers. Wang Yun searched their bodies but found nothing of value. No wonder they chose the path of murder and robbery. Wang Yun opened the skill book and goblin shoe interfaces one by one. Skill book, Flame Scorch. Required level, LV6. Grade, Platinum. Effect, after using this skill, each bullet's damage increases by 20%. Additionally, there is a 50% chance the target will be afflicted with a burning effect. Skill book, Flame Spirit Step. Level requirement, LV6. Grade, Platinum. Effect, upon activation, movement speed increases by 100%. Goblin Straw Sandals. Equipment level, LV6. Grade, Platinum. Description, slip on these sandals and feel like you're flying. Effects, speed plus 300, constitution plus 100. These are all good stuff. Wang Yun's eyes narrowed involuntarily. After equipping all these items, Wang Yun prepared to draw again. Having slain so many ferocious beasts, he had accumulated quite a few points. Chapter 7, Boar Valley. Wang Yun glanced at his point count once more. 10,345 points. Seeing this, Wang Yun's eyes lit up involuntarily. Such a massive haul, it was well worth slaying over 600 ferocious beasts. System, give me a 10-roll draw. Wang Yun silently commanded in his mind. Ding. Successfully consumed 10,000 points to perform 10 draws. The system announced. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained 9 white tier entries and 1 blue tier entry. The system announced the draw results. Wang Yun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So many points. And yet, only one useful entry was drawn. But there was nothing to be done about it. One couldn't expect to be lucky all the time. Wang Yun clicked on the blue entry's description. Precision Sight. Grade, Blue. Effect, increases shooting accuracy by 30% when equipped. Not bad. Wang Yun nodded. His Gatling gun didn't consume any mana bar, and its ammunition was infinite. But a slight boost to accuracy was always a good thing. Wang Yun equipped this blue stat on himself. As for the other attributes, Wang Yun merely glanced at them briefly before abandoning the equipment. The reason was simple. These white tier items were utter junk. What a crappy iron sight, effect, shooting range plus 10%, accuracy 10%. What a worn out gear, effect, fire rate reduced by 15%. Seeing these stats, Wang Yun couldn't help but twitch his lips. These weren't mods at all, they were outright debuffs, plain and simple. No big deal. There'll be plenty more beasts to kill later. Let me handle it. If 10 pulls don't work, then 100 pulls. If 100 pulls don't work, then 1,000 pulls. Wang Yun shrugged indifferently. Wang Yun led Ren Tianyun out of the goblin camp. Bro, what do you think of this beast gathering spot? Ren Tianyun held the map, pointing to a beast gathering spot not far from the goblin camp. It'll do. Wang Yun nodded. This beast gathering spot was called Boar Valley. The beasts within ranged from LV6 to LV14. Overall, the beasts here were significantly higher level than those at the goblin camp. Wang Yun was currently at level 8, while Ren Tianyun was at level 7. Naturally, they needed to find a gathering place with higher level beasts to hunt monsters and level up. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Boar Valley. As the name suggests, Wild Boar Valley was home to wild boars. At the valley entrance, a 3-person squad was surrounded by massive boars with long tusks. What should we do? Wang Haoshuan gasped, his face flushed with embarrassment. His body was now covered in countless wounds, and the other two weren't faring much better. If this continued, all 3 of them would surely die here. Why don't we use the teleportation scrolls? Wang Ziho suggested from the side. Sigh, looks like we have no choice. Wang Haoshuan sighed. Though he was reluctant, using the teleportation scroll was still better than dying here. Blame it on the 3 of them for being too greedy. Just as the 3 prepared to use the teleportation scrolls. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sound of bullets suddenly pierced past their ears, deafeningly loud. As the bullet whistles echoed, the wild boars surrounding them fell one by one into pools of blood. Holy crap! What the hell? Where did those bullets come from? Is that even the point? The point isn't the bullets, how could they pack such devastating power? Keep in mind, these boars are all level 6 beasts, and there are over a dozen of them. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Logically, firearms shouldn't have caused any damage at all. Yet today, these bullets unleashed such immense power. In less than a minute, they had slaughtered the entire herd of wild boars that had been holding them at bay for hours. This was simply too unbelievable. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed the scene unfolding before them. Who are these 2? The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. All 3 of them had awakened golden grade spirit artifacts. They considered themselves among the most gifted artifact spirit users of the younger generation in all of Pingan City. Let's go. We're heading into the valley. Wang Yun holstered the Gatling gun. just as Wang Yun and his companion were about to enter the valley. "Hold on, you two." Jin Wansen suddenly spoke up from within the crowd. "What is it?" Wang Yun turned around and asked. "I wanted to thank you. After all, you just stepped in to save us." Jin Wansen clasped his fists in a bow. "It was no trouble at all." Wang Yun nodded. He said nothing more. Wang Yun's intervention to aid these three wasn't born of sudden altruism. It was simply because these three had blocked their path into the valley. That was all. With that, Wang Yun turned to leave. "Can you help me level up? I can pay you." Jin Wansen hurriedly stopped Wang Yun. He wasn't stupid. After witnessing Wang Yun's formidable strength, he immediately thought of asking Wang Yun to help him level up. "I won't take you even if you pay me." Wang Yun shook his head. His top priority now was to focus on grinding monsters and leveling up. Only then could he achieve a high score on the upcoming college entrance exam and gain admission to a prestigious university. He wasn't about to waste time chasing after this petty gain. "I'll pay $1 million. Jin Wansen declared. Wang Yun abruptly turned his head. "How much?" Wang Yun froze for a moment. $1 million. That was no small sum. Enough to keep an ordinary person busy for most of their life. It was true that one shouldn't fixate on such a small gain. But the problem was, this million wasn't a small gain at all. "If you guide me through this wild boar valley, I'll give you $1 million. Jin Wansen said to Wang Yun. "Pay half as a deposit first." Wang Yun pulled out his phone. "Agreed." Jin Wansen nodded, entered his bank card password, and transferred 500,000 yuan. Wang Yun glanced at his bank balance, now showing an additional 500,000 yuan, and couldn't help but regard Jin Wansen with newfound respect. "He's loaded. What's your name?" "Jin Wansen." "What a great name. Brother Jin, you truly live up to your name, generous as can be and incredibly handsome." Wang Yun smiled. He immediately sent a party invitation. After Jin Wansen accepted, the three of them marched into Wild Boar Valley in grand style. As for the two who had previously teamed up with Jin Wansen, they exchanged glances as they watched the trio's retreating figures. Money really does make a difference. Wang Haoshuan remarked enviously. "You can say that again." Wang Ziho shrugged helplessly. Jin Wansen's father was a renowned real estate tycoon in Pingan City. A mere million yuan was nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Yun and his two companions had encountered one wild boar herd after another. Their numbers were staggering over 100 in total. This herd was 10 times larger than the one Jin Wansen and his group had encountered earlier. Seeing this, Jin Wansen stumbled backward several steps, his legs giving way. His wounds from the previous encounter with the boars hadn't even healed yet. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear toward this herd. "Don't worry, brother Wansen. With my big brother here, you can just lie down and relax." Ran Tianyun stood with his hands on his hips, showing no fear whatsoever. "Should we move further away from this herd and take our time shooting?" Jin Wansen suggested. But before the words had fully left his mouth, bullets tore through the air, whistling out. In an instant, the entire herd of wild boars was enraged. "Damn it, just shoot them like that?" Jin Wansen's lips twitched. The distance between the three of them and the wild boar herd was a mere 100 meters. With so many wild boars, if they charged, it wouldn't take long before the three of them were torn to pieces. Chapter 8, Taking care of you is just a side task. A torrent of bullets poured forth. Even at a mere 100 meters distance, the 100+ wild boars couldn't get within inches of Wang Yun and his companions. Not only that, but one after another, the boars collapsed to the ground. This scene left Jin Wansen, watching from the sidelines, utterly speechless. Such intense firepower? And it lasts that long? Doesn't he need a blue bar? He must have fired tens of thousands of bullets by now. If this were any ordinary weapon spirit user, their mana bar would have been depleted long ago. In just a few minutes, over 100 level 6 wild boars lay sprawled on the ground. All of them gone already? Jin Wansen stared in disbelief. He knew Wang Yun was formidable. But he never imagined Wang Yun could be this formidable. "I told you, just watch." Ren Tianyun patted Jin Wansen on the shoulder. "Congratulations, your level has increased to LV5. Jin Wansen couldn't help but smile upon seeing his level increase. In such a short time, he had actually leveled up. And without any danger at all. This was far more comfortable than grinding monsters like a slave. Points plus 2,700. Wang Yun glanced at the system panel that popped up before him, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. Once he cleared Wild Boar Valley, he figured he'd be able to pull off another 10 in a row. Keep going. After advancing over 1,000 meters through Boar Valley with his three companions, Wang Yun encountered 3 boar-headed beasts sitting on the ground, resting. Boar men. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. These boar-headed beasts were all level 8 creatures, significantly more powerful than the wild boars they'd encountered earlier. Humans have invaded our valley. One of the pig-headed men also spotted Wang Yun and his companions. But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Bullets whistled through the air. Against a mere 3 pig-headed men, Wang Yun didn't even bother activating his crimson state. An endless barrage of bullets swiftly engulfed the 3 pig-headed men. Within a mere dozen seconds, all the pig-headed men were dead. What terrifying power! An 8th level ferocious beast, and you disposed of it in such a short time. Jin Wansan had expected encountering an 8th level ferocious beast would slow their progress. But the result was still an instant kill. After walking for a few minutes, a boar-headed army appeared before Wang Yun and his 2 companions, currently setting up camp to rest. This boar-headed army was numerous, numbering over 200. They wielded a variety of weapons, some carried spears, others battle axes, and still others long swords. More crucially, among them stood an elite leader, massive as a small hill. This was an 11th level green skull pig-headed man. Should we try to get a little more distance before we attack? Jin Wansan's scalp tingled at the sight of so many pig-headed warriors. So many ferocious beasts. Even a team composed entirely of level 10 spirit artifact users would likely be wiped out in an instant. Though he had witnessed Wang Yun's prowess and trusted his abilities implicitly. But facing such a massive horde of pig-headed beasts, wouldn't it be wiser to play it safe? Pull back? That's such a hassle. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. Time is money. Then, he pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun's barrel spun rapidly, unleashing an endless torrent of bullets. But facing such a vast horde of beasts, Wang Yun dared not be overconfident. He immediately activated his crimson state. His attack speed instantly increased by 50%, and his critical hit rate also rose by 50%. Not only that, but Wang Yun also activated the Flame Scorch skill. Upon using this skill, each bullet's damage increased by 20%, and there was a 50% chance the target would be inflicted with a burning effect. Sure enough, after applying the Flame Scorch effect, numerous pig-headed beasts on the battlefield instantly burst into blazing flames. This burning effect not only continuously drained the beast's health but also slowed their movement speed. Holy crap! Where'd those bullets come from? Don't you know this pig is eating? Damn it, these bullets even have a burning effect. They're scalding this old pig to death. Over 200 pig-headed men roared in righteous indignation. Men, kill him. The green-skinned pig-headed man frowned. Not far away, there were only 3 people. How dare they target them? They clearly didn't hold them in any regard. In the next instant, one pig-headed man after another charged toward Wang Yun. However, these pig-headed men collapsed to the ground after taking only a few steps. What kind of skill is this? Jin Wansan narrowed his eyes. Though he didn't know what skill Wang Yun had used, he knew this skill was highly effective against such groups of ferocious beasts. Look at that. So many beasts. Each one was being tortured by the flames, their faces contorted in agony. That's some serious firepower. The green-skinned pig-headed man's mouth twisted into a grimace. Such intense firepower. And the destructive power is immense. Is there any justice left in this world? Is there any law left? This can't go on. The green-skinned pig-headed man wasn't stupid. He knew that if this stalemate dragged on, his entire crew would perish. And once his men were gone, he'd be next. Die. The green-skinned pigman stomped his foot hard against the ground, launching himself into the air in an instant. A single leap carried him 100 meters. Where his foot had struck, a crater over 10 meters long instantly appeared. There he was. The green-skinned pig-headed man, wielding a giant axe as large as a millstone, swung it down with tremendous force from midair, aiming squarely at Wang Yun. Bad news. Scatter quickly. Wang Yun hadn't anticipated this leader possessing such formidable leaping power. He immediately activated the Flame Spirit step, boosting his speed by 100%. He deftly dodged the green-skinned pigman's axe. The axe slammed into the ground instead, blasting a crack over 30 meters long. Had Wang Yun not dodged in time, this axe blow landing on himself would likely mean death or injury. Wang Yun swiftly aimed his spear at the green-skinned pig-headed orc. Only a dozen or so ordinary pig men remained on the field now. Dealing with them later wouldn't be urgent. The immediate priority was to take down this green-skinned pigman with its astonishing jumping ability. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, forming an impenetrable hail of fire that slammed heavily into the green-skinned pigman. The green-skinned pigman spun his battle axe rapidly, attempting to block Wang Yun's attack. But he soon realized it was utterly useless. Because Wang Yun's bullets were simply too many. Wait, is he cheating? These bullets seem endless. The green-skinned pig-headed creature stumbled backward uncontrollably. His health was steadily draining away. It probably wouldn't take more than a few minutes. He'd be dead. He desperately wanted to leap high once more and rain down a few more axe blows on Wang Yun. But the relentless barrage of bullets pouring down upon him. It felt like 100,000 mountains were crushing him. It rendered him utterly immobile. You useless fools, what are you staring at? Kill him already. The green-skinned pig-headed orc roared furiously at the surviving pig-headed orc still standing in the arena. The ordinary pig men barely had time to react before they too were engulfed by a dense wave of bullets as they charged toward Wang Yun. Still think you can come to his aid? Taking care of you lot is just a side job. Wang Yun chuckled. The Gatling gun in his hands consumed no mana. Nor did it possess any recoil. No matter how many beasts came, the outcome remained the same, crushed beneath his might. Chapter 9, Gunmanship from the Heavens. In mere moments, the green-skinned pig-headed man and over a dozen pig-headed men fell one after another to the ground. Killed LV11 green-skinned pig man, points plus 75, EXP plus 75. Silver necklace gold grade, spirit plus 150. Wang Yun's level rose from 8 to 9, while Ren Yunfei also gained a level, reaching 8. Jin Wansan's leap was even more dramatic, jumping straight from level 5 to level 7, a 2-level jump. Well worth it. Jin Wansan chuckled. To gain 3 levels in such a short time. At this cultivation speed, it was like riding a rocket. Without Wang Yun guiding his level up, he'd likely have to battle ferocious beasts for several more days just to reach level 9. Big Brother is so fierce. So many pig-headed men, and Big Brother took care of them all by himself. Ren Yunfei flattered him. He hadn't lifted a finger yet in just half a day. He had reached level 8. All thanks to Wang Yun. Standard procedure. Wang Yun waved his hand dismissively, slipped the silver necklace around his own neck, and continued walking forward. After walking for 15 minutes, in the distance, a herd of boarmen appeared over 500 strong. The most striking figure was the level 14 boar king seated upon his throne. This boar-man king stood a full 5 meters tall. Like a colossal giant, its form was imposing and formidable. Without a doubt, this boar king was the ultimate boss of Boar Valley. Over 500 boarmen, that shouldn't be a problem. Wang Yun stared at the boarman king, deep in thought. Earlier, the elite monsters could leap over 100 meters to reach him in a single bound. Had he not possessed the flame spirit step, which allowed him to temporarily boost his speed, he would have been struck. I need to find a good position. Wang Yun mused, chin resting in his palm. He wasn't afraid of these level 6 boar men. Given enough time, dealing with these boarmen was merely a matter of time. But the problem was, what if, while he was locked in fierce combat with the boarmen, the boar king used some skill to instantly close in on him? That would be disastrous. Whoosh! A blade aura ripped through the air, striking out in all directions, and slammed heavily into a boar-headed man, instantly drawing the attention of the entire boar-headed horde. Ha! Wang Yun watched the scene unfold, staring blankly at Jin Wansan. Why did this kid start attacking on his own? Earlier, hadn't he been telling me to play it safe? Stay away from these ferocious beasts? Bro, I know you don't need to pull a wave of monsters or fight them one by one. You don't need to fiddle with awkward angles or distances either. You just need to mindlessly pull them. Jin Wansan flashed a simple, honest, harmless expression. So I pulled them for you. You're welcome. Kim Man Sam chuckled. Ha ha ha. Wang Yun chuckled awkwardly. What a way to say you're welcome. Go kill that overconfident human for me. The Boar King commanded. He didn't even bother to acknowledge Wang Yun and his companions. Nor did he intend to lift a finger himself. 3 worthless trashes not even reaching level 10. There was no need for him to lift a finger. Send out a small squad, and they'll be wiped out in an instant. Yes. Several boar men stepped forward from the crowd upon receiving their orders, advancing toward Wang Yun and his companions. Die. Wang Yun pulled the trigger. Since the fight had already begun. So, might as well embrace it. The next moment, the Gatling gun began to spin. Like a sleeping lion, it roared to life. Accompanied by deafening roars, an endless torrent of bullets poured forth. The boar men were instantly riddled with holes. Holy? What the hell? Are these bullets that powerful? The boar king on his throne couldn't help but twitch his eyelid at the sight. This guy seemed far more formidable than he'd anticipated. Stop standing around. Get moving. Kill him. The boar king's command sent all the boar warriors in the arena into action. No matter how fierce this kid's firepower might be, could he possibly wipe out all the boar warriors present? Brothers, the king has spoken. Charge together. The boar man commander, wielding a silver-white spear, waved his hand. The boar men who had been resting instantly sprang into action. Like a tidal wave, they surged toward Wang Yun. Crimson State. Precision aim. Flame burn. Wang Yun activated every skill and ability at his disposal. These 500 wild boar men were only 200 meters away from him. For Wang Yun, suppressing them here was no difficult task. But what gave Wang Yun pause were the level 12 Boarman leader and the level 14 Boarman king. One was a boss monster, the other a high-level boss. They were bound to possess speed-enhancing skills. If these 2 beasts charged at him before he could eliminate the rest of the boar men, that would be a real headache. Therefore, Wang Yun must fight fast and finish quickly, taking out these 500-plus boar men first. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets erupted in rapid succession. With Wang Yun having reached level 9, the Gatling gun's firepower had also increased significantly. What once took over 10 seconds to eliminate a single pig-headed man now only required a few seconds. The speed had increased several-fold. In just over 10 minutes, only a little over 100 pig-headed men remained on the battlefield. Wang Yun deactivated both Crimson State and Flame Scorch. If he kept using them like this, it would drain his mana too quickly. If he got caught in a close-range assault later, and I run out of mana, using Flame Step would be problematic. However, precision aim can be used continuously, because it's an item effect, not a skill, so it won't consume any mana. At this moment, the Boar King began to sense something was amiss. Something's off. How come this kid's bullets seem endless? The Boar King frowned. They'd been fighting for over 10 minutes now. He had assumed Wang Yun would soon run out of ammunition. But instead, Wang Yun seemed to be getting more and more fierce. You go take him out. The Boar King turned to the Boar Commander standing beside him. Understood. The Boar Commander nodded. He immediately activated his skill. Heavenly Spear Technique. With a whizzing sound, the Boar Man leader vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters above the ground. Gripping a long spear, he aimed it at Wang Yun's head and thrust downward with deadly force. Holy moly! Wang Yun's lips twitched. Did every single one of these boar men possess such astonishing leaping ability? If he got hit by that spear, wouldn't my body be covered in bruises? Chapter 10, Leaving the Dungeon. You two, get out of the way. Wang Yun hurriedly warned. But, over here, there were no longer two people. They had already ducked far away. Those two little brats. Wang Yun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then, in the next instant, the pig-headed chieftain, spear in hand, descended from the sky like a meteorite, crashing heavily onto the ground. Wang Yun had already activated his flame spirit step, creating a distance of over 10 meters between himself and the pig-headed chieftain. Yet even so, the shockwave from the spear's impact sent him reeling back several steps. Die! Wang Yun steadied himself and unleashed a barrage of firepower. The pig-headed chieftain was instantly covered in a hail of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. While suppressing the pig-headed leader, while simultaneously suppressing the ordinary pig-headed men. Fortunately, after using one skill, the pig-headed chieftain never leapt high again. Wang Yun relentlessly pinned it down in the surrounding area. What terrifying firepower! The pig-headed leader's expression darkened considerably. This skill could only be used once in a short period. All his other abilities were melee skills. He had to get close to Wang Yun. In no time, all the ordinary pig-headed men and the pig-headed man leader in the arena were wiped out. Finally, only the pig-headed king remains. Wang Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Having slain over 500 ferocious beasts, to say he wasn't exhausted would be a lie. A bunch of useless trash. In the end, I had to step in personally. The pig-headed king descended from his throne, speaking with bitter resentment. We must suppress him immediately. Wang Yun swiftly activated his skill, accelerating his firing rate as an endless torrent of bullets poured down upon him. Rat-a-tat-tat. After the bullets poured out, the Boar King's speed did indeed slow down. But in the next instant, the Boar King transformed into a rolling ball of flesh, tumbling rapidly across the ground. Clearly, this was the Boar King's skill. Meatball Impact. Holy crap, a super meatball impact. Wang Yun kept an eye on the direction the pig-headed king was charging toward him while pulling on the pig-headed king. With a thunderous crash, the king pigman flew over 200 meters in an instant, slamming heavily into a massive boulder over 3 meters tall behind him. The boulder shattered instantly, scattering fragments of rock across the sky. Wang Yun still held the Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The Boar King's health bar was steadily dwindling. But Wang Yun dared not show the slightest hint of contempt or carelessness. Should we go help Wang Yun? Jin Wansan, hiding behind a large tree in the distance, asked upon seeing the scene. No need. This kind of trash? My big brother could take care of him in minutes. Even if the two of us went over, we wouldn't be able to help much. Staying here and watching is just fine. Run Tianyun waved his hand dismissively. Over the next few minutes, the pig-headed king pounded Wang Yun again and again. Each strike grew harder and fiercer. Each strike felt like a cannonball. Yet Wang Yun carefully dodged each one. After this back-and-forth exchange of over a dozen blows, Wang Yun finally slew the Boar King. Congratulations on defeating the level 14 Boar King boss. Earned plus 120 points, plus 320 EXP, and the Platinum Tier Skill Book, Fierce Charge. Fierce Charge. Grade, Platinum. Effect, rapidly charge several meters forward. Required level, 9. Nice stuff. Wang Yun immediately equipped the skill book. For his current situation, he lacked no firepower whatsoever. But he desperately needed survival skills. Because only by staying alive could he deal damage. Especially against ferocious beasts like the Boarman Commander and Boarman King, who could close in swiftly. Wang Yun felt profound dread. Although he had just defeated the Boar King, every time he dodged its massive testicle charge, it was a close call. However, with this fierce charge, Wang Yun's situation improved significantly. This skill essentially functioned as a direct teleportation. The Flame Spirit step, while seemingly doubling his movement speed. It still wasn't a true blink. After defeating this boss, Wang Yun's level rose from 9 to 10. Since entering this secret realm, Wang Yun hadn't even spent a full day here. Yet he had gained a full 10 levels. Such cultivation speed was absolutely staggering. Wang Yun opened his personal interface. Level, LV10. Strength, 190. Stamina, 288. Speed, 485. Spirit, 330. Weapon spirits, Gatling LV10, Fruit Knife LV10. Points, 15,730. My stats have skyrocketed. And this amount of points is truly substantial. I can do another 15 consecutive shots. Wang Yun nodded. With that thought, Wang Yun immediately had the system perform 15 consecutive draws. Ding! Successfully consumed 15,000 points. Drawing in progress? The system announced. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 12 white tier traits, 1 green tier trait, 1 blue tier trait, and 1 purple tier trait. The system announced the results. Not bad. Wang Yun's eyes lit up slightly. A purple attribute. Entry name, Apocalyptic Strike. Rarity, purple. Description: upon activation, the Gatling gun unleashes a swarm of apocalyptic bullets covering a 100-meter radius, delivering relentless assault. P.S. The coverage area automatically determines whether bullets affect humans. This is awesome. Wang Yun read the description. His eyes lit up involuntarily. This bullet would be perfect for use when he was surrounded. Then, Wang Yun turned his attention to the other 2 entries. Entry name, Agile Movement. Level, Blue. Description: upon activation, allows the user to effortlessly leap to a height of 5 meters. Entry name, Rusted Bayonet. Level, Green. Description: activating this entry spawns a rusty bayonet beneath the Gatling gun, enabling melee attacks. This blue entry is actually pretty decent. If I ever can't dodge a beast's charge, I can just leap up and use this. As for this rusty bayonet, it's just better than nothing. With all this firepower at my disposal, why would I ever need to get into a bayonet fight? After equipping these 3 entries, he merely glanced at the remaining white tier items. He tossed them into the system storage to gather dust. These white tier items were absolute junk. Let's settle up. Wang Yun walked up to Jin Wansan. Alright. Jin Wansan didn't hesitate. He transferred the remaining 500,000 over. In just a few short hours, he had offset the grueling monster hunting journey that had taken him days of hard work. A mere million? What was that compared to anything? Hey, bro, where should we go next to level up? Jin Wansan looked at Wang Yun and said. From now on, I won't be taking you along for leveling up. Wang Yun shook his head. Ha! I can afford it. If you're willing to keep leveling me up, I'll give you 2 million. Jin Wansan froze for a moment. This isn't about the money. I don't plan on staying in the beginner dungeon anymore. Wang Yun patted Jin Wansan on the shoulder as he spoke. He really wanted to level up with Jin Wansan. After all, who wouldn't want to make money? But the problem was, he had no intention of continuing to grind monsters for experience here. In this ghostly forest, the highest level beasts only reached level 14. Staying here any longer would be a waste of time. He planned to venture out into the wilds and tackle high-level dungeons. These high-level dungeons were already challenging enough for Wang Yun to handle with just one companion. There was no way he could bring Jin Wansan along anymore. Let's go. Wang Yun activated the teleportation scroll. Got it, boss. Run Tian Yun activated his teleportation scroll without hesitation. The 2 were instantly transported outside the instance. Only Jin Wansan remained in the arena. Sigh, alright then. Jin Wansan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Chapter 11, Shockwaves across the arena. Outside the dungeon. School administrators gathered one after another. Among them were not only the administrators from Pingan No. 2 High School, but also the leaders from the other major high schools in Pingan City all gathered here. Because this beginner dungeon required all high schools in Pingan City to participate. By now, darkness was falling outside the instance. Inside the ghostly forest dungeon, there was no concept of day or night. What do you think? Principal Wang of Pingan No. 1 High School asked. That's a no-brainer. The first one out of the dungeon will definitely be someone from your school, Principal Wang. Exactly. Everyone here knows that your Pingan No. 1 High School has awakened a star-shining level spirit of the weapon. This year, the top college entrance exam results in Pingan City will probably belong to Pingan No. 1 High School again. The principals from other high schools chimed in one after another. I agree. Principal Wang nodded in agreement. A star illuminating great artifact spirit across the entire city of Pingan, it hadn't appeared in decades. 2 humming sounds. Two figures emerged from the entrance of the secret realm. These two individuals were none other than Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun. Witnessing this scene, all eyes immediately turned toward them. It had only been a little over 8 hours. How could they be out already? Ren Tianyun, how did you get out? Principal Li showed no surprise at Wang Yun's emergence. After all, Wang Yun only possessed a black iron grade artifact spirit fruit knife. But how did Ren Tianyun manage to get out? Remember, Ren Tianyun possessed a golden grade artifact spirit golden broadsword. He'd only been inside for a little over 8 hours before emerging. This was absolutely a huge loss. The two of us planned to go out into the wilderness to hunt monsters and level up, Wang Yun said with a smile. What? Principal Li froze in surprise. Only a few hours had passed. And these two were already planning to go out into the wild to fight monsters and level up? You must understand. Wild dungeons aren't just brutal. There are no teleportation scrolls to get out whenever you want. Have these two lost their minds? To tackle a dungeon in the wild, you need to be at least level 7. And you need a 5-person party. Principal Li, you've truly cultivated two outstanding students. At that moment, Principal Wang strolled over, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Over the years, Ping'an First High School had been at odds with Ping'an Second High School on numerous occasions. The reason was simple. Sometimes, Ping'an No. 2 High School would outperform Ping'an No. 1 High School in the city's college entrance exam results. This directly impacted the Education Bureau's allocation of educational resources to Ping'an No. 1 High School. This situation deeply irritated Principal Wang. Seeing this, Principal Wang promptly approached with a touch of sarcasm. Oomph. Principal Li snorted coldly. He remained silent. Principal, I've reached level 10, and Ren Tianyun has reached level 8. Issue us the exit order. Wang Yun spoke up. Leaving the city required a pass. Therefore, Wang Yun needed Principal Li to issue it. To obtain an exit pass, according to the rules, one must be at least level 7. What? You're already level 10? Principal Li froze in surprise. This black iron grade artifact spirit fruit knife had actually managed to raise its level to 10. To level up to level 10? Ha ha ha, kid, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Level 10? It's only been 8 or 9 hours. Even our most outstanding students at Ping'an First High couldn't achieve that. Principal Wang burst into laughter beside him. He couldn't believe a word Wang Yun was saying. Name, Wang Yun. Level, LV10. Seeing this, Wang Yun said nothing, merely opening his level panel. Holy crap? You little rascal, you really hit level 10? Principal Wang's smile vanished instantly at the sight. The level panel doesn't lie. This kid really is level 10. And he'd reached it in just 8 short hours. What did this signify? The artifact spirit awakened by Wang Yun was no low-level entity. Perhaps even higher than the star-shining great artifact spirits at their own Ping'an First High School. Even higher. Wang Yun, you're already at level 10? Principal Li beside him was stunned. To reach level 10 in such a short time. Wang Yun would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the college entrance exams 6 days from now. He might even gain admission to the most prestigious universities in their nation. No problem at all. Level 10? How long has this beginner's realm even been open? And this kid has already reached level 10? It wasn't just Principals Wang and Li. The principals and administrators from the other high schools present all revealed expressions of shock. Could it be you've awakened dual artifact spirits? If Principal Li remembered correctly, Wang Yun had only awakened a black iron grade artifact spirit of fruit knife. With a black iron grade spirit core, achieving such rapid leveling in such a short time. That was absolutely impossible. Therefore, there was only one explanation. Wang Yun has awakened dual spirit cores. Wang Yun nodded. He didn't deny it. What level? Principal Li inquired. Glory grade. Wang Yun stated calmly. He made no attempt to conceal the rank of his awakened spirit artifact. He certainly didn't harbor any thoughts of the notion that a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. For only by revealing his true potential could he gain greater benefits. Glory tier? Principal Li's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes brimmed with utter disbelief. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Principal Li blinked rapidly. Wang Yun then opened the interface panel of his Gatling gun. Gatling. Level, LV10. Grade, Glory. Power, 1400. Rate of fire, 1400. Mana cost, 100. It really is Glory grade. Principal Li froze in shock. Holy. Is this what a Glory tier artifact spirit stats look like? This stat sheet is ridiculously overpowered. Principal Wang was also stunned. Holy crap. Ping'an No. 2 High School has actually produced a Glory tier spirit. A Glory tier spirit core. Across the entire Dragon Nation, you'd be hard-pressed to find even a handful of them. Ping'an No. 2 High School is going to be on the map now. The others exclaimed in shock. Hurry up and get me the S-grade resource subsidies. Principal Lee urgently instructed the finance director. Every artifact spirit user capable of awakening a high-level artifact spirit is eligible for the school's subsidy. For instance, when Rin Tianyun awakened his gold-grade artifact spirit, the school granted him a B-grade subsidy. This included 500,000 dragon coins, along with some silver-grade equipment. Meanwhile, Wang Yun activated a glory-grade artifact spirit. This meant Wang Yun could receive an SSS-grade subsidy. However, the school's highest authority could only grant students Star Glory tier subsidies. That is, S-tier subsidies. As for SSS tier subsidies, Principal Lee would need to apply for them from higher authorities. Take this S-tier subsidy card for now. It contains 50 million dragon coins and some miscellaneous gear. Principal Lee accepted the card handed over by the finance minister, then issued exit permits to Wang Yun and his companion. Later, I'll apply for another card for you, an SSS level subsidy card. Principal Lee addressed Wang Yun. Understood. Thank you for your trouble, Principal. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. This was precisely what he wanted. Then Rin Tianyun and I will take our leave. After bidding Principal Lee farewell, Wang Yun led Rin Tianyun away from the premises. Chapter 12, Leaving the City. Bro, S-class subsidy. You never cease to impress. Rin Tianyun exclaimed enviously. His subsidy contained a mere 500,000 dragon coins. He couldn't even bring himself to spend that little. Let's go. I'll treat you to a feast. Wang Yun waved his hand dismissively. He brought Rin Tianyun to an upscale Western restaurant in Pingan City. He ordered 2 imported steaks costing over 1,000 yuan each. Nothing else. Pure extravagance. When the imported steaks arrived, they were still sizzling and steaming. Bro, you're so good to me. I'll be your loyal sidekick for life. Rin Tianyun gazed at the steak before him, his voice trembling with emotion. After the steak arrived, the waiter brought over 2 bottles of cola served in glass cups. 50 dragon coins per glass. Master, how does this cola differ from the kind sold outside? Rin Tianyun looked at the waiter and asked. There's no difference in taste. It's just the same 3 yuan Coke you get outside. But it cost 47 yuan more. The waiter gave an awkward chuckle. Rin Tianyun paused for a moment, then picked up the Coke and took a sip. Compared to the 3 yuan Coke outside, seemed to be no difference at all. After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Yun settled the bill. They agreed on a meeting spot for the next day before parting ways. It was already dark outside. Venturing into the wilderness at this hour would be an utterly irrational choice. Therefore, resting for the night and setting out the next morning was the best possible choice. Wang Yun didn't rush home. Instead, he headed to a shop called the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. This shop sold a wide variety of items, such as equipment, skill books, attributes, and all sorts of goods. Having come into a large sum of money, Wang Yun naturally intended to spend it wisely. Young man, what might you be looking to buy? The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man with a paunch. Do you have a shop inventory list I could see? Wang Yun inquired. Here you go. The middle-aged man pulled out a booklet and handed it to Wang Yun. LV10 gold-grade equipment costs 500,000 dragon coins each. Wang Yun merely glanced at the equipment prices and immediately abandoned the idea of purchasing any gear. The reason was simple. These items were simply far too expensive. Moreover, as his level increased, so would the gear's requirements. He figured he'd have to replace them soon enough. Wang Yun then turned his attention to the prices of the enchantments. Blue-tier items were priced in the millions. Skills, however, were considerably cheaper. Golden-tier skill books only cost 1 million each. The reason attributes cost more than skill books was simple. Skill books consume mana, while traits do not. Get me another life-saving skill book and entry. Wang Yun wasn't the least bit worried about his firepower, but he feared not having survival skills. Because only by staying alive could he keep dealing damage. After scanning the manual for a while, Wang Yun finally chose a platinum-tier skill book, Elemental Shield, and a blue-tier skill slot, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Elemental Shield cost 11 million dragon coins, while Mirror Flower, Water Moon required 5 million dragon coins. Damn expensive. Wang Yun grimaced. That was 16 million dragon coins gone in one go. Card or cash? The middle-aged man flashed a lecherous grin. A big customer had arrived. That meant a whopping 16 million dragon coins in one go. Card. After swiping his card, Wang Yun took the skill book and entry and left. Elemental Shield. Grade, Platinum. Effect, upon activation, generates a 3-meter-tall elemental shield that shields the user from behind, absorbing 1,000 points of damage. Required level, 8. Entry name, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Grade, Blue. Description, upon activation, creates 3 clones. Level requirement, 10. With these 2, my safety should be much more assured when out in the wild tomorrow. Upon returning to his home in the dilapidated neighborhood, Wang Yun opened the descriptions for these 2 items. He then retrieved a set of gear issued by the school from his subsidy card. To his surprise, every piece was gold tier gear. A helmet, shoulder pads, a chestplate, gloves, a belt, boots, pants, and a necklace. 8 pieces of gear. The entire set was complete. Although all 8 pieces were level 5 gear, the advantage lay in it being a set. It also boasts a set bonus, a 20% boost to all attributes. Level, LV10. Strength, 490. Stamina, 388. Speed, 485. Spirit, 580. Weapon spirits, Gatling LV10, Fruit Knife LV10. Points, 730. This subsidy is really generous. Wang Yun equipped all these items. His stats shot up significantly in one go. But these points, they're a bit pitifully low. Wang Yun muttered under his breath. But it was fine. Tomorrow, he could go on a rampage killing monsters. The next day arrived quickly. Wang Yun met up with Ren Tianyun in front of a convenience store. They then bought enough food to last them several days in the wilderness, along with 2 sleeping bags. With only 6 days left before the college entrance exams, once they left, they wouldn't be returning to the city anytime soon. After completing their preparations, they arrived at an entrance beneath the walls of Pingan City. What a tall wall! Ren Tianyun exclaimed. Halt! A heavily armed soldier blocked Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun's path. We need to leave the city. Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun presented their respective exit permits. You two obtained exit permits in just one day? After verifying the permit's authenticity, the soldier stared at them in disbelief. The requirement for issuing exit permits was reaching level 7. It had only been a single day since the major high schools conducted the Awakening Spirit ritual. And these two had already reached level 7? Just luck. Wang Yun chuckled before leading Ren Tianyun out through the city walls. The moment they stepped outside Pingan City, the landscape transformed beyond recognition. In the outskirts, the ground was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts. Some had perished only moments ago, while others had been rotting for ages. What a stench! How come there are so many beast corpses? Ren Tianyun waved his hand in front of his nose. There's no helping it. These beasts keep trying to break into the city. The soldiers on the city walls have to find ways to kill them. Wang Yun spoke as he unfolded his newly purchased map. The nearest wilderness instance was over an hour away. After walking for a few minutes, a 2-meter-long silver giant wolf suddenly burst out from the woods by the roadside. Roar! The level 7 silver giant wolf stomped its paw on the ground, propelling its entire body into the air as it charged toward Wang Yun. Chapter 13, Silent Isle. Nothing but a mere insect. Ren Tianyun summoned his golden broadsword, gripping it tightly in his right hand. He swung it down with all his might. In one swift motion, it severed the head of the level 7 silver giant wolf. The entire sequence flowed like a stream, executed in one seamless motion. Along the way, they encountered over a dozen minor monsters, each swiftly dealt with by Ren Tianyun. Finally, the two arrived at an open clearing. In the center of the clearing, 5 blue whirlpools drifted. These vortexes were the entrance and exit points of the Silent Isle dungeon. Each of these 5 distinct whirlpools represented a different difficulty level. Normal, Advanced, Hard, Nightmare, and Hell. These 5 distinct difficulty levels. The easy difficulty Silent Isle instance is missing one player. I'm a shield spirit. Can we get another archer spirit, greatsword spirit, or longsword spirit? One spot open. Anyone up for tackling the hard difficulty dungeon together? A crowd had already gathered near the entrance and exit, shouting to form groups. Hey, you two, want to team up with us? We're planning to run a hard dungeon together, so we need 4 people. At that moment, a man wielding a shield approached Wang Yun and his companion. No thanks, just the 2 of us is fine. Wang Yun shook his head. Then, he led Ren Tianyun into the nightmare difficulty dungeon. What? Dude? The shield-bearing man froze in surprise. These 2 just walked straight into the nightmare difficulty dungeon? Holy crap? Just these 2? They just breezed right into the nightmare difficulty dungeon? Am I seeing things? Are these 2 crazy? They're probably high school seniors who just awakened their spirit cores, here to grind levels. No wonder. Young and reckless. Ha ha ha, I bet they'll be running out of there in minutes. The crowd exchanged mocking remarks. This Silent Isle dungeon is rated LV10 LV18. And it's nightmare difficulty. Entering nightmare mode multiplies the beast's strength several times over. To challenge Silent Isle on nightmare difficulty, you'd need at least 5 level 15 players to form a party. And here we are 1 level 10 and 1 level 8 venturing in. They probably won't even know how they died. A humming sound filled the air. Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun teleported onto a quiet island. The island was covered in coconut palms. On the sandy shore, numerous green sea turtles were wandering about. Just a bunch of sea turtles. I'll handle them. Ren Tianyun gripped his golden broadsword and strode purposefully toward the nearest sea turtle. The activated golden broadsword emitted a flickering blade aura from its tip. Ren Tianyun swung the golden broadsword down with all his might. Clang! The turtle's shell was incredibly hard. The golden broadsword struck down, instantly sending a shower of sparks flying. Yet Ren Tianyun inflicted little damage. This turtle's just a turtle, damn it. Its shell's so hard. Ren Tianyun's lips twitched. Refusing to believe it, he swung his golden broadsword once more. Bang! 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 3 consecutive blows landed. Sparks flew once more from the shell. Yet the sea turtle remained utterly unmoved. Roar! At this moment, the sea turtle finally lost patience and began to fight back. With a whoosh, the turtle opened its gaping maw. A towering water column erupted from its mouth, slamming heavily against Ren Tianyun's chest. Thud! Ren Tianyun flew backward like a kite with its string cut. The backward flight carried him a full dozen meters. Cough cough. Ren Tianyun landed face first in the dirt, his mouth filled with sand. Damn, that old bastard is something else. Ren Tianyun spat several times, spitting out the sand from his mouth, his face full of resentment. It's a level 10 ferocious beast in nightmare difficulty. Of course it's formidable. Wang Yun chuckled. Let me see just how hard this turtle's shell really is. Wang Yun drew his Gatling gun and aimed it at the sea turtle that had been bullying Ren Tianyun. Rat-a-tat-tat. With a light pull of the trigger, an endless stream of bullets burst forth, racing to strike their target. Countless bullets instantly engulfed the sea turtle. In just over 10 seconds, the turtle lay dead. Big Brother's the man, as always. Ren Tianyun immediately gave him a thumbs up in praise. After Wang Yun killed this turtle, the gaze of the dozen or so remaining turtles on the beach was drawn to him. These sea turtles crawled slowly across the sand, step by step, approaching Wang Yun. Come on over. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Wang Yun swung his Gatling gun. Killed LV-10 sea turtle, EXP plus 80, points plus 80. Killed LV-10 sea turtle, EXP plus 80, points plus 80, sea turtle shell. Killed LV-10 sea turtle, EXP plus 80, points plus 80, sea turtle meat. One after another, the kill notification panels for the turtles began to flash. These nightmare tier turtles are something else. If they were regular level 10s, they wouldn't even last 5 seconds against my Gatling gun. But these nightmare tier turtles? Each one can last over 10 seconds. Moreover, the sea turtles here grant significantly more experience points than those of ordinary levels. Within moments, Wang Yun had slain all 10 or so sea turtles. Let's go. We're heading into the forest. Wang Yun waved his hand. Having cleared the beach completely, his next objective was to venture into the island's forest. Who goes there? Barely a few steps into the forest, a turtle-headed, human-bodied creature wielding a massive axe appeared before them. Standing a full 6 feet tall, the turtle man was imposing and formidable. Gripping his massive axe, he radiated an air of formidable authority. Giant Axe Turtle Man. LV-12. Whoa, boss, who knew Silent Island had ninja turtles? Ren Tianyun teased. You're the turtle, and your whole family are turtles. I'm a freaking sea turtle. The Giant Axe Sea Turtle Man twisted his mouth. Where did this human come from? How utterly rude. Die. The Giant Axe Turtle Man furiously raised his weapon. He was about to chop Ren Tianyun to death. But before he could take a few steps, endless bullets surged toward him. Rat-a-tat-tat. After about 20 seconds, the Giant Axe Turtle Man collapsed in a pool of blood. A level 12 ferocious beast is indeed a level 12 ferocious beast. It actually managed to hold out for over 20 seconds against me. Wang Yun nodded. After dispatching this Giant Axe Turtle Man, the pair encountered another large group of them, sitting cross-legged on the ground roasting meat and resting. Where did these humans come from? One of the Giant Axe Turtle Men noticed Wang Yun. Chapter 14, The Turtle Immortal. Die, Turtle Men. Wang Yun raised his Gatling gun and swept it across the Giant Axe Turtle Men. Rat-a-tat-tat. A few minutes later. Killed LV-12 Giant Axe Turtle Man, EXP plus 105, points plus 105. Killed LV-12 Giant Axe Turtle Man, Turtle Shell plus 1. Killed LV-12 Giant Axe Turtle Man, Broken Wooden Stick plus 1. Over a dozen system panels popped up, announcing the complete demise of these Giant Axe Turtle Men. After finishing them off, Wang Yun hoisted his Gatling gun and continued trekking through the forest. Wang Yun remained vigilant despite swiftly dispatching these turtle men. The trees in this nearby forest were so densely packed that if he wasn't careful, a turtle man could jump out from within and ambush him. That would be bad. Whoosh! As he walked, a piercing whistle suddenly cut through the air. 2 arrows spun rapidly through the air, tearing through the atmosphere as they shot forward. Elemental Shield. Wang Yun's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly activated his skill. The next instant, a shield formed from condensed elements materialized behind him. The arrows slammed squarely into the shield, causing a crack to appear in the elemental barrier. However, it did not shatter. Ren Tianyun beside him, however, was not so fortunate. An arrow drove itself deep into his buttocks. He lost a significant chunk of health. Damn it, bro, where the hell did that arrow come from? Those bastards have no sense of martial ethics. Ran Tianyun clutched his sword but in pain, cursing under his breath. This forest is so dense. It really is hard to find. Wang Yun frowned slightly. Got it. Wang Yun suddenly had an idea. Since the trees in this area were so tall, why not find a way to bring down the surrounding forest? No time to waste. Wang Yun unleashed a furious barrage from his Gatling gun, sweeping across the forest before him. Dense streams of bullets slammed into the thick trunks. In an instant, countless holes were blasted through the wood, and one by one, the trees toppled over. Within mere minutes, all the trees within a 100-meter radius lay sprawled on the ground, kicking up waves of dust. On a nearby flat expanse, several dozen meters away, 3 turtle men, each clutching a bow and arrow, stood. Found them. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Holy crap? This guy's got some serious firepower, huh? All those trees, this kid just wiped them out like that? One of the bow-wielding turtle men couldn't help but mutter in frustration. What's there to fear? They're only 2. We're 3 against 2, the advantage is ours. Another archer turtle man said. With that, he swiftly drew his bow. 3 arrows flew in quick succession. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by 3 piercing whistles, the arrows shot forward at lightning speed. Looking for death. Ran Tianyun, wielding his golden broadsword, swiftly swung it through the air several times, effortlessly deflecting all 3 arrows. Well done. Wang Yun praised him before effortlessly dispatching the 3 arrow turtle men with his Gatling gun. These 3 archer turtle men weren't particularly strong, they'd merely been hiding in the shadows, forcing Wang Yun to expend a bit more effort. Charge! Just as Wang Yun holstered the Gatling gun, a deafening roar erupted from the nearby woods. In an instant, over 200 turtle men burst forth from the woods. These turtle men were all at least level 12. Among them were 3 elite beasts of the leader class. Double Axe Turtle Man. LV-13. Dual Sword Turtle Man. LV-13. Greatsword Turtle Man. LV-13. Looks like we've walked into an ambush. Wang Yun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So many sea turtle people. This won't be easy to handle anytime soon. Crimson State. Wang Yun activated Crimson State, instantly boosting the Gatling gun in his hands to unprecedented levels. As the Gatling spun at breakneck speed, it instantly slaughtered over 50 turtle men. LV+1. Wang Yun's level rose from 10 to 11. The Gatling gun's power received another substantial boost. Flame Burn. Wang Yun activated the Flame Burn skill. The Gatling bullets gained a 20% increase in damage while also inflicting a 50% chance of burning. In an instant, Wang Yun instantly slaughtered over 50 more turtle men. In just over 10 minutes, fewer than half the turtle men remained on the battlefield. There was no way around it. Wang Yun's firepower was simply too overwhelming. Even though they outnumbered him, it was no easy feat to close in on Wang Yun in the short term. Let's strike together. We've closed the gap considerably. This distance is perfect for a charge. The double-axe turtle man looked at the other 2 chieftain monsters and asked. Agreed. The dual sword turtle man and the great sword turtle man nodded in agreement. The next moment, the 2-axe turtle man and his 2 companions simultaneously activated their skills. A terrifying aura erupted from the double-axe turtle man wielding his twin axes. He hurtled toward Wang Yun like a cannonball. The other 2 boss monsters followed suit. This is bad. Wang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. A sense of impending doom washed over him. These 3 boss monsters had launched a simultaneous assault against him. His Gatling gun's firepower was fierce, but it couldn't repel these 3 boss monsters in their charging state. The instant the 3 boss monsters were about to make contact, instantly activated his agile leap skill, propelling himself high off the ground. In a single bound, he soared 5 meters into the air. He easily evaded their attacks. He then activated his fierce charge skill, dashing rapidly 7 meters away to create some distance between himself and the 3. Die. The moment Wang Yun's toes touched the ground, he unleashed a barrage of firepower. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. With the charge skill's cooldown active, the turtle trio had no means to close in on Wang Yun quickly. They were forced back step by step by the terrifying force of the bullets. How the hell does that bastard run so fast? The dual sword turtle man grumbled. So many bullets had struck his body. It wouldn't be long before their lives ended. Watch this. Earth-Shattering Slash. The great sword turtle man roared in fury. He drew the great sword strapped to his back. Then, with all his might, he unleashed a peerless, world-shaking strike. As the blade sliced through the air, the battlefield seemed to erupt with divine thunder. The deafening roar. Eardrums bulged. A blade aura over 10 meters long erupted with a thunderous roar. Oomph. Wang Yun activated the rusty bayonet entry. Beneath the Gatling gun in his hand, a rust-stained bayonet materialized. Then, Wang Yun thrust forward with force. The bayonet and the blade aura collided with a thunderous crash. The blade energy instantly shattered. Holy! What kind of freak is this? The greatsword turtle man couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. Is this really just level 11? His most powerful skill. And it was shattered so easily? Bro, you're awesome. This turtle man is just overestimating himself. Ren Tianyun praised. Over the next 10 plus minutes, Wang Yun went into full-on killing spree mode. Killed LV-12 Archer Turtleman, EXP plus 105, points plus 105. Killed LV-13 Dual Sword Turtleman, EXP plus 130, points plus 130. Killed LV-13 Broadsword Turtleman, EXP plus 130, points plus 130, Fine Boots plus 1. One corpse after another fell lifeless to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Yun's points and experience surged wildly. LV plus 1. After eliminating these ferocious beasts, Wang Yun reached level 12. Ren Tianyun, who was nearby, also gained 2 levels, reaching level 10. After walking roughly 1,000 meters, Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun reached the deepest part of Silent Island. Before them lay a vast, empty expanse stretching thousands of meters. A white-haired, bearded turtle immortal lay slumped listlessly upon his throne. This level 18 sea turtle immortal was the ultimate boss of this dungeon. The sea turtle immortal stood over 5 meters tall, a true giant. Though his appearance suggested extreme decrepitude, his status as the boss clearly signaled formidable power. Beside the turtle sage stood a horde of over 500 turtle men. Once Wang Yun initiates his attack, he must first confront over 500 turtle men. Chapter 15, Breaking Records. Without a word, Wang Yun gripped his Gatling gun and launched into sweeping fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. One after another, the turtle men fell into pools of blood. In mere moments, over 20 turtle men lay sprawled in pools of blood. What's going on? Where did that intense firepower come from? How did over 20 men die so suddenly? Go find him immediately. Turtle Immortal frowned and said. Wang Yun's firepower was so intense that he was easy to locate and they found him in no time. Stop standing around like idiots. Go kill him for me. Upon learning there were only 2 of them, the sea turtle immortal's furrowed brow relaxed. What trouble could a mere 2 people possibly cause? The next moment, countless turtle men, armed with a variety of weapons, charged toward Wang Yun. Facing the surging tide of turtle warriors, Wang Yun's expression remained utterly unchanged. With his skill activated, his firepower was fierce as hell. Killed LV-12 Turtleman, EXP plus 105, points plus 105. Killed LV-13 Dual Blade Turtleman, EXP plus 110, points plus 110. Killed LV-12 Archer Turtleman, EXP plus 105, points plus 105, Worn Wooden Stick plus 1. In just over 10 minutes. Over 100 of the 500-plus Turtle Man army had been eliminated by Wang Yun. At this rate, it would only take Wang Yun another half hour to eliminate the entire Turtle Man army. How come this kid's firepower is so intense? And it seems like he doesn't even need mana? The Turtle Immortal frowned. If this continued, that absolutely won't do. Come. Teleportation. The Turtle Sage descended from his throne, gripping his wooden staff as he tapped the ground with force. A massive teleportation array instantly materialized in the arena. All of you, enter through this teleportation array. The Turtle Hermit commanded. Tap tap tap. Countless turtle people entered the teleportation array, instantly traversing hundreds of meters and rushing toward Wang Yun's vicinity. Holy crap. Boss, this old turtle is totally cheating. If they'd come at you one by one, they wouldn't stand a chance. But why are they doing this? Just teleporting over like that? Ren Tianyun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the sight. In an instant, over 400 turtle men surged forth from within 20 meters of Wang Yun. At such close range, even with Wang Yun's formidable firepower, it was impossible to suppress all of them at once. Oomph. Then let me see how many of my bullets they can withstand. Wang Yun gave a cold snort before unleashing his apocalypse strike skill. He raised the Gatling gun high above his head. In an instant, countless bullets surged from the barrel of the Gatling gun. Like brilliant shooting stars, they shot toward the sky. Then they plummeted back down. They blanketed an area spanning a full 100 meters. The over 400 turtle men surrounding him were almost entirely engulfed by Wang Yun's barrage. One by one, the sea turtle men collapsed like dominoes. In less than a minute, all 400 and more turtle men were utterly annihilated. Killed over 400 turtle men. Points plus 4,100. Experience points plus 4,100. Turtle armor plus 1, turtle shells plus 100, turtle leather shoes plus 1, turtle gloves plus 3. This instantly granted Wang Yun a substantial amount of points and experience. Not only that, but he also obtained a great deal of equipment and materials. Bro, your skill is downright insane. Ren Tianyun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at the sight. This single skill had managed to pinpoint every turtle man within 100 meters. How utterly insane. Is this guy even human? The turtle sage beside him stared blankly at Wang Yun's display. Rock impact. The turtle sage tapped his wooden staff lightly on the ground. Boulders began appearing across the battlefield. In the next instant, hundreds of these rocks hurtled toward Wang Yun like meteors. Wang Yun, seeing this, wasted no time. He unleashed his Gatling gun, shattering each one in turn. Then, Wang Yun unleashed a furious barrage from his Gatling gun upon the sea turtle immortal. This sea turtle immortal seemed to possess no abilities beyond teleportation that could allow him to close in. Thus, Wang Yun easily dispatched the sea turtle immortal. As a result, Wang Yun's level rose once more. He reached level 13. Meanwhile, Ren Tianyun reached level 11. Killed LV-18 Sea Turtle Immortal, EXP plus 1800, points plus 1800. Star Shining Great Skill Book, Teleportation. Teleportation? Wang Yun saw this. His eyebrows shot up involuntarily. This thing was way more awesome than his displacement skills. By a mile. Skill Book, Teleportation. Required level, 13. Grade, Star Shining. Effect, upon activation, teleports the caster to any location within 500 meters. Cooldown, 1 hour. That cooldown time is a bit too long. Looks like I won't be able to use this skill unless absolutely necessary. Wang Yun analyzed. Outside the instance, the group suddenly noticed changes occurring in several stone steels standing upright near the vortexes. These steels, known as record steels, serve to document the completion records of the dungeon. Engraved upon them were the names and completion times of previous teams. One of the steels, specifically the one recording nightmare difficulty, suddenly shifted. The original rankings were: first place, Wind and Cloud Squad, clear time, 6 hours, 43 minutes. Second place, Crimson Flame Squad, clear time, 7 hours, 34 minutes. Third place, Dragon Fang Squad, clear time, 8 hours, 23 minutes. And now, the current nightmare difficulty record holder on Silent Isle is: first place, Xylon Bayo Squad, clear time, 1 hour, 37 minutes. Holy crap? Who is this Xylon Bayo Squad? How did they clear it so fast? Is there someone among us that strong? The crowd in the arena, resting and waiting for the instant's cooldown. Speculation began to swirl. Whose team is this? So fierce? Could it be those two who entered the instance earlier? If I recall correctly, only those two have entered Nightmare Difficulty Silent Isle within the last 2 hours. Someone speculated. The moment those words were spoken, the room fell into an instant silence. Two fresh high school graduates, going in solo. They entered Silent Island on Nightmare Difficulty. And they actually cleared it. Who would believe that? Chapter 16, 26 consecutive draws. At that moment, Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun emerged from inside. Everyone immediately cast the detection spell on Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun. They discovered the names of these two squads were indeed the Xylon Bayo Squad. These two teams are actually the Xylon Bayo Squad? Did these two really clear the Nightmare Difficulty dungeon in just over an hour? No way. Is this even fair? How old are these two? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Honestly, comparison is the thief of joy. Especially the shield-wielding man who had earlier tried to recruit Wang Yun and his partner. He was the most stunned of all. No wonder they didn't want to team up with us, turns out they're genuinely skilled. The shield-wielding man muttered to himself. Bro, looks like we've made a name for ourselves. Ren Tianyun chuckled. Not bad. Wang Yun glanced at the nearby record stone and gave a faint nod. For a dungeon of the same difficulty, there's a 6-hour cooldown. So let's head straight to Silent Isle on Hell difficulty this time. Wang Yun said. Then, Wang Yun led Ren Tianyun back into Silent Isle. Those two just went straight into Silent Isle on Hell difficulty? No way. Are they out of their minds? Aren't they going to rest a bit, wait for their skills to cool down, and recover their stamina before going in? Is this what masters do? Power allows for recklessness, they just dive right back in, fresh as daisies. The crowd murmured in astonishment. As they entered the vortex, Wang Yun and his companion were teleported back onto the beach. On the Hell difficulty beach, there were over 40 sea turtles. That was over 4 times more than the nightmare level beach. For ordinary artifact spirits, this might be a headache. But for Wang Yun, it was merely a matter of holding down the trigger a bit longer. A few minutes later, these sea turtles, whose health bars seemed so robust, lay sprawled in pools of blood. After eliminating these sea turtles, Wang Yun led Ren Tianyun into the forest, sweeping through everything in their path. Within a mere hour, the pair encountered the sea turtle immortal once more. Thud. 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 Countless turtle men fell into pools of blood. Before long, the sea turtle immortal followed suit. Over 800 turtle men slain. Points plus 9,100. Experience points plus 9,100. Successfully cleared Silent Island on Hell difficulty. The interface prompts flashed across the screen. Wang Yun emerged once more with Ren Tianyun. The record time for Hell difficulty on the Monument of Records was shattered once more. Previous record. First place, Tiger Fawn Squad. Clear time, 10 hours, 53 minutes. Second place, Destiny Squad, clear time, 13 hours, 34 minutes. Third place, Extreme Squad, clear time, 16 hours, 33 minutes. The top 3 teams all started at 10 hours. But after Wang Yun joined. First place, Xialong Bao Squad. Clear time, 1 hour, 33 minutes. Second place, Tiger Fong Squad. Clear time, 10 hours, 53 minutes. Third place, Destiny Squad, dungeon clear time, 13 hours, 34 minutes. Fourth place, Extreme Squad. Clear time, 16 hours, 33 minutes. They actually cleared it in just 1 hour. This level of dungeon clearing speed, compared to the speeds of the teams below, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Wait, is this clearing speed even reasonable for these two? If you say these two can clear the hell dungeon, that's normal, but this clearing speed, how is it so insane? Watching them clear it this fast makes me want to go suck up to them. The crowd watched the changes on the stone tablet, stunned. This is just too unreal. At that moment, Wang Yun and his companion emerged from within. This successful run elevated Wang Yun to level 14, while Rin Tianyun reached level 12. After clearing this hell difficulty dungeon, Wang Yun and Rin Tianyun found an unoccupied area, sat cross-legged, and began to rest. This wasn't because they were slacking off. Rather, it was because hell and nightmare difficulty dungeons had a 6-hour cooldown. As for easy difficulty dungeons, Wang Yun and Rin Tianyun didn't find them particularly worthwhile. So they simply waited outside for the instant's cooldown to end. The 6 hours passed quickly. After clearing the nightmare difficulty dungeon, Wang Yun and his partner plunged straight into the hell difficulty dungeon. They cleared both difficulty levels of Silent Isle. It took them just over 2 hours in total. We grinded through a normal difficulty Silent Isle, nearly killing ourselves in the process. But these two? They breezed through a hell difficulty Silent Isle like it's nothing. That's life, man. You get it, bro? Sigh, people really shouldn't compare themselves to others. The crowd murmured in collective awe. After defeating the final ferocious beast, Wang Yun reached level 16, while Ren Tianyun reached level 14. After emerging, Wang Yun had no intention of continuing into the instance. 2 reasons. The highest level beasts in this dungeon were only level 18. Even if Wang Yun continued inside, he wouldn't gain many more levels. The second reason was that it was already getting dark. After a full day of activity, Wang Yun needed some rest. But before resting, Wang Yun had to do some lottery draws first. Wang Yun opened his points panel. Points, 26,800. With that many points, more than enough for Wang Yun to pull off a 26-shot burst. Go! System! Wang Yun silently commanded in his mind. Ding! Successfully spent 260,000 points. System is drawing prizes for you. 26 entries successfully drawn, including 20 white entries, 3 green entries, and 3 blue entries. The system announced. Not bad. 3 blue entries. Wang Yun nodded. Entry name, Swift Firepower. Level, blue. Activation level, level 15. Description, activates a temporary 50% boost to firepower. Entry name, Frost Bullet. Grade, blue. Activation level, level 15. Description, when active, bullets fired will inflict frost damage. This effect drastically reduces the movement speed of hit enemies and causes them to take continuous damage over time. Entry name, Mortar. Rarity, blue. Activation level, level 15. Description, equipping this skill allows you to fire grenades that instantly create a 10-meter radius area of effect. All good stuff. This swift fire significantly boosts my firepower. The howitzer and frost bullets will be incredibly useful against large groups of beasts. Wang Yun remarked. Chapter 17, Zombie Town. After equipping all these entries, Wang Yun fell asleep. Early the next morning, he awoke to the sound of his alarm. Wang Yun roused Rin Tianyun. Let's go. We're heading to other instances. During his rest, Wang Yun had already made up his mind. He planned to head to a dungeon over 2 hours' journey from here. This instance was rated for levels 15 to 25. Most people wouldn't dare enter a dungeon of this level lightly. The dungeon was named Zombie Town. As the name suggested, every monster inside was a zombie. 1 hour later, Wang Yun and Rin Tianyun appeared amidst the ruins of a city. Countless high-rise ruins stood scattered throughout the urban wasteland. A fatally sinister aura permeated the air. Bro, I feel like it's freezing in here. Rin Tianyun suddenly rubbed his body. Arg! Suddenly, a terrifying zombie burst out from the ruins of a building. Common zombie. LV-15. Holy crap, how are there still zombies here? Rin Tianyun was startled by the sudden appearance of the zombie before him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yun pulled the trigger. Countless bullets instantly took down the already shambling zombie. Killed LV-15 zombie, points plus 140, experience plus 140. Be careful, there are zombies lurking around here. If you get bitten by one of these zombies, you'll probably turn into one too. Wang Yun warned. As they walked on, a large horde of zombies appeared ahead. 56 of them. And every single one was a level 15 zombie. If Wang Yun were to engage these zombies in close combat with cold weapons, he'd likely be surrounded by them in no time. Then meet his end in their jaws. Wang Yun unleashed full firepower. The Gatling gun spun rapidly. In just 7 or 8 minutes, he had slaughtered every last one of them. Successfully eliminated 56 zombies. Points plus 7,480, experience plus 7,480. The system panel flashed with the update. Wang Yun pressed forward. Along the way, he had to eliminate over 500 zombies. Finally, he reached a relatively intact skyscraper at the center of Zombie Town. The entrance to the Zombie Town instance was located within this very building. We already have 2 gold tier spirit weapons here. Now we need a ranged spirit weapon and a defensive spirit weapon. Any brothers interested? Our brute squad is bringing 5 melee spirit weapons. We're going to charge straight through, just need one more brother. Level 15 is all it takes. I've got 4 level 20 bruisers here. Just pay a little cash and you're in. Any brothers want to hop on board? Near the dungeon entrance, several groups were loudly recruiting members. When some spotted Wang Yun and his companion entering, their eyes lit up instantly. 1 level 16, 1 level 14. This was pure business opportunity. Hey, young guys, did you two just graduate high school? About to take the college entrance exams? Need our squad to take you both on a free run to grind monsters and level up? Rest assured, our rates are always fair, no rip-offs here. Tong Tian said with a grin. But no sooner had the words left his mouth, Wang Yun and Rin Tianyun vanished into the vortex of nightmare difficulty. Nightmare difficulty? Tong Tian witnessed this scene. He stopped giggling immediately. These two. How did they jump straight into nightmare difficulty? One's level 16, the other's level 14. They probably won't even stand a chance against a few zombies in the dungeon. Just wait, Tong Tian. These two will probably be crying their way out soon, begging us to take them back. Yan Dazhuang, Tong Tian's partner, walked over and said to him. MHM. Tong Tian nodded. They'd been running their operation here for years. They'd seen far too many people like this. Relying on a bit of talent, they'd rush into high difficulty dungeons beyond their level, only to emerge shortly afterward. They slinked out in disgrace. Just wait. These two youngsters managed to elevate their cultivation to this level just 2 days after the artifact spirit ceremony concluded. That's actually quite commendable, though they're a bit too cocky. Tong Tian added. Inside Zombie Town, Wang Yun and his companion had been teleported to a desolate wilderness. At the edge of the wilderness lay a desolate zombie town. Across the wasteland, zombies drifted like ghostly specters, floating across the field. Wang Yun intended to enter the zombie town and clear it. His primary task was to eliminate the over 200 zombies drifting across the wilderness. Die. A faint, savage grin curled the corners of Wang Yun's mouth. To the average person, these 200 zombies would be deadly. But to Wang Yun, these 200 plus slow-moving zombies were undoubtedly the perfect targets. They moved so slowly, one after another. What else could they be but living targets? Wang Yun pulled the trigger. One by one, the zombies collapsed swiftly to the ground. Killed one LV-15 zombie. Obtained 1 piece of zombie meat. Killed 1 LV-15 zombie, gained plus 140 EXP. Kill 10 zombies, gained plus 1400 EXP. Level plus 1. In just over 20 minutes, the over 200 zombies drifting across the wasteland all turned into cold corpses. Level 17 now. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. After clearing this zombie town, he estimated he could level up at least once more. No wonder they call him the boss. Over 200 zombies, and he dispatched them like they were nothing. Ren Tianyun praised. If he'd had to deal with these zombies himself, it probably wouldn't have taken more than a few minutes. He'd be killed by the zombies and turned into one himself. That was not an outcome he desired. But with Wang Yun by his side, it was a completely different story. All he needed to do was sit back and watch the show. It was incredibly peaceful. Soon, Wang Yun and his companion arrived at the entrance to the zombie town. Humans. No passage here. A 3-meter-tall giant zombie, wielding a battle axe, slowly emerged from a wooden hut near the town gate. Battle axe zombie. LV-17. What's it babbling about? Wang Yun couldn't be bothered to waste words on this zombie. Regardless of how many zombies there were, or how much bigger they were. For Wang Yun, with his limitless firepower, it was all the same. It was merely a matter of pulling the trigger a few more times. Bang! 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 1 minute later, the battle axe zombie crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Killed LV-17 battle axe zombie, EXP plus 160, points plus 160. After dispatching the battle axe zombie, Wang Yun successfully entered the zombie-infested town. The moment he entered the town, doors of dozens of nearby wooden houses instantly exploded outward, scattering into countless splinters. Over 40 battle-axe-wielding zombies burst forth from within. Their target was none other than. It was Wang Yun. Chapter 18, Zombie Night. Looking for death. Wang Yun roared in fury. Gripping the Gatling gun, he unleashed full firepower. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets poured forth. Wang Yun activated frost bullets, crimson state, and rapid fire on the fly. This significantly slowed down the speed of these battle-axe zombies. It must be said, these battle-axe zombies possessed remarkably sturdy health pools. Wang Yun activated the frost bullet trait, drastically slowing the zombies' movement. Allowing these zombies to get close to him would be disastrous. 15 minutes later, Wang Yun finally eliminated all the battle-axe zombies. Just to be safe, Wang Yun also swept through all the surrounding wooden huts. It would be disastrous if more zombies emerged from the cabins halfway through his journey. Only after confirming the surrounding cabins were completely clear of zombies did Wang Yun venture forward with renewed confidence. As he walked on, a 3-meter-tall, obese zombie appeared before Wang Yun. Its belly was extremely distended, as if something was hidden inside. Self-destructing zombie. LV-18. Level 18? Wang Yun stared at the zombie's stats panel, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. Is this a self-detonating zombie? How exactly does it self-destruct? Who cares how it self-destructs? Take a few shots from me first. Wang Yun gripped the Gatling gun, spinning its barrels at lightning speed. Bang bang bang. An endless stream of bullets surged toward the self-detonating zombie. In an instant, the dense hail of bullets riddled the suicide zombie with countless holes. Realizing its health was nearly depleted, the suicide zombie suddenly let out a piercing howl to the heavens. It let out wave after wave of agonized screams. Then, its entire body instantly exploded. It transformed into a terrifying wave of energy, surging outward in all directions. This shockwave. It surged out for dozens of meters. Fortunately, Wang Yun maintained a distance of over 100 meters from this self-detonating zombie. Thus, the explosion posed no threat to him. Holy crap, that exploding zombie's blast was way too powerful. Ren Tianyun exclaimed. Indeed, we need to keep a safe distance from these zombies. Otherwise, if a suicide zombie suddenly appears nearby, it could be disastrous. Wang Yun nodded in agreement. After advancing another 1,000 meters or so, a wooden tavern appeared before Wang Yun. One after another, suicide zombies emerged from within, drinking liquor as they walked out. There were over 30 of them. They mustn't be allowed to get close. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. These self-detonating zombies were tough as nails. It would take Wang Yun over 2 minutes to take down just one. Wang Yun immediately unleashed his frost bullets. The Gatling gun, now activated with this special feature, fired off a barrage of bullets, each carrying a frost effect. When struck by these frost bullets, their speed was drastically reduced. Excellent. Wang Yun saw that all the exploding zombies had slowed down considerably. He felt relieved. These suicide zombies were over 300 meters away from him. The blast radius of a self-detonating zombie was only a few dozen meters. As long as he kept them from closing within a few dozen meters, he would be safe. With the frost bullets slowing them down, Wang Yun calmly began eliminating them one by one. The experience points on Wang Yun's body kept flashing. Killed 1 LV-20 exploding zombie, EXP plus 180, points plus 180. Killed 1 LV-21 self-destruct zombie, EXP plus 180, points plus 180, zombie armor plus 1. Killed 1 LV-19 exploding zombie, EXP plus 180, points plus 180, zombie leather armor plus 1. 30 minutes later, Wang Yun successfully leveled up to level 19. Ren Tianyun, meanwhile, reached level 15. All the self-detonating zombies turned into fireworks, exploding one after another. The once level ground was instantly pockmarked with massive craters. The tavern that had once stood there was now completely flattened. After passing the tavern, Wang Yun and his companion walked for about half an hour, slaying countless more suicide zombies and battle-axe zombies along the way, until they finally encountered the boss of Zombie Town. The Zombie Knight. This level 25 boss stood over 3 meters tall. His entire body was cloaked in pitch-black armor. In his right hand, he gripped a gleaming white lance. Hovering around the Zombie Knight were over 20 level 22 zombie dogs. Oomph. I never expected anyone to make it this far. And they're a level 19 and a level 15, no less. I wonder what the hell my useless subordinates are doing. But it doesn't matter. I'll dispose of you both just the same. The Zombie Knight snorted coldly, with a wave of his hand. The next moment, over 20 zombie dogs lunged at Wang Yun, claws and fangs bared. These zombie dogs moved with astonishing speed. They were nothing like the slow-moving zombies he'd encountered earlier. Seeing this, Wang Yun immediately unleashed frost bullets and scorching flames. One side scorched with fire, the other froze with ice. It was truly a clash of ice and fire. This dual assault of ice and fire instantly reduced the zombie dog's speed by a significant margin. Then, Wang Yun activated Crimson State and Rapid Fire, significantly boosting his firepower. Seeing the zombie dog's speed reduced and huddled together, Wang Yun unleashed the grenade launcher skill. One after another, the shells roared out from the Gatling gun. Each time a shell struck the ground, it covered an area of 10 meters in all directions, causing violent explosions. Boom! 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 Minutes later, all the zombie dogs were dead. Congratulations! You have successfully eliminated over 20 level 22 zombie dogs. Experience points plus 5,750, points plus 5,750. Not a single one of them was useful. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself after all. The zombie knight frowned. He swung the long spear in his hand. Whoosh! A dazzling spear beam, like a brilliant meteor, traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily toward Wang Yun. Elemental Shield. Wang Yun instantly summoned an elemental shield, blocking the attack before him and absorbing the full force of the spear's momentum. I'll take your strike. Next, it's my turn. A faint smile touched the corner of Wang Yun's lips. Then he pulled the trigger. Endless bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour. They slammed heavily into every part of the zombie knight. The zombie knight couldn't move an inch. Holy? That much firepower? Are you kidding me? The zombie rider was beginning to regret provoking Wang Yun. Such intense firepower left him unable to move an inch. Forget attacking. He couldn't even run away. Chapter 19, Zombie Uprising? Several minutes later, the zombie knight lay utterly defeated in a pool of blood. Killed LV-25 Zombie Knight, EXP plus 550, points plus 550. Successfully cleared Nightmare Difficulty Zombie Town, EXP reward plus 8,430. Obtained Steelbook, Platinum Grade Steelbook, Zombie Grasp. Upon use, pulls all ferocious beasts within 100 meters to your location. Usage level, LV-16. After gaining such a massive amount of experience points, Wang Yun's level instantly jumped to 21, while Ren Tianyun reached level 16. Outside the instance, the Nightmare Difficulty Record Monument. The fastest clear record was instantly broken. And the top spot belonged to none other than Wang Yun's Xiaolong Bao squad. First place, Xiaolong Bao squad. Clear time, 2 hours, 43 minutes. Second place, Phoenix Squad. Clear time, 8 hours, 47 minutes. Third place, Tianhu Squad. Clear time, 12 hours, 56 minutes. The crowd resting outside the instance. Upon witnessing this scene, they were all stunned. 2 people cleared Nightmare Difficulty Zombie Town? And it only took them 2 hours and 43 minutes? Isn't that a bit too fast? And neither of them seems to be even level 20, right? How did they clear it at such low levels? The crowd murmured in astonishment. At that moment, Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun emerged from the dungeon. One at level 21, the other at level 16. Their levels had increased significantly since entering the dungeon. Did those two actually clear it? Tong Tian and Yan Dazhuang exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with utter disbelief. They had originally planned to help Wang Yun and the others level up. But seeing this outcome, there was no need for them to level up these two. Moreover, if they really had to level them up themselves, even clearing the easy difficulty Zombie Town, it would probably take over 10 hours. Let alone the Nightmare Difficulty Zombie Town. Even if you gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare step inside. No wonder those two completely ignored them back then. Let's go straight to Hell Difficulty Zombie Town. Wang Yun waved his hand and led Ren Tianyun back into the zombie town. What? They're not even taking a break? They're diving right back into the dungeon? And it's the Hell Difficulty Zombie Town? Do these two really treat Zombie Town like a shopping mall? Just barging right in like that? What level of artifact spirit did these two awaken? How did they manage to clear Zombie Town at this level? Yeah, normally clearing Hell Difficulty Zombie Town requires 5 fully equipped level 25 artifact spirit users. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Now, they had no doubt whatsoever. These two couldn't possibly clear this dungeon. Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun re-entered the dungeon. They appeared in a desolate wilderness. In Hell Difficulty Zombie Town, the number of beasts was naturally far greater than in Nightmare Difficulty Zombie Town. This wilderness was teeming with over 400 zombies. That was double the number of zombies in the previous Nightmare Difficulty Zombie Town. And they were all level 16 zombies. Wang Yun, however, remained unfazed. He simply kept pulling the trigger. Killed 13 level 16 zombies. Killed 23 LV-16 zombies. Obtained zombie blood plus 23. Killed 56 level 16 zombies. Obtained useless zombie meat plus 56. The system panel flashed incessantly before Wang Yun's eyes. In less than half an hour, Wang Yun had slaughtered them all. Then he swept through the area. He smoothly encountered the final zombie knight and his pack of over 50 zombie dogs. Gatling gun in hand, Wang Yun pulled the trigger without mercy. Killed LV-25 Zombie Knight, experience plus 750, points plus 750. Successfully cleared Nightmare Difficulty Zombie Town, EXP reward plus 12,450. Acquired skill book, Platinum Grade skill book, Fatal Fist. Upon use, consumes 10% stamina to unleash a devastating punch forward, dealing 10% of the target's maximum HP as damage. Usage level, LV-20. Death Punch? Wang Yun's eyelid twitched. This truly is trading one life for another. You lose 10% of your own health. Only then can you take 10% of the opponent's health. After clearing the Hell difficulty dungeon, Wang Yun leveled up again, reaching level 22. Ren Tianyun also gained a level, reaching level 17. Big bro, I'm level 17 now. Ren Tianyu exclaimed with a smile. Generally speaking, reaching level 5 before the college entrance exams was enough to get into a good university. Not to mention, Ren Tianyu was already at level 17. Level 17 is nothing. I'll take you all the way to level 20. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. It was only the third day, with 4 days left until the college entrance exams. Boosting his own level to 30 was more than manageable. For Wang Yun, his goal was not merely an ordinary university. He was determined to gain admission to the most prestigious university in their Dragon Nation, Longming Academy. And to gain admission to Longming Academy, one must be at least level 30. To be on the safe side, you'd need to be at level 35. To elevate one's level to 35 within a mere 7 days. They are the cream of the crop among geniuses from every city in the Dragon Nation. Each one was a king-tier artifact spirit. After Wang Yun and his companion emerged from the dungeon, once again drew the attention of the crowd. Because the two of them had once again shattered the dungeon's records. Once again. On the Hell difficulty record steal, the top spot had been overtaken. First place, Xiaolong Bao Squad, cleared the dungeon in 5 hours and 43 minutes. Second place, Bear Squad, cleared the dungeon in 15 hours and 47 minutes. Third place, Wild Bear Squad, cleared the dungeon in 20 hours and 56 minutes. Wang Yun and his partner cleared this Hell difficulty Zombie Town dungeon. It took them just over 5 hours. Meanwhile, the other teams below them had all taken at least 10 plus hours to clear the Hell difficulty. Man, it's enough to make you sick comparing yourself to others. I bet he'll be this year's top college entrance exam scorer in Pingyun province. That kid must have awakened a king-tier artifact spirit. What else could it be? Anyone with that kind of power must have a king-tier artifact spirit and a particularly powerful one at that. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Everyone envied Wang Yun intensely. Take a break for a moment. Wang Yun had been fighting for so long. He was getting a bit tired. It was time for a break. He might as well try his luck in the lottery while waiting for the dungeon cooldown to end. See if I can pull anything decent. Just as Wang Yun was about to rest, outside the building, a series of zombie roars suddenly echoed through the air. Chapter 20, All In. These waves of howls instantly jolted the 100+ people in the room back to alertness. What's going on? Why did the zombies in this area suddenly riot? And there are so many of them. It's not just a lot, there must be thousands of them. I swear there's more than a few thousand. All the zombies nearby are charging this way, and their numbers keep growing. It feels like we're about to face 10,000 of them. Witnessing this scene, the crowd murmured in disbelief. Those who had made it this far were actually quite formidable. But to eliminate so many zombies is no easy feat. Bro, how did so many zombies appear? What should we do? Ren Tianyun watched the scene unfold, his lips twitching involuntarily. So many zombies. If they break through, the people inside this building wouldn't be enough to feed them all. Damn it, take this sword. Lu Yashio spat out a curse as he stepped out of the building. Gripping his crimson greatsword, he swung it with all his might. A blade aura over 3 meters long. It shot out in all directions. The sword slashed through the air. It severed the heads of several zombies. Thud. Several zombies collapsed to the ground. Brothers, let's strike together and slaughter every last one of these zombies. Lu Yashio roared. Right on. Let's all attack together. Lu Yashio, at LV-26, was the highest level person present. His roar immediately drew a response from everyone in the arena. Instantly, everyone activated their artifact spirits, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. Bang! 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 In an instant, one corpse after another collapsed into pools of blood before the building. In just over 10 minutes, over 1,000 zombies were slain. Yet against the relentless tide of the undead horde, killing a mere 1,000 or so zombies was clearly a drop in the bucket. The remaining 9,000 zombies continued to advance relentlessly, closer and closer to the building where they were holed up. It wouldn't take half an hour for them to arrive. Holy? There are way too many zombies. If we let them get any closer, we'll be fighting them hand to hand. The crowd murmured in disbelief. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of crisis. I'll handle this. Wang Yun saw the situation and knew it was time for him to step in. He summoned his Gatling gun. Ha! This kid's weapon is a firearm? How much damage can a firearm really do to zombies? The crowd noticed Wang Yun had pulled out a firearm. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did this kid actually clear the hell difficulty zombie town with a heat weapon? However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened involuntarily. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun spun rapidly, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Instantly, one after another of the zombies in the arena fell into pools of blood. In just a few short minutes, Wang Yun had slaughtered over 1,000 zombies. Holy crap? What's going on? Can a firearm really pack that much punch? If I recall correctly, hot weapons can only awaken black iron grade spirit cores, right? You're telling me? This spirit that packs more firepower than over 100 of us is black iron tier? This thing's gotta be at least king tier. How the hell is it this damn powerful? The crowd watched as Wang Yun unleashed his full firepower. Their jaws dropped instantly. The firepower of this one individual was far more devastating than the combined spirit essences of over 100 of them. Another 10 minutes passed. Wang Yun had completely annihilated the remaining 8,000 zombies in the arena. Before the building, countless zombie corpses piled up in an instant. It was truly a scene of corpses strewn everywhere. And the instigator of all this was none other than Wang Yun, who had only awakened his spirit artifact a few days prior. The others present were utterly dumbfounded. Does this kid not have a mana bar? How can this heat weapon last so long? Yeah, he's been firing non-stop for over 10 minutes. This Gatling gun is just too overpowered. One person took out all those zombies in just over 10 minutes. The crowd murmured in astonishment. They had assumed these zombies would soon storm into the building and engage in a life or death struggle with them. What they never could have imagined was someone could single-handedly kill every last one of them. The crowd's gaze toward Wang Yun was instantly filled with respect. This kid will surely become a household name throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Bro, your firepower keeps getting more intense. Ren Tianyun praised. Who could disagree? Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. After reaching level 22, Wang Yun's strength saw another significant leap. Forget over 10,000 zombies. Even if tens of thousands more zombies appeared, for Wang Yun, it would be a piece of cake. After completing all this, Wang Yun acted as if nothing had happened. He pulled out his sleeping bag, found an empty corner, and lay down. Wang Yun opened his points panel. Points, 1,653,462. Over 1,000,000 points. His points instantly dropped to just 462. This could easily fund over 1,000 consecutive pulls. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. So many consecutive pulls. He was sure to get some great loot. System, go all in for me. Wang Yun silently commanded in his mind. Ding. 1653 successful draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1620 white entries, 20 green entries, 11 blue entries, 1 purple entry, and 1 orange entry. The system announced. Oh my god, why so many white entries? Wang Yun's eyelid twitched. He certainly didn't want that many white entries. But thankfully, not all of them were white entries. He did get some good stuff. Like orange entries. And purple entries. Entry name, time freeze. Rarity, orange. Required level, 20. Description, activates a 10-second time freeze within a 100-meter radius. Cooldown, 3 hours. Holy crap. No wonder it's an orange tier skill. Don't underestimate just 10 seconds of stasis. It could potentially save your life. Wang Yun then opened the description for the purple entry. Entry name, laser beam. Level, purple. Required level, 20. Description, upon activation, unleashes a laser beam extending up to 100 meters. The beam possesses immense destructive power. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This is another great one. Wang Yun remarked. With this laser beam skill in hand, Wang Yun will be able to handle large groups of ferocious beasts. He would be able to handle them with greater ease. Next, Wang Yun scanned the blue entries. Chapter 21, The Man in Black. There were 11 blue entries in total. Some boosted attack power, while others increased attack speed. For Wang Yun, most of them were useful. But the most valuable entry was this one. Item name, Precision Strike. Grade, Blue. Required level, 20. Description, after activating this skill, landing 5 consecutive hits on the same target increases attack power by 30%. Just 5 consecutive hits can boost your attack rate by 30%. Don't underestimate just 30%. With Wang Yun's Gatling gun's firing rate, this represents a significant boost to his combat effectiveness. Next, Wang Yun scanned over 20 green entries. These green entries were far less impressive. However, one green entry proved relatively useful. Entry name, Vine Entanglement. Level, Green. Required level, 20. Entry description, upon activation, summons vines to entangle the opponent. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This ability is quite impressive. Wang Yun nodded. As for the other white entries, Wang Yun merely gave them a cursory glance. He couldn't be bothered to look further. Some white entries even had negative effects. Wang Yun had no desire to look at them at all. After finishing the inventory, Wang Yun went to sleep. The sky had already grown dark. And after a busy day, he was feeling quite tired. The cooldown for this Zombie Town instance was 2 hours longer than the previous Silent Island instance, totaling 8 hours. Perfect for a solid 8 hours of sleep. 8 hours later, Wang Yun's alarm clock woke him up. Wang Yun promptly roused Ren Tianyun, who was still dozing beside him. Get up, it's time to enter the instance. Wang Yun patted Ren Tianyun on the head as he spoke. Ah, big bro. You sure are up early. Though still groggy, Ren Tianyun said nothing. After all, these were the days leading up to the college entrance exams. He had to make the most of every moment. Today was already the 4th day. Wang Yun took Ren Tianyun straight into the Hell difficulty dungeon. They cleared it in just over 3 hours. After clearing Hell difficulty, it took them just over an hour to clear Nightmare difficulty. As for the remaining difficulty levels, Wang Yun didn't even glance at them. This guy is truly a monster. How long did it even take him to clear 2 difficulty levels of Zombie Town? Honestly, comparing yourself to him is just depressing. Who can argue with that? If I had half his skill, I wouldn't be stuck grinding materials for a living. The crowd murmured in astonishment. After clearing Zombie Town once on both Hell and Nightmare difficulties, after Wang Yun finished clearing the zombie horde, he had already reached level 23. After clearing Zombie Town twice, his level shot straight up to 26, while Ren Tianyun climbed to 18. Level, LV 26. Strength, 350 plus 300. Stamina, 348 plus 100. Speed, 345 plus 300. Spirit, 340 plus 150. Points, 204,480. Wang Yun opened his personal attribute panel. The first set of stats represented Wang Yun's base attributes, while the latter reflected equipment enhancements. Compared to his level 16 stats before entering this zombie town, the improvements were substantial. It must be said, Wang Yun's leveling progress had been remarkably swift. In just one day, he had climbed 10 levels. The Zombie Town instance was rated for levels 15 to 25. So Wang Yun was preparing to switch to another instance. Staying here to grind this dungeon wouldn't yield many more levels. Wang Yun pulled out a map and began searching for nearby dungeons. After searching for a few minutes, Wang Yun locked onto a dungeon suitable for his leveling needs. Skeleton Castle. The beasts inside this dungeon ranged from LV 25 to LV 30. It was roughly over 3 hours' journey from here. It was quite a distance. By the time Wang Yun arrived, it was already late afternoon. Suddenly, Wang Yun received a message about the party being disbanded. Huh? Why did you leave the party? Wang Yun asked in surprise. Bro, I don't want to hold you back any longer. You've already brought me this far, and I'm perfectly satisfied. Ren Tianyun smiled. He was already level 18 now. Even if he did nothing else, he could still get into a very good university during the college entrance exams. Alright. Be careful out there on your own. Remember to come back to the city when the exams are about to start. Don't be late under any circumstances. Wang Yun didn't refuse. Because the greater the level gap between two teammates, the less experience the lower level player would gain. Moreover, Wang Yun would have to constantly protect Ren Tianyun during the teaming process. This arrangement offered little benefit to either of them. After exchanging a few words with Ren Tianyun, Wang Yun followed the map's guidance toward the skeleton castle. Along the way, he dispatched dozens more zombies before finally escaping the town's territory. Gradually, a dense forest appeared before Wang Yun. This forest covered an incredibly vast area. Its edges were lost to the eye. At the entrance to Qingyun Mountain Peak, lay deep within this forest. Gripping his Gatling gun, Wang Yun stepped into the forest. Not long after entering the woods, a skeleton wielding a machete appeared before him, advancing toward him. LV 25. Cleaver Skeleton. Damn, even these low-level monsters are level 25. Wang Yun remarked. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The skeleton was riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Along the way, Wang Yun had slain over 100 skeletons. Over 1,000 meters away, a 100-meter-tall ancient castle appeared. The entrance to Qingyun Peak lay within this ancient castle. Finally, we're almost there. Wang Yun had been walking for 2 hours. Killing these zombies wasn't particularly tiring for Wang Yun. But carrying the Gatling gun for so long had left him somewhat weary. Wang Yun wielded the Gatling gun with no recoil whatsoever. But that doesn't mean Wang Yun doesn't have to carry any weight when using the Gatling gun. Suddenly, Wang Yun noticed that dozens of meters away, a dozen or so men were chasing a woman. Don't see me, don't see me. Wang Yun concealed himself behind a tree. Wang Yun wasn't one to start trouble. But he didn't seek trouble either. Heroic rescues? Wang Yun couldn't care less about that sort of thing. However, a loud thud echoed. After a fierce battle with the dozen or so men behind her, her entire body flew backward like a right on target. She was knocked flying directly in front of Wang Yun. Holy! Wang Yun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by a dozen whistling sounds cutting through the air. A dozen figures clad in black appeared in the arena. Each of these figures wielded razor-sharp cold weapons, their eyes fixed intently on Wang Yun. Hey, I was just passing by. You believe me? Wang Yun blinked and said. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. One of the figures replied coldly. Fair enough. Wang Yun nodded. These black-clad figures were hunting someone down. Therefore, anyone who witnessed it, they would eliminate them. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle with the Black-Cloaked Assassins. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Yun drew his Gatling gun and aimed it at one of the black-clad figures. Ha! What the hell is this thing? A firearm? Kid, are you kidding us? The black-clad men burst into laughter upon seeing Wang Yun draw the Gatling gun. As everyone knows, firearms have a 99% chance of being only black iron grade. What use is a black iron grade spirit? Nothing but trash. I can't be bothered wasting words on this piece of trash. Watch me slice him in half with one blow. A black-clad figure gripping a long blade sneered coldly. He took a step forward. He swung a devastating blow. The blade flashed with a sharp gleam mid-air, aiming straight for Wang Yun's neck. Run now! You're no match for them. The woman lying on the ground called out a warning. Run? Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. The next moment, he pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun spun rapidly. Bullets poured down onto the long blade. Bang! 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 The moment it made contact, the blade was instantly knocked flying by the hail of bullets. What the hell? The black-clad man wielding the blade's pupils suddenly contracted. This was merely a spirit of a hot weapon. How could it possess such immense power? Was this even possible? Before the long-bladed black-clad figure could ponder further, bullets poured forth like a tidal wave, engulfing him. The long sword-wielding black-clad figure died. Killed level 26 weapon spirit user. Experience plus 270, points plus 270. Wait, what the hell is going on? When did these firearms gain such devastating power? Hao Feng is a level 30 artifact spirit user, how could he possibly lose to a mere level 26 guy? The other black-clad figures in the arena all wore expressions of utter disbelief. This was simply too unbelievable. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they'd never believe it. Grab your weapons and take him down. I refuse to believe this kid, no matter how skilled he is, could take on all of us at once. The leader of the black-clad men gave the order. At his command, the rest of the black-clad figures surged forward. Bang! 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 One by one, the bodies of the black-clad men flew backward instantly. In the blink of an eye, 5 black-clad figures lay dead. That firepower is insane. We can't even get close to him. What grade of spirit essence powers this firearm? The remaining black-clad figures attempted to close in on Wang Yun, only to discover they couldn't get anywhere near him. The bullets erupting from Wang Yun's Gatling gun were incredibly swift and dense. The moment they tried to charge forward, they were met with a hail of bullets. This kid is that fierce? The woman on the ground blinked in astonishment at the scene. Each of these black-clad figures was at least level 30. And their weapon spirits were all golden grade. Yet this kid before them, barely level 25, was sweeping through the field with such overwhelming force, crushing so many black-clad figures. What the hell is his background? Damn it, I'm done for. Blood Ignition's secret art. Meteor sword technique. A black-clad figure wielding a long sword suddenly burst into a raging inferno. In an instant, the aura emanating from him surged relentlessly upward. He had just leveled up from LV30 to LV35. This blood-igniting secret art could temporarily boost one's strength by 5 levels. But the cost was immense. This will instantly drain 80% of his health. Whoosh! The black-clad figure vanished from the spot like a whirlwind sweeping away debris. When his figure reappeared, he was already behind Wang Yun. A sword slash came crashing down, like a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky, slicing through the air. Got him! The leader's eyes flashed with excitement. The sword-wielding black-clad figure possessed such explosive power that even a level 25 spirit artifact user would struggle to withstand it. Even a level 40 spirit artifact user would struggle to withstand it. Yet, Wang Yun activated the rusted bayonet. As the Gatling gun sprouted the bayonet, he made slight contact with the black-clad figure. The next instant, with a loud bang, the sword-wielding figure in black flew backward like a. He was sent flying backward hundreds of meters. He crashed heavily onto the ground, reduced to a pulp. Damn it! The leader of the black-clad men witnessed this scene. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. This kid didn't seem to have used any skills at all. He had simply relied on the power of the artifact spirit to knock the black-clad swordsman flying. This is just too damn unreal. What the hell level is this artifact spirit? It can directly leap over so many tiers. Cross-tier combat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Wang Yun's Gatling gun in his hand continued its relentless barrage. Within mere minutes, corpses of black-clad figures littered the ground. In an instant, only the leader of the black-clad figures remained. This black-clad figure was a level 37. He could easily dodge Wang Yun's Gatling gun attacks with his agile speed. What a bunch of useless trash. How could they all be dead in just a few minutes? The leader of the black-clad figures twisted his lips in a sneer. This kid's strength is ridiculously formidable. And his firepower seems endless. By now, the woman had recovered most of her strength and was able to rise from the ground. Oh, don't worry, I'll send you down to meet your colleagues soon. Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun's barrel at him. Oomph. You really think I'm one of those useless fools? I just wasn't taking you seriously before. That's why you're still alive. The leader of the black-clad men snorted coldly. Sword slash the heavens. The leader drew a broadsword radiating an ancient aura. He swung it with all his might. A dazzling blade aura tore through the void, hurtling straight toward Wang Yun. Boy, meet your end. This is a platinum-grade skill book. I once used it to slay a level 40 artifact spirit user, surpassing my own tier. And you're just a measly level 26 artifact spirit user. A cold smile curled the lips of the leader in black. He didn't give Wang Yun the slightest bit of respect. Then let's see how your new skill works. Wang Yun activated the grenade launcher skill. Boom! A grenade was fired from the Gatling gun barrel. Boom! The grenade slammed heavily into the blade aura. The immense impact shattered the blade aura into countless fragments scattered across the sky. What the hell, buddy? The leader of the black-clad men froze in place, as if turned to stone. This was his ultimate skill. How could it be shattered like slicing a watermelon? If you suck, just practice more. Wang Yun chuckled. Then he pulled the trigger again, firing the grenade launcher. Chapter 23, Taking Out the Bald Giant. Several grenades slammed heavily into the body of the leader in black. The leader was instantly blown apart into a cloud of blood mist. After eliminating the black-clad figures, Wang Yun moved forward to inspect their corpses. Upon killing them, the skill books and equipment they carried would all drop. These dozen or so black-clad figures carried quite a few valuable items. The dragon coins alone totaled over 2 million. There were also several skill books. However, these skill books were barely worth mentioning to Wang Yun. Yet one skill book, titled Qingyun Step, proved genuinely useful to Wang Yun. Qingyun Step. Skill book, Qingyun Step. Required level, LV24. Grade, Platinum. Effect, after using this skill, you can leap over a distance of more than 200 meters. Platinum grade. And it's an escape skill, no less. Thank you. The woman beside him looked at Wang Yun and said, "You're welcome." Wang Yun waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't that he'd actively sought to save her. It was mainly because these black-clad men had come looking for him, so he had no choice but to save her. By the way, you seem pretty strong. Want to team up with me? I plan to run the dungeon at Skull Castle next. The woman continued. Wang Yun looked at the woman. It must be said. She was exceptionally beautiful. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, she possessed a slender figure and a delicate oval face. But that alone. Wang Yun definitely wouldn't team up with her. Why would he bring her along for no reason? I refuse. Wang Yun shook his head. I can give you 3 million yuan. But I need one specific material dropped by the final boss. The woman suddenly interjected. I want cash. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. If she was willing to pay, it wasn't out of the question. Then, the woman transferred 3 million yuan to Wang Yun. She's loaded. Wang Yun beamed with delight. For him, clearing a dungeon was no big deal. So bringing someone along was no big deal. My name is Xia Yuan Lu. The woman said. All right. Wang Yun nodded. By the way, why are they hunting you down? Wang Yun asked curiously. Members of our rival clan saw me traveling alone, so they figured they'd come kill me. Xia Yuanlu shrugged helplessly. Clans. Wang Yun knew that large clans existed in this world. Pointless questions. Wang Yun didn't bother asking further. Soon, Wang Yun and his companion entered the ancient castle. Inside the ancient castle, quite a few people had already gathered. They had all come to run the dungeon. Others were there to guide newcomers through the levels. A bald, burly man spotted Xia Yuanlu. His eyes lit up. Hey, sis, why did you come here alone? 2 people clearing this skeleton castle? That's basically impossible. Want me to help you level up? The bald giant grinned broadly. Yeah, sis. We've got 4 people here. The bald giant's companions joined in with equally sinister grins. The bald man laughed while openly staring at Xia Yuanliu's lower body. TSK, little sister, your legs look so smooth. Just let me touch them once, and Big Brother will help you level up. How about it? The bald man chuckled. Get lost. Xia Yuanlu frowned. Where did this creep come from? Take care of him. Xia Yuanlu turned to Wang Yun and said. Got it. Wang Yun also found the bald giant utterly repulsive. Then he pulled out the Gatling gun, aiming it squarely at the bald giant's head. Ha ha ha. Kid. You think brandishing some crappy firearm will scare me? The bald giant roared with laughter. He didn't take Wang Yun's threats seriously at all. Yeah, what kind of damage can a hot weapon do? Kid, do you really think we're scared easily? Let me give you some advice, you can still get out of here now. The bald giant's accomplices approached, their voices cold and menacing. Get lost. Wang Yun roared, spinning the Gatling gun. A torrent of bullets poured into the bald man's chest. The bald giant was sent flying dozens of meters away. This ing hurts. The bald giant cursed. Though the blow didn't kill him, it had severely wounded him. A few more hits like that, and he'd be dead for sure. Holy? Does a Gatling gun pack that much punch? Is this even the firearm I know? The others stared in stunned silence. This seemed nothing like the firearms they knew. You see? The bald giant was a level 30 weapon spirit user. And what level was this brat before him? A mere level 26. A level 26 artifact spirit user instantly defeating a level 31, does that even make sense? Ha ha ha, that bald bastard's been bullying newbies around here forever. Looks like he finally met his match. But you gotta hand it to him, that kid's got some serious skills. I reckon he'll do exceptionally well on the college entrance exams this year. The other spirit artifact masters in the arena burst into laughter. They'd always disliked the bald giant, but they'd never dared to act against him due to his team's overwhelming strength. Kill him for me. Hearing the taunts from nearby, the bald giant felt his pride wounded. He immediately gave the order. The 4 henchmen of the bald giant swiftly drew their respective weapon spirits and charged toward Wang Yun. You're asking for death. A cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Yun's lips. Since these men sought to kill him, he wouldn't blame them for being ruthless. Wang Yun wasn't a bloodthirsty man, but if someone tried to kill him, he certainly wouldn't let them off. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour. They struck the bodies of these artifact spirits. Boom! 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 The artifact spirits were sent flying backward, landing beside the bald giant. Unlike the bald giant who still clung to life, these individuals had all turned into lifeless corpses. His body was riddled with countless holes. Holy crap! Is this guy that strong? No way he actually knocked that bald giant flying? He managed to clear this dungeon so soon after his spirit awakening ceremony. He must have awakened an extraordinary spirit. The crowd murmured in astonishment. After dispatching these artifact spirit users, Wang Yun slowly approached the bald giant. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me, okay? The bald giant now bore not a trace of his earlier imposing demeanor. He was utterly terrified. You don't know you're wrong. You only know you're about to die. Wang Yun shook his head. Then he pulled the trigger. Thud. The bald giant collapsed into a pool of blood. After that, Wang Yun led Xia Yuanlu straight into the nightmare difficulty skeleton castle. A level 26 and a level 25 just walked into skeleton castle like that? Yeah, this skeleton castle is rated for beasts between levels 25 and 30. Aren't these two planning to find another 2 people to go in together? The artifact spirits present watched the scene unfold, murmuring their doubts. Chapter 24, Skeleton Castle. The moment they entered the instance, Wang Yun and his companion were instantly transported to a desolate clearing. The sky above this clearing was a blood-red hue. Crows of all kinds flew through the sky, occasionally letting out shrieks. Several hundred meters ahead of the clearing stood a 100-meter-tall castle exuding an ancient aura. This castle was the Skeleton Castle. To enter it, one must first eliminate all 70+ level 20 skeletons scattered around its exterior. Begin your performance. Xia Yuanlu chuckled. All right. Wang Yun picked up the Gatling gun and aimed it at the skeletons. A sweeping burst. Half an hour later, all the skeletons had been killed by Wang Yun. Killed 78 level 20 skeletons, experience plus 15,600, points plus 15,600. Damn, that Gatling gun is brutal. Xia Yuanlu couldn't help but exclaim. If she had taken action, she could have easily dealt with these skeletons too. But to eliminate them so cleanly and efficiently? Absolutely impossible. Not bad. Wang Yun chuckled. Then he stepped forward and pushed open the gates of the skeleton castle. Creak. The heavy doors of the skeleton castle swung open under Wang Yun's push. The moment he stepped inside, the skeletons in the first floor hall instantly fixed their gaze upon Wang Yun. Over 200 skeletons surged toward Wang Yun like a tidal wave. Tap 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 tap. Moments later, these 200 skeletons lay scattered across the floor as lifeless corpses. Killed 234 level 20 skeletons. Experience plus 46,800. Points plus 46,800. After dispatching these skeletons, a skeleton captain wielding a spear leapt down from the second floor. Skeleton captain. LV-22. Kid, you actually managed to kill so many of my men. You've got some skill. But you. The skeleton captain's threat remained unfinished. A torrent of bullets poured forth. Killed level 22 skeleton captain. Wang Yun struck him down instantly. Talk too much. As he passed the skeleton captain's corpse, Wang Yun kicked it aside before heading upstairs. Countless skeletons lined the second floor corridor, advancing toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun instantly killed every skeleton along the way. He reached the castle's rooftop with ease. The boss of the skeleton castle awaited him there. Wang Yun pushed open the rooftop doors and stepped outside. There, a giant skeleton clad in armor stood towering not far away. This colossal skeleton stood a full 10 meters tall. Its silver-white armor gleamed brilliantly under the sun's rays. The crimson spear in its grasp was razor-sharp. Beside the colossal skeleton stood over 200 skeleton foot soldiers and more than 100 skeleton captains. Armored skeleton. LV-30. Oh, you actually made it this far. But your journey ends right here. Kill him. The armored skeleton commanded. At his command, the skeletons surged toward Wang Yun like a tidal wave. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yun unleashed full firepower and activated his skill. Crimson State. Flame Scorch. Swift Firepower. Frost Bullets. Grenade Launcher. A barrage of skills and abilities activated in an instant. In an instant, these skeletons were like toys. Instantly annihilated. Only the armored skeleton remained, staring in disbelief. Does your Gatling gun not consume mana? How can it last so long? Xia Yuanlu couldn't help but marvel. Sky Strike. The armored skeleton clenched its right hand tightly around the spear it held. Then, aiming at Wang Yun, it thrust forward with a sudden, fierce jab. The spear in its hand shot forward like a missile, hurtling toward Wang Yun at breakneck speed. Wang Yun remained unperturbed, merely raising his Gatling gun slightly higher. A terrifying wave of bullets shattered the spear, sending it flying several meters away. The spear landed several meters away from Wang Yun. It caused him no harm whatsoever. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yun immediately aimed the Gatling gun at the armored skeleton. Though the armored skeleton possessed formidable defenses, under Wang Yun's relentless barrage, cracks began appearing in its armor within minutes. Then it shattered completely. That was brutal. Xia Yuanliu's lips twitched. This nightmare difficulty boss. Before Wang Yun, it was no different from a mere minion. Within minutes, it was effortlessly obliterated. Defeated boss LV-30 armored skeleton. Experience plus 3,000, points plus 3,000. Equipment obtained, platinum grade silver armor, materials, skeleton hand, shattered skeleton, skeleton necklace. Successfully cleared nightmare difficulty skeleton castle, EXP plus 30,000, points plus 30,000. After clearing this dungeon, Wang Yun's level reached 27. Xia Yuanlu, standing nearby, advanced from level 25 to level 26. Give me that skull necklace. I have use for it. Xia Yuanlu said. Sure. Wang Yun didn't refuse. They had agreed earlier that he would give her the boss's materials. Besides, the material held no practical use for him. After clearing the dungeon, Wang Yun led Xia Yuanlu out. Holy crap? Those two just walked out like that? It's only been a little over 3 hours, right? Look, the nightmare difficulty record stele has refreshed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The record stone monument tracking nightmare difficulty stood nearby. First place none other than Wang Yun's Xiaolong Bao squad. First place, Xiaolong Bao squad. Clear time, 3 hours 27 minutes. Second place, Phoenix squad. Clear time, 13 hours 53 minutes. Third place, Red Fong squad. Clear time, 16 hours 44 minutes. Everyone else took over 10 hours, but how did these two manage to clear it in just 3 hours? That speed is just too unreal, isn't it? What level is that Gatling's artifact spirit? Could it be a sovereign tier artifact spirit? I wouldn't rule it out. The crowd buzzed with whispers. After clearing this nightmare difficulty dungeon, Wang Yun turned to Xia Yuanlu and asked, do you still want me to level up for you? I plan to run it again. Hell difficulty Skeleton Town. Aren't you going to rest for a bit and wait for your skills to recharge? Xia Yuanlu didn't doubt for a moment that Wang Yun could lead her through hell difficulty Skeleton Town. No need. Wang Yun shook his head. Alright. Xia Yuanlu transferred another 3 million. After receiving the payment, Wang Yun led Xia Yuanlu back into Skeleton Town. What? Those two went back in? They entered the hell difficulty mode of Skeleton Town? Do these two really never need to rest? The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Chapter 25, Skeleton Dragon. After re-entering the hell difficulty Skeleton Castle, the number of skeletons in the wilderness before the castle had doubled. Over 140 skeleton soldiers. The moment Wang Yun and his companion appeared, the skeleton soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave. Rat-a-tat-tat. Facing the relentless onslaught of skeleton soldiers, Wang Yun calmly pulled the trigger. Moments later, all the skeleton soldiers had turned into corpses, collapsing onto the ground. Successfully eliminated 143 skeleton soldiers. After eliminating the skeleton soldiers, Wang Yun pushed open the gates of the skeleton castle once more. He swept through the entire castle. He reached the top floor of the skeleton castle with remarkable ease. He encountered the armored skeletons once more. A torrent of bullets poured forth. The armored skeleton and its surrounding skeletal minions all turned into cold corpses. What level is your artifact spirit? How can its firepower be so intense? Upon witnessing Wang Yun slay the hell-tier armored skeleton, Xia Yuanlu exclaimed in astonishment. Though she had long witnessed Wang Yun's prowess, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Take a guess. Wang Yun smiled. He said no more. Successfully cleared hell difficulty skeleton castle. Experience points plus 50,000, points plus 50,000. Wang Yun and his companions' figures soon reappeared outside the dungeon. After clearing hell difficulty, Wang Yun reached level 28, while Xia Yuanlu reached level 27. What? They cleared it that fast? How come clearing this dungeon feels like child's play for them? Yeah, didn't they just clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon? How did they clear the hell difficulty so fast? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Staring at the hell difficulty record stone, which had been broken once again, they gaped in disbelief. First place, Xialong Bao Squad, members, 2. Clear time, 5 hours and 43 minutes. In such a short time, they actually cleared the hell difficulty skeleton castle. And with only 2 people. Such speed is truly unheard of. After clearing both instances twice, Wang Yun found a corner to rest. Clearing these 2 instances had taken over 9 hours. Wang Yun was feeling pretty worn out too. Leaning against the wall, he opened his personal interface. Level, LV28. Strength, 370 plus 300. Stamina, 368 plus 100. Speed, 365 plus 300. Spirit, 360 plus 150. Points, 1087, 500. Attributes have been slightly enhanced. What's important is, over 1 million more points. Time for another 1,000 pulls. System, go all in for me. Wang Yun thought to himself. Ding. 1,087,000 points successfully deducted. 500 points remaining. 1,087 entries successfully drawn. The system announced. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing 950 white entries. 80 green entries, 50 blue entries, 6 purple entries, and 1 gold entry. The system continued. A golden entry? Wang Yun's eyes lit up at this. He immediately checked the panel for this golden entry. Entry name, Ultra Long Range Cannon. Rarity, Orange. Activation level, level 26. Description, upon activation, your weapon fires a cannon projectile capable of striking targets over 10,000 meters away. Cooldown, 24 hours. Whoa! That powerful? Wang Yun exclaimed in surprise. With this skill, Wang Yun could now directly take the enemy general's head. This is just too awesome. Then Wang Yun examined these 6 purple entries. These 6 purple entries were all incredibly useful. But the most valuable one for Wang Yun was this. Entry name, Insightful Heavenly Eye. Grade, Purple. Activation level, level 26. Description, after using this entry, you can observe objects over 10,000 meters away and lock onto targets. Cooldown, 1 hour. This entry, and the ultra-long-range cannon, are an absolute match made in heaven. Otherwise, even if Wang Yun could unleash attacks from 10,000 meters away, but if he can't see the target, it would be useless. As for the other blue and green attributes, there are plenty of useful ones. Some boost attack speed, while others increase critical hit rate. They provided Wang Yun with significant enhancements. With so many stat lines now available, Wang Yun's critical strike chance had long since reached 100%. His critical damage has also reached 130%. Therefore, not every single stat needs to be of immense value to Wang Yun. Even a slight benefit allows Wang Yun to accumulate these effects into a substantial advantage. Roar! Suddenly, outside the ancient castle, a deafening roar echoed through the air. What's going on? How could such a massive roar come from there? Aren't there only skeletons outside this castle? How could such a massive beast roar be possible? The crowd murmured in confusion. Many stepped outside the ancient castle to investigate the situation. Wang Yun followed the crowd out of the castle. They discovered, in an open area several hundred yards away from the castle, 100-meter-long skeleton dragon had appeared, coiled across the clearing like a small hill. Its claws on both hands were razor-sharp. They emitted a dazzling, blinding light into the air. Its tail, stretching behind it, resembled a peerless spear as if it could effortlessly tear apart everything in this world. LV-30. Skeleton Dragon. World Boss. World Boss. We're incredibly lucky to encounter a world boss today. If we take it down here today, we'll probably get some awesome loot. The group grew excited. This skeleton dragon wasn't very high level, only level 30. But because it was a world boss, its health pool was incredibly thick. But so what? As long as its level isn't high, its attack power won't be absurdly high either. Therefore, with enough time invested, he could be worn down and defeated. Upon seeing the skeleton dragon appear, the crowd poured out of the ancient castle. No one wanted to farm the loot inside the skeleton castle anymore. Entering a dungeon like the skeleton castle was dangerous and time-consuming. Unlike this world boss, where everyone can chip in together. Moreover, as long as you participate, you'll receive rewards based on the damage you dealt to the world boss. It was both effortless and rewarding. Who wouldn't be tempted? Are you going? Xia Yuanlu looked at Wang Yun and asked. Yeah. Wang Yun nodded. Both the Hell and Nightmare difficulty skeleton castles were currently on cooldown. Wang Yun wasn't interested in easy mode dungeons either. Naturally, they had to go face this world boss. Then I'm coming too, Xia Yuanlu said. Soon after, Wang Yun and the others followed the main group's pace, arriving at the skeleton dragon's side. You damned humans, all of you die. The skeleton dragon, upon seeing the large group of humans emerge, immediately began spewing flames from its maw. Boom! A massive fireball roared forth. Chapter 26, The Star Guild. This scorching fireball crashed down with tremendous force, crashing directly into the crowd, sending several people flying backward. Yet moments later, countless blades of energy surged forth from the crowd, slamming heavily into the skeleton dragon's body. There were over 40 people in the arena. Not only could they handle a single world boss, but even if one or two more appeared, the sheer numbers present could grind them down to death. In no time at all, the world boss's health bar had plummeted by more than half. The aura emanating from the skeleton dragon suddenly surged to an overwhelming intensity. This signaled the skeleton dragon was about to enter its second phase. Accompanied by the dragon's deafening roars, skeleton knights wielding long spears appeared around the dragon. Skeleton Knight. LV-28. Each of these skeleton knights is level 28. There were over 30 of them. For a moment, the group was thrown into a flurry of activity. Were thrown into a fluster. Die! Wang Yun, seeing this, immediately aimed his gun at the skeleton knights. A torrent of bullets poured forth. One by one, the skeleton knights fell to the ground. Holy? How's this kid got such heavy firepower? How is he like he's cheating? Yeah, it takes me at least a few minutes to take down a single skeleton knight, but this kid just insta-killed them in seconds? The crowd gasped in shock. Within mere minutes, all the skeleton knights had been instantly wiped out by Wang Yun. Everyone once again focused all their firepower on the skeleton dragon. Truthfully, even without these allies, Wang Yun could have easily defeated the skeleton dragon alone. But Wang Yun wasn't made of steel. Therefore, he still needed the others to draw its fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't do for him to get knocked back hundreds of meters only to crawl back and keep fighting. That would be such a hassle. Half an hour later. Finally, through everyone's combined efforts, the skeleton dragon's health bar was finally nearing depletion. Guys, increase firepower. Got it. This skeleton dragon is about to die. The crowd grew excited. Just as they prepared to finish off the skeleton dragon, suddenly, a series of piercing whistles cut through the air. In an instant, over 30 figures materialized in the arena. Everyone, stand down. This skeleton dragon is now reserved for our Starry Sky Guild. The leader, clad in black robes, roared angrily. Every one of these 30-plus individuals possessed considerable strength. All were at level 30. The leader in black robes had reached level 35. Most of the people in the arena were only in their 20s. Resisting these guild members was practically impossible. Damn it, you Star Guild bastards, what the hell do you think you're doing? Exactly. We worked our asses off for half a day to take down that world boss, and now you show up and want to steal all our credit? With all of you here, can you even afford a single billion? The crowd roared in anger. The reward system for this world boss dictated that only players attacking the boss within dozens of meters of its death would receive loot. If they get pushed out of range, all the rewards they earned from attacking the boss would be forfeited. And these guild members would take those rewards instead. I'll say this one last time. You bastards, are you leaving or not? A crimson katana materialized in the black-robed man's right hand. It radiated an intensely sharp aura. Like hell, I'm leaving. From the crowd, a burly level 30 warrior wielding a battle axe charged toward the cloaked man. The burly man had just been attacking the boss. He was exhausted. All that effort for nothing. How could this be? The warrior swung his battle axe with all his might, aiming a heavy strike at the cloaked figure. Oomph. You're overestimating yourself. The black-robed man gave a cold snort, casually swinging his katana in a sweeping strike. Clang! The katana and battle axe collided. The battle axe shattered instantly. It shattered into countless fragments. How is this possible? The burly man's eyes widened. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. With a wet thud, the black-robed man, sword in hand, thrust it straight into the burly man's chest, ending the burly man's life in one swift motion. This is outside the city. Therefore, the laws of the Dragon Kingdom outside the city hold no binding force whatsoever. The man in black robes killed the burly man and naturally faced no consequences whatsoever. If you don't get out of here, this is what awaits you next. The black-robed man's lips curled slightly. He said coldly, "Sigh, that guy was a level 35, you know? That burly man was already one of the highest leveled among our group. Yeah, even he couldn't withstand a single blow from that black-robed man. The rest of us stand no chance." The crowd murmured in unison. In an instant, many left the arena. They were barely in their 20s. To take on a level 35 man in black robes was absolutely impossible. Not to mention, there were so many others standing by. Now that's more like it. The black-robed man chuckled. What? 2 more blind fools still haven't left? Most of the crowd had dispersed, yet 2 individuals remained rooted to the spot. Seeing this, the man in black robes couldn't help but frown. Were these 2 so clueless? These 2 were none other than Wang Yun and Xia Yuanlu. Aren't you leaving? Wang Yun turned to Xia Yuanlu beside him and asked. With you here, why should I fear these nobodies? Xia Yuanlu chuckled. He had witnessed Wang Yun's strength firsthand. He had witnessed it firsthand. Not just a mere level 35. Even a level 40 artifact spirit user would likely be no match for Wang Yun. All right. Wang Yun smiled. Ha! Why aren't those 2 leaving? These 2 are way too arrogant. You can say that again. With so many members of the Starry Sky Guild here, these 2 are still hanging around. What else could it be but courting death? Seeing that Wang Yun and his companion hadn't left yet, they really don't know when to quit. Li Yusheng, go teach these 2 blind fools a lesson. The man in black robes ordered. Yes, sir. Li Yusheng, sword in hand, stepped out from the crowd. But barely a few steps out of the crowd, he was riddled with dozens of bullets. He was riddled with bullets like a honeycomb. Li Yusheng, dead. My advice to you is to attack together. Wang Yun sneered coldly at the man in black robes. Damn it, you're asking for death, killing my men. The black-robed man's lips twitched. Is this kid that cocky? Did you all hear that? Since he wants you all to come at once, then come at once. Take him out for me. The man in black robes commanded. Oomph. That brat really doesn't know his place. Who says otherwise? Does he really think killing a level 23 Li Yusheng makes him some big shot? With all of us attacking together, forget about him being a mere level 28. Even if he were level 38, he'd still die by our hands. The members of the Star Guild spoke coldly. Then, they all grabbed their weapons and charged toward Wang Yun. Chapter 27, Fortress of the Frigid Winter. Facing the advancing mob, Wang Yun showed little panic on his face. He calmly pulled the trigger. Bullets poured out as the barrel spun. One by one, bodies flew backward in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, the scene was littered with lifeless bodies. Not buddies? This kid's got some serious firepower. That must be at least a king-tier artifact spirit, right? You bet. He's fighting all these guys alone and not even getting pushed back. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle a mere brat? The black-robed man said coldly. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself after all. The black-robed man gripped his katana, unleashing dozens of afterimages as he charged toward Wang Yun. This was his speed-based skill shifting shadows. He could manifest dozens of clones to attack simultaneously. In this manner, even if Wang Yun unleashed his most intense firepower, he wouldn't be able to lock onto my true form. Doomsday Strike. Wang Yun unleashed the Apocalypse Strike skill. Bang! 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 Within a 100-meter radius, a torrent of countless projectiles poured forth in an instant. They crashed heavily from the sky onto the ground. What the hell? What the hell is this? The man in black robes froze in shock. Such a barrage of bullets instantly shattered his clone into nothingness. His true form, meanwhile, endured a barrage of bullets in mere moments. He didn't struggle for long before collapsing into a pool of blood. The man in black robes was dead. Impressive, kid. Xia Yuanlu beside him stared wide-eyed. He praised. What kind of skill is this? How can it summon so many bullets in such a short time? This skill is just too insane. This kid's strength is just too unfathomable. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Guys, stop staring. Let's focus on finishing off the boss's remaining health together. Wang Yun called out to the onlookers nearby. The skeleton dragon wasn't dead yet. It lay prostrate on the ground beside them. Now, the skeleton dragon was barely clinging to life. It didn't even have the strength to fight anymore. Therefore, when Wang Yun fought these guild members earlier, this skeleton dragon didn't inflict any unnecessary damage on him. Thanks, brother. Yeah, if it weren't for you, all the hard work we put in earlier would have gone down the drain. The group approached Wang Yun, each offering their thanks. Indeed. Had Wang Yun not eliminated those members of the Star Guild, they wouldn't have gained a single shred of experience or reward. After about 10 minutes, the skeleton dragon breathed its last breath. And the one who dealt the most damage to the skeleton dragon, as well as the one who delivered the final blow, was none other than Wang Yun. Defeated world boss, skeleton dragon. Obtain star shining grade equipment, skeleton boots, speed plus 500, constitution plus 200. Acquired star shining skill, dragon's fury. Experience points plus 100,000, points plus 100,000. Nice loot. Wang Yun's eyes lit up slightly. He opened the description for Dragon's Fury. Skill book, Dragon's Fury. Required level, LV26. Grade, Star Shining. Effect, upon activation, unleashes the fury of the dragon, immobilizing all beasts within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. This is something else. Don't underestimate just 3 seconds of immobilization. But this can immobilize ferocious beasts within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. And with Wang Yun's firepower? 3 seconds is more than enough time for him. Absolutely enough to wipe out a large swath of beasts. After equipping the skeleton shoes, Wang Yun returned to the ancient castle to rest. By now, it was truly getting late. It was time to get some sleep. The night passed swiftly. It was now the 5th day since arriving outside the city. Only 2 days remained until the college entrance exams began. Wang Yun was preparing to switch dungeons again. He was now level 28, while the strongest beasts in this skeleton castle were only up to level 30. If Wang Yun continued grinding in the dungeon, he could gain another level or 2. But the efficiency was too low. Given Wang Yun's current strength, he could easily take on foes several levels above his own. What university are you planning to apply to? Xia Yuanlu had woken up by then and walked over to Wang Yun's side, asking. Definitely the top university in our Dragon Nation, Longming University. Wang Yun replied without hesitation. Alright then, we'll meet at Longming University. Xia Yuanlu smiled. Then, like a ghostly apparition, he vanished from where he stood. Wang Yun, however, was unfazed by this. In this world, there were many artifacts that could enable instant teleportation. Wang Yun didn't dwell on it. The urgent task at hand was to level up. To gain admission to Longming University with rock-solid certainty, he needed to reach level 35. Currently at level 28, he still needed to climb 7 more levels to reach that goal. Wang Yun opened the map and began searching for dungeons. This dungeon looks promising. Winter's Fortress. Monster levels, LV27 to LV35. After making up his mind, Wang Yun set off for the dungeon's location. After walking for an hour, 100 meters ahead, a glacier covered in ice and snow came into view. Snow wolves roamed the glacier, prowling about everywhere. At the glacier's center stood a fortress. The entrance to the Winter Fortress dungeon lay within this very fortress. Successful kill, LV27 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 270, points plus 270. Killed LV28 Ice Golem, EXP plus 280, points plus 280. Defeated LV29 Snow Wolf Knight, EXP plus 290, points plus 290. After slaying over a dozen ferocious beasts, Wang Yun successfully reached the fortress. Inside the fortress, there were quite a few people. Over 20 people. We're short 1. We need a defensive artifact spirit user. Too short. We need 2 more ranged artifact spirits. With 4 bows, we can pick them off from afar. Our team has everything covered. Just pay up, and we'll take you with us. The shouts at the dungeon entrance never ceased. Seems like it's the same everywhere. Wang Yun chuckled awkwardly. At every dungeon entrance, it felt like people were either already in a party or on their way to join one. Wang Yun couldn't be bothered with these people. He headed straight for the nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. Hey kid, you're only level 28 and you're daring to enter a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Are you feeling down lately? A middle-aged man grabbed Wang Yun's wrist. The implication was clear. You're not here to kill yourself, are you? I'm in a great mood lately. I didn't enter the wrong dungeon. Wang Yun offered a brief explanation. He entered the nightmare difficulty Winter's Fortress alone. Chapter 28, Frost Iron Wolf. Has this kid lost his mind? I think so. And he's probably heartbroken. Sigh, did his childhood sweetheart cheat on him? Level 28, entering this winter's fortress. What's the difference between that and suicide? The crowd murmured in pity for the young lad. Meanwhile, Wang Yun had already entered the winter fortress dungeon. Wang Yun was teleported onto a glacier stretching endlessly into the distance. At the glacier's end loomed the colossal fortress, as vast as a dragon. But to reach the fortress, Wang Yun first had to clear the countless ferocious beasts roaming the glacier. Roar, roar. A level 28 snow wolf several meters away let out a low growl before charging toward Wang Yun at breakneck speed. Wang Yun swiftly aimed the Gatling gun in his hands at it. The barrel spun several times, unleashing over a dozen bullets. It ended the snow wolf's life with ease. Killed level 28 snow wolf, points plus 280, experience plus 280. The commotion from Wang Yun's kill drew the attention of over a dozen nearby snow wolves. These wolves unleashed unparalleled speed as they charged toward Wang Yun. Gripping the Gatling gun, Wang Yun swept it horizontally. The snow wolves fell like dominoes, toppling effortlessly one after another. After eliminating these snow wolves, a giant slime, towering 4 meters tall, hopped and skipped its way toward Wang Yun. Ice slime. Level 30. Wang Yun immediately aimed his gun at the ice slime. A torrent of bullets poured forth. Rat-a-tat-tat. The ice slime's health bar steadily diminished. Boom! The ice slime exploded into a dozen smaller slimes, each barely a meter tall. Whoa, it can actually split. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. He had thought he could kill this ice slime outright. Wang Yun immediately activated the grenade launcher skill. A heavy shell slammed into the center of the dozen slimes. Boom! A terrifying wave of flames erupted from the center, blowing the dozen or so slimes to smithereens. Successful kill, level 30 ice slime. Experience plus 300, points plus 300. Slime jelly plus 1. After dispatching this ice slime, over 20 giant slimes nearby were instantly drawn to the area. Fire slime. LV30. Thunder slime. LV30. Wind slime. LV30. These slimes possess all manner of attributes. Each one stands 10 meters tall. Boom! The slimes launched their attack on Wang Yun. Lightning bolts ripped through space, bursting forth with world-shattering force. Hurricanes howled toward Wang Yun. Scorching flames, like writhing serpents, coiled from the ground and slammed toward Wang Yun. In an instant, a barrage of elemental attacks of every kind appeared before Wang Yun. Such blindingly fast attacks. Wang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. So many attacks, all hitting at once. If he were to be hit, the consequences. Absolutely unimaginable. Wang Yun immediately unleashed Mirror Flower, Water Moon. With a humming sound, 3 identical illusory bodies materialized around him. Bang! 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 The moment he stepped back, these 3 clones were obliterated into nothingness by the slime's assault. But in doing so, they helped Wang Yun withstand the assault. Gaining precious time. Die! Wang Yun spun the Gatling gun at lightning speed. Countless bullets poured from the Gatling gun in his hands, instantly engulfing all the giant slimes. Bang! 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 In an instant, Wang Yun annihilated every single one of those giant slimes. 1 hour later, having defeated countless ferocious beasts, Wang Yun successfully reached the winter fortress at the end of the glacier. The winter fortress covered an immense expanse. The walls alone stretched as far as the eye could see. To enter the fortress, Wang Yun first had to breach its massive gates. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without hesitation, Wang Yun pulled the trigger. A torrent of bullets poured forth, pounding heavily against the gates. Bang! 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 Though the gate was incredibly thick, it couldn't withstand such a barrage of bullets. In mere moments, the gate crashed to the ground. Arg! Upon entering the winter fortress, a 5-meter-tall ice colossus charged toward him. Frost Colossus. LV32. With a casual swing of its arm, the colossus unleashed a razor-sharp ice spike that sliced through the air, slamming toward his head. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yun spun his Gatling gun, effortlessly shredding the ice spike. Nothing special. A faint smile touched Wang Yun's lips. Then, he aimed the Gatling gun squarely at the ice colossus. In an instant, the Frost Colossus crumbled into a lifeless corpse. Defeated level 32 Frost Colossus. Points plus 320, experience plus 320. After slaying this Frost Colossus, dozens of nearby ice colossi immediately surged toward Wang Yun. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of ice spikes, sharp as spears, shot toward Wang Yun from all directions. Wang Yun remained unflustered, executing the Azure Cloud Step. He dodged the ice spikes. While dodging, Wang Yun fired his gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. After several minutes, all the ice colossi had turned into corpses. Thus, the ferocious beasts of the first layer of the winter fortress had been completely eradicated by Wang Yun. Wang Yun fought his way through countless foes, swiftly reaching the topmost level of the winter fortress. There, a colossal wolf, standing 5 meters tall, lay resting on the ground. Its entire body was blue and white. Its body was covered in a layer of silver armor. Frost Iron Wolf. LV-35. Boss. Surrounding the Frost Iron Wolf. Over 100 snow wolves. Is this the boss of this winter fortress? Wang Yun asked. Without hesitation, Wang Yun aimed his grenade launcher at the snow wolves. Though these minions weren't particularly powerful, they could become quite bothersome if they attacked en masse. Therefore, Wang Yun had to eliminate them first. Boom! 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 One after another, the grenade launchers roared to life. They slammed into the pack of snow wolves. One by one, the snow wolves were sent flying backward. In no time at all 100 snow wolves in the field lay fallen in pools of blood. At that moment, the Frost Iron Wolf, which had been lying on the ground resting, finally opened its eyes. A faint crimson glow flickered within its eyes. Roar! The Frost Iron Wolf let out a deafening beastly roar. A pillar of icy light surged from its jaws, piercing straight through the clouds. Wang Yun scrambled to the side, rolling away. Crash! The ice beam slammed heavily into the ground where he had been standing. It instantly blasted a bottomless crater into the earth. Chapter 29, Second Run of the Dungeon. After successfully dodging this deadly strike, he immediately activated the speed boosting trait, unleashing unparalleled velocity as he blasted forward. Countless bullets poured down upon the Frost Iron Wolf. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Frost Iron Wolf remained utterly unmoved. The bullets were blocked by the silver armor covering its body. This silver armor has astonishing defense. Wang Yun remarked in admiration. Then let's try the laser beam. Wang Yun activated the laser beam entry. With a thunderous boom. Before the Gatling gun barrel, a beam of light coalesced, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. The laser beam slammed directly into the Frost Iron Wolf. Boom! The Frost Iron Wolf was violently hurled dozens of meters away by the laser beam's impact. 2,300 HP. The Frost Iron Wolf's once proud armor shattered into pieces under the laser beam's impact. The beast also suffered severe internal injuries. This is truly a remarkable weapon. Too bad it has a half-hour cooldown. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. He then activated Crimson State, increasing his firing rate, and unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets upon the Frost Iron Wolf. After over 10 minutes, Wang Yun finally felled the Frost Iron Wolf. Successfully defeated boss Frost Iron Wolf. Points plus 3,500, experience plus 3,500. Obtained Platinum Grade Frost Arm, Platinum Grade Frost Necklace, Platinum Grade Frost Armor. Successfully cleared Nightmare Difficulty Winter Fortress, EXP plus 35,000. After clearing the dungeon, Wang Yun's level jumped from 28 straight to 30. Pretty lucky, huh? And you got so much gear too. Wang Yun's lips curved into a faint smile. He examined the attributes of the gear. Frost Arm. Platinum Grade. Equip level, 30. Constitution plus 200. Silver Necklace. Platinum Grade. Equipment level, 30. Mental plus 300. Frost Armor. Platinum Grade. Equipment level, 30. Strength plus 500, Constitution plus 300. After equipping all these items, he opened his personal interface. Level, LV-30. Strength, 390. Stamina, 388. Speed, 385. Spirit, 380. Weapon spirits, Gatling LV-30, Fruit Knife LV-30 unenhanced. Points, 201,300. Over 200,000 points. That should get me about 200 pulls. System, go all in for me. Wang Yun said. Ding. Host has successfully spent 200,000 points to draw 200 entries. The system announced. Congratulations on obtaining 190 white entries and 10 green entries. The system announced the draw results. Damn, did I really get that unlucky this time? Wang Yun twisted his mouth in a wry smile. He quickly scanned the white entries, picking out only a few useful ones. As for the green entries, they were mostly just better than nothing. His biggest gain this time was actually the level up. He was now at level 30, not far from his goal of level 35. Wang Yun exited the instance and returned to the arena. The focus of everyone present had all converged on him. For everyone realized the arena record had been broken by him. First place, Xialong Bao Squad. Members, 1, clear time, 4 hours and 43 minutes. Among all present, no one else had entered this instance solo except this guy. This kid actually soloed the nightmare difficulty of Winter's Fortress? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe it. He was only level 28 when he entered the Winterhold Fortress, right? Yeah, clearing Winter's Fortress at that level? And on nightmare difficulty? That's insane. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, Wang Yun once again entered the Winter's Fortress. This time, he went straight into the hell difficulty version of the Winter's End Fortress. Holy crap? Is this guy that good? Did I just see that correctly? That kid entered the hell difficulty version of the Winter Fortress? Is this guy really treating dungeons like a shopping mall? The crowd buzzed with whispers. Wang Yun had no intention of giving himself any time to rest. The college entrance exams were fast approaching. He had to fight against the clock to boost his strength. At this moment, Wang Yun had once again entered the Winter Fortress. The Hell difficulty Winter Fortress contained far more ferocious beasts than the previous Nightmare difficulty version. The moment he entered the instance, 70 or 80 snow wolves charged toward Wang Yun from all directions, growling lowly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without hesitation, Wang Yun pulled the trigger of his weapon. Such a massive pack of snow wolves might intimidate others. But to Wang Yun, it was merely a matter of numbers. Killed 10 snow wolves. Points plus 3,000, experience plus 3,000. Killed 23 snow wolves, snow wolf meat plus 23. Within mere minutes, these snow wolves were all instantly slain by Wang Yun, their bodies falling lifeless into pools of blood. After finishing off the snow wolves, over 50 giant slimes immediately pounced toward Wang Yun. Grenade launcher. Wang Yun activated the howitzer skill. One after another, howitzer shells erupted, unleashing waves of area of effect damage. They slammed into the bodies of the giant slimes. Boom! 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 After about 10 minutes, every single giant slime lay defeated on the ground. Successfully defeated 54 giant slimes. Experience plus 16,740. Points plus 16,740. 2 hours later, Wang Yun swept across the ice field as if it were deserted. After sweeping through countless ferocious beasts across the glacier, he finally arrived at the gates of the Winter Fortress. Using his Gatling gun, he shattered the gates. Whoosh! 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 Over 100 razor-sharp ice spikes erupted like a torrential downpour, hurtling toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun swiftly activated the Azure Cloud Step, deftly evading the barrage of ice spikes. I must admit, this hell difficulty dungeon is considerably tougher than Nightmare mode. Wang Yun muttered to himself. After steadying himself, Wang Yun activated Crimson State and launched a fierce assault against the Winter Colossi. Tap tap tap. Half an hour later, Wang Yun finally slew over 100 of these Winter Colossi. These hell difficulty Winter Colossi beasts. Not only were they far more numerous, but also possessed considerably thicker health pools. Thus, it took Wang Yun a full half hour to eliminate them all. Phew! Let's keep moving upward. Wang Yun exhaled a long, heavy breath. 3 hours later, Wang Yun finally climbed to the top floor of the Winter Fortress. Once again, he encountered the Frost Iron Wolf. Chapter 30, Abyssal Transformation. Beside this boss, over 200 snow wolves. Upon spotting Wang Yun, they all charged forward in a single wave. Tap tap tap. Wang Yun activated various skill entries. Half an hour later, he had slain all 200 plus snow wolves and the boss. Successful kill, Frost Iron Wolf boss. Points plus 5,500, experience plus 5,500. Obtained Platinum Grade Skill Book, Iron Wolf Roar. Successfully cleared Nightmare Difficulty Winter Fortress, EXP plus 55,000. After clearing this instance, Wang Yun's level rose from 30 to 33. A direct 3-level jump. He also earned a significant amount of points. Wang Yun first opened the description of this skill book. Skill book, Iron Wolf Roar. Required level, LV 30. Grade, Platinum. Effect, upon activation, unleashes a terrifying roar that immobilizes all ferocious beasts within a 200-meter radius for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Nice. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. Firepower was the last thing he lacked right now. But what he truly lacked were traits and skills that could slow down ferocious beasts. Level, LV 33. Strength, 420. Stamina, 418. Speed, 415. Spirit, 410. Weapon spirits, Gatling LV 33, Fruit Knife LV 33. Points, 401,560. Then Wang Yun opened his personal panel. His attributes had increased slightly, but he gained over 400,000 more points. System, go all in for me. Wang Yun hurriedly commanded the system. Last time, he'd been so unlucky. He only got white and green entries. But this time, he refused to believe his luck would be that bad again. Ding! Successfully spent 400,001 points to initiate the lottery. Drawing 401 entries for you. The system announced. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 380 white entries, 10 green entries, and 10 blue entries. The system announced. Not bad. Although I still didn't get any purple entries this time, I did get 10 blue entries. Wang Yun nodded. Then his gaze swept over these blue entries. Most of them boosted attack speed. After just a glance, Wang Yun equipped them. The most useful ones were these two. Gale Strike. Grade, blue. Effect, attack speed plus 20%. On the third strike, deals 100% critical damage to the target. Required level, 30. Bloodlust. Grade, blue. Skill effect, restores 1% stamina after defeating an enemy. This Gale combo has significantly boosted my combat effectiveness. My Gatling gun's rate of fire isn't that fast, so having the third shot land a critical hit feels incredibly satisfying. And this Bloodlust ability, while defeating one enemy only restores 1% stamina, I can take out minions in seconds. This allows me to replenish most of my stamina in a short time. Wang Yun nodded. He was quite satisfied with this gotcha pull. With that thought, he immediately exited the instance. The crowd gathered at the dungeon entrance. Upon seeing Wang Yun emerge, all turned their gaze toward him. Holy crap, did that kid clear it again? Yeah, he's broken the record on the monument again, and this time it's the hell difficulty record. What's his deal? How can he be this ridiculously strong? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Wang Yun, however, said nothing. Instead, he found a corner to rest. Night had already fallen. He'd been busy all day. He needed to rest. After pulling out his sleeping bag, Wang Yun soon drifted off to sleep. After waking up, Wang Yun opened the map once more. That's right. He was ready to switch dungeons and level up again. Today was already the 6th day. Only one day remained until the college entrance exams began. After clearing the dungeon today, Wang Yun would head back to town. Wonder how that kid Ren Tianyun is doing with his leveling. Wang Yun muttered to himself. Then, he located a dungeon on the map. Mechanical Corridor. The beasts within this dungeon ranged from LV-30 to LV-38. The beasts inside were undeniably formidable. It would take Wang Yun nearly 2 hours to walk there from where he stood. With that thought, Wang Yun set off immediately. Over an hour later, Wang Yun arrived at a vast, open plain. Across the plain, mechanical beasts hovered in the air. Roar! A mechanical chick flapped its wings and lunged toward him. Where did this little black thing come from? Wang Yun frowned, summoned his Gatling gun, and unleashed a sweeping barrage at the mechanical chick. Kill LV-30, mechanical chick, EXP plus 300, points plus 300. After dispatching the mechanical chick, dozens of mechanical chicks within a 100-meter radius seemed to be enraged. They charged madly toward Wang Yun. Looking for death. Wang Yun calmly activated the grenade launcher skill. One after another, the grenades roared forth. They exploded across the battlefield. Within moments, dozens of mechanical chicks lay dead on the ground. Along the way, Wang Yun swept away over 100 mechanical beasts. He smoothly arrived at a dilapidated skyscraper. The entrance to the mechanical corridor instance lay within this building. The moment Wang Yun stepped inside, he sensed something was amiss. No one was calling out to form parties. Everyone in the area was on edge, facing the beasts that had burst out from the dungeon. Wave after wave of attacks were unleashed. Holy crap! How did so many beasts get in here? These mechanical beasts are numerous and formidable. How much longer will it take that Destiny squad to take down the abyssalized boss inside? The crowd groaned in frustration. Abyssalized? Wang Yun froze in surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter an abyssalized instance. Abyssalization was akin to a rampage mechanism. In any abyssalized instance, the beasts could break free and escape. Stopping the abyssalization process was straightforward. Simply defeat the abyssalized boss. Take the one before him, for instance. There are 5 vortexes. Each represents normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, and hell difficulty. These represent dungeons of varying difficulty levels. The advanced difficulty vortex before you is turned black. This signifies that the mechanical corridor had been corrupted by the abyss at advanced difficulty. It's just an abyss instance on advanced difficulty. Leave it to me. Wang Yun plunged into the advanced difficulty vortex without hesitation. Wait, didn't someone just enter the advanced difficulty? Is this guy crazy? He's all alone. Yeah, does he think he can take down the abyssal boss all by himself? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Chapter 31, Mechanical Corridor. Wang Yun had already entered the mechanical corridor. As the name suggests, the mechanical corridor was a dungeon composed of one passageway after another. The moment Wang Yun appeared, a mechanical monkey lunged at him. Where did this wild monkey come from? Without hesitation, Wang Yun pulled the trigger. Killed LV-30 mechanical monkey, experience plus 300, points plus 300. After dispatching this mechanical monkey, over 30 mechanical monkeys within a radius of several dozen meters immediately charged at Wang Yun. These mechanical monkeys didn't have particularly thick health pools. So Wang Yun didn't even bother activating any traits or skills. He simply held down the trigger, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. After several dozen seconds, all 30+ mechanical monkeys were riddled with bullets like honeycombs by Wang Yun. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Killed 34 mechanical monkeys. Experience plus 10,200. Points plus 10,200. Over the next half hour, Wang Yun slaughtered countless mechanical monkeys along the way. These mechanical monkeys are fragile, but there are just too many of them. Wang Yun pursed his lips in exasperation. Roar! Suddenly, a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex burst onto the scene. This mechanical Tyrannosaurus stood a full 3 meters tall and measured 8 meters in length. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. LV-32. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its gaping maw. A terrifying beam of energy coalesced within its maw. With a buzzing roar, it hurtled straight toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun sidestepped, deftly evading the attack. Oomph! Wang Yun gave a cold snort. Then he mercilessly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus barely lasted a minute. Its entire body was riddled with countless holes. It collapsed onto the ground. Kill, level 32 mechanical Tyrannosaurus, points plus 320, EXP plus 320. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus? More like mechanical chick, that'd be more fitting. Wang Yun stared at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's corpse. He let out a cold laugh. Bang! 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 Suddenly, one beam after another blasted straight out. Holy? Wang Yun's lips twitched. How did 8 mechanical Tyrannosaurs suddenly appear? Wang Yun immediately activated the Azure Cloud Step, instantly teleporting himself to a safe location. The spot he had just occupied was now a bottomless crater. Roar! 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 The mechanical Tyrannosaurs let out a series of deep, rumbling roars. Then, all 8 mechanical Tyrannosaurs unleashed unparalleled speed. Like cannonballs, they charged toward Wang Yun. I only killed one of your mechanical Tyrannosaurs. Is revenge really worth getting so worked up over? Wang Yun's lips twitched. Frost bullets. Flame burn. Wang Yun swiftly activated these 2 skills. Rat-a-tat-tat. Next, Wang Yun, wielding the Gatling gun, fired bullets, bearing scorching and frost effects. It was truly a dual assault of ice and fire. The speed of the 8 mechanical Tyrannosaurs instantly slowed considerably. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yun activated Crimson State and his grenade launcher, unleashing an endless wave of attacks upon the mechanical Tyrannosaurs. Within mere minutes, all 8 mechanical Tyrannosaurs met their demise. Killed 8 level 32 mechanical Tyrannosaurs. Experience plus 2,560, points plus 2,560. Phew! Wang Yun exhaled a long, heavy breath. He pressed forward deeper into the labyrinth. Finally, 2 hours later, Wang Yun arrived before a massive, solid door. Without a word, Wang Yun pulled the trigger without hesitation. Countless bullets poured onto the gate. The massive gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. Once shattered, the gate revealed a colossal palace before Wang Yun. Inside the palace, countless mechanical beasts. Over 100 of them. Seated upon the palace throne was a mechanical beast with the head of a dog and the body of a human. Mechanical dog-headed man abyssal form. LV-38. This mechanical dog-headed creature radiated a dark aura from head to toe. It gripped a razor-sharp spear in its hand. Where did this human come from? How dare you intrude upon my domain? You must be tired of living. The mechanical dog-headed man narrowed his eyes. So this is the abyssalized boss? Wang Yun murmured to himself as he looked at the mechanical dog-headed man. He could distinctly sense it. This mechanical dog-headed creature's aura was far more formidable than that of an ordinary level 38 ferocious beast. By a huge margin. Kill it. With the mechanical dog-headed man's command. Roar! Over 100 mechanical dogs surged toward Wang Yun like an overwhelming tidal wave. So many dogs, I'm so scared. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. Then he activated the Swift Strike skill. Tap tap tap. Using this skill not only slightly increased his attack speed, but on the 3rd hit, it also dealt a 100% critical strike. This significantly boosted Wang Yun's combat effectiveness. Not only that, Wang Yun also activated Crimson State and Mortar, further boosting his attack speed while also allowing him to unleash unparalleled area of effect damage. It also unleashed unparalleled area of effect damage. Bang! 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 Within a mere dozen minutes, these mechanical dogs met their demise. Successfully eliminated 145 level 30 mechanical dogs. Points plus 43,500. Experience plus 43,500. A bunch of useless trash. The mechanical dog-headed creature spat out the curse upon witnessing the complete annihilation of its robotic hounds. Where is the guardian? The mechanical dog-headed man snorted coldly. From the room beside him, a towering mechanical golem emerged. Mechanical golem. Elite monster. LV-35. A level 35 mechanical golem? Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. He perked up. Rat-a-tat-tat. A Gatling gun suddenly materialized in one mechanical puppet's hand. It then unleashed a sweeping barrage at Wang Yun. What the hell? You have a Gatling gun too? Wang Yun's pupils contracted sharply. He swiftly activated Mirror Flower, Water Moon to evade the barrage of bullets. After coming to a halt, he unleashed the Iron Wolf Roar. Roar! Wang Yun opened his mouth. A roar that shook the very soul erupted from his throat. Upon using this Iron Wolf Roar skill, Wang Yun could instantly immobilize all nearby beasts for 30 seconds except bosses, of course. Oh, this is interesting. The mechanical dog-headed creature narrowed its eyes. Clickety-clack. After using his skill to immobilize the mechanical golem, Wang Yun resumed his relentless barrage. After all, if this mechanical puppet kept firing like this, and he kept dodging, wasn't a viable solution. With Wang Yun's masterful combination of various skills and abilities, full firepower unleashed, in no time at all, the mechanical puppet was destroyed. Seems I'll have to handle this myself after all. The mechanical dog-headed creature slowly descended from its throne and approached Wang Yun. Chapter 32, Clearing the Abyss Dungeon. The mechanical dog-headed man opened his right hand, aiming it at Wang Yun. In the palm of his right hand, with a whoosh, a ball of energy, crackling with sparks, crashed violently toward Wang Yun. Oh no! Wang Yun's pupils contracted sharply. He swiftly activated the Flame Spirit step, boosting his cultivation to dodge the attack. The energy sphere slammed into the wall behind him, blasting a hole through it. Impressive speed. The mechanical dog man's lips curled into a faint smirk. I wonder how many more of my attacks you can dodge. The mechanical dog-headed man raised his spear high above his head. Endless currents of electricity gathered at the spear's tip. With a furious shout from the mechanical dog-headed man, he swung the spear in his hand, thrusting it violently toward Wang Yun. In an instant, a dozen lightning spears materialized in the arena. They tore through the air, crashing toward Wang Yun. Holy! Wang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. I have to say, a boss is a boss. And this one's even abyssalized. With so many terrifying lightning spears unleashed, if he couldn't dodge them, he wouldn't even know how he died. Wang Yun immediately activated the Qing Yun step, darting away with a whoosh to a clearing 100 meters away. Where Wang Yun had stood moments before, was instantly blasted into a crater dozens of meters long by the lightning spears. You're one fast little bastard. The mechanical dog-headed creature remarked. Of course I can run, you're attacking me. Wang Yun retorted without hesitation. Thunderous wave. The mechanical dog-headed man raised his spear high above his head once more. This time, waves of electricity gathered once more at the spear's tip. This surge differed from the previous one. This wave of electricity completely engulfed the entire palace's sky. Such a dense wave of electricity crashed down. Wang Yun had nowhere to hide. Is this abyssal boss's power truly this god-defying? Wang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. This mechanical dog-headed creature intended to destroy the entire palace, didn't it? Wang Yun spun around immediately. He tried to escape through the palace's main gate. But he discovered, at some unknown point, the palace gates had been blocked by a barrier formed from surging electricity. Useless. The mechanical dog-headed creature's lips curled slightly. This gate has been sealed shut by my skill. There's no way you're leaving through here. The mechanical dog-headed man declared coldly. Today, either you die or I live. The mechanical dog-headed man increased the electrical output in his hand. Wang Yun swiftly aimed his Gatling gun at the mechanical dog-headed man's spear. He aimed to destroy the spear. Otherwise, when that current came crashing down, wouldn't he be left with no place to bury his remains? However, faced with such a barrage of bullets, the mechanical dog-headed creature raised its left hand slightly. A shield formed from condensed electricity abruptly materialized. It directly blocked every single bullet from Wang Yun's barrage. Wang Yun froze for a moment. He was confident he could break through this shield. But time was not on his side. I wonder if this skill will work on this boss. Wang Yun pondered. But now, he had no choice but to try it. Wang Yun activated the time freeze skill. For a moment, time froze within a 100-meter radius. What the hell did you use? The mechanical dog-headed creature's pupils dilated in shock. Completely bewildered. Why couldn't he move? It works. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. He swiftly fired the Gatling gun. He unleashed a fierce barrage at the mechanical dog-headed man's spear. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets poured forth. They struck the spear, sending the spear flying through the air. After the spear was knocked away, the mechanical dog-headed creature's half-formed electrical charge dissipated instantly. No! The mechanical dog-headed creature exclaimed helplessly. Its thunder wave required an extremely long charge time, and its cooldown was a full hour. The time freeze effect ended quickly. In reality, it could only freeze time for a mere 10 seconds. But for Wang Yun, 10 seconds was more than enough. With the electrical surge no longer hanging overhead, Wang Yun felt considerably lighter. He activated various entries boosting attack power and attack speed. He launched a frenzied assault on the mechanical dog-headed creatures. After a full half-hour of relentless bombardment, he finally managed to take down the mechanical dog-headed creature. It must be said, this abyssalized boss was truly formidable. Had it not undergone abyssalization, Wang Yun likely could have taken down this boss with ease. Successfully defeated LV-38 mechanical goblins, EXP plus 5,800. Successfully cleared advanced difficulty mechanical corridor. EXP plus 78,000, points plus 78,000. Materials, abyssal heart, mechanical armor, worn mechanical arm. Skill, thunderstorm. After clearing this dungeon, Wang Yun's level jumped from 33 to 36. A 3-level jump in one go. It must be said, the experience points granted by the beasts in this abyssal dungeon is quite substantial. Thunderstorm? Wang Yun opened the information description with a look of confusion. He opened the information description for Thunderstorm. Skill book, Thundercloud Storm. Required level, LV35. Grade, Platinum. Effect, upon activation, unleashes a terrifying lightning attack, delivering an area of effect strike in front of the caster. Skill cooldown, 2 hours. This is something special. Wang Yun exclaimed. He was actually in desperate need of an area of effect attack right now. And this Thundercloud Storm was precisely what he needed at this moment. Wang Yun then opened his personal interface. Level, LV36. Strength, 450. Stamina, 448. Speed, 445. Spirit, 440. Weapon spirits, Gatling LV36, Fruit Knife LV36. Points, 603,560. A total of over 600,000 points obtained. Enough for 603 draws. System, go all in for me. Wang Yun commanded the system. Ding. Successfully spent 603,000 points. 603 entries successfully drawn. The system announced. Congratulations on obtaining 400 white entries, 200 green entries, 1 blue entry, 1 purple entry, and 1 orange entry. The system announced the results of the obtained entries. After Wang Yun briefly scanned the white and green entries, he immediately opened the next 3 entries. His luck was surprisingly good this time. He even got an orange entry. Entry name, Mark of the Wild. Grade, blue entry. Activation level, level 28. Description, passive effect. Equipping this tag allows you to mark hostile targets. Marked enemies will take 20% increased damage. This wild marking will be a huge boost for me. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. This wild mark doesn't list a cooldown either. Doesn't that mean he could use this wild mark infinitely? Chapter 33, Star Shining Great Equipment. Wang Yun examined the other 2 entries. Entry name, Thunder Domain Defense. Grade, purple. Activation level, level 30. Description, upon activation, this skill creates a protective field of condensed lightning around the user. Cooldown, 2 hours. Entry name, Angelic Pact. Tier, orange. Activation level, level 30. Description, forge a pact with an angel to instantly restore your health to 100%. Ability cooldown, 5 hours. These are all great for staying alive. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. This time he'd luckily broken the mechanical dog-headed creature's skill, but what if he encountered an unbreakable boss skill next time? These 2 items would be lifesavers. After equipping both items, Wang Yun exited the instance. Ha? That kid left the dungeon? Why did he stay in the dungeon for so long? Ha? Why aren't the abyssal corrupted beasts coming out? Did someone clear the abyssal dungeon? The Destiny squad hasn't emerged either? The crowd murmured in confusion. However, at that very moment, the top record on the stone monument tracking clear times for the high difficulty abyss instance was suddenly updated. Top rank, Xylong Bayo squad, members, 1, clear time, 6 hours and 32 minutes. Holy crap? This kid soloed the abyssal dungeon? This is ridiculous. The abyssal high difficulty dungeon is just as tough as hell mode, yet this kid breezed through it like it was nothing? This kid is freaking insane. He's not just godlike, he's practically invincible. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Regardless, the abyssalization ending is a good thing. A weapon spirit user, utterly drained, tossed his weapon aside. The relentless wave of ferocious beasts pouring out of this abyssal transformation instance had nearly exhausted him. Yeah. The other artifact spirits also retracted their spirits. They lay down beside him. With a hum, Wang Yun plunged directly into the hell difficulty mechanical corridor. That kid entered the instance again? And this time it's the hell difficulty? Just who is this kid? Does he really treat dungeons like shopping malls? The crowd murmured in disbelief. To clear this mechanical corridor, every group had 5 members. How could anyone be like Wang Yun, just barging in alone? Wang Yun once again entered the mechanical corridor. The moment he stepped inside, over 100 mechanical monkeys surged toward him from all directions. Die! Gripping his Gatling gun, Wang Yun unleashed a hail of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun swept casually across the area. Over 30 mechanical monkeys fell dead. Still gripping the Gatling gun, he swept it across another area. Another swarm of mechanical monkeys fell lifeless to the ground. Before long, all 100 mechanical monkeys lay dead. After ascending to level 36, Wang Yun's Gatling gun had gained significantly in power. Wang Yun had slain countless ferocious beasts along the way. Finally, he arrived directly at the boss's palace. The mechanical dog-headed creature lay bored on the throne. Surrounding it were over 300 mechanical hounds. To catch the thief, first catch the king, Wang Yun thought to himself. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the mechanical dog-headed man's abilities earlier, Wang Yun chose to go straight for the kill this time. Then, Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun at the mechanical dog-headed creature resting on the throne. He fired a laser beam directly at it. Boom! A colossal laser beam shot skyward like a rocket, striking the mechanical dog-headed creature head-on. Crash! The mechanical dog-headed man, chair and all, was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing into the wall. 23,000. This single strike wiped out over half of the mechanical dog-headed man's health. It must be said, the laser beam's destructive power was truly immense. But it wasn't enough to kill the boss outright. Damn humans! The mechanical dog-headed creature was lounging on its throne. Suddenly, a cannonball arrived. It interrupted his rest. Naturally, this made him extremely displeased. The mechanical dog-headed man's mouth twisted in a grimace. He scrambled to his feet from the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Don't just stand there like idiots. Kill him. The mechanical dog-headed man spat out the order. Then fire another shot. Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun at the mechanical dog-headed man once more. He unleashed the ultra-long-range cannon. Boom! A pillar of light tore through the sky. Unparalleled destructive force erupted. It slammed straight through. The beam slammed heavily into the mechanical dogman's chest. It blasted a massive hole right through its chest. What? What kind of skill is this? The mechanical dog-headed man stared blankly at the hole in his chest. After all, it was a boss. And a hell difficulty boss at that. And he got one shot like that? Doesn't he care about his reputation? Successful kill, level 38 boss mechanical troll. Experience plus 7,800, points plus 7,800. After the mechanical dog-headed man died, the mechanical dogs within the palace still charged at Wang Yun like rabid beasts. Your master is already dead. Can't you see the situation? Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. A cold smile spread across his face. Bang! 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 Wang Yun activated the grenade launcher skill. A single shell sent over 20 mechanical dogs crashing to the ground. Within mere minutes, the entire wave of mechanical dogs was wiped out by Wang Yun. Successfully cleared hell difficulty mechanical corridor. Experience plus 108,000. Points plus 108,000. Materials, mechanical fragments, mechanical dogtails. Equipment, mechanical necklace stellar grade, mechanical arm stellar grade, mechanical boots stellar grade. After clearing this instance, Wang Yun's level rose from 36 to 39. A whopping 3 levels in one go. Whoa, not bad 3-star shining grade pieces of gear. Although this instance didn't drop any skill books, obtaining 3-star shining grade equipment pieces was still quite impressive. Mechanical necklace. Stellar grade. Equip level, 36. Constitution plus 700, Spirit plus 700. Mechanical necklace, emits a protective shield to block one attack. Mechanical arm. Stellar grade. Equipment level, 36. Constitution plus 800. Arm effect, increases attack speed by 30%. Mechanical boots. Stellar grade. Equip level, 36. Strength plus 800. Shoe effect, increases speed by 40%. Truly worthy of star shining tier gear, it actually has so many effects. Wang Yun nodded. Then he stepped out of the instance. The crowd outside the dungeon, upon seeing Wang Yun emerge, were stunned once more. How long had he been inside? How could he be out already? Chapter 34, Beast Horde. Look, the record time for hell difficulty has been broken again. This kid cleared hell difficulty in just over 5 hours. This guy's strength is just too terrifying. The crowd murmured in astonishment. I'm dead tired. Wang Yun found a secluded corner, pulled out his sleeping bag, and prepared to rest. He was now at level 38. Getting into the top-tier Dragon Roar University in their Dragon Nation was practically a sure thing now. His performance over the past few days had exceeded even his own expectations. He had no intention of continuing to grind monsters for experience. He planned to return to the city tomorrow. Today marked his 6th day away from the city. The college entrance exams were set to begin the day after tomorrow. Wang Yun must hurry back to the city, otherwise, missing the exams would be disastrous. After a full day of activity, Wang Yun fell asleep quickly. After sleeping until the next morning, he ate a simple meal and immediately set off for the city. He was already far from Ping'an City, and returning would take nearly half a day. Phew! After walking continuously for 7 hours, Wang Yun couldn't help but exhale a long, heavy breath. Time to find a place to rest. The sun was now high overhead, and after walking for so long, Wang Yun was drenched in sweat. After walking a few steps, he came to the shade of a large tree with lush foliage. Gulp, gulp. Wang Yun pulled out a large bottle of water from his panel space and began gulping it down. Let's rest a bit before continuing. Just as Wang Yun was resting, he noticed, several hundred meters away, 3 people were being surrounded and attacked by over 100 ferocious beasts. Damn it! How did so many beasts get behind us? You're telling me? With so many beasts attacking us together, we probably won't make it out alive. Maybe we should stop running and just turn around and fight them head on. What are you talking about? There are only 5 of us. How could we possibly take on all these beasts? The 3 artifact spirits spoke, sweat pouring down their faces. Hey, bro, you better get out of here fast. These beasts are gonna lock onto us. Suddenly, one of the artifact spirits noticed Wang Yun resting nearby. He waved his hand, signaling Wang Yun. Ugh, why do I keep running into this kind of trouble? Wang Yun drew his Gatling gun. He really didn't want to get involved. But things always found him. There was nothing he could do about it. Isn't this kid leaving? Does he actually plan to fight back against these beasts? You gotta remember, these are all level 15 beasts. Judging by his age, he's probably just like us, a high school senior who recently completed the awakening ritual. I doubt his level is very high, maybe around 10 at best. Level 10? Impossible. I'd say he's only around level 7 or 8. Didn't you notice the artifact spirit he pulled out was a thermal weapon? The crowd murmured in confusion. This kid. Does he really think he can take on over 100 ferocious beasts with just a heat weapon, something that can only awaken a black iron grade spirit artifact? To fight over 100 ferocious beasts? That's nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Alright. Tap tap tap. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Wang Yun offered no further explanation. He simply opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun's barrels spun at breakneck speed. In an instant, countless bullets poured forth, ripping through the air, unleashing unparalleled destructive force. A level 8 boar, struck by a single bullet, its entire body instantly exploded, transforming into a sky-filling mist of blood. Is this guy's firepower that intense? A single bullet actually killed a wild boar? When did firearms become this deadly? The crowd stared wide-eyed. They stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, as if they had seen a ghost. But it wasn't over yet. What followed left them even more stunned. The Gatling gun unleashed a furious torrent of bullets. Each bullet, like the scythe of death itself, could effortlessly take down a ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts, which had once struck terror into their hearts, now seemed like mere toys before Wang Yun. They were utterly insignificant. Every few seconds, a dozen or more beasts exploded into a sky-filling mist of blood. In mere seconds, over 100 ferocious beasts in the arena were all reduced to blood mist. Not even their corpses remained. Wang Yun's current strength. Is this brutal? And brutal. Holy crap? Who said hot weapons are all junk spirit cores? I'll beat the crap out of them. This is a useless spirit core? Who'd believe that if you told them? This guy took down all those beasts that had been chasing us for half a day in just a few dozen seconds? This guy is practically Superman. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Bro, hello. I'm Ping Tianba from Ping'an First High. Thanks for stepping in just now. Ping Tianba approached Wang Yun and expressed his gratitude. Bro, thanks for stepping in to help. Yeah, if you hadn't stepped in, we'd probably be dead by now. The others chimed in with their own thanks. No big deal. Wang Yun waved his hand dismissively. Not worth mentioning. As he spoke, Ping Tianba pulled several thousand yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yun. It's not necessary. Wang Yun shook his head. He had slain so many ferocious beasts. He'd gathered so many materials. After returning to the city, he could sell these materials. He estimated he could easily get tens of millions of dragon coins. True, Ping Batian chuckled. Ping Batian chuckled. But there's something else I'd like to ask you for. I'm just not sure if you still have it here. Wang Yun inquired. What is it? Go ahead and tell us. Ping Batian replied. Well, do you have any coke? Wang Yun chuckled awkwardly. He'd left in a bit of a rush this time. He had packed plenty of food. But he didn't have any coke on him. No coke. His mouth was parched now. Coke? I've got some. Ping Batian said, pulling out a cup of Pepsi. Pepsi? Wang Yun frowned. Can this even be called cola? Do you have Coca-Cola? Wang Yun asked with a smile. I don't have any. Ping Batian shook his head. He was a staunch Pepsi devotee. I do. Xiang Tongxian, standing nearby, handed Wang Yun a cup of Coca-Cola. Thanks. Wang Yun took the Coca-Cola and took a sip. So refreshing. Now that's cola. Bro, wanna team up? I've got plenty more Coke on me. Xiang Tongxian suggested. Sure thing. Wang Yun's eyes lit up. He was heading back to the city alone, and the journey would be pretty boring. Having a group to accompany him back would be quite splendid. Chapter 35, The College Entrance Exams begin. The college entrance exams start tomorrow. What universities are you planning to apply to? Ping Badian asked as they walked. I'd be happy with admission to any regular undergraduate program. Someone nearby shrugged indifferently. The group chatted as they walked, finally making it back to Ping'an City before nightfall. After a brief farewell to the others, Wang Yun returned to his home. Man, I'm exhausted. The moment Wang Yun got home, he collapsed onto the sofa. Being out for 7 days had truly worn him out. Thump, thump, thump. He hadn't rested long. A knock sounded at Wang Yun's door. Wang Yun opened the door to find the principal standing outside. No surprise there. He must be here to deliver supplies. You've been outside the city these past few days. Are you sure you haven't been harmed? Principal Li looked at Wang Yun and asked with concern. Wang Yun was a glory tier artifact spirit. And now he was the prized asset of Ping'an No. 2 High School. How could he not show concern? No. Wang Yun shook his head. Those puny outsiders? They couldn't possibly threaten him. What level are you at now? Do you feel confident about getting into a top-tier university in tomorrow's college entrance exam? Principal Li pressed on. Absolutely. Wang Yun then opened his personal interface. Level, LV 39. Strength, 480. Stamina, 478. Speed, 475. Spirit, 470. Weapon spirits, Gatling LV 39, Fruit Knife LV 39. You're already level 39? Principal Li witnessed this scene. His pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This level was simply too godlike. Typically, an artifact spirit user who had just awakened their artifact spirit, who could raise their level to 5 within a week, is considered passable. To gain admission to a decent university, one only needs to reach level 10. Even the most prestigious Longming University only requires a level 30 weapon spirit. But Wang Yun had now reached level 39. For Wang Yun, getting into Dragon Roar University is practically a sure thing. He could do it with his eyes closed. A faint smile played at the corners of Wang Yun's lips. He was quite satisfied with Principal Li's reaction to his current status. This is an SSS grade subsidy resource card. I applied for it for you a few days ago, but since you've been out of town these past few days, I didn't have a chance to give it to you. Remember not to be late for the college entrance exam tomorrow. Principal Li handed Wang Yun the resource card before leaving. Got it. Thank you, Principal. After seeing Principal Li off, Wang Yun activated the resource card. It contained a staggering 10 billion dragon coins. Holy crap! Seeing such a vast amount of dragon coins, Wang Yun's eyes lit up instantly. With this much dragon coin, he was instantly a wealthy man. And besides this 10 billion, there were also several level 30 king tier equipment pieces. Stellar necklace. King tier. Equip level 30. Spirit plus 800. Equipment effect resists 80% of magical impact. Stellar armor. King tier. Equip level 30. Strength plus 900, Constitution plus 900. Equipment effect, attack speed plus 60%. Stellar helm. Champion grade. Equip level 30. Stamina plus 980. Equipment effect reduces 40% of damage dealt to self by target. This entire set of gear probably costs at least a few hundred million, right? Wang Yun clicked his tongue in disbelief. After a quick glance, Wang Yun was stunned by the stats of these king tier items. He promptly equipped them all. Besides the massive haul of gear and dragon coins. Knock knock knock. Another knock sounded at the door. Wang Yun opened the door to find Ren Tianyun standing there. Hey, big bro. Long time no see. After opening the door, Ren Tianyun barged right in and plopped down on the sofa. Long time no see. What level are you now? Wang Yun asked. Level 20. Ren Tianyun said proudly. That's pretty good. Wang Yun nodded. When he had left the party with Ren Tianyun, the latter had been level 16. Now, Ren Tianyun had already reached level 20. Level 20 was already good enough to get into a very decent university. It wasn't that Ren Tianyun didn't want Wang Yun to keep guiding him. It was just that getting into those top-tier universities. It wasn't just about the high level of the artifact spirit user. They also demand that the awakened spirit within the artifact be of a high level. Therefore, even if Wang Yun raised Ren Tianyun's level exceptionally high, it wouldn't make any difference. Big brother, what level are you now? Ren Tianyun asked. I said I'm level 39. You believe me? Wang Yun chuckled. Holy crap? Bro, you're already level 39? If someone else said that, Ren Tianyun would have dismissed it as bull. But these words came from Wang Yun. He couldn't possibly doubt it. Level 39 already? Then big bro, you could get into Longming University with ease. Ren Tianyun chuckled. Longming University was the finest institution of higher learning in their nation. It was the dream school for virtually every high school student. Anyone with the ability would apply to this university. That's right. Wang Yun nodded. His dream, naturally, was to join Longming University. Longming University not only possessed abundant resources, it distributes substantial cultivation resources monthly, but also controlled an exceptionally large number of dungeons. After Wang Yun entered Dragon Roar University, he could likely farm monsters and level up much faster. The next day arrived swiftly. Wang Yun and Ren Tianyun arrived together at Pingan No. 2 High School. At the school gate of Pingan No. 2 High School at that moment, countless parents. They had all come to see their children off. After years of grueling study, success or failure hinged on this very moment. Little fatty, today is the day of the college entrance exam. You must do your best, get into a decent university, and then you'll have a chance to join a good guild after graduation, find a good job, and marry a good wife. Zhang Wei, don't get nervous today. They say the exam grounds are dangerous every year. Don't get matched with a monster you can't beat and have to keep fighting it. Mom doesn't want anything else, just your safe return every day. Countless parents pleaded earnestly with their children. Soon, guided by the buses, the crowd was transported to the city square of Pingan City, the venue for today's Gaokao. Right there in the city square, all high school students in Pingan City would be brought here. After Wang Yun stepped off the bus, he noticed numerous spirit beings wielding cold weapons gathered near the city square. They were all there to maintain order. After all, this was a major day for the students. If anything unexpected were to happen, it would be disastrous. Chapter 36, Storming the Tower. Time ticked by, and the number of senior high students in the venue steadily grew. By the end, the count reached over 2,000, virtually every senior in Pingan City. I wonder how difficult this year's college entrance exam will be. I just hope I can scrape by with an ordinary undergraduate degree. Sigh, I don't even dare hope for a bachelor's degree. I've been hunting fierce beasts for 7 days and I'm only at level 4 now. If I could get into a junior college, I'd be satisfied. The crowd murmured in scattered conversation. Silence. Suddenly, a square-jawed middle-aged man appeared on the high platform. This man was none other than Lord Feng, the ruler of Pingan City. Since nearly everyone is present, I shall now announce the rules for this imperial examination. With that, Lord Feng reached into his backpack. A small tower. The small tower began to rise high into the air. Finally, it transformed into a tower hundreds of meters tall, standing majestically in the center of the field. This tower is called the Wind and Cloud Tower. Once you enter it, each of you will be transported to a separate, isolated space. The Wind and Cloud Tower has 100 floors. The higher the floor you conquer, the higher your final score will be. A higher score naturally means you have a greater chance of gaining admission to a better university. Furthermore, to ensure your safety, I have arranged for transmission scrolls to be distributed to you. Using these scrolls will allow you to exit safely. However, using a scroll signifies your voluntary withdrawal from the college entrance examination. Lord Feng said slowly. Bro, the college entrance exam is right around the corner. Don't get nervous, okay? Ren Tianyun, sitting beside Wang Yun, shook his legs nervously as he tried to reassure himself. You brat. Wang Yun shot him a withering look. Was he nervous? It was the other guy who was freaking out, wasn't he? I hereby declare the commencement of this college entrance examination. A few minutes later, Lord Feng waved his hand and declared. The next moment, hundreds of teleportation vortexes appeared before the Wind and Cloud Tower. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. One after another, they rushed headlong into the teleportation vortexes. Good luck on the college entrance exam, young man. Wang Yun patted Ren Tianyun on the shoulder. He could guide Wang Yun through leveling up, but this college entrance exam? He couldn't offer a single bit of help. With a hum, Wang Yun also entered the teleportation vortex, transported into the independent space of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Is this the first floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower? Wang Yun scanned the empty field and said. Roar! A level 2 wild boar appeared before Wang Yun. The level 2 boar bellowed as it charged toward Wang Yun. What the hell are you doing? Seeing the boar was only level 2, Wang Yun didn't even bother pulling out his Gatling gun. He charged straight at it and delivered a kick right to the boar's face. Thud! The boar was instantly kicked to death on the ground. It didn't even have the strength to fight back. A teleportation vortex appeared before Wang Yun. This vortex signaled that Wang Yun could now enter the second level of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Without hesitation, Wang Yun stepped into the second level. Roar! 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 3 level 2 wild boars appeared before Wang Yun. What the hell are you barking about? Wang Yun frowned. Still no Gatling gun summoned. Still, a few clean, decisive kicks. Thud. 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 All three wild boars were kicked to death by Wang Yun. In less than half an hour. Wang Yun had already broken through to the 20th layer. The ferocious beast before him now had reached level 10. Boom! A crimson flame lion opened its gaping maw, gathering a terrifying fireball within its jaws that slammed toward Wang Yun. Overestimating your strength. Wang Yun's toes tapped lightly to the side, and his entire body instantly shifted several meters away. The fireball struck nothing but empty air. Then, Wang Yun pulled the trigger. A torrent of bullets poured forth. With effortless ease, he instantly killed the crimson flame lion. Outside the arena. Outside the Wind and Cloud Tower, 10 massive light screens remained. These screens broadcasted real-time footage of events unfolding within the Wind Cloud Tower. Of course, the 10 screens only broadcast the top 10 climbers. And Wang Yun was currently the top climber in Pinyin City. Holy crap? That's a level 10 Crimson Flame Lion? And it just died like that? What level is this kid anyway? And why is his weapon a thermal weapon? Does that firearm deal that much damage? Is that even reasonable? Is that normal? If only my son were half as skilled as him. Parents watching from the sidelines gasped in shock at the events unfolding on the projection screen. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Destiny. Standing beside Lord Feng were several principals from Pinyin City's top high schools. I hear Pinyin number 2 High produced a glory tier spirit this year? Lord Feng turned to look at Principal Li. Yes. Principal Li immediately flashed a dazzling smile. He had cultivated a glory tier spirit. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would also receive commendation from the city lord. Well done. Lord Feng praised. Damn it. The principal of Pinyin First High School, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but frown. He had believed that producing a star-shining great artifact spirit this year would allow them to suppress Pinyin number 2 High School. But what he never could have imagined was that Pinyin number 2 High School had produced a glory tier spirit artifact. How could he possibly keep Pinyin number 2 High School in check now? This year. The stage belonged solely to Pinyin number 2 High School. 1 hour later. Wang Yun had already reached the 40th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Before him now stood a level 20 ferocious beast. Iron Golem. LV-20. This iron golem stood a full 3 meters tall. Its entire body was encased in steel. Its entire being radiated immense strength. This guy actually made it to the 40th floor? Yeah, if I recall correctly, in the history of our Peace City, only a handful of people have ever made it to the 40th floor. You must understand from the 40th floor of the Wind and Cloud layer onward, the beasts you face are all level 20. The onlookers outside the arena murmured in astonishment. Inside the Wind and Cloud Tower, the iron golems formed swiftly began to dance. Like a small mountain, it charged toward Wang Yun. But, before it could take a few steps, it was instantly obliterated by Wang Yun's Gatling gun. Killed level 20 iron golem, experience plus 200, points plus 200. Overestimating your abilities. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. Instantly killed? That's a level 20 ferocious beast. Just how high is this kid's level? The crowd outside the city walls murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wang Yun remained unaware that his actions had sparked such intense discussion outside the arena. Chapter 37, the 91st floor. Meanwhile, Wang Yun continued his relentless ascent through the tower. He had now reached the 45th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Before him stood a full 5 iron golems. These 5 iron golems charged at Wang Yun from 5 different directions. Any ordinary artifact spirit user would have immediately created a significant distance from these iron golems. But Wang Yun stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. He's not backing away? These are 5 level 22 iron golems, after all. Yeah, you gotta remember, iron golems aren't just high in attack power, their defense is ridiculously high too. The spectators outside the arena murmured their doubts. He's asking for it. Wang Yun snorted coldly. He casually pulled the trigger in his hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets poured forth. These 5 headless iron golems, seemingly possessing formidable defenses, were instantly riddled with countless bullet holes under the relentless barrage. Within mere seconds, they collapsed one after another. They were taken out that fast? These are 5 level 22 iron golems, after all. Just how high is this kid's level now? The crowd outside gasped in shock. If you knew Wang Yun's true level, it would probably scare the hell out of you. Principal Li felt a quiet sense of triumph within. He'd broken through to level 39 in just 7 short days. Who would believe that if he told them? Who would? Within the 15th layer of the Wind and Cloud Tower, a man wielding a crimson battle blade faced 2 swift wind wolves. All 3 swift wind wolves were level 8 beings. This man was Zhao Wutian, the Soul Star illuminated great weapon spirit at Pinyin First High School. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 swift wind wolves unleashed unparalleled speed. In the next instant, they charged toward Zhao Wutian. Facing the simultaneous assault of the three swift wind wolves, not a trace of panic appeared on Zhao Wutian's face. Instead, he calmly unleashed 3 slashes of blade energy. Bang! 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 The moment they made contact, the 3 swift wind wolves instantly became 3 headless corpses. Utterly overconfident, Zhao Wutian sneered coldly. He was a level 25 expert. Dealing with these level 8 beasts was child's play. I should be at the top of the rankings on the light screen now. The parents outside and the students from the 2nd and 3rd years who came to watch must be stunned by my impressive performance just now. Zhao Wutian murmured with a faint smile. Outside the instance. What a pity. The principal of Ping'an First High School shook his head regretfully at Zhao Wutian. Zhao Wutian had indeed appeared on the live broadcast screen. Many had noticed him. But all eyes in the arena were drawn to Wang Yun. In just half an hour, he had already reached the 45th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. At this pace of ascending the tower, barring any surprises, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exams for Pingyun province would undoubtedly be Wang Yun. Even if other cities in Pingyun province produced some other geniuses, they absolutely cannot surpass Wang Yun. After all, Wang Yun possesses a glory tier artifact spirit. Across the entire nation, there are likely only a handful of individuals who possess a glory tier artifact spirit. Half an hour later, Wang Yun had already stormed into the 70th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. The beasts before him had already reached level 30. Holy crap! It's only been an hour, right? That kid actually made it to the 70th floor? That's just insane. How many more floors do you think he can take? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Principally, this Wang Yun of yours truly has boundless potential. Even the city lord of Ping'an City couldn't help but praise him. Awakened artifact spirits are powerful, but the wielder must possess the skill to command it. Throughout the history of their dragon nation, there have been cases where an awakened artifact spirit was of high rank, yet the artifact spirit user possessed little combat prowess. Indeed, indeed. Principal Li's heart swelled with delight upon hearing the city lord of Ping'an speak thus. As the saying goes, when one person achieves greatness, even the chickens and dogs are elevated. Once Wang Yun became the top scholar of Pingyun province, the city's rewards for him would surely be generous. This was truly a win-win situation. Inside the Wind and Cloud Tower, a colossal 4-armed ape, towering 3 meters tall, materialized before Wang Yun. This 4-armed giant ape was immense in size. Its body was covered in muscles like those of a dragon. Incredibly developed. Roar! The level 30 ferocious beast, upon spotting Wang Yun, immediately unleashed a deafening roar. Then, it charged toward Wang Yun with great strides. All flash and no substance. Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The 4-armed giant ape took only a few steps before its entire body collapsed limply to the ground. Killed LV-34 armed giant ape. Earned plus 300 points, plus 300 experience. Looks intimidating, but not much to it. As Wang Yun passed by the corpse, he couldn't resist kicking it a few times in the rear. That kid just one-shot a level 34 armed giant ape? That's a level 30 ferocious beast. Just how high is this kid's level now? Forget his level. With this performance alone, he's got a shot at getting into the top universities in our country. So jealous. If I could be half as awesome as him during my college entrance exams. Spectators watching from the sidelines murmured in astonishment. Half an hour later, Wang Yun advanced as if no one stood in his way. He stormed into the 90th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. The moment he stepped onto the 90th floor, the entire crowd erupted in a wave of astonishment. Holy crap! He made it to the 90th floor? If I recall correctly, since the founding of Ping'an City, no one has ever reached the 90th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower in the college entrance exam. This kid's strength is just too outrageous. It's not just incredible, it's downright godlike. Seriously. The crowd murmured in stunned awe. Within the Wind Cloud Tower, 90th floor, a level 45 ferocious beast appeared before Wang Yun. It was a unicorn giant lion. The lion's form was immense, standing like a small hill in the clearing. The most striking feature was the massive horn protruding from its forehead. It resembled an unparalleled spear. It radiated a dazzling glow in the air. The moment it spotted Wang Yun, the entire body of the unicorn lion instantly burst into blazing flames. Then it charged toward Wang Yun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yun unleashed a torrent of bullets. But he discovered he couldn't do anything to this unicorn lion for the time being. There was nothing he could do. After all, this was a level 45 ferocious beast. Wang Yun swiftly activated the Azure Cloud Step. He swiftly retreated his body to the other side. This kid can't even take down that unicorn giant lion instantly? Could he actually stop here? It's possible. He's already reached the 90th layer. That's an extraordinary achievement in itself. The crowd murmured in doubt. Chapter 38, Necromancer. After evading the unicorn lion's charge, The colossal unicorn lion then slammed its entire body into a nearby wall with tremendous force. It smashed a massive hole through the wall. Tap tap tap. Wang Yun immediately activated various skill entries. A barrage of attacks struck the unicorn lion. The beast's health began plummeting at an alarming rate. Roar! 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 The unicorn lion seemed to sense something amiss, opening its gaping maw. Balls of dense flame erupted from its maw. After tracing elegant arcs through the air, they slammed toward Wang Yun. It's over. With so many fireballs coming down, this kid's journey will likely end here. But honestly, it wouldn't be shameful for him to withdraw from the Wind and Cloud Tower now. Yeah, the points he's earned so far are enough to get him into a top-tier university. The crowd murmured among themselves. However, facing the relentless onslaught of fiery projectiles, Wang Yun strolled through them as if taking a leisurely walk. He dodged each and every one of the fireballs. Then, Wang Yun relentlessly pumped the trigger of his Gatling gun. Wave after wave of bullets struck the unicorn lion. After several minutes, the unicorn lion finally collapsed into a lifeless corpse. It collapsed into a pool of blood. Killed level 45 unicorn lion, points plus 450, experience plus 450. No way. That was a level 45 ferocious beast? He just one-shot it? This kid's power is terrifying. It's downright terrifying. I feel like he could clear the entire Wind and Cloud Tower. Honestly, with the strength he's showing now, he might just make it to the 100th floor. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Huff. Wang Yun exhaled a long, heavy breath. He had slain so many ferocious beasts. His own level had reached 40. After slaying this unicorn giant lion, he didn't immediately proceed to the next level. After charging through so many floors of the tower, his mana and stamina had been severely depleted. He needed to rest for a few minutes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Wind and Cloud Tower, Zhao Wutian had just cleared the 25th floor of the Wind and Rain Tower. Ha, I'll be entering the 26th floor of the Wind and Rain Tower soon. I feel like the people outside have been thoroughly impressed by my performance. Zhao Wutian roared with laughter. After all, he was a star-illuminating great artifact spirit. If his performance fails to draw the attention of those outside, that would be utterly unnatural. After a brief rest, entered the 91st floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. The moment he stepped onto the 91st floor, a figure soon appeared before him. A level 46 skeleton giant. This skeleton giant stood a full 10 meters tall, towering above all else. In each hand, it wielded a massive broadsword, radiating an imposing presence. However, within minutes, it was slain by Wang Yun. After Wang Yun finished off this skeleton giant, he charged through several more levels in succession. He reached the 95th floor directly. Seeing Wang Yun reach the 95th floor in less than an hour. Reached the 95th floor. The entire crowd erupted in an instant. This kid's tower climbing speed is insane. Yeah, he's already on the 95th floor. This isn't just fast, it's like he's riding a rocket. The crowd outside murmured in astonishment. That kid Wang Yun? He'll probably breeze through the 100th floor without breaking a sweat. The eyes of the city lord of Ping'an City lit up slightly. He had served as the city lord of Ping'an City for decades. He had never encountered such a dazzlingly talented artifact spirit user. Ah, this is all thanks to Wang Yun's own efforts, isn't it? Principal Li laughed heartily. Principal Li was as pleased as could be today. Wang Yun was a student at his school. The better Wang Yun performed, the more glory reflected on him. Necromancer. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. He stared at the level 48 ferocious beast that had appeared before him. This beast was known as the Necromancer. It gripped a staff in its hand. Beside him stood 3 level 30 skeleton minions. Kill him. At the Necromancer's command, the 3 skeleton minions brandished their small blades and lunged toward Wang Yun. Die. Wang Yun's face darkened with fury as he activated the Gatling gun. A hail of bullets erupted from the weapon. Within mere seconds, the 3 insignificant skeleton soldiers were eliminated. But no sooner had he finished them off. The Necromancer summoned 3 more skeleton soldiers. Damn it. Wang Yun frowned. If he kept this up, the number of skeleton minions he killed, the Necromancer would summon just as many. How troublesome would that be? Why not just kill you outright? Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun at the Necromancer. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yun pulled the trigger all the way down. Countless bullets, like a torrential downpour hitting the ground, poured down upon the Necromancer. Yet, the Necromancer merely raised his right hand. A protective shield materialized before him, shielding him from behind. Next, no matter how many bullets Wang Yun fired, it managed to withstand every single one. What? This Necromancer's skill is downright unfair. It's not just unfair, it's downright shameless. If this keeps up, Wang Yun will be worn down to death. The crowd murmured in unison. Since regular bullets can't pierce your shield, let's try this instead. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. He then activated the laser beam entry. Boom! A terrifying beam of light slammed straight into the necromancer. With a thud, the beam slammed heavily against the protective shield. The moment it made contact, the shield shattered at a visible speed. What terrifying power! The necromancer's eyes widened. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. After piercing the shield, the beam of light slammed heavily into the necromancer's body. Boom! The necromancer was sent flying over 200 meters, crashing into a wall. When he finally crashed to the ground, he was already dead, showing no signs of life. Killed level 48 necromancer, experience plus 480, points plus 480. What kind of skill is that? Its power is terrifying. Yeah, one hit and it one-shot a level 48 necromancer? If it were me, forget one-shotting that necromancer, I doubt I could even take down a single skeleton minion under his command. The crowd murmured in astonishment. You're something else, kid. Principal Li couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Wang Yun. He had genuinely believed Wang Yun wouldn't stand a chance against this necromancer. But in the end, Wang Yun had instantly killed the necromancer. Chapter 39, the 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Having cleared the 95th floor, Wang Yun arrived at the 96th. The 96th floor featured a level 47 ferocious beast. Bloodscale Ox. This colossal beast stood 2 meters tall and stretched 4 meters in length. Its body was covered in crimson scales. These crimson scales formed a protective armor, covering the entire body of the Bloodscale Ox. Doesn't this kid plan to rest? He's already charging straight into the 96th floor? Yeah, the Wind Cloud Tower gets seriously tough starting from the 90th floor. If I were Wang Yun, I'd definitely rest for half an hour before continuing. The crowd murmured among themselves. A Bloodscale Ox? Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. He pulled the trigger. Bullet after bullet poured forth, striking the Bloodscale Ox's body. Suddenly, a series of sharp, metallic clangs echoed across the field. Wang Yun's bullets seemed to strike solid iron. Truly worthy of the Bloodscale Ox. Its defense is astonishingly formidable. Wang Yun murmured in admiration. Though he sensed the Bloodscale Ox's astonishing defense, Wang Yun showed little panic. No matter how formidable its defense, it couldn't possibly keep defending indefinitely, right? He possessed infinite firepower. Half an hour later, the Bloodscale Ox's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Killed level 47 Bloodscale Ox, experience plus 470, points plus 470. Truly worthy of Wang Yun. Yeah, even a level 47 Bloodscale Ox couldn't stand a chance against him. If it were me, I doubt I could even break through this Bloodscale Ox's defenses. Spectators watching from the sidelines murmured in astonishment. 97th layer. 98th floor. 99th layer. 100 floors. In just 2 short hours, Wang Yun had already broken through to the final level of the Wind and Cloud Tower. He actually made it to the 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower? This year's top scholar of Pingyun province, barring any surprises, will undoubtedly be him. Is there even any question? Looking back at Pingyun province's history, who else has ever reached the 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower? Not just our province, across the entire nation, there are only a handful who've ever made it to the 100th floor. Exactly. Even if Wang Yun clears the 100th floor, he'll undoubtedly be our Pingyun province's top scholar. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Someone actually reaching the pinnacle of the Wind and Cloud Tower. The crowd murmured with envy. This kid truly shines like a bright star. The Lord of Pingyun City witnessed this scene. A peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to this kid's own determination. Principal Li of Pingyun No. 2 Middle School's smile at that moment was nothing short of dazzling. He was grinning like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. The 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. A level 50 Thunder Bear appeared before Wang Yun. This Thunder Bear stood a full 5 meters tall. Merely standing there, it exerted an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Wang Yun. Lightning constantly danced through its white fur. Wang Yun was currently level 40, while the Thunder Bear before him was a full 10 levels higher. If this were anyone else, they would have fled long ago. But Wang Yun was different. He was the one determined to conquer the entire Wind and Cloud Tower. If I recall correctly, throughout the entire history of Pingyun City, probably no one has ever cleared the Skaokao level Wind and Cloud Tower. Wang Yun murmured to himself. The tradition of using the Wind and Cloud Tower for imperial examinations had spanned hundreds of years. Human, die. Furious shock. The Thunder Bear roared furiously. Thunder currents surged more intensely across its entire body, emitting a suffocatingly terrifying crackling sound. In the next instant, it opened its gaping maw, gathering a terrifying ball of lightning within its jaws that it hurled toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun knew such a formidable beast couldn't be confronted head-on, so he swiftly activated the Azure Cloud Step, teleporting himself to a safe location. Boom! The thunderball slammed heavily into the spot where Wang Yun had been standing. It left behind a crater over 20 meters long. Just as Wang Yun came to a halt and prepared to summon his Gatling gun to fire, the Thunder Bear unleashed another barrage of lightning orbs, hurtling toward Wang Yun. Again? Wang Yun frowned. He executed the Azure Cloud step once more, evading the thunder orbs. The balls slammed into the ground, leaving behind a series of terrifying craters. Damn human, he's so damn fast. The Thunder Bear panted heavily, realizing none of its barrage had even grazed Wang Yun's fur. Skill cooldown kicking in, huh? Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. He immediately activated the laser beam skill. He aimed the Gatling gun's barrel directly at the Thunder Bear. Boom! A dazzling beam of light, radiating an apocalyptic aura, erupted violently. Blazing fast. The Thunder Dog Bear's pupils contracted sharply. Such blinding speed. He couldn't possibly dodge it. Boom! The Thunder Bear took the full brunt of the blow with his bare flesh. His entire body recoiled backward violently. It didn't stop until it had been thrown back over 300 meters. Wang Yun's skill is just too god tier. A single strike could actually knock a beast from the 100th floor of the Wind Cloud Tower flying that far? I feel like Pinyin City's first ever person to clear the Wind Cloud Tower is about to be born. The crowd watched the Thunder Bear's violent retreat with eager anticipation. After stabilizing itself, the Thunder Bear's chest fur had turned charcoal black. Though Wang Yun's strike was immensely powerful, it hadn't inflicted fatal damage on the Thunder Bear. Damned human! Do you think you can kill me like this? The Thunder Bear roared in fury. Now it's my turn. I am the storm. The Thunder Bear roared, stomping its paw hard on the ground as its entire body soared into the air. A dense swirl of thunder surged from the palm of its right hand, flickering with an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Impressive speed. Wang Yun frowned. He sensed that the Thunder Bear's aura had locked onto him. There was no way he could evade it. If I can't evade it, then I won't try. Just as the Thunder Bear was about to charge right at him, he activated his elemental shield. Boom! The Thunder Bear's paw slammed heavily against the elemental shield. Boom! A force like a volcanic eruption instantly poured over the elemental shield. The shield instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Chapter 40, The Gokao ends. What terrifying destructive power. Wang Yun frowned. He swiftly activated the Azure Cloud step. He teleported to another location. The moment his body stabilized, he activated another devastating skill. Ultra Long Range Cannon. This skill, despite its immense range, it unleashed terrifying power. At such close range, it goes without saying. Boom! A pillar of light shot straight into the heavens, unleashing unparalleled power. It slammed into the Thunder Bear. Not a buddy? The Thunder Bear's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Hadn't a beam of light just erupted not long ago? How could another pillar of light appear now? Boom! The terrifying beam slammed heavily into the Thunder Bear's chest. Once again, it was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The Thunder Bear's health took another heavy hit. Damn it! Is the cooldown that short? The Thunder Bear spat a mouthful of blood before speaking. Next, Wang Yun fired relentlessly at the Thunder Bear. Flame Burn. Frost Bullets. Crimson State. A jumble of skill descriptions. All activated by Wang Yun. All unleashed at once. What kind of firepower is this? Thunder Bear desperately wanted to charge at Wang Yun, but found bullets surging toward him like a tidal wave from every direction. This left him utterly immobilized. To move, it would have to rely on its skills. But the problem was, all his skills were currently on cooldown. Guys, look. That level 100 beast in the Wind Cloud Tower is actually being beaten down by Wang Yun. This kid's power is insane. That's a level 50 beast, yet it's acting like a little kid in front of Wang Yun. Holy crap, we're about to witness the first person in Pinyin City's history to clear the 100th floor of the Wind Cloud Tower. The crowd murmured in awe. That Wang Yun is about to make Pinyin City proud. The city lord of Pinyin City chuckled. The lad certainly is a credit to us all. Principal Li chuckled. After a full 10+ minutes had passed, Wang Yun finally slew the Thunder Bear. He cleared the 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. He became the first person in Pinyin City's history to conquer the 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. It's dead. It's dead. The Thunder Bear has been slain by Wang Yun. He did it. Wang Yun did it. He conquered the Wind and Cloud Tower solo. This year's top scholar of Pingyun province will undoubtedly be him, barring any surprises. What unexpected outcome could possibly happen? This year's top scholar of our province is undoubtedly Wang Yun. The crowd outside erupted in praise. Wang Yun had just emerged from the Wind and Cloud Tower. He noticed the surrounding crowd murmuring about him. Cloud God, could I get your autograph? Cloud God, could you add me on WeChat? Wang Yun shook his head. He shook his head, pretending not to hear any of it. Soon, Principal Li and the city lord of Pinyin City, along with others, gathered around. Wang Yun, this is the lord of Pinyin City. Principal Li pointed at the city lord of Ping'an City. "Good day, Lord Mayor." Wang Yun greeted him. "Well done, Wang Yun. In the history of our peaceful city, no one has ever cleared the 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. You've broken our city's historical record." The city lord of Ping'an City praised him. "The college entrance exam results will be announced in 3 days. By then, you'll likely be the top scholar," Principal Li remarked. Afterward, Wang Yun exchanged pleasantries with Principal Li and the lord of Ping'an City. After the formalities concluded, Wang Yun departed the place. After all, the college entrance exams were now over. There was little point in Wang Yun staying any longer. He only needed to wait for the college entrance exam results to be released. College applications would be submitted after the scores were released. Therefore, Wang Yun wasn't in any hurry. After Wang Yun departed, the Gaokao within the Wind and Cloud Tower continued in full swing. 3 hours later, Zhao Wutian, having cleared the 60th floor, emerged from the Wind and Cloud Tower. "This time I cleared a full 60 floors, though it didn't break Ping'an City's historical record. It's still quite impressive," Zhao Wutian chuckled. However, as soon as he emerged from the Wind and Cloud Tower, outside, the cheers he had anticipated were nowhere to be heard. "What's going on?" Zhao Wutian furrowed his brow. He had conquered the 60th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Why wasn't anyone cheering for him? Why wasn't anyone applauding? Zhao Wutian turned to look at the stone monument beside him, which recorded the number of floors conquered in the Wind and Cloud Tower. The top name on the stele was none other than Wang Yun. "Wait, dude?" Upon seeing that Wang Yun had cleared 100 floors, his eyes widened involuntarily. "Is this even human? 100 floors?" Zhao Wutian exclaimed in utter disbelief. "Is this record stone monument messing with us? Someone actually cleared the 100th floor? And the runner-up on the record stone was none other than Zhao Wutian himself. He managed to reach the 60th floor. It's already quite impressive. But compared to Wang Yun, he felt utterly ordinary as could be. Zhao Wutian, that kid has genuinely cleared all 100 floors. At that moment, the principal of Ping'an First High School approached at a leisurely pace. "Principal, how did he manage it?" Zhao Wutian asked in astonishment. "He possesses a glory-grade artifact spirit." The principal of Ping'an No. 1 High School took a deep breath. Then he said, "Glory tier artifact spirit?" Zhao Wutian asked incredulously. "Is that for real?" "Principal, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhao Wutian asked suspiciously. If it weren't a glory tier spirit core, it wouldn't have made it to the 100th floor. The principal of Ping'an First High School sighed helplessly. He had assumed Ping'an No. 2 High would once again be overshadowed by his school this year. But what they never could have imagined was, Ping'an No. 2 High School had unexpectedly produced a major breakthrough. They actually produced a glory tier artifact spirit. Sigh. Zhao Wutian exhaled a long, heavy sigh. He resigned himself to this bitter reality. He had believed this year would be his time to shine. But then a glory tier artifact spirit appeared. Its radiance had completely overshadowed his own. Why must both Yu and Liang exist in the same era? Meanwhile, Wang Yun had already returned home. He crossed his legs. He sipped his cola, watching a TV drama. After all, he had finished his college entrance exams. Naturally, it was time to relax. He'd been grinding monsters non-stop for days. Wang Yun was exhausted too. About 3 or 4 hours later, a knock sounded at Wang Yun's door. It was none other than Ren Tianyun, who had just finished his college entrance exams. "Big bro, I'm here." Chapter 41, Defying the Odds with his college entrance exam scores. "Oh, it's you, kid. So, how far did you make it?" Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. "I only made it to the 43rd floor. I'm no match for you, big bro. Word of you clearing all 100 floors of the Wind Cloud Tower has spread all over Ping'an City. You're a big shot now, you know?" Ren Tianyun said enviously. "Making it to the 43rd floor is already pretty impressive. You can start applying to some decent universities now." Wang Yun chuckled. "Want to find a place to celebrate?" Wang Yun asked. "Sure." Ren Tianyun nodded. Afterward, the two found a high-end restaurant and enjoyed a satisfying meal. They each went home to their own mothers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the college entrance exam results were released. Everyone could check their scores online. Wang Yun also checked his results online. Unsurprisingly, Wang Yun was the top scorer in the college entrance exam for their entire Pingyun province. Wang Yun. College entrance exam score, 1,340,000 points. Provincial ranking, first place. Wang Yun wasn't surprised either. After all, she was a glory tier spirit core. After the college entrance exam results were released, the next step was to fill out the college application. The university Wang Yun naturally wanted to attend was the best in their Dragon Nation Longming University. Longming University not only possessed the finest cultivation resources in their Dragon Nation, It also possessed the most dungeon resources. Only by entering such a place could one significantly elevate their cultivation. Pinyin No. 2 High School. Principal's office. All the administrators of the second high school had gathered here. They were not here for idle chatter, but to review the academic performance of Pinyin No. 2 High School students. 1,034,000 points. Principal Lee's pupils suddenly contracted after checking Wang Yun's score. This score was absolutely mind-blowing. It had actually reached 1 million. Was this the power of the glory spirit? Generally speaking, scoring over 1,000 points was enough to get into a decent university. Wang Yun's score far exceeded Longming University's cutoff by a wide margin. That kid Wang Yun is seriously impressive. Yeah, over 1 million points. I wonder what Pinyin No. 1 High School has to counter us with this year. Keep us down? Didn't you see how the principal of Pinyin No. 1 High School turned beet red on exam day? The others chattered excitedly. Meanwhile, Wang Yun was already at home, having successfully applied to Longming University. Longming University was the most prestigious institution in their nation, so Wang Yun chose it without hesitation. After submitting his application, he had to wait another day to find out if he'd actually been accepted by his chosen university. Wang Yun wasn't worried. With his scores, admission was practically guaranteed. Pingyun Province. The provincial capital, Xingqian City. Municipal Education Bureau. One by one, the leaders of the Education Bureau sat here, their expressions tense as they awaited the release of the college entrance exam results. Barring any surprises this year, the provincial top scorer of Pingyun Province will once again be from our star city. Is there even any doubt? Haven't we claimed the provincial top scholar every single year? This year we've produced a true master-level artifact spirit user. He's climbed all the way to the 85th layer. The crowd murmured in agreement. As the provincial capital of Pingyun Province, they feasted most lavishly on cultivation resources each year. Thus, the provincial champion of Pingyun Province was almost always theirs. A few minutes later, the college entrance exam results were finally released. Everyone frantically scanned the college entrance exam rankings, searching for the names of their stellar city artifact spirits. How come Mei Hongfeng is only ranked second? Is this a mistake? The Education Bureau director stared blankly at the college entrance exam rankings. And the top spot, above second place Mei Hongfeng, belonged to none other than Wang Yun. Who is this guy? Wang Yun? Over 1 million points? First place? From Pinyin City? Yeah, Pinyin City is within our province, right? I've never heard of it before. Pinyin City is indeed in our province, but it's just a small, obscure town. I guess its urban area is less than half the size of our Xingqian City. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Retrieve the footage of his college entrance exam performance immediately. The Education Bureau chief said, unwilling to accept it. Having served as a school administrator in Star City for so many years, which provincial top scholar hadn't come from their Star City? Why had the spotlight shifted this year? Moving the spotlight would have been one thing. Why move it to some obscure little town? All right. A man standing nearby nodded. He immediately played the video of Wang Yun storming the Wind Cloud Tower. This is the Education Bureau. Requesting access to the Windstorm Tower video records. Naturally, there was no issue at all. With a hum, a massive light screen materialized before everyone. It displayed the very footage of Wang Yun's challenge. There he was. Wang Yun wielded his Gatling gun like a divine being descended from the heavens, charging in and out of the Wind and Cloud Tower 7 times. That's a Gatling gun? How could a firearm possess such immense power? No way. How did he clear the tower like it was child's play? He just reached the 40th floor in one go? The crowd watched the unfolding scenes in utter disbelief. At first, they thought the Gatling gun had no real power. But the more they watched, the more stunned they became. How could this Gatling gun pack such immense firepower? And its rate of fire was ridiculously fast. It far surpassed the attack speed of those who had awakened cold weapon spirit weapons. Not long after, Wang Yun within the light screen had already broken through to the 91st layer. Now Wang Yun faced the unicorn giant lion. This unicorn lion isn't even a match for him? His spirit artifact is just too insane. And that Gatling gun of his, it doesn't seem to consume mana at all. How can it keep spinning like that? The crowd murmured in astonishment. After everyone finished watching the entire video record of Wang Yun clearing the Wind Cloud Tower, they finally understood why Wang Yun had dominated them all to become the top scholar of Pingyun Province. The reason was simple. His strength was simply too overwhelming. Sigh. That's it, then. After witnessing all this, the Education Bureau chief collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. A person capable of clearing the 100th floor of the Wind and Cloud Tower. Even across their entire province, it had been nearly decades since such a prodigy had emerged. Meanwhile, at Wang Yun's residence, uninvited guests began arriving one after another. These uninvited guests were none other than None other than Principal Li, the director of the Education Bureau of Pinyin City, and the Lord of Pinyin City. Chapter 42, The City Walls Have Fallen? You've truly brought honor to our peace city this time. Indeed, Wang Yun. Here's 5 million in college entrance exam bonuses. Take it. As these people showered Wang Yun with praise, they produced a card and handed it to Wang Yun. Wang Yun accepted it without any hesitation. After some polite exchanges, Principal Li and the others departed. The very next day, Wang Yun quickly learned that his application to Longming University had been accepted. With his application to Longming University approved, Wang Yun could head straight there. After briefly organizing his belongings, he prepared to depart. After resting for 3 or 4 days, it was time to head to Longming University to slay monsters and level up. Longming University contained countless dungeons. Wang Yun was eager to experience them firsthand. Help! No sooner had Wang Yun stepped out of the residential complex than he spotted ferocious beasts charging down the street, hot on the heels of several people ahead. These beasts weren't particularly high level, only just over level 10. But the people in front of him weren't spirit artifact users. If caught by the beasts, they would surely meet their end. Die! Wang Yun roared in fury, summoning his Gatling gun. With a furious shout, he spun the Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets sliced through the air, hurtling toward the ferocious beasts. The moment they made contact, the beasts dissolved into a sky-filling mist of blood. The group who had been hunted moments before stared in disbelief at the scene. How intense is this guy's firepower? How could just a few bullets instantly eliminate these beasts that had been chasing them for half a day? Thanks for the help, brother. Yeah, if you hadn't stepped in, we'd probably have died here today. These beasts had been chasing us for hours. After being saved by Wang Yun, the group hurriedly expressed their gratitude. It was nothing. Wang Yun waved his hand dismissively. Speaking of which, where did these beasts come from? Wang Yun frowned. This was within the walls of Pinyin City. By all accounts, no ferocious beasts should be appearing here. Yet here they were, appearing right in this very place. There was only one explanation. The city walls had been breached. Sure enough. The next moment. The city walls have been breached. Right near Deruefa over here. We were planning to go to Deruefa to buy some things, but suddenly a hole appeared in the nearby city wall, forcing us to flee. Their answers matched Wang Yun's expectations perfectly. Where are the city guards? Wang Yun frowned. Logically, there should have been numerous city guards stationed near the walls. When the wall was breached, shouldn't they have been the first to rush to the breach? There are simply too many beasts. The city guards couldn't possibly handle them all. Someone sighed. I'll go take a look. Pinyin City was his home, and Wang Yun certainly didn't want to return from Longming University one day only to find it reduced to ruins by the beasts. That was absolutely not a scene he wished to witness. After bidding farewell to the others, Wang Yun hurried straight to the vicinity of Deruefa. It's broken, all right. And badly broken at that. Wang Yun spotted a gaping hole several hundred meters away. This hole had a radius of over 30 meters, large enough for countless ferocious beasts to burst through together. At least several hundred people lay dead in the surrounding area. Several residential complexes were located near the Deruefa area. Men, follow me out now. Wipe out these beasts. We can't let these beasts advance further. If they keep moving, more people will die. Hold on, brothers. City guard reinforcements are arriving any moment. Over 30 city guards in the fray shouted as they engaged in fierce combat with the ferocious beasts. These city guards were all around level 30. Their strength was quite respectable. But alas, the sheer number of ferocious beasts in the arena was overwhelming. A rough estimate suggested there were over 1,000. For just over 30 city guards to resist such a vast horde of beasts was absolutely impossible. Therefore, their only option now was to await reinforcements from the city guard. Your reinforcements have arrived. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly as he summoned the Gatling gun and charged straight into the beast horde. Where did this kid come from? Is he out of his mind? He looks like he just finished his college entrance exams. Probably only around level 10. Brave, but with so many beasts? He'll be torn to shreds the moment he steps in. Quick, pull that kid out of there. The city guards watching the scene murmured among themselves. However, the next moment, something utterly astonishing happened that left them all speechless. As Wang Yun pulled the trigger, the Gatling gun unleashed an endless torrent of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Wang Yun casually swept the Gatling gun across the area. Dozens of ferocious beasts collapsed into pools of blood. Not buddies? How's this kid got such heavy firepower? Is this guy really just a kid who just finished his college entrance exams? As the crowd watched Wang Yun mow down the ferocious beasts like the Grim Reaper, they were all left speechless. That combat prowess. That rate of fire. It was simply too godlike. Wait, I remember now. That's Wang Yun, the top scholar from our Pinyin City. Suddenly, one of the city guards recognized Wang Yun. Wang Yun? The one who cleared the wind in Cloud Tower's 100th floor wielding a Gatling gun? No wonder he's so powerful. Upon hearing this, the others finally exchanged expressions of sudden realization. Wang Yun remained silent in the center of the arena. He simply kept pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A few minutes later, more than half of the ferocious beasts in the arena lay dead. Countless beast corpses lay scattered across the ground. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. This kid's strength is insane. And his bullets, does he have unlimited ammo? How can he keep firing like that? Is this the top student from the college entrance exams? I'm over 40 this year, and I'm only in my 30s. I feel like my strength isn't even half as good as his. Half as strong? I'd say you're not even worth a single hair on his body, okay? The crowd stared in stunned silence. They had all lowered their cold weapons, silently watching Wang Yun's performance. There was nothing they could do. It wasn't that they were slacking off. It was because Wang Yun's strength was simply too terrifying. If they joined the fight against the ferocious beasts, not only would they be of no help to Wang Yun, but would actually hinder his monster farming. Chapter 43, First Squad. Several more minutes passed. The ferocious beasts in the arena had been largely wiped out by Wang Yun. He really lives up to being the top student in the college entrance exams. Yeah, if we had to deal with these beasts, who knows how long it would take us, probably until the cows come home. He finished off all these beasts in less than 10 minutes this year. The city guards watching nearby murmured in admiration. Speaking of which, is there anyone here who can fix this gaping hole in the city wall? Wang Yun pointed to the gaping hole nearby. If this hole in the city wall wasn't fixed promptly, it would likely allow a steady stream of ferocious beasts to pour in. I can handle it. I have a repair scroll. But you'll need to buy me some time, brother. Don't let any beasts breach the hole in the wall, or my repairs will be interrupted. A city guard produced a repair scroll and said, "How long will it take you?" Wang Yun inquired. "About half an hour." The city guard replied. "All right." Wang Yun nodded. He activated the Qingyun step, dashing directly to the city wall above the hole. Meanwhile, the city guard arrived beneath the breach in the wall and activated a repair scroll to mend the gaping hole. The other city guards also instinctively activated their skills and gathered around Wang Yun. "There's a pack of ferocious beasts over there." One guard pointed toward a nearby pack of ferocious beasts. This pack wasn't enormous, but it still numbered over 100 beasts. If left unchecked and allowed to storm into Pinyin City, these beasts would undoubtedly claim the lives of many residents. This pack's level hovered around 35. Petty beasts. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly as he activated his grenade launcher skill. Then, aiming his Gatling gun at the beasts, he frantically pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. One after another, the grenades poured forth. Each shell that struck the ground claimed the lives of a large swath of beasts. Within a mere minute or two, all 150 level 35 beasts were slaughtered by Wang Yun. Successfully killed 145 level 35 beasts. Points plus 50,750. Experience plus 50,750. That's incredible. You bet. Over 100 level 35 beasts, yet he made them look like toys. That's terrifying. If our group had charged down to fight these beasts, it would have taken at least an hour or two to handle them. The city guards watching nearby murmured in astonishment. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, leaving the old to fade into obscurity. Though they had been artifact spirits for many years, compared to Wang Yun, who had only recently awakened his artifact spirit, their own years felt utterly wasted. Pinyin City. City Defense Department. Minister, 3 ferocious beasts have appeared in the Flipbucket Garden community. Minister, 6 ferocious beasts have appeared in Little Chrysanthemum Park. They're attacking the elderly gentleman exercising there. Minister, 2 ferocious beasts have appeared at Ding Dong Market, running amok inside. Members of the City Defense Department reported non-stop on the beast situation within the city. Although the city guards had managed to block the majority of the initial wave of over 1,000 ferocious beasts, the sheer number of them meant that many still breached the defenses and entered Pinyin City. They were wreaking havoc. This is truly a headache. Yiling Tian, the head of the City Defense Department, felt his head spin upon hearing this. So many beasts had attacked over 20 locations within Pinyin City. How many lives would be lost? This was not the situation he wanted to see. He had already mobilized all city guards within the walls, including those on leave, to rush to the scene. The citizens within the city walls were all unarmed civilians. How could they possibly stand a chance against these beasts? Where's the first squad? Have they reached the site where the city walls were breached? Yiling Tian frowned as he asked. Squad 1 was the most elite unit within the Pinyin City Guard. All 5 members possess level 40 ranks. Battle-hardened veterans, each also wielded a golden grade weapon spirit. They're only minutes away from the designated target location. The deputy minister replied. We must ensure they arrive as quickly as possible. They need to use the repair scrolls to mend the holes torn by the ferocious beasts. Yiling Tian said anxiously. If they didn't patch up this hole in the city wall, even if they eliminated every beast within the city, it would be futile, a mere band-aid solution. At that moment, the first squad had already reached the section of the city wall ravaged by the ferocious beasts. Holding their artifact spirits, they cautiously entered the damaged section. Yet they discovered there seemed to be no ferocious beasts in the vicinity. All that lay scattered across the ground were the corpses of beasts. What's going on here? Why are there so many beast corpses? I just gave it a quick glance. There must be over 1,000 beast corpses here? Are the city guards stationed nearby that formidable? Upon arriving at the scene, the members of the first squad stood speechless. They had originally intended to come and assist. But upon arriving, the situation had already been resolved? What was the point of them coming here now? Captain, there are people on the city walls. One of the team members pointed to over 30 figures on the city wall. They must be repairing the holes in the wall. Let's go up and help. We absolutely cannot let the beasts outside the wall get close and disrupt the repairs. The captain spoke, then immediately activated his skill and charged up the wall. The other members followed suit. Ha! You're here? The city guards on the ramparts raised their eyebrows upon seeing the first squad arrive. The reinforcements had finally arrived. If they hadn't arrived in time, the wall would have been fully repaired. Why are you all resting? Just as the first squad expressed their surprise, suddenly, they saw Wang Yun wielding a Gatling gun, slaughtering with frenzied intensity. Like the Grim Reaper himself. The ferocious beasts beneath the city walls were mere playthings before him. Beneath Wang Yun's feet lay the corpses of over 3,000 or 4,000 ferocious beasts. Yet these beasts still charged recklessly, desperate to breach the city walls through the gaping holes and slaughter within Pinyin City. Points plus 40,350. Points plus 30,777. Points plus 54,233. Battle so satisfying. Wang Yun watched his points skyrocket like a rocket, an indescribable joy welling up inside him. Chapter 44, Arrival at Dragon Roar University. What? What kind of firepower is this? He took down that many beasts all by himself? What's his background? How can he be this terrifyingly strong? If I recall correctly, this kid is this year's top scholar of Pinyin City, no, of the entire Pinyin province. The members of the first squad all wore expressions of utter disbelief. They had long heard rumors that this year's college entrance exam featured a monstrously talented prodigy. But it wasn't until they arrived at the scene today that they truly grasped just how monstrously powerful this freak was. Single-handedly, swept through 3,000 to 4,000 ferocious beasts. Such combat prowess was nothing short of a one-man army. With a hum, the massive hole beneath the city walls, once shattered, was finally restored to its original state with the aid of the repair scroll. It's done! The city guards below wiped sweat from their brows. At last, the gaping hole had been filled. If they hadn't repaired it promptly, who knows how many ferocious beasts might have breached the city walls afterward. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. You can say that again. That kid single-handedly solved a huge problem for us. If he hadn't been here, we'd have lost many more lives. The city guards gathered in the square murmured their admiration, then stepped forward one by one to shake Wang Yun's hand and express their gratitude. You're welcome. It was the least I could do, Wang Yun said as he shook hands with them. As a citizen of Pinyin City, he possessed the ability to defend its walls when they were breached and beasts invaded. And he possessed the ability to defend Pinyin City. It was only natural for him to contribute his share. If you lack the ability to resolve a crisis and choose to flee, that is human nature. But if you have the power to resolve the crisis and choose to ignore it, that makes you no better than a beast. City Defense Department. Minister, the breach in the city wall has been repaired. The deputy minister approached Yi Lingtian, the minister of city defense, and reported. So soon? Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He calculated the time. The first squad had only just reached the location of the breach in the city wall. There shouldn't be much time left. They've already patched up the breach in the city wall? Truly worthy of being the first squad, the most elite unit in our peaceful city. Yi Lingtian couldn't help but marvel. Minister, it wasn't Squad 1 who handled it. The deputy minister shook his head. Then who did? Yi Lingtian asked curiously. Wang Yun. The Wang Yun who topped this year's college entrance exams in Pinyin province. The deputy minister replied. Him? Yi Lingtian knew Wang Yun well. The story of how this Wang Yun conquered all 100 floors of the Wind and Cloud Tower had spread throughout the entire city of Pinyin. No. It had spread throughout the entire Pinyin province. Those who had conquered the 100th floor of the Wind Cloud Tower, let alone Pinyin City, were few and far between. Across the entire Pinyin province, such individuals were few and far between. Quickly retrieve the footage from earlier. Yi Lingtian waved his hand. Soon. The footage of Wang Yun approaching the city walls earlier was projected onto the large screen before them. The moment Wang Yun appeared, he unleashed a furious barrage from his Gatling gun, instantly wiping out over 1,000 ferocious beasts in the vicinity. It was as easy as slicing through butter. What? He took out all those ferocious beasts by himself? We're talking over 1,000 beasts here, not 100, not 200, but over 1,000. Is his firepower that intense? It's like he doesn't need to expend any mana at all. And he finished them all in just over 10 minutes. Upon witnessing this scene, exclaimed in astonishment. This, even Yi Lingtian, who had seen it all, couldn't help but gape in disbelief. There was no helping it. Wang Yun's display was simply too mind-blowing. The footage on the large screen continued to play. With a single skill, Wang Yun charged onto the city walls. Gripping his Gatling gun, he unleashed a slaughter mode on the ferocious beasts outside the walls. With a casual sweep of his weapon, entire swaths of beasts fell dead. 500. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. In an instant, the ferocious beasts outside the city walls toppled like dominoes, crashing down in a frenzied wave. Seeing Wang Yun, who resembled a god of death, the battlefield fell silent. Silence. Silence. In the hearts of the crowd, only one question remained. Is this even a damn poet? A single man slaughtered thousands of ferocious beasts in a mere half hour? Even slaughtering chickens wouldn't be this swift and decisive. Ha, this is our top scholar from Pingyun City. Truly, heaven has blessed our city. After a long silence, Yi Lingtian finally broke the quiet. He burst into loud laughter. Had Wang Yun not been present today, sending the city guards in might have cost countless lives. Quickly have the first squad contact Wang Yun for me. I intend to host a proper banquet in his honor. Yi Lingtian ordered. Understood. The deputy minister nodded. They quickly got in touch with the first squad. Minister, Wang Yun says he has to rush to Longming University to report for duty. So he won't be joining us for dinner. Oh, and he mentioned that all this was just a small gesture, something he should do as a member of Pingyun City. The deputy minister remarked. What a fine sense of belonging. Yi Lingtian heard this. A faint light flickered in his eyes. Such prowess, such character. Truly a rare sight. At this moment, Wang Yun had already passed through the teleportation array within the teleportation pavilion of Pingyun City. He had teleported to the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation. Longming University was situated right in the heart of the Dragon Nation's imperial capital. It's huge. After exiting the teleportation array, Wang Yun walked for half an hour before catching sight of Longming University. The gates of Longming University. Impressive. Standing over 100 meters tall. Capable of accommodating hundreds of people entering simultaneously. Covering over 4,000 acres, Longming University's campus was nothing short of extravagant. Wang Yun arrived at the security office of Longming University. He took out his phone, presented his electronic admission notice, and successfully gained entry into the university. In this age of information technology, many things have gone digital. This eliminated the need to wait for physical mail. Truly a gathering of formidable talents. Upon entering Longming University, Wang Yun immediately spotted powerful individuals with a presence as formidable as dragons and tigers practicing their skills on the nearby sports field. Most of them were around levels 60 to 70. There were even spirit artifact masters in their 80s and 90s. Truly the pinnacle of universities in the Dragon Nation. Wang Yun exclaimed in awe. You see? Many artifact spirits, even after a lifetime of effort, might not reach level 40. Yet here, even the most casual individual possessed such terrifying prowess. After entering the university, I recall there's a freshman orientation. I'll get to meet geniuses from all over the country then. I wonder what surprises the geniuses from other provinces will bring me. Wang Yun's lips curved into a faint smile. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Indeed. A good university. Not only does it possess a wide variety of powerful dungeons, but also provides opportunities to exchange ideas and spar with geniuses from all over the country. Chapter 45, Freshman Orientation. Wang Yun arrived at the Internal Affairs Office, where he was given a handbook, a campus card, and several other items. The Internal Affairs Office also assigned a sophomore senior to personally escort Wang Yun to the dormitory area. Come on, freshman, I'll take you to the dorms. Yu Huayu waved his hand. Senior, is Longming University really this considerate? They even assigned someone specifically to guide us to our dorms? Wang Yun asked in surprise. Thoughtful it may be, but more importantly, it also gives us a chance to earn points along the way. Yu Huayu replied. Points? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. He was somewhat unfamiliar with those two words. It's all written in the school handbook you just received. But I can explain it to you now. Points are essentially a universal currency at Longming University. At Longming University, everything worthwhile equipment, skill books, attributes must be exchanged for points. Earning points is simple, just complete tasks. For example, taking you to the dormitory area today counts as a task, and I can earn 10 points for it. Yu Huayu explained with great patience. Wang Yun nodded. It must be said. Longming University was truly massive in scale. Yu Huayu had been leading Wang Yun for over 10 minutes, yet they still hadn't reached the dormitory area. After walking another 10 minutes or so, it took a total of over half an hour before Wang Yun finally arrived at the dormitory zone. No wonder someone had to guide us. Without a guide, even with a map, it'd be easy to get lost. Wang Yun thought to himself. This is the dormitory area for your freshman class. Yu Huayu pointed to the rows of villas not far away. Each villa was built with lavish luxury. They occupied an extremely vast area. What do you think? Aren't the dorms at Longming University pretty awesome? In this villa, only 2 people share a room, you know. Let me tell you, at some other ordinary universities, 4 or even 8 people share a room. Yu Huayu raised an eyebrow. It really is pretty sweet. Wang Yun nodded. Using a villa as a dorm. No kidding. Longming University really is loaded. Check your electronic admission notice, it'll tell you which dorm room number you're assigned. The orientation for new students starts in 3 days. But the dungeons are already open now. My advice is to grind those dungeons hard over these 3 days to level up. That way, you can secure a good ranking at the orientation and get assigned to a top-tier class. Yu Huayu advised earnestly. So this orientation event will actually assign classes based on strength rankings? Wang Yun only knew that Longming University's orientation included a sparring segment for freshmen. But he knew nothing else about it. Yes. You can think of this orientation as a placement exam. Moreover, your monthly resources will be allocated based on your class's ranking. If you want the best resources, you'll have to find a way to get into Class 1 of freshman year. Class 2 gets slightly less than Class 1, and so on. Yu Huayu explained patiently. I see. Thanks, senior. Wang Yun thanked him. You're welcome. That's all I have to say for now. I'll be going. Yu Huayu waved his hand and departed. Wang Yun was assigned villa number 13. He pushed open the villa's front door and stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, he was stunned by the villa's opulence. An exceptionally spacious hall. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling above the hall. The floor was inlaid with marble. This place is truly lavish. Wang Yun couldn't help but exclaim. The villa had 2 floors, and Wang Yun explored every corner of both levels. Senior you mentioned earlier that only 2 people would be staying in this villa. That means another roommate will be coming here later. Since no one was here to compete for a spot, Wang Yun naturally placed his luggage on the 2nd floor. He preferred the view from the 2nd floor. After that, he flipped through the handbook distributed by the school, gaining a general understanding of Longming University. That's enough. Time to head to the dungeon to grind monsters and level up. After finishing the handbook, Wang Yun pushed open the villa's front door and headed toward Longming University's dungeon area. Yu Huayu had mentioned earlier that the placement exams, the freshman exchange meeting, would be held in 3 days. Wang Yun needed to perform well. After walking for 15 minutes, Wang Yun arrived beneath a towering building. What extravagance! Standing beneath the towering building, Wang Yun looked up. He couldn't help but whistle in admiration. This once again shattered Wang Yun's perception of Longming University's financial resources. They'd actually used a towering building hundreds of meters tall as a dungeon zone. Welcome. The moment Wang Yun stepped into the dungeon building, a professionally dressed attendant personally opened the doors for him. Upon stepping inside, he discovered the first floor was filled with all kinds of food and drinks. Coffee shops, bars, Shanghai housewives, bitter melon ice city. Everything was there. Is it that comfortable? Wang Yun blinked. Young man, the first floor of our dungeon building is entirely dedicated to rest areas. The dungeon running areas are on the 2nd and 3rd floors of our dungeon building. If you get tired from running dungeons later, you can come down to the 1st floor to rest. The attendant seemed to sense Wang Yun's confusion and quickly added. Alright, thank you. Wang Yun quickly made his way to the 2nd floor. Anyone running the level 45 dungeon? Need 3 more. Anyone up for a team raid? We've got 20 people here already, just need 5 more to get this party started. Guys, just 1 more elementalist and our 5-man team is complete. The moment he entered the 2nd floor, waves of party recruitment messages flooded in. Wang Yun ignored them completely. He certainly wasn't going to join a group. Grouping up never gives as much XP as soloing. This Dragon Roar University really lives up to its name. The levels of these people are actually close to mine. Wang Yun scanned the crowd. He noticed most players hovered around level 38. I need to hurry up and grind levels too. Wang Yun turned his attention to the surrounding dungeons. Soon, he found a dungeon suitable for grinding monsters and leveling up. Chapter 46, The Wizard's Altar. Dungeon name, Wizard Altar. Dungeon level, 40 to 50. This is perfect. It has beasts up to level 50 inside. Wang Yun nodded. Among the dungeons accessible to level 40 players in this vicinity, the Witch Altar was the most challenging. Given Wang Yun's strength, there was no way he would choose lower difficulty dungeons. That would be a waste of time. With a hum, Wang Yun entered the nightmare difficulty version of the Wizard Altar. Another person entered the Wizard Altar? And it's the nightmare difficulty Wizard Altar. Go ahead, go ahead. Who could possibly match these freshmen? Just wait. This one will probably crawl out of there in no time, looking pretty pathetic. Wang Yun's actions immediately drew skepticism from many second-year seniors in the arena. The Wizard's Altar was the strongest level 40 dungeon in the arena. If it were just any ordinary level 40 dungeon, they wouldn't question it. But this was the Witch Altar. It's filled with wizards who unleash curses. Without a teammate to tank the curses, you'll quickly find yourself saddled with a whole bunch of debuffs. At this moment, Wang Yun had already entered the Witch Altar. This was a boundless wilderness. The land of the wilderness resembled charcoal in color. It evoked a sense of oppressive gloom. According to the description of the Witch Altar in the instance lobby, this Witch Altar requires me to simply charge headlong into the depths of the wilderness. Wang Yun murmured to himself. Several dozen meters away, over 20 witches clad in hemp robes and wielding staffs shuffled across the ground like the Walking Dead. Hemp-robed wizard. LV-40. Let's begin. Wang Yun drew his Gatling gun and pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun barrel spun at breakneck speed, unleashing an unparalleled rate of fire. A torrent of bullets poured forth. Rat-a-tat-tat. One by one, the hemp-robed sorcerers were instantly swallowed by the hail of bullets. They fell lifeless, collapsing into pools of blood. Mere sorcerers dare to obstruct me? Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. Wizards were notoriously fragile. Brothers, kill him. The remaining sorcerers in hemp robes swung their wands. Boom! 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 One after another, fiery fireballs traced elegant arcs through the air, crashed heavily toward Wang Yun. Trivial tricks. Wang Yun snorted coldly, aiming the Gatling gun at the fireballs. Bang! 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 These fireballs were already covered in spiderweb like cracks mid-air before exploding violently. What's going on? This is our fireball spell. How could they be shattered so easily by this brat? Witnessing this scene, couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. They couldn't help but utter exclamations of astonishment. Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun's barrel at the hemp-robed sorcerers once more. He unleashed a merciless barrage. Within a mere minute or two, all the hemp-robed sorcerers had turned into corpses. They lay sprawled in pools of blood. Killed 25 ragged robe sorcerers, points plus 1000, experience plus 1000, tattered robe plus 10. Over the next half hour, Wang Yun ventured another 1,000 meters deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, he encountered 400 or 500 hemp-robed sorcerers. These hemp-robed sorcerers were utterly useless against him. They were no match for him. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up. Leveled up. A faint smile touched the corner of Wang Yun's lips. He had reached level 41 so quickly. I wonder how many levels he can gain after clearing this dungeon. How many levels he could gain. Boom! Suddenly, in the sky, a 5-meter-long meteorite appeared. Break it! Wang Yun aimed his Gatling gun at the meteorite. He unleashed a furious barrage of fire. After firing relentlessly for over 10 seconds, the meteorite finally shattered into pieces. From midair, it shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the surrounding area. However, just as the meteorite shattered, in the sky, 6 more meteorites appeared. Each meteor trailed long, fiery tails as they hurtled straight toward Wang Yun. Holy crap! Wang Yun's lips twitched. It took him over 10 seconds to shatter one meteorite. By the time he shattered half of them, the rest had already slammed into his path. Therefore, this time, did not choose to confront these meteorites head-on. Just as the meteorites were about to crash into him, Wang Yun lightly tapped his toes against the ground, executing the Qingyun step. His entire body instantly sprinted to a safe zone over 100 meters away. It's you! Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. Only then did he notice the 6 ferocious beasts appearing 200 meters away. Beast name, Flame Wizard. Level, 43. Level 43 beasts, and there are 6 of them. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. Whether you're 6 or 60, before my Gatling gun, you're nothing. Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun at the 6 flame wizards. He pulled the trigger immediately. Countless bullets spanned over 200 meters. Straight toward them. Bang! 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 After holding out for a mere few minutes, they turned into corpses. They fell into pools of their own blood. Killed 6 level 43 ferocious beasts. Experience plus 2580, points plus 2580. With such pitiful strength, you dare ambush me? Wang Yun sneered with disdain. 1 hour later, Wang Yun sat down on a rock. He began to rest. I'm exhausted. Wang Yun took a deep breath. In that single hour, he had slain over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Yet he still hadn't seen the end of this wilderness. Yet, Wang Yun had barely sat down on a rock. He hadn't rested long. The very ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble. He saw, not far away, a monstrous beast over 10 meters tall approached. Giant wizard. Level LV45. This giant wizard was enormous in stature, standing like a small hill. In his hand, he gripped a massive cross, charging rapidly toward Wang Yun. Wait, is it even plausible for a wizard to be this big? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. Boom! The giant wizard stomped his foot hard on the ground. His entire body shot into the air. He charged toward Wang Yun, hovering above him. Clutching a cross in his hand, he aimed it at Wang Yun's head and brought it crashing down. Die! The giant wizard roared in fury. Qing Yun step. Wang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. If he actually let it land, what would become of him? He immediately activated his movement skill, dodging over 200 meters away. A thunderous crash echoed. Where Wang Yun had been standing moments before was instantly smashed by the giant wizard. Smashed into a crater over 10 meters long. Chapter 47, Necromancer. Impressive speed. The giant wizard frowned. He raised the cross high in his hand, then brought it crashing down toward Wang Yun. Damn it! Can't hit me, so you resort to throwing things? Where's your class? Wang Yun's toes lightly tapped the ground, and he teleported again to a safe zone dozens of meters away. Dodged again? The giant wizard's lips twitched. This kid. Is he that agile? Now it's my turn. Once his stance stabilized, Wang Yun wasted no time. Gripping the Gatling gun, he unleashed a barrage of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets erupted from the barrel. They struck the giant wizard from head to toe, every inch of his body covered by the Gatling's relentless barrage. After a minute or two, the giant wizard crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Defeated LV45 Giant Wizard, EXP plus 450, points plus 450, Giant's Cross plus 1. After defeating the giant wizard, Wang Yun pressed forward once more. Another hour passed. After slaying hundreds of giant wizards, Wang Yun finally reached the end of the wizard altar dungeon. Several hundred meters away, a green glowing altar stood imposing in the center of the chamber. The dungeon's boss, the necromancer, roamed near the altar, staff in hand. Surrounding the necromancer were countless skeleton minions. Finally found the boss. Wang Yun exhaled a long, heavy breath. It must be said, this dungeon really was packed with monsters. Men, kill him. The necromancer spotted Wang Yun and immediately barked the order. The next moment, over 1,000 level 40 skeleton soldiers surged toward Wang Yun like a tidal wave. Oomph. Just over 1,000 low-level experience monsters. Wang Yun sneered, the corner of his mouth curling in disdain. Though seemingly numerous, these 1,000-plus skeleton minions were merely a slightly larger quantity before Wang Yun. Frost bullets. Rapid fire. Mortar shells. Flame burn. Wang Yun activated a slew of entries and skills. Firepower and destructive force saw a significant boost. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun barrels spun at breakneck speed. Every minute, every second, the Gatling unleashed countless bullets. Bang bang bang. With a casual sweep of his arm, Wang Yun sent wave after wave of skeleton soldiers to their deaths. This is something. The necromancer narrowed his eyes. Gale force. The necromancer raised his staff high. A dazzling light radiated from the top of the staff. It illuminated the army of skeletons. In the next instant, the once sluggish skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, their speed surged several-fold. Within a mere dozen seconds, they closed significantly on Wang Yun. Kid, you're genuinely skilled. Too bad you're so arrogant. To think you came solo to clear this dungeon. If you brought just one more person as a teammate, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The necromancer sneered coldly. In his eyes, Wang Yun was no different from a corpse. There was no difference whatsoever. After all, with so many skeleton minions closing in together, what could this kid possibly do? What could he possibly do? Survive this? Damn, he's fast. It won't take more than 10 seconds before they're upon me. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. He pulled the trigger. With such blazing speed, there was no way he could possibly slash down all these skeleton soldiers before they charged right up to him. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dozen seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers had already closed in on Wang Yun. In that case, Wang Yun raised the Gatling gun high above his head. He unleashed the apocalypse strike. Boom! 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 A thunderous roar erupted from the Gatling gun's muzzle, like divine lightning exploding. Then, an endless wave of bullets rained down from the sky. Like a torrential downpour, the bullets slammed down with crushing force, covering an area of 100 meters in all directions. The skeleton soldiers near Wang Yun turned to dust the instant they touched the bullets. Bang! 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 Within mere seconds, hundreds of skeleton soldiers were wiped out. What's going on? What kind of skill is this? How can it be so overpowered? The dungeon boss necromancer witnessed this scene. Couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. This is just too ridiculous. It happened in an instant. It obliterated his entire skeleton army in an instant. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He'd never have believed it. Would never have believed it. It was real. Still watching from afar? You're next. Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun at the necromancer. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired a laser beam. Boom! A laser beam hundreds of meters long, blazing with dazzling white light. Carrying overwhelming power, it shot skyward like a meteor, crashing heavily into the necromancer. No! The necromancer's pupils contracted sharply, instantly recognizing the extraordinary nature of this laser beam. He swiftly tapped his staff lightly on the ground. A 10-meter-high earthen wall instantly materialized before him. Boom! The laser beam collided with the earthen wall, shattering it into fragments in an instant. What the hell? The necromancer stared in disbelief as the wall shattered. This wall was his most powerful defensive spell. Yet even so, it was shattered so effortlessly? With a loud bang, the earthen wall shattered completely. The laser beam slammed into the necromancer. The necromancer's entire body flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped. He was flung backward at breakneck speed. This backward flight lasted a full 700 or 800 meters. Cough cough. The necromancer scrambled to his feet from the ground, utterly disheveled. He coughed dryly several times. He spat out several mouthfuls of vivid, crimson blood. This single blow had instantly drained 7/10 of his health. Oh? You're still alive? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. Damn it! I'll kill you. The necromancer frowned. After all, he was the boss of the witch altar. How could he nearly get one shot by a cannon blast? If word got out about this, what would become of his reputation? Come on! The necromancer raised his staff high above his head. The next moment, the green pool water within the altar, shooting from midair toward the necromancer, who absorbed it. Crackle! The necromancer, originally only 5 feet tall, suddenly began to swell. In a mere few dozen seconds, the necromancer transformed into a colossus over 10 meters tall. The staff in his hand also grew to over 5 meters in length. Necromancer mutated. Level LV53. He mutated too. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. This was fine by him. If this dungeon were too easy for him to clear, it wouldn't be much fun. Chapter 48, Lottery. Kid, after absorbing the altar's power, I'm invincible. Just wait for your death. The necromancer, now a green giant, roared. With that, the necromancer, staff in hand, charged toward Wang Yun like a primordial beast. What gibberish are you spouting? Take this blast. Facing the necromancer now transformed into a colossal form, Wang Yun showed no sign of panic. He activated the ultra-long-range cannon skill. If the cannon could be used at ultra-long range, it could certainly be used at such close range. Boom! A pillar of light capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. It erupted at an incredible speed. It slammed heavily into the necromancer. Thud! The necromancer was sent flying backward once more. This time, he was hurled over 1,000 meters. He crashed into the nearby ground, leaving a crater dozens of meters long. What the hell? How can there be such a terrifying skill? The necromancer's lips twitched uncontrollably. This single strike immediately caused his health bar by more than half again. Die. Seeing the necromancer not flying such a great distance, he pulled the trigger with complete confidence. Aiming at the necromancer, he swept his fire across the target. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets poured forth. They slammed into every inch of the necromancer's body. Covering over 1,000 meters, it was utterly impossible for the necromancer to close the distance in such a short time. After several minutes, the necromancer crashed heavily to the ground 200 or 300 meters from Wang Yun. A cloud of dust swirled around him. Boss defeated, necromancer. Experience plus 5,300, points plus 5,300. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared Nightmare difficulty, Wizard's Altar. Experience points plus 108,000, points plus 108,000. Materials, tattered robe, wizard's tear, skeletal arm. Level 42. Wang Yun glanced at his level and nodded with satisfaction. Clearing the stage once had earned him 2 levels. Outside the instance, Wang Yun slowly walked out. The moment he emerged, all eyes in the venue converged on him. Because after Wang Yun emerged, the record for the Nightmare difficulty Wizard's Altar was broken. Xylon Bayo Squad, difficulty, Nightmare, clear time, 3 hours 43 minutes. This freshman cleared the Wizard Altar solo? And he cleared the Nightmare difficulty version. That's insane. Wait, are all freshmen this fierce nowadays? Everyone present looked as though they'd seen a ghost. They stared at Wang Yun. There was nothing they could do. Wang Yun's performance was simply too outrageous. By all accounts. To clear this nightmare difficulty wizard altar, you'd need at least 5 people. Moreover, these 5 fully equipped artifact spirits. And all must be at level 50. Otherwise, it's simply impossible to fight them. The witch altar is teeming with such a dense concentration of ferocious beasts. Yet this fellow named Wang Yun had single-handedly swept through the entire witch altar. And this was the nightmare difficulty witch altar. And he accomplished it in just 3 hours. Consider this. The second place team took over 10 hours to clear nightmare difficulty. The third place team took 13 hours. This guy's no ordinary player. No kidding, even a blind person could see this guy's no ordinary player. This freshman is probably about to become famous across the entire campus. The crowd murmured in admiration. But even as they were still marveling, Wang Yun entered the dungeon once more. He didn't choose an easy difficulty. Instead, he chose the hell difficulty wizard's altar. Holy crap, is this what a genius looks like? You bet it is. He just cleared nightmare difficulty, didn't even take a sip of water, and jumped straight into hell mode. What else could it be but genius? I bet this kid will be the top pick at this year's new student exchange event. Why bet? His combat power alone is several times stronger than a 5-man team. The crowd murmured in awe. Upon re-entering the wizard altar, Wang Yun immediately launched into a sweeping rampage. Though the hell difficulty level doubled the number of beasts compared to nightmare difficulty. But relying on his terrifying strength, he cleared the entire instance in just over 5 hours. His level rose from 42 to 44. He had leveled up twice again. Hey, buddy, you're out already? This kid only took a little over 5 hours to get out? The previous record holder took a full 15 hours. That kind of skill is just insane. Upon seeing Wang Yun emerge from the chamber, all instinctively turned their gaze toward the nearby record stone tablet. Sure enough, the hell difficulty record had been broken once again. Moreover, the completion time had improved by a full 10 hours. Let's take a break for now. Wang Yun had been playing non-stop for over 9 hours. He was feeling a bit tired. Wang Yun then made his way to the first floor of the dungeon building. He picked out some food and ate a simple meal. It must be said, the food in this dungeon building was actually quite delicious. After eating his fill, Wang Yun felt that all the hard work he'd put in over the past half day had completely vanished. Time to try my luck at the lottery. Wang Yun had cleared 2 dungeons. Combined with his earlier kills of ferocious beasts in Pinyin City, he had accumulated a considerable amount of points. Wang Yun opened his personal interface. Points total, 3,252,343. Over 3 million points in total. Enough for over 3,000 consecutive draws. System, same as always. Go all in for me. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Points are meant to be spent. Whatever I have, I'll bet it all. Ding. Successfully spent 3,252,000 points. Drawing in progress? Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 3,000 white entries, 200 green entries, 50 blue entries, 1 purple entry, and 1 orange entry. The system announced the draw results. Not bad, got orange and purple entries. Wang Yun's eyes lit up slightly. What's the point of these white entries and green entries anyway? Wang Yun didn't really care much about them. He couldn't be bothered to look. For him, the most important thing was high-level entries. Because entries cannot be added indefinitely. There are limitations. Therefore, when Wang Yun activated the entries, he naturally had to refine them meticulously. Subsequently, Wang Yun examined the detailed effects of this orange and purple skill. Chapter 49, Hell Rat Tide. Skill Book, Thunderous Afterimage. Required level, LV40. Grade, Purple. Effect, upon activation, instantly teleports to any location within 500 meters while leaving behind an identical phantom at the original position. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Another god-tier survival skill. Wang Yun nodded with satisfaction after reading the description of Thunderous Afterimage. He nodded with satisfaction. Nowadays, his firepower was actually quite formidable. What he lacked were various means to protect his life. Let me see what this last orange tier skill does. Skill Book, Black Hole Tether. Required level, LV40. Grade, Orange tier. Effect, upon activation, creates a black hole with immense gravitational pull within a 500-meter radius. It violently absorbs surrounding beasts, concentrating them in one location. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This is a pretty good one too. Wang Yun praised. This item isn't just for gathering monsters, but also a life-saving skill. After equipping both items, Wang Yun returned to the instance lobby. The hell and nightmare difficulties of the previous witch altar were still on cooldown. A full 8-hour cooldown. If this dungeon were an outdoor instance outside Pinyin City, Wang Yun would have had no choice but to wait here like a fool until the cooldown ended. But this is Dragon Roar University, the finest university in all of Dragon Nation. It holds countless dungeons within its walls. Soon, Wang Yun's gaze locked onto another instance. Dungeon name, Hell Rat Tide. Dungeon level, 40 to 49. The beasts in this instance were roughly on par with those in the previous Wizard's Altar. This was one of the greatest advantages of being in a top-tier academy. Having access to multiple dungeons of the same level. After briefly glancing at the dungeon's description, Wang Yun entered the Hell Rat Tide. Still alone. Still on nightmare difficulty. This guy's back in the dungeon again? And it's nightmare difficulty again. I'm seriously jealous. You bet. If I had his skills, I'd solo nightmare dungeons too. This kid's already level 42, while I'm only at 36. Wonder how high he'll climb by the time the freshman exchange starts. The crowd murmured in discussion. With a buzzing sound, Wang Yun was teleported into the Hell Rat Tide dungeon. The Hell Rat Tide instance was set within a dilapidated hospital. The hospital had 5 floors. To clear the instance, one had to escape from the hospital rooftop all the way to the outside. The rooftop? Wang Yun glanced at the nearby door leading downstairs. This felt a bit like the gameplay of. He kicked open the door and descended the stairs to the 5th floor. Wang Yun kicked the door open and made his way up the stairs to the 5th floor. The moment he reached the 5th floor. In the 5th floor corridor, dozens of rats lay sprawled on the floor, resting. Mutant rats. Level, LV40. Though outwardly indistinguishable from ordinary rats, Wang Yun knew that allowing these creatures to close in would lead to unimaginable consequences. Wang Yun immediately activated Flame Burn and Frost Bullet. With these two abilities, even the fastest rats would have their speed significantly reduced. Then let this afternoon's performance begin. A faint smile touched Wang Yun's lips. He pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun. As the barrel spun at breakneck speed, the Gatling unleashed a torrent of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. Killed one level 40 mutant rat. Experience plus 400, points plus 400. Killed a mutant rat, rat's flesh plus 1. Killed mutant rat, mutant heart plus 1. The dozens of rats in this corridor hadn't even had time to react before Wang Yun slaughtered them one by one. 1 hour later, Wang Yun, like a god of slaughter, had killed over 1,000 rats. The floor was completely covered with a dense layer of rat corpses. Smoothly, Wang Yun reached the 3rd level. The rats on the 3rd level were markedly different from the black-furred rats on the previous 2 levels. These were red-skinned rats. Explosive rat. LV43. Damn it, exploding rats. Wang Yun frowned. If he didn't deal with these exploding rats promptly, wouldn't that mean the entire floor would be blown to smithereens? That was not a scenario Wang Yun wished to see unfold. Squeak! 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 Several explosive rats nearby spotted Wang Yun and immediately charged toward him. Click click click. Without hesitation, Wang Yun pulled the trigger. Within seconds, the health bars of these explosive rats vanished by more than half. In that very instant when they were nearly drained of life, a terrifying aura erupted from the explosive rats. Their bodies swelled up, as if they were about to explode at any moment. But then Wang Yun unleashed another barrage of bullets. He easily took out these explosive rats. Nothing special. These explosive rats might pose a significant threat to spirit weapon users who could only wield cold weapons. But for Wang Yun, it was merely a matter of firing off a few extra bullets. The commotion from Wang Yun eliminating these explosive rats quickly drew an entire floor of rats. In an instant, hundreds of explosive rats surged toward Wang Yun like a tidal wave. Wang Yun immediately activated the grenade launcher skill. Boom! Boom! Bang! One after another, the howitzer's shells erupted. Each shell fired. Sparked vast showers of sparks across the ground. Each shell could kill over a dozen exploding rats. In just half an hour, Wang Yun had already obliterated every last one of these explosive rats, slaughtering them all along the way. Wang Yun smoothly reached the 2nd floor of the hospital. This 2nd floor. Not only were there ordinary mutated rats and explosive rats, new types of rats also appeared. Thunder rat. LV45. These lightning rats crackled with electricity. Each strand of electricity radiates a terrifying aura. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several thunder rats emitted a squeaking sound. They slowly approached Wang Yun. What are you chattering about? Wang Yun frowned. He couldn't understand. Damn it! Wang Yun pulled the trigger. These lightning rats quickly turned into corpses. Then, the gazes of over 500 lightning rats in the arena were all drawn to Wang Yun. Boom! 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 Over 500 lightning rats launched their attacks simultaneously. Over 500 bolts of lightning erupted in the air, blazing with dazzling light. They surged toward Wang Yun. Chapter 50, Rat King. Poof. Wang Yun frowned. If it were just a few bolts of lightning charging at him, Wang Yun wouldn't have flinched. But this time, over 500 bolts of lightning surged forth. Wang Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. With a whoosh, Wang Yun's figure flickered as he activated the Azure Cloud Step, propelling his body dozens of meters away. Where Wang Yun had stood moments before was instantly pockmarked with craters from the relentless barrage of lightning bolts. My turn. Wang Yun pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A casual sweeping motion. Dozens of lightning rats collapsed in pools of blood. In just over 10 minutes, Wang Yun had wiped out the entire rat horde. Killed 530 thunder rats, experience plus 5,300, points plus 5,300. 2 hours later, Wang Yun successfully broke through to the final floor. The boss level. The number of rats on the final floor remained as overwhelming as ever. Over 2,000 of them. Thunder rat. LV-43. Explosive rat. LV-45. Mutant rat. LV-40. All sorts of rats exist. The most eye-catching one is undoubtedly that one. 3-meter-tall rat. This creature bore a rat's head atop a human torso. Clutching a sharp, long blade in its hand, it radiated a dazzling glow in the air. Rat King. LV-49. This rat is the final boss of this dungeon. Oh, you actually managed to break through to this place. The Rat King raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, the swarm of rats surrounding him surged like a tidal wave, rushed madly toward Wang Yun. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of rats, Wang Yun instantly entered combat mode. All his skills and abilities were unleashed at full force. A single sweeping strike could dispatch dozens of rats. But alas, there were simply far too many rats in this area. This wasn't like the rats in the previous level. There were only a few hundred. Here, there were over 2,000. This kid packs quite a punch, but so what? With my vast army of rats, he won't last long. He'll die beneath my swarm. The Rat King's lips curled slightly. Laser beams. Wang Yun hesitated not a moment. He activated the laser beam entry. Boom! A pillar of light, terrifying beyond compare, in this confined space, suddenly erupted, carrying an apocalyptic aura. What's happening? The moment the Rat King witnessed the laser beam's emergence, his pupils involuntarily contracted. This power is simply too immense. Then, in the next instant, the laser beam, everything in its path, not a blade of grass remained. With a single strike, killed over 1,800 rats. In an instant, only a few hundred rats remained on the field. Tap tap tap. Next, Wang Yun unleashed a furious barrage from the grenade launcher. Within minutes, all these rats were reduced to corpses. Having slain so many rats, Wang Yun's level reached 44. A mere level 44? So what? The Rat King snorted coldly. He was a level 49 boss. How could he possibly fear a mere level 44 like Wang Yun? Sword slash, world extinction. With a thunderous boom, the Rat King unleashed his skill. His long blade sliced through the air at blinding speed. It unleashed a dazzling blade aura. A dazzling blade aura. It surged violently toward Wang Yun. This blade aura stretched over 10 meters in length. Click click click. Wang Yun pulled the trigger. Aimed directly at the blade energy. He fired relentlessly. The blade energy had only been airborne for a few seconds before shattering into pieces. How is this possible? The Rat King witnessed this scene. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. His own skill could easily slaughter even a level 53 ferocious beast. Yet against this kid, it shattered like a toy? Shattered? What kind of trash deserves such a grandiose name? Wang Yun sneered coldly. Then he activated the ultra-long-range cannon. One shot fired. A massive pillar of light erupted in the arena, instantly carrying overwhelming power. It slammed into the Rat King. Boom! The beam's speed was blindingly fast. So fast that the Rat King didn't even have time to dodge. It slammed into his body. Then his entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. His health plummeted by 80%. Damn it! The Rat King felt as though his internal organs had been shattered by the impact, just as he raised his hand to strike back. But before him, a tidal wave of thousands of bullets surged toward him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before long, Wang Yun effortlessly dispatched the Rat King. Killed Rat King. Experience plus 10,000, points plus 10,000. Successfully cleared Nightmare difficulty Hell Rat Tide. Received clear reward EXP plus 108,000, points plus 108,000. Materials obtained: Rat's Teeth, Rat's Tail. Obtained Star Shining Skill Book, Shadow Flicker. After gaining such a massive amount of experience points, Wang Yun's level rose once more. He reached level 45. Oh, pretty lucky this time, got another skill, and it's even a Star Shining tier skill. Wang Yun remarked. Skill Book, Shadow Flash. Required level, LV40. Grade, Star Shining. Effect: after using this skill, your body flickers once, allowing you to swap positions with any target on the field. Cooldown: 1 hour. Swap positions with a target? Wang Yun's eyes lit up. This skill, truly worthy of its star-shining tier designation. The greatest utility of this skill isn't just swapping positions. It's the ability to move behind someone completely undetected. For instance, next time Wang Yun faces a boss battle, he can directly swap positions with a nearby minion and switch positions. This way, he could instantly switch targets to attack the boss, catching it off guard. Afterward, Wang Yun exited the dungeon. Damn, that kid got out of there so fast? You bet. He only took a little over 6 hours to clear it. This Hell Rat-Tide dungeon is notorious for its swarm of minions. Look, he's already leveled up to 45. His leveling speed is incredibly fast. The crowd couldn't help but exchange envious glances. This Hell Rat-Tide is, generally speaking, to clear the stage, it should take no more than 10 hours or so. And that's with a full party of 5. An artifact spirit user like Wang Yun who can solo the Hell Rat-Tide is incredibly rare. Let's take a break. Wang Yun rubbed his eyes. He had already entered the dungeon 3 times in a row. He was feeling pretty worn out. It was already past 11 o'clock. He could always grind the dungeon again tomorrow. With that thought, he headed back to his dorm. Not long after he arrived back in the dorm, he saw a figure slowly walking through the dormitory entrance. Chapter 51, Teaming Up. It was a boy about Wang Yun's age. He wore a white top and black shorts. Clearly, he was Wang Yun's roommate. Hello, my name is Wang Yun. Wang Yun stepped forward to greet him. My name is Xin Jihao. I just arrived here. Did you arrive recently too? Xin Jihao asked. I've been grinding dungeons all day. Wang Yun shook his head. You're quite the workhorse. I've only just arrived and you've already been grinding dungeons all day. I need to learn from you. Xin Jihao praised. Want to run a dungeon together tomorrow? Wang Yun extended the invitation. Since this guy was his roommate, he couldn't afford to let their relationship get too strained. So he took the initiative to invite him. Sure thing. My artifact spirit happens to be a defensive type and soloing dungeons is tough. I need someone to run it with me. Xin Jihao chuckled. As for what kind of artifact spirit Wang Yun possessed, Xin Jihao didn't ask. Since he'd managed to get into Longming University, he couldn't be too weak in artifact spirit. By the way, since I got here first, I've already reached the 2nd floor. You don't mind, do you? Wang Yun inquired. No objections. I actually prefer the 1st floor. Xin Jihao shook his head. Then we'll meet tomorrow morning. We'll run the dungeon tomorrow morning. Wang Yun waved his hand and headed upstairs. After going upstairs, Wang Yun comfortably opened the bed. Then he opened his points panel. Points panel, 1,252,000. System, use up all my points. Wang Yun hadn't forgotten that she still had over 1,000,000 points left from clearing the dungeon earlier. Successful draw, 1,200 entries. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,000 white entries, 100 green entries, 95 blue entries, 3 purple entries, and 1 orange entry. The system announced the draw results. Wang Yun skipped over all entries except the purple and orange ones without even glancing at them, because there was a usage limit on entries. Therefore, Wang Yun was now meticulously selective about where to place his entries. He then proceeded to review the descriptions of these entries. Skill book, split bullet. Required level, LV40. Grade, purple entry. Effect, upon activation, splits 1 bullet into 3 split bullets. The original bullet's attack power remains unchanged. Split into 3? And the attack power stays the same? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean the attack power triples? With this skill combined with the grenade launcher skill, Wang Yun's combat effectiveness against groups of ferocious beasts would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Skill book, Sonic Boom Thrust. Required level, LV40. Grade, purple. Effect, upon activation, unleashes a terrifying sonic blast forward, dealing massive area of effect damage to enemies in front. The user can utilize the blast's recoil to propel themselves over 50 meters backward. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This sonic boom thrust is a rare speed enhancing skill. Wang Yun praised. He then examined the final purple tier skill. Skill book, Hyperdrive Engine. Required level, LV40. Grade, purple. Effect, activates a 200% burst in firing speed for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This speed engine is quite useful too. It can significantly boost my firing speed. Wang Yun nodded in agreement. All 3 purple tier items this time would greatly enhance his combat prowess. The final orange tier item. Wang Yun opened the final orange tier slot. Skill book, Electromagnetic Storm. Required level, LV43. Rarity, orange. Effect, upon activation, summons an electromagnetic storm covering a 300-meter radius. Enemies within the storm sustain massive continuous damage. Cooldown, 30 minutes. All 3 entries are top-notch. Wang Yun smiled. He activated all 3 attributes. Then, he drifted off to sleep. After all, he had to get up early tomorrow to run dungeons. Early the next morning, Wang Yun went downstairs and woke up Xin Jihao. "Let's grab breakfast first, then head to the dungeon run," Wang Yun said to Xin Jihao. Soon, the two arrived at the first floor of the dungeon hall and ordered breakfast. Wang Yun ordered Xiaolong Bao, while Xin Jihao chose Sheng Jianbo. "By the way, what level are you now?" Xin Jihao asked. "Level 45. Wang Yun said while eating Xiaolong Bao. "You're already level 45? Xin Jihao choked on his pan-fried bun upon hearing this. He was only level 35 himself. Wang Yun was already level 45? That's just insane. "What level are you?" Wang Yun casually asked in return. "Level 36. Xin Jihao replied honestly. "No problem, I'll help you level up. I guarantee you'll shine at the new student orientation in 2 days." Wang Yun said. "Got it, bro." Xin Jihao smiled, then quickly placed the pan-fried bun he was holding into Wang Yun's bowl. After eating their fill, the two headed to the instance zone of the instance hall. At that moment, the instance area was already packed to the rafters. After all, the new student orientation was only 2 days away. Everyone was racing against the clock to grind monsters and level up. 2 spots open. "We need 2 more players. Anyone else coming?" 1 spot open. "Anyone up for running a level 40 hell difficulty dungeon? We only need 1 more person here. Any level 35 defensive artifact spirit user? We'll start right away." Calls for party members echoed constantly throughout the arena. "Wang Yun, should we find a group to join?" Xin Jihao asked. "No need. The 2 of us are enough." Wang Yun shook his head. "You're that confident, bro?" Xin Jihao exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Bao Meng." Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. Then he led Xin Jihao straight to a level 50 dungeon. Flame Abyss. Beast level, 45 to 50. Entry level, 30. "Ha? Bro? Did we take a wrong turn? I'm only level 36. If I enter this dungeon, I won't be able to handle the beasts inside." Xin Jihao raised an eyebrow. His expression was one of pure astonishment. "Trust me." Wang Yun grinned mischievously. Then he grabbed Xin Jihao and pulled him straight into the nightmare difficulty flaming abyss. With a buzzing sound, their figures vanished instantly from where they stood. Are these 2 guys out to get themselves killed? One at level 36 and the other at level 45, and they dare enter this instance? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. "You must be new here. You don't know that the level 45 artifact spirit user broke the solo clear record yesterday. And that was on hell difficulty." No sooner had the question been voiced than someone in the crowd retorted. "What? Soloed the hell difficulty record?" The man looked utterly astonished. Throughout Dragon Roar University's history, there have been no shortage of geniuses capable of soloing dungeons. But clearing a dungeon solo is one thing. Breaking the record was another matter entirely. After all, the records etched on the monument were all set by teams of 5. Chapter 52, Dungeon commences. Wang Yun and Xin Jihao had now been teleported to a fiery continent. Beneath their feet lay a landscape of spiderweb-like cracks. Surrounding them were volcanoes ready to spew molten lava at any moment. This was the flaming abyss. Before Wang Yun, fire puppets floated in the air. These flame puppets were all level 45 ferocious beasts. Each one was massive and imposing. Each stood 5 meters tall. Not buddies? Xin Jihao stared blankly at Wang Yun. This guy had dragged him straight into the nightmare-level flaming abyss? These ferocious beasts were all at least level 45. As a level 36 artifact spirit user charging in with just a shield? He'd probably last a few minutes before the beasts here. In no time. "Don't worry. I've got your back." Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. He summoned the Gatling gun in his hand. Hot weapons? Xin Jihao's eyelid twitched involuntarily at the sight. Hot weapons. Against beasts. Could it even inflict damage? However, the next second, something utterly astonishing happened. Wang Yun gripped the Gatling gun, aimed it at the several flame puppets before him. He unleashed a terrifying barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. In just over 10 seconds, hundreds of bullets were unleashed. The flame puppets managed to hold out for only a brief moment. They all collapsed onto the ground. Killed 5 LV-45 flame golems. Experience plus 2,250, points plus 2,250. Materials, flame fragments plus 5. Before Wang Yun, were as easy to dispatch as slicing through watermelons. Like slicing through melons and vegetables, they were sliced into countless fragments. Wardfa. Xin Jihao's jaw dropped. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Is this a hot weapon? Who said hot weapons couldn't inflict damage on beasts? Who said hot weapons could only awaken to black iron rank? Damage like this. Sun Jihao would never believe this was black iron grade. Brother Wang Yun, what grade is your weapon spirit? Sun Jihao asked. Glory grade. Wang Yun replied indifferently. Glory? Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Sun Jihao exclaimed in shock. A glory tier artifact spirit. Yet since the founding of their dragon nation, there have been only a handful in existence. Why would I lie to you? Wang Yun opened the panel of his Gatling gun. The words glory on the Gatling panel was written in plain sight. Holy, holy, holy. Sun Jihao was stunned once more. 3 consecutive holy s. It really was a glory tier artifact spirit. And a glory tier hot weapon at that. Forget glory tier. Even a golden grade one was a once-in-a-century find. Now, you just stand by and watch me work. Wang Yun's earlier defeat of the flame puppets had already drawn the attention of 70 or 80 more such puppets within the vicinity. These flame puppets moved slowly, like ghosts, shuffling steadily toward Wang Yun. Seeing how slow these fire puppets moved, he didn't even bother using any slowing skills or abilities. He activated the howitzer and began relentless bombardment. Boom! 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 One after another, the howitzer shells traced elegant arcs through the air, crashed heavily into the swarm of flame puppets. In an instant, one after another, the flame puppets were blown skyward. Within mere minutes, dozens of these flame puppets were reduced to lifeless corpses. They lay scattered across the ground. Successfully defeated 80 level 45 flame golems. Experience plus 36,000, points plus 36,000. Flame fragments plus 80. Holy crap, dude, you're insane. Sun Jihao exclaimed in awe. Even a 5-man squad to take down that many flame golems would probably take an hour. But Wang Yun took care of them all by himself. And it only took him a mere few minutes. These flame puppets hadn't even touched either of them before they were all destroyed. He had originally planned to coordinate with Wang Yun during this dungeon run. He planned to shield Wang Yun with his shield, taking the brunt of attacks up front, while Wang Yun would deal damage from behind him. But now it seemed his plan had been entirely unnecessary. Because Wang Yun alone could slaughter every single one of these ferocious beasts. All he needed to do was cheer from the rear. Over the next hour, Wang Yun charged forward like a god of slaughter, leading Sun Jihao as they cut down hundreds of flame puppets, pushing deep into the forest over 1,000 meters. Just as Wang Yun finished off the last flame puppet, a scorching fireball hurtled toward him from midair. Wang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. This fireball had attacked from behind him. For a moment, react in time. I'll handle it. Sun Jihao hastily summoned his artifact spirit. It was a dark green shield. With a loud thud, the fireball slammed heavily onto his shield. It simply vanished into nothingness. It had been directly absorbed by the shield. It absorbed it outright? And it didn't inflict any damage or recoil on him. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. Those who could enter Longming University were indeed no ordinary individuals. I may not match your glory grade artifact spirit, but I'm still a star glory grade artifact spirit. And among star illuminating grade spirit cores, I'm one of the better ones, the Tai Xian shield. Sun Jihao declared proudly. Wang Yun turned to face the ferocious beast that had just attacked him. It was a 5-meter-long lava giant lizard. Over 100 meters away, it dragged its long tail while glaring menacingly at Wang Yun. Lava giant lizard. LV-47. Trying to sneak attack me, huh? Wang Yun aimed his Gatling gun directly at the lava giant lizard. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets swept down relentlessly. It ended the lava giant lizard's life with ease. Successful kill, LV-47 lava lizard. Experience plus 4,700, points plus 4,700. Wang Yun continued deeper into the lava abyss. In an instant, dozens more lava lizards appeared on the battlefield. These lava wyverns unleashed a barrage of fireballs, hurtling toward him from the sky. Wang Yun prepared to unleash a skill to shatter the fireballs. Let me handle this. But Sun Jihao, standing beside him, stepped forward. With a hum, a transparent shield towering 100 meters high materialized before Sun Jihao, blocking each fireball one by one. The fireballs exploded. They transformed into fireworks filling the sky. Not bad, kid. That defense is pretty impressive. Wang Yun praised him. Then, he pulled the trigger. He unleashed a sweeping assault on the swarm of lava lizards. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chapter 53, the same. No matter how numerous or powerful these lava lizards were, under Wang Yun's relentless assault, they swiftly became corpses. Successfully defeated 87 LV-47 lava lizards. Experience plus 40,890. Points plus 40,890. Damn, bro, you're ruthless. Sun Jihao exclaimed with envy. Wang Yun's firepower was ferocious. And it seemed to consume no mana at all. Not only was his rate of fire rapid, but his attack power was terrifying. These 87 ferocious beasts were like watermelons before him, easily shattered at will. 2 hours later, after slaying hundreds of ferocious beasts, successfully reached the deepest part of the flaming continent. 700 meters away lay a 100-meter-long pool of molten lava. Boss fight. Xin Jihao warned. Wang Yun nodded. Boom! As Wang Yun and his companion charged in, the magma pool instantly began to boil. Human, this is no place for you. A 3-headed lava giant dog emerged slowly from within. Lava Hound. LV-50. This lava hound stood 5 meters tall and stretched 8 meters in length. Its mere presence radiated an overwhelming sense of power. You lot, come out now. At the lava hound's command, over 300 hellhounds emerged from the magma pool. Hellhound. LV-42. These hellhounds were roughly the size of ordinary domestic dogs. But Wang Yun and his companion did not underestimate them. Let's deal with these minor foes first. Xin Jihao gripped his Tai Xian shield, his expression solemn as he spoke. Agreed. If these minions charge at us all at once, they'll be quite troublesome indeed. Wang Yun nodded. Perfect. I'll use you lot to test out my newly acquired ability. Electromagnetic storm. Wang Yun roared. From the barrel of the Gatling gun in his hand, a massive ball of electricity erupted. The ball instantly spanned hundreds of meters, crashing into the hundreds of minor monsters before it. With a thunderous boom, a thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. An electromagnetic storm capable of engulfing a 300-meter radius was born in the arena. Bang! 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 The moment the electromagnetic storm appeared, these fearsome hellhounds instantly disintegrated into sprays of blood mist, exploding into the air. Killed 563 level 42 hellhounds. Experience plus 236,460. Points plus 236,460. Materials, Hell Claws plus 300. Holy crap? Dude, what kind of skill is this? Xin Jihao, watching from the side, stared in disbelief. His roommate's performance was truly time and time again. Shatters his expectations. Such a wide-ranging attack. He wasn't unfamiliar with it. But an attack as devastating as Wang Yun's was something he had never witnessed before. A single skill had wiped out hundreds of hellhounds. Holy crap. Even the dungeon boss, the lava hound, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Couldn't help but whistle in awe. What kind of skill is this? A single skill instantly wiped out his minions. Scorching Heaven's Flame. The lava hound unleashed its ultimate ability without hesitation. Boom! He opened his gaping maw. Flames capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas gathered within its maw. The next instant, a pillar of fire hundreds of meters long surged straight toward Wang Yun. Dodge it! Xin Jihao's expression changed instantly at the sight. This was a level 50 boss's skill. There was absolutely no way to withstand it head-on. If anyone tried to endure it head-on, we'd be dead with no place to bury our bodies. I need to avoid his sharp edge? Wang Yun's lips curled slightly. He directly activated the ultra-long-range cannon. Boom! A terrifying beam of light tore through the air, hurtling straight toward the pillar of fire. The moment they collided, a terrifying battle shockwave erupted across the field. The surrounding ground cracked and shattered from the shockwaves. The pillar of fire held out for only a moment, before crumbling to dust. Then, Wang Yun's pillar of light struck the molten lava hound at an incredible speed. With a loud thud, the lava hound was sent flying backward with tremendous force. This backward tumble sent it flying a full 1,000 meters. Damn it! Damn humans! The lava hound spat out a curse. This single attack slashed through its health bar, draining it by more than half. Holy! Bro Wang, you're way too fierce! Xin Jihao exclaimed in admiration. Facing the dungeon boss's deadliest strike, Wang Yun not only didn't dodge. Instead, he shattered the boss's deadliest attack. This scene, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This level of power was nothing short of terrifying. No big deal. Wang Yun's lips curled slightly as he took a few steps forward. He pulled the trigger. Wang Yun directly activated the fragmentation bullet. A single bullet could split into 3. This effectively tripled his damage output. No! The lava hound's pupils suddenly contracted. Before long, its health plummeted to 0. It collapsed into a pool of blood. Boss defeated, lava hound. Experience plus 5,300, points plus 5,300. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared Nightmare difficulty, Flaming Continent. Experience points plus 109,000, points plus 109,000. Materials, lava shards, lava lizard tail. With a buzzing sound, Wang Yun's level jumped from 45 to 46, while Xin Jihao advanced from 36 to 38. I just leveled up 2 ranks at once. Thanks, Brother Wang. Xin Jihao praised. No big deal. Wang Yun smiled. Xin Jihao was his roommate. Considering their relationship for the next 4 years of college, Wang Yun naturally needed to cultivate a good relationship with him. So, helping him level up wasn't such a big deal. Another reason was that Xin Jihao was a defensive spirit user. He could help block some damage when Sang Jihao was injured. That's also extremely important. Let's exit the instance. The moment Wang Yun and his companion appeared outside the instance, they immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Because these two had broken the record for the Flaming Continent dungeon. First place, Xiaolong Bao Squad, members, 2, clear time, 5 hours 43 minutes. Holy crap, those two cleared the Flaming Continent dungeon? That's nothing. You weren't here yesterday. You don't know that guy named Wang Yun, he can solo hell difficulty dungeons all by himself. Yeah, and today he brought an extra person, probably his roommate. So jealous. Wish I were his roommate. The crowd murmured enviously. Let's go. We're continuing in. Wang Yun said. Ha? Brother Wang, aren't we taking a break? Just diving straight back into the dungeon? Xin Jihao exclaimed in surprise. We'll rest while we fight monsters. It's the same thing. Wang Yun said indifferently. Chapter 54, The Sought-After Wang Yun. Whatever you say. Xin Jihao nodded. If anyone else had said that, Xin Jihao would have said, Dude, why are you acting so pretentious? But when Wang Yun said it, Xin Jihao would only say, You're absolutely right, boss. With a buzzing sound, Xin Jihao followed Wang Yun back into the Flaming Continent. And it was the hell difficulty version of the Flaming Continent. Don't these two ever rest? They're just going straight in? Why rest? Wang Yun didn't take a break yesterday either before going in. Just wait. That hell difficulty record is probably about to get broken again. I agree. The freshman nearby buzzed with wild speculation. After Wang Yun brought Xin Jihao back into the Flaming Continent, he immediately launched into slaughter mode. However, the sheer number of minor monsters was overwhelming. And this was a hell difficulty dungeon. It took Wang Yun a full 6 hours before he finally reached the dungeon boss. Gurgle. The magma pool bubbled violently. The lava hound emerged slowly from within. You again? You didn't even rest before charging straight into the hell dungeon? The lava hound was startled upon seeing Wang Yun. What's all this gibberish? Wang Yun couldn't be bothered to listen to the lava hound's nonsense. Anyway, it wouldn't be long. This lava hound would be nothing but a corpse. Wang Yun activated the ultra-long-range cannon. One shot fired. Boom! The lava hound was blasted flying over a kilometer away. Its health plummeted by more than half. Damn it, I haven't even summoned my minions yet. The lava hound grumbled. He was a boss, after all. Why did he have to act like some super soldier in front of this kid? Like some super soldier? Tap tap tap. Half an hour later, Wang Yun unleashed a barrage of attacks on the lava hound and its minions, successfully clearing the dungeon. Boss defeated, lava hound. Experience plus 10,300, points plus 10,300. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the hell difficulty dungeon, Flaming Continent. Experience points plus 209,000, points plus 209,000. Materials, lava shards, lava lizard tail, star shining skill book, lava giant strike. After clearing this dungeon once more, Wang Yun leveled up from 46 to 47, while Xin Jihao jumped straight from 37 to 40. I've finally crossed the 40 level threshold too. And it's all thanks to you, Brother Wang. Without your help, I'd probably need another month to reach level 40. Xin Jihao praised. No big deal. Wang Yun waved his hand dismissively. He led Xin Jihao out of the dungeon. The moment the two appeared, they once again caused a stir among the crowd. Because these two had once again broken the dungeon record. And it was the hell difficulty record. First place, the Xiaolong Bao Squad. Clear time, 6 hours, 43 minutes. The number of beasts in the Flaming Continent is countless. The number of beasts on hell difficulty is more than double that of nightmare difficulty. For an average 5-person team to clear this dungeon, at least 10 to 20 hours. Even the elite teams listed on the record still require at least 10 hours. Yet Wang Yun and his companion completed it in just over 6 hours. This was nothing short of defying the heavens. Truly defying the heavens. Let's go. First, let's grab a bite to eat. I'm a bit tired. Wang Yun led Xin Jihao downstairs. The moment they arrived that morning, they'd been non-stop grinding monsters and leveling up. They'd even skipped lunch, grabbing only a few energy bars before diving back into the dungeon to grind monsters and level up. They'd been grinding monsters non-stop for 11 hours straight. Even an Iron Man couldn't keep this up. Let me. When it came time to pay, Xin Jihao immediately grabbed the bill. Wang Yun didn't refuse. He brought him along to level up. What's wrong with letting him treat me to a meal? Are we continuing the leveling tonight or what? Xin Jihao asked while eating. Let's run another nightmare difficulty dungeon. Wang Yun pondered while eating. It was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. Running another nightmare difficulty dungeon would take them to around 11 or 12. We'll finish around 11 and then rest. That should be about right. Just as Wang Yun and the other person were eating. Hello, I'm Song Yuza, a junior. A square-jawed man approached at a leisurely pace. Hello, I'm Wang Yun, a freshman just enrolled this year. Though Wang Yun didn't know his purpose for approaching. Since the other had introduced himself, he felt he should do the same. What brings you here? Wang Yun asked in surprise. Well, freshman, I think you've shown great potential. I'm a member of the Tiger Society, and I'd like to extend an invitation on behalf of our organization for you to join us. Song Yuza stated. The Tiger Club? Wang Yun said. He knew. Clubs existed within Longming University. The purpose of joining a club was simple. To keep each other warm. To make teaming up easier. After all, standing at the dungeon entrance, calling out for people to join your party, is quite a hassle. Right, freshman, you might be new to our university and unaware of our Tiger Club's reputation. You can use your phone to access the club section on Longming University's campus network and learn about us. Our Mighty Tigers Club is ranked 13th at Dragon Roar University. Join us, and I guarantee you'll be the coolest kid on campus. Once you're in, we'll give you monthly stipend stuff like materials and dragon coins. Song Yuza boasted. Wang Yun fell silent. Given his abilities, he didn't feel he needed anyone to guide him. He was more likely to lead others. Besides, this Tiger Society was only ranked 13th. With his talent, capable of breaking records effortlessly. Joining this Tiger Society felt a bit beneath him. Besides, he wasn't short on materials or dragon coins. He could grab materials from the dungeon and sell them for stacks of cash. I refuse. Wang Yun shook his head decisively. But the moment Wang Yun refused, another man appeared in the arena. Wang Yun, I'm Lu Hongtao, vice president of the second-ranked club at Longming University. If you agree to join our club, I can provide you with a star-shining grade skill book right now, along with a full set of level 40 gold grade equipment. And if you need to run a dungeon, I can immediately arrange for someone to escort and protect you. Lu Hongtao spoke with genuine sincerity. Bro, you're really in demand. Xin Jihao said with obvious envy. Chapter 55, Choose One. I still refuse. Wang Yun shook her head. It must be said. The terms Lu Hongtao offered were indeed quite tempting. But Wang Yun still chose to refuse. The reason was simple. Joining the club meant participating in its activities. Wang Yun didn't want to waste his time on such trivial matters. Alright, since you don't wish to join our club at this time, I won't force you. But if you change your mind in the future, remember to come find me anytime. Lu Hongtao didn't seem particularly annoyed by Wang Yun's refusal. Genius, after all. They all have pride. Not wanting to join the club was perfectly reasonable. After saying that, Lu Hongtao left the area. Song Yuza, who had been standing nearby, saw Lu Hongtao leave and followed suit. After all, Wang Yun had already turned down Lu Hongtao's invitation. Why would he even consider their Mighty Tiger Club? Who is that kid? Lu Hongtao actually went to personally invite him to join the Star Society? You should know, the Star Society is the second-ranked society at our Dragon Roar University. You don't even know Wang Yun? He's the one who's been breaking dungeon records in our dungeon hall lately. What's so great about breaking a dungeon record? Give me some time, and I could break it too. He broke the record solo. What's the point of you gathering a bunch of people to break it? Ha? Solo? Breaking the record solo? That's insane. The crowd murmured as they watched Wang Yun decline Lu Hongtao's invitation. I'm full. Are you full? Wang Yun turned to Xin Jihao and asked. Yeah, I'm pretty much done too. Xin Jihao wiped his mouth with a napkin. After eating their fill, the two returned to the instance lobby. Wang Yun scanned the dungeons displayed in the hall. Soon, Wang Yun locked onto one. Beast Lair. Beast level, 45 to 50. Entry level requirement, level 30. This one it is. This dungeon was packed with beasts, numerous and densely packed. Moreover, the dungeon's location is exceptionally cramped, situated within a narrow and deep cavern. There's little room to maneuver. While this might be a disadvantage for others offering little room to escape. But for Wang Yun, it was an absolute advantage. Because Wang Yun's firepower is devastating. Wang Yun showed no fear toward the ferocious horde of beasts charging at him. With a buzzing sound, Wang Yun led Xin Jihao into the nightmare-level demon beast lair. Once these two emerge, the nightmare difficulty record for this monster lair is bound to be shattered again. You bet. Wang Yun's firepower is just insane. I wish I had a buddy like that to level me up. I've been grinding forever just to go from level 35 to 36. Boo-hoo. The crowd murmured. With a flash of teleportation, Wang Yun and Cui Zhihao materialized at the entrance of a mountain cave. This cave served as the entrance to the monster nest. The monster nest was arguably the most dangerous level 50 instance in the entire instance hall. Once inside this cave, there was little chance to escape using speed-based skills. To survive, there was only one way. Clear it. Shortly after Wang Yun entered the lair, dozens of nest bats flapped their wings and charged toward him. Lair bat. Level 45. These nest bats were only about the size of a palm. Their bodies weren't particularly large. But their flight speed was astonishingly fast. They dart up and down through the air. For an ordinary artifact spirit user, this would be a real headache. What the hell are you jumping around for? Wang Yun summoned his Gatling gun, aimed it at the nest bats, and fired a burst. Yet every single shot was dodged by the nest bats. It must be said. These nest bats were incredibly swift. Oh? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. He didn't seem particularly flustered by this. If one burst didn't do it, then 2 bursts. If 2 bursts didn't do it, then 3 bursts. Tap tap tap. Wang Yun pulled the trigger. A relentless wave of bullets, thick as fog, poured down upon the nest bats. These beasts were undeniably swift. But before them lay a wall of bullets, leaving them no room to evade. One by one, the nest bats plummeted from midair, falling lifeless to the ground. Successfully killed 68 level 45 nest bats. Experience plus 30,600. Points plus 30,600. Holy crap, Wang Yun is awesome. Xin Zhihao exclaimed in admiration. He had been worried about how Wang Yun could possibly hit these lightning-fast nest bats. But now it seemed his worries were completely unnecessary. No matter how fast they were useless against overwhelming firepower. An hour later, Wang Yun had slain hundreds of nest bats and successfully reached the airspace above a cliff. Below the cliff lay a 100-meter-long pool, and beside the pool was a long passageway leading to another cave space. If we want to clear this stage, we have to jump down. Xin Zhihao stated. Yeah, but before we jump, we need to eliminate those 50-plus rock lizards by the pool. Otherwise, they'll ambush us the moment we land, and that won't be good. Wang Yun nodded in agreement. On the cliff walls below, rock lizards clung to the rock face, occasionally flickering their long tongues. Rock giant lizard. LV-47. Without hesitation, Wang Yun pulled the trigger. A torrent of bullets poured forth. Rat-a-tat-tat. Successfully killed one LV-47 rock giant lizard. Experience plus 4,700, points plus 4,700. Successfully killed one LV-47 rock lizard. Materials, lizard tail plus 1. Panel notifications flashed frantically before Wang Yun's eyes. After just a few minutes passed, all 50-plus rock giant lizards lay dead on the ground. Problem solved. Wang Yun nodded with satisfaction. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. Xin Zhihao praised. With Wang Yun by his side, he felt as though he hardly needed to lift a finger. He could just be a decorative accessory. Thump! Thump! Wang Yun and his companion plunged straight down from 100 meters high, splashing up a huge spray of water. With the threat of the rock lizard gone, the two smoothly entered the cave space through a nearby passageway. As they walked on, 2 cave openings appeared before Wang Yun and his companion. A choice between 2 paths. Each opening led in a different direction. Come to think of it, did the school dungeon guide mention which path we should take in a situation like this? Wang Yun turned to look at Xin Zhihao. Chapter 56, Counterwave. Actually, either path is viable. Both paths lead through. The only difference is that one passage has fewer beasts, while the other has more. Xin Zhihao replied after a moment's thought. Then let's just go straight through. Wang Yun led Xin Zhihao straight into one of the passages. Wang Yun showed no fear whatsoever, regardless of whether there were more beasts ahead. After traversing several hundred meters through the tunnel, the two emerged onto a vast, open plain. This clearing was exceptionally vast, spanning several thousand meters. Across the clearing lay another 7 or 8 passageway entrances. To leave this area, Wang Yun and Xin Zhihao would have to enter one of these passages. However, the moment they appeared here, hundreds of ferocious beasts charged toward them from all directions. Our luck must be terrible, we picked a passage with a lot of ferocious beasts. Wang Yun asked Xin Zhihao. Quite obviously, yes. Xin Zhihao shrugged helplessly. If he remembered correctly, the previous 2 passages led to 2 distinct locations. One was a small, flat area only dozens of meters wide. Due to its limited size, the number of beasts that could appear there was naturally very low. The other flat area was precisely where the 2 of them were now. It was vast. Naturally, it teemed with beasts. It doesn't matter. I'll handle it. Wang Yun aimed his rifle at the ferocious beasts relentlessly charging toward them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured forth, striking the beasts. The beasts fell, one after another, turning into lifeless corpses. Half an hour passed. Wang Yun had killed 700 or 800 beasts. On the ground, the corpses of the beasts were scattered everywhere. Can we just pick any of these passages? Wang Yun looked at Xin Jihao and asked. Yes, they all lead to the boss eventually. Xin Jihao nodded. Next. Wang Yun randomly selected a passageway and charged inside. After half an hour of traversing the passage and slaying dozens of ferocious beasts, finally they reached the deepest part of the demon beast's lair, the boss battle site. Before Wang Yun and his companion, no longer narrow tunnels and confined spaces. Instead, a vast cavern lay before them. This cavern covered an immense area, spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of meters. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place a palace. At the center of the cavern stood a 5-meter-tall coffin. With a loud bang, the coffin lid suddenly flew off. It crashed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. How dare you intrude into my cave? A 4-meter-tall vampire opened its eyes and slowly emerged from the coffin. Shadow Fiend. LV-50. Servants, kill him. With a sweeping gesture from the Shadow Fiend's massive hand, bats that had been resting upside down on the cave walls swarmed toward Wang Yun in a relentless onslaught. Mutant Bat. LV-40. These bats weren't particularly powerful, but their strength lay in sheer numbers. Over 1,000 of them swarmed toward Wang Yun. Such a vast swarm resembled a surging tide. Yet even so, Wang Yun faced the relentless wave of bats. Not a trace of panic appeared on his face. Split Bullet. Wang Yun immediately activated the Split Bullet skill. This instantly tripled his attack power. Rat-a-tat-tat. With a casual sweeping motion, Wang Yun sent dozens of mutated bats crashing to the ground as lifeless corpses. Within just over 10 minutes, all over 1,000 mutated bats had been slaughtered by Wang Yun. The firepower of this human brat is truly formidable? Shadow Fiend narrowed his eyes involuntarily at the sight. He seemed to have underestimated the firepower of this human before him. But no matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. The Shadow Fiend snorted coldly. Then, he placed his hands on his hips. Shadow Assault. The Shadow Fiend roared, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to appear directly before Wang Yun. The claws on his hands emitted an incredibly sharp blow. He lunged to strike Wang Yun. Oh no! Xin Jihao never imagined that this shadow demon boss could move so swiftly. He desperately wanted to deploy his Tai Xian shield to help Wang Yun withstand this strike. But unfortunately, he was still dozens of meters away from Wang Yun. Damn, that's fast. Wang Yun's lips twitched. This wasn't merely fast anymore. It was practically teleportation. Wang Yun didn't hesitate for a moment, unleashing the sonic thrust directly. Boom! It felt as though divine thunder had erupted in the arena. A terrifying sonic blast slammed directly into the Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend was instantly blasted dozens of meters away, while Wang Yun himself was violently thrown back the same distance. This strike dealt significant damage to the Shadow Fiend. The shock made his internal organs ache. What kind of skill is this? The Shadow Fiend's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. He had assumed victory would come easily. But what he never anticipated was being sent flying dozens of meters away. And he had sustained significant injuries. Wang Yun, you're something else. At that moment, Xin Jihao rushed over to Wang Yun's side, shield raised. Don't worry, I've got plenty of skills to keep myself alive. Wang Yun smiled. Kid, it's not over yet. Don't get too excited. Watch this shadow shockwave. The Shadow Fiend roared furiously, thrusting both palms forward. A crimson pillar of light erupted with world-shattering force, hurtling straight toward Wang Yun. A beam? I've got one too. Let's clash them head-on. Without hesitation, he activated his laser beam instantly. Boom! A towering pillar of light erupted, colliding violently with the Shadow Fiend's crimson beam. The moment they touched, terrifying shockwaves erupted across the battlefield. The surrounding ground shook violently, cracking open inch by inch. The crimson beam held out for only a few seconds before shattering into fragments. How is this possible? The Shadow Fiend exclaimed in disbelief at the sight. His strike alone was powerful enough to kill a level 55 artifact spirit user. It should have been no problem at all. How could this mere spirit artifact user, not even level 50, could possibly crush him like this? With a thunderous crash, the laser beam slammed heavily into the Shadow Fiend's chest. Then, the Shadow Fiend's entire body flew backward hundreds of meters like a. After tumbling several meters on the ground, his head lolled to the side, and all signs of life vanished. Shadow Fiend, dead. Holy crap, Brother Wang, you're seriously awesome. Xin Jihao had thought he might need to lend Wang Yun a hand. But now it seemed his thoughts were completely unnecessary. Chapter 57, End of Combat. After defeating the dungeon boss, the dungeon kill notification panel immediately popped up. Successfully defeated dungeon boss Shadow Fiend. Experience plus 5,300, points plus 5,300. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared Nightmare difficulty, Beast Nest. Experience points plus 109,000, points plus 109,000. Materials, Shadow Fiend fragments, bat flesh shreds. Skill Book, Star Shining Grade Skill Book, Shadow Fiend's Charge. This Star Shining skill book is mine. No objections, right? Wang Yun looked at Xin Jihao and asked. Of course I have no objections whatsoever. After all, you were the one who led me through this dungeon. Xin Jihao shook his head. Since Wang Yun had led him through the entire dungeon, he naturally had no objections. Besides, as a defensive artifact spirit, he didn't need too many movement skills anyway. Wang Yun opened the description of this Star Shining Grade Skill Book, Shadow Demon Charge. Skill Book, Shadow Demon Charge. Required level, LV 40. Grade, Star Shining. Effect, upon activation, demonic wings unfold behind the user, propelling them forward over any distance within 500 meters. This charge deals massive damage to all beasts crossed during the dash. Cooldown, 1 hour. This skill not only provides movement but also allows attacking enemies during the dash. Wang Yun nodded. As a Star Shining tier skill, it truly lived up to its name, offering both movement and offensive capabilities. After clearing the entire dungeon, Wang Yun reached level 48, while Xin Jihao reached level 41. After clearing the dungeon, Wang Yun and Xin Jihao immediately departed the battlefield, reappearing in the instance lobby. Those two showed up so quickly? Just what level is this guy's artifact spirit? We'll find out tomorrow what level his artifact spirit is, since tomorrow is the freshman exchange meeting. I have a feeling, barring any surprises, this kid will take first place at this year's freshman exchange meeting. First place? Hard to say. He's definitely a genius, but our cohort isn't exactly lacking in talent either. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Let's head home. The new student exchange event is tomorrow. Wang Yun had grown accustomed to the astonishment others felt toward him. After all, he'd just broken the dungeon record again. Perhaps for others, breaking a dungeon record was a monumental feat, but for Wang Yun, it was a piece of cake. Yeah, it's getting late. Xin Jihao nodded. It was indeed the middle of the night now. The two quickly returned to their dormitory. Good night. I'm going to bed first. It's been a busy day. Xin Jihao said to Wang Yun. Yeah, get some rest early. After exchanging a brief farewell with Xin Jihao, Wang Yun headed upstairs. Upon returning to his room, Wang Yun didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he opened his personal interface without any equipment attribute bonuses. Level, LV 48. Strength, 570. Stamina, 568. Speed, 565. Spirit, 560. Points, 3,352,000. Over 3 million points. System, go all in for me. Wang Yun commanded the system. Ding. Points successfully spent. Drawing 3,352 entries. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,152 white entries, 100 green entries, 97 blue entries, 1 purple entry, 1 orange entry, and 1 gold entry. The system announced the lottery results. Golden attribute? Wang Yun, who had been lying in bed, jumped up in surprise upon seeing he'd actually drawn a golden entry. After so many draws, he finally got a golden legendary item. It was incredibly rare. Item name, Virtual Mirror. Activation level, level 43. Grade, Gold. Description, upon activation, the host can instantly replicate an enemy's virtual mirror image. This mirror image possesses all the enemy's abilities, with its combat strength enhanced by 150% across all attributes compared to the original target. Cooldown, 1 hour. This entry's function is incredibly powerful. Wang Yun couldn't help but exclaim after reading the description of this golden entry. Not only could this golden entry replicate another's virtual mirror image, but it also boosted all attributes by 150% compared to the original. Truly worthy of its golden status. This golden skill could absolutely serve as Wang Yun's ultimate trump card. After equipping this golden skill, Wang Yun began examining the other entries. Item name, Thunder Torrent. Grade, Orange. Activation level, level 41. Description, activating this skill unleashes a torrent of thunderbolts forward, delivering devastating area of effect damage. Attack range, within 1,000 meters. Cooldown, half an hour. Torrential lightning? This ability looks pretty solid. I can unleash vast swaths of lightning torrents for attack, and it's an area of effect strike too. Not only that, but the coverage area for this area attack is quite extensive. Wang Yun remarked. He had initially assumed this skill would merely enable area of effect strikes. He hadn't expected that this skill could not only hit multiple targets but also cover such a vast area. This was practically a divine artifact. Next, Wang Yun examined the purple entry. Entry name, Energy Blast Shell. Activation level, level 42. Grade, Purple. Description, upon activation, releases energy blast bombs forward. Each bomb unleashes an energy wave covering over 20 meters. Activation duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. I could really use a high-level AoE damage skill right now. Wang Yun nodded with immense satisfaction upon reading the purple skill description. Although he possessed a mortar entry, its low level meant its damage output was far inferior to the immense destruction unleashed by this level 42 energy blast shell. With this grenade launcher slot, Wang Yun's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly see a significant boost in upcoming battles. Moreover, the energy blast shell had a long activation duration and a cooldown of only 15 minutes. This meant the period during which it couldn't be used was a mere 5 minutes. Next, Wang Yun scanned the blue mods. Most were useless blue entries, and Wang Yun selected only a few. After equipping the desired entries, Wang Yun pulled the covers over his head and fell asleep. After all, tomorrow was the freshman orientation meeting. He couldn't afford to be late tomorrow. Chapter 58, Freshman Competition. Tower Challenge? 17th floor? Hearing this, Yun Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't this mean Wang Yun was already ranked 17th on the dragon list? If anyone else had told him this, he would have retorted, "Bull." But he had witnessed Wang Yun comprehend so many sword intents. So many sword intents. Never mind the mere 17th rank on the dragon list. Even the top 5 on the dragon list. Wang Yun could easily surpass them. Wang Yun nodded lightly before sitting cross-legged nearby. There was still some time before the first phase of the sword exchange gathering concluded. He needed to pass the time with cultivation. Soon. The first phase of the sword insight session concluded, and the 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Of the over 100 participants who had entered the arena, only 21 remained. Consider this. Those who could participate in the sword exchange gathering were already prodigies in their own right. And those who remained now were the most extraordinary among the extraordinary. Those who have yet to grasp even a thread of sword intent, please leave this place. Qing Jinling spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every person present. Sigh, this sword exchange gathering is proving far too challenging. One sword cultivator grimaced in frustration, muttering helplessly. He had believed himself to be a prodigy among the younger generation. But upon arriving here and witnessing true prodigies, he realized he was merely an ordinary person with slightly above average talent in the sword path. The other sword cultivators sighed in unison. Qing Jinling had already issued the signal to depart. Staying any longer would be discourteous. The second phase of the sword exchange gathering will commence immediately. Qing Jinling spoke slowly after those who hadn't grasped the essence of swordsmanship had departed. Then, he produced a divination tube containing 21 spirit sticks. Each slip bears a number, from 1 to 21. Number 1 faces off against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so on. The 21st slip represents a buy. After Qing Jinling finished speaking, he gave the tube a shake before walking past everyone present. Wang Yun took his own slip as well. Ha! Such good luck? The number on Wang Yun's fortune slip was none other than 21. This meant he had a buy. What's yours? Yun Xiong, carefree as ever, leaned in to take a closer look. You're one lucky bastard. No, it's the guy who was supposed to face you who got lucky. Yun Xiong chuckled. Moments later, the group arrived at the arena. Pair-by-pair duels commenced in the arena. Among them, Yun Xiong was undoubtedly the most dazzling. With a single sword strike, he sent his opponent flying off the stage. His prowess was undeniably formidable. Following the one-on-one duels, only 11 remained in the arena. Qing Jinling then led the group to a massive combat platform. The remaining fighters will engage in a free-for-all. The later you are eliminated, the higher your ranking will be. Qing Jinling spoke slowly. The platform is protected by a defensive formation. Attack each other freely. The defensive formation won't let you die on the platform. If you're about to suffer a fatal blow, the formation will knock you off the stage. Qing Jinling added. After all, this is a martial arts arena, not a life or death arena. In no time, the remaining 11 stood upon the platform. Wang Yun, shall we join forces? Yun Xiong approached Wang Yun and proposed. Agreed. Wang Yun nodded. How about we team up too? Su Yanjia, standing among the crowd, addressed the remaining 8 individuals. I'm in. Me neither. Soon, Su Yanjia's proposal received nods of agreement from all 8. In an instant, the 9 of them joined forces. The situation on the field suddenly became crystal clear. 9 against 2. Wang Yun and Yun Xiong exchanged glances, then shared a knowing smile. So what if they outnumber us? 2 against 9, the advantage is ours. Get the hell out of here. Wang Yun stepped forward, his entire body instantly transforming into a fiery afterimage as he charged toward the nearest sword cultivator. The swallowing heaven sword in his hand erupted with supreme sword intent. With a thunderous crash, the sword cultivator flew off the stage like a. He crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What terrifying power! The sword cultivator clutched his chest in lingering fear. He understood. Had it not been for the defensive formation protecting the stage, he would have long since become a casualty beneath Wang Yun's blade. That kid's strength is truly terrifying. The sword cultivator remarked, gazing at Wang Yun on the stage, who stood like a god of war. Before Wang Yun, two figures materialized instantly. One wore white robes, the other black. Each wielding a sharp sword, they charged at Wang Yun from opposite directions. They aimed to blast him off the stage. Oomph! Wang Yun gave a cold snort. He did not lose his composure despite both men charging at him simultaneously. Instead, his toes lightly tapped the ground, and with effortless grace, he evaded their encircling attack, leaving both strikes to miss their mark. What exquisite footwork! The white-robed man exclaimed in admiration. He hadn't expected. Wang Yun not only possessed peerless swordsmanship, but his footwork was equally ghostly and unpredictable. The next instant, Wang Yun materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. The swallowing heaven sword slashed down from above. Boom! A world-shattering sword intent surged forth. With a thud, the man was instantly knocked flying off the stage. Perfect opportunity. Just as Wang Yun attacked the white-robed man, his back exposed a vulnerability. The black-robed man wasted no time exploiting this precious opening created by the white-robed man. He instantly unleashed unparalleled speed, charging directly behind Wang Yun and thrusting his sword forward. At such close range, you simply cannot evade this. A faint smile played at the corners of the black-robed man's mouth, as if victory were already assured. But unexpectedly, Wang Yun stood rooted to the spot, thrusting his sword backward. With a loud thud, the black-robed man was sent flying off the stage. You're right, I couldn't dodge it. But I never intended to dodge it in the first place. Wang Yun watched the black-robed man sprawled on the ground, a faint smile curling his lips. Brother Wang, impressive performance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Xiong had also sent the two sword cultivators flying off the stage. In an instant, of the 9 who had been in the arena, were now reduced to just 4. Chapter 60, The Rock Colossus. After activating the energy blast projectile, Wang Yun immediately unleashed a fierce assault upon the ferocious beasts surging toward him like a tidal wave. Boom! 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 Wang Yun's Gatling gun unleashed a barrage of palm-sized explosive rounds. These explosive rounds, capable of generating immense blast energy, were naturally much larger than ordinary bullets. As soon as they reached the feet of the rock monsters, they unleashed vast shockwaves of energy. Successfully defeated 35 rock monsters LV-35. Experience plus 12,250, points plus 12,250. Successfully killed 45 LV-35 rock monsters. Experience plus 15,750, points plus 15,750. Successfully defeated 25 LV-45 rock monsters. Experience plus 11,250, points plus 11,250. It must be said that the energy blast bomb's power and range were truly immense, far surpassing the capabilities of Wang Yun's previous howitzer entry. Within mere minutes, Wang Yun had eliminated all several hundred rock monsters. Sun Jihao, standing nearby, showed little surprise. He was already accustomed to Wang Yun's formidable strength. After all, Wang Yun was a glory-tier spirit weapon user. Such feats might be beyond others, but for Wang Yun, they were perfectly ordinary. After eliminating the rock monsters, Wang Yun pressed onward into the valley's depths without hesitation. The pair walked for about half an hour, eliminating countless more rock monsters along the way. Wang Yun roughly estimated they must have slain 500 or 600 rock monsters. This valley is enormous. We've been walking for so long, yet we still haven't left it. Sun Jihao, shield raised, surveyed the surroundings as he spoke. You can say that again. Wang Yun shrugged helplessly, feeling a bit resigned himself. Having slain countless rock monsters, I still hadn't managed to leave this valley. Suddenly, from the valley walls on both sides, a few rock armor beasts, resembling armor piercers in appearance, began crawling out. Rock armor beast. Level, LV-40. Whoosh. 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 Streams of shattered rock coalesced before these rock armor beasts, then shot toward Wang Yun. I'll handle this. Sun Jihao, standing behind Wang Yun, swiftly stepped forward several paces. He shielded Wang Yun with his body, then raised the Taishian shield to block the attack before him. Bang! 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 The shards struck the Taishian shield, each one shattered into dust by its force, scattering into the air. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. It seemed this Taishian shield possessed some remarkable properties. Leave the rest to me. Wang Yun patted Sun Jihao on the shoulder, then aimed the Gatling gun at the several rock armor beasts on the wall. Bang bang bang! With a simple pull of the trigger, Wang Yun unleashed a torrent of bullets. Like a downpour, the bullets soon poured down upon the rock-armored beasts. The bullets carried immense force, instantly ending the lives of the rock-armor beasts. Successfully killed 4 level 40 rock-armor beasts. Experience plus 1,600, points plus 1,600. You're the one we need, Brother Yun. These rock-armor beasts are notorious for their tough defense, yet under your firepower, they didn't even last 10 seconds. It was like slicing through watermelons. Sun Jihao praised. Wang Yun nodded before resuming their advance forward. Along the way, the pair encountered one rock armor beast after another. Within that half hour, Wang Yun had slain over 800 rock armor beasts. Finally, Wang Yun and his companion spotted the valley's exit in the distance. It was very close, only about 100 meters away. Just as Wang Yun and his companion prepared to step forward, a colossal beast suddenly charged out from beyond the valley's exit. This colossal beast stood a full 5 meters tall, stretched an astonishing length of over 10 meters, and trailed an exceptionally long tail behind it. Rock Colossus. Level, LV42. It's huge. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes. If all went according to plan, this rock colossus should be akin to a minor boss-level beast. It had reached level 42 and possessed an enormous frame. Without hesitation, Wang Yun aimed the Gatling gun in his hands at the rock beast. Its massive size meant Wang Yun didn't need to aim carefully, he simply swept the gun across its form. Bang! 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 In mere seconds, the colossal body of the rock beast was pelted by a hail of bullets, striking it densely and relentlessly. Roar! The rock beast let out a series of low growls, its massive body staggering backward several steps. Well, thick skin you have. Wang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Bang! The long tail behind the rock beast suddenly whipped toward Wang Yun. Whoosh! A dazzling pillar of earth-colored light surged toward Wang Yun. Wang Yun's pupils contracted sharply as he prepared to cast a skill to escape. But then, a figure rapidly materialized before him. It was none other than Xin Jihao. Xin Jihao raised his shield high, blocking the attack before him. Boom! The earth-colored beam slammed heavily into the shield, sending waves of blinding light rippling outward. The earth-colored beam unleashed terrifying force, crashing into the shield. Xin Jihao's figure was forced back several steps. Yet Xin Jihao still took the blow squarely. Well done! Wang Yun praised him before continuing to unleash the Gatling gun's assault upon the rock colossus. Bang! 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 Countless bullets erupted in a dense barrage. Finally, after half a minute, the rock colossus crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Successful kill, level 42 rock colossus. Experience plus 420, points plus 420. This rock beast sure is tough as nails. Xin Jihao grumbled. You can say that again. Wang Yun nodded in agreement. An ordinary level 42 beast would have been taken down by Wang Yun long ago, but this rock colossus stubbornly held out for over half a minute. Outside the instance. Shortly after the group entered the instance, teachers began adjusting the light screens. Before the public instance concluded, these instructors remained outside and naturally, they weren't just standing around idly. Adjustments complete. After placing several projection stones on the ground, one instructor waved to Long Jianqin. Activate the light screen. Long Jianqin nodded. The next moment, giant light screens appeared throughout the arena. These screens were broadcasting real-time footage from the public instance. Chapter 61, Power that stunned the entire arena. Numerous screens filled the space, a total of 101. One of these screens displayed the ranking of points earned by over 1,000 artifact spirit users. For every player who entered the instance and slayed a ferocious beast, the corresponding spirit artifact user's kill points would be tallied in real time on the screen. The remaining 100 screens were arranged according to the spirit artifact user's point totals. The first screen corresponded to the top-ranked user, the second to the second-ranked, and so on. The top-ranked team is performing quite well. A teacher nodded as he observed the top display. The team currently occupying the top-ranked light screen is called the Long Yin Squad. The team consists of 3 members. A melee-type spirit device user, a defensive-type spirit device user, and finally a ranged-type spirit device user. A classic spirit user team composition. All 3 possessed king-tier spirit artifacts, and each spirit artifact user was level 43. Their level places them firmly among the elite of this batch entering the public instance. Indeed. This public instance has only been open for a short while, yet this group has already slain over 200 ferocious beasts. Barge in, this squad will undoubtedly join our Class 1, barring any surprises. I have a feeling this trio will be the top team at the new student exchange event. After all, they're the top scorers from 3 different provinces. If 3 provincial champions combined can't take first place, then something's seriously wrong. The other instructors murmured among themselves. The vast majority of them were highly optimistic that this team, composed of 3 sovereign-tier artifact spirits, would claim the top spot in this year's new student exchange. I believe that honor-tier artifact spirit user will take first place in this year's exchange event. Long Jianqin suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, Wang Yun and his companion had just entered the valley as depicted on the light screen. A glory-tier artifact spirit? You mean that hot weapon spirit user? Even though his artifact spirit ranks high, he's still just a hot weapon. Even if a hot weapon awakens to a high rank, its power will never match that of a high-rank cold weapon artifact spirit. Remember, this is an era of cold weapons. As soon as Long Jianqin spoke these words, Sun Juinja, standing beside him, immediately retorted. Throughout the history of their dragon nation, the vast majority of hot weapon spirit users had only awakened to black iron. It wasn't that there were no weapon spirits who awakened to golden or platinum-grade hot weapons. But without exception, their power was significantly weaker than cold weapons of the same grade when unleashed. For instance, a platinum-grade hot weapon could only unleash power equivalent to a gold-grade cold weapon. Therefore, this is precisely why Sun Juinja doesn't believe Wang Yun will become the top performer at the exchange conference. Although Wang Yun is a glory-grade weapon spirit user, a glory-grade thermal weapon is only equivalent to a king-grade weapon spirit. Look, this public secret realm has been open for ages, yet that kid still hasn't shown up on any of these screens. Sun Juinja complained. Look, there he is now. Long Jianxin didn't seem upset. He pointed to the 100th light screen. Wang Yun's figure appeared. On the light screen, Wang Yun had just entered the valley when he faced hundreds of rock monsters. Boom! 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 Wang Yun immediately activated the energy blast grenades, unleashing them into the horde of rock monsters. Each energy blast projectile unleashed unparalleled destructive force. Moreover, each detonation instantly took out dozens of rock monsters. Holy crap? What's going on? What kind of skill is this? Sun Juinja's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of skill could possibly possess such overwhelming power? A single blast shell had wiped out dozens of beasts? Such strength was undeniably formidable. The footage on the light screen continued to play. What? Is Wang Yun really that terrifying? Could this truly be the power unleashed by a thermal weapon? How could a single explosive round kill so many beasts? Is this even an explosive round? It's practically an artillery shell. Hundreds of beasts like that, a normal 5-man squad would probably take ages to handle them. Wang Yun kept pulling the trigger, unleashing one terrifyingly powerful energy explosive after another. The other instructors were equally stunned by Wang Yun's prowess. Only a few minutes had passed on the light screen. Yet the hundreds of ferocious beasts before Wang Yun had all been slaughtered by him. This scene once again captured the attention of the teachers gathered around the arena. This is terrifying. Hundreds of ferocious beasts slaughtered by this kid in just a few minutes? And he did it all alone. The teachers stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wang Yun's points ranking kept climbing higher and higher. He reached the top spot, almost crushing the competition. The previously leading squad had spent most of the day managing to kill just over 200 ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, on Wang Yun's side, with just one man, instantly slaughtered over 400 ferocious beasts. And it all took him a mere few minutes. Such power could rightly be called terrifying. The figures of Wang Yun and his companion on the light screen kept moving forward. He shattered everyone's perception of his strength. The rock monsters along the way were nothing but playthings to him, easily dispatched with minimal effort. They had absolutely no chance to fight back. Later, when they encountered a level 42 rock colossus, it was no contest either, he instantly obliterated it. What do you think? I told you he'd be the top performer at this freshman exchange event, right? Long Jianxin gave Sun Juinja a half smile, half sneer. No doubt about it. Sun Juinja nodded dumbly with a sheepish grin. Wang Yun's displayed talent and strength were so evident that even a blind person could recognize his prowess. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Wang Yun and his companion had successfully exited the valley after defeating the rock colossus. Outside the valley, a forest thick with ancient trees stretched out. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. Within the forest, heart-stopping beast roars echoed out from time to time. Let's enter this forest. We've now penetrated deep into this public secret realm. Starting with the beasts within this forest, they should be at least level 42. Wang Yun led Xin Jihao directly into the forest. Yes, that's correct. Xin Jihao nodded in agreement. The deeper one ventured into the secret realm, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts encountered. Chapter 62, Begging for Mercy. Spare my life, brother. If you spare me, everything I have is yours. The bandit leader pleaded, arms raised high. The words had barely left his mouth. Wang Yun prepared to strike. I know you're a smart man, brother. You know that even if you kill me, everything on my person is yours. But the bandit leader suddenly interjected. But what? Wang Yun's fist halted before the bandit leader. This bandit leader actually had some brains. But I know a place where there's treasure. The bandit leader said. What is it? Wang Yun asked. A mountain stronghold filled entirely with treasures. I defected from there myself. The stronghold's leader is a master at the 9th level of Qi cultivation realm. You can imagine how many treasures he possesses. The bandit leader continued. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yun smashed his skull with a single punch. A mere 9th tier Qi cultivation realm. Wang Yun shook his head. Such a lowlife's hoarded treasures were naturally beneath his notice. Let's go. Wang Yun mounted his horse with Nangong Wenling and rode toward the direction of the Taishan sect. 2 days later, Wang Yun finally arrived at the foot of the Taishan sect's mountain. Wow, is this the Taishan sect? Nangong Wenling stared at the towering peaks stretching before them, her cherry red lips parting in awe. MHM. Wang Yun nodded. Father seems to have spent time here in his youth. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to cultivate here myself. Nangong Wenling murmured to herself. You definitely will. But for now, our priority is to find a way to cure your illness. Wang Yun ruffled Nangong Wenling's hair, dismounted his horse, presented his token to the gatekeeper, then strode confidently through the mountain gates with Nangong Wenling in tow. Ordinary disciples were naturally forbidden from bringing outsiders into the Taishan sect at will, but Wang Yun was different. As a core disciple, he possessed this privilege. Along the way, Wang Yun noticed many disciples returning to the sect in a steady stream. The New Year's celebrations had concluded. Soon after, Wang Yun led Nangong Wenling to the residence of Elder Gao. Come in. After Wang Yun knocked on the door, Elder Gao's voice immediately came from inside. Oh, who's this little girl? So adorable. Elder Gao exclaimed upon seeing Wang Yun enter with the adorable little girl. This is my little sister. Linger, say hello to Elder Gao. Wang Yun first looked at Elder Gao, then turned to Nangong Wenling. Happy New Year, Elder Gao. Nangong Wenling respectfully clasped her fists and bowed. Very good, very good. Elder Gao smiled. Elder Gao, I brought my sister to see you for 2 reasons. First, to pay our New Year respects. Second, my sister has some ailments. With your vast experience, could you please examine her? Wang Yun looked at Elder Gao and asked. No need for formalities. Elder Gao waved his hand dismissively. Relax. Elder Gao walked slowly to Nangong Wenling's side, took her right hand, and then channeled a stream of spiritual energy into her body, where it began to circulate. Moments later, Elder Gao furrowed his brow. What's going on? Seeing the frown on Elder Gao's face, Wang Yun couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that even Elder Gao couldn't resolve this? Your sister possesses an ice-cold constitution. If I recall correctly, she's been in poor health since childhood, right? She used to run fevers frequently. As she grew older, her body began emitting cold air, making her shiver uncontrollably. Elder Gao spoke slowly. Since you understand this extreme cold constitution so well, Master, surely you must have a solution? Wang Yun asked hopefully. This extreme cold constitution is an exceptionally unique physique, far more unusual than even your spirit constitution. The older the host grows, the stronger the extreme cold power within her becomes. If it can be fully subdued, it could grant immense power. But if it cannot be subdued, then... Elder Gao paused before continuing. Then what? Wang Yun asked anxiously. Then they will die. Elder Gao murmured. Hearing this, Wang Yun felt as if struck by lightning. Her sister was only 14 years old this year. How could Wang Yun bear to let her die at such a tender age? Beside her, Nangong Wenling's face had turned deathly pale. Elder Gao, since you understand this extreme cold constitution so well, surely you must have a way to save her? Wang Yun asked urgently. There is indeed a way. Wang Yun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Elder Gao say this. The method to suppress the extreme cold body is actually quite simple. Find a heaven and earth spirit material capable of completely suppressing it. However, such a treasure capable of completely suppressing this extreme cold constitution is exceedingly rare. It must be of the 7th grade. Yet I possess no 7th grade heavenly spirit material. Not only do I lack it, but it is absent throughout the entire Taishan sect, indeed, across the entire Silver Moon Kingdom. Yet Elder Gao's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Then what should I do? Wang Yun glanced at Nangong Wenling beside him, noticing Linger's expression was also unnaturally tense. After all, she was only a 14-year-old girl. It was only natural for her to be unsettled by such a situation. Our Silver Moon Kingdom is merely a small nation within the northern continent. Just because we don't have it doesn't mean the entire northern continent lacks it. According to tradition, if you perform exceptionally well in the 100 Nations competition, you will receive a treasure bestowed by the Lord of the North Continent. A 7th grade treasure might be a precious item for our Silver Moon Kingdom, but to the Lord of the North Continent, it is but a trifle. Elder Gao stated. What ranking must I achieve in the 100 Nations competition to qualify for selecting a treasure? Wang Yun inquired. At least top 10. Elder Gao replied, hands clasped behind his back. Fine. I'll break into the top 10. Wang Yun declared with boundless ambition. As Nangong Wenling's older brother, he could never allow her to die like this. Brother. Seeing Wang Yun treat her this way, tears welled up in Nangong Wenling's eyes. Good. That shows real ambition. Elder Gao nodded. Throughout the history of their Silver Moon Kingdom, their best achievement in the 100 Nations competition had been a mere 88th place. To say they were the absolute bottom dwellers across the entire northern continent would be no exaggeration. If any other disciple had spoken to him like that, he would have retorted, bull. But Wang Yun was different. His talent was unparalleled, not just within Silver Moon Kingdom, but across the entire northern continent. Here are 8 4th grade heaven and earth spirit materials. Take them for now. These should suffice for your sister's needs for a while. At her age, the frequency of her episodes shouldn't be too severe. Elder Gao tossed a spatial ring to Wang Yun. Thank you, Master. Wang Yun didn't hesitate. He desperately needed these celestial spirit materials to suppress the extreme cold within Nangong Wenling's body. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Yun prepared to turn and return to his cultivation. I know a place where you can rapidly enhance your strength. Would you like to go? Elder Gao suddenly spoke up. Chapter 63, Exchange. 4 months had passed. Countless sword intents now swirled around Wang Yun's body. A full 400 strands. That's 40 streams. Holy? Is this even human anymore? Yun Xiong, who was cultivating nearby, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the sight. In just 4 short months, he grasped 40 sword intents? 100 sword intents would mean mastery of sword intent. If this kid trains for another 4 months, he'd likely achieve mastery of sword intent. To achieve mastery of sword intent at such a young age. Across the entire northern continent, there probably aren't many who could match that. Only 40? After absorbing the 40 strands of sword intent into his body, Wang Yun shook his head in slight dissatisfaction. This scene was witnessed by Yun Xiong standing nearby. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What do you mean, only? Bro, you're being way too ungrateful. I've been studying the sword steel since childhood. And even now, I've only grasped over 60 sword intents. Mastery of sword intent remains a distant dream. And you? In just 4 months, you've grasped more sword intents than I've cultivated in my entire life. Ha? Is there something on my face? Only then did Wang Yun notice Yun Xiong, though he didn't give him much thought. If Yun Xiong harbored any killing intent toward him, the Ling Tian war wolf within the blood prison tower would surely have warned him. Nothing. It's just that your talent in the sword path is truly monstrous. I couldn't help but take a few extra glances at you. Yun Xiong said sincerely. I am Yun Xiong, a disciple of the Asking Sword Pavilion. Yun Xiong bowed with clasped fists. Such a prodigiously gifted talent. He naturally wished to befriend him. Tai Xian sect, Wang Yun. Wang Yun also declared his name. Tai Xian sect? Yun Xiong had never heard of this sect before. But he didn't care whether the Great Mystery sect was obscure or not. A sect capable of nurturing a prodigy like Wang Yun couldn't be too shabby, no matter how you looked at it. The sword exchange gathering at the Horseback Sword Manor is about to begin. Brother Wang, have you received the invitation? Yun Xiong turned to Wang Yun and asked. MHM. Wang Yun nodded. I knew it. Yun Xiong wore an expression that said, I knew it. Only the most outstanding sword cultivators from North Continent receive invitations to the sword exchange gathering. And behind every sword cultivator who received an invitation, there was inevitably a major power. Brother Wang, shall we journey together to pay our respects at Sword Mountain Manor? Yun Xiong suggested. Wang Yun did not refuse. Being unfamiliar with the area, having a companion was certainly a good thing. The two quickly descended from the 10,000 Swords Peak. The pressure of sword intent while ascending the mountain was immense. But once they descended, that pressure instantly dissipated into thin air. Isn't that Yun Xiong ranked 36th on the dragon list? Who's that person beside him? You don't even know the person beside him? All these days climbing 10,000 Swords Peak were wasted. The man beside Yun Xiong is the one who achieved a breakthrough in comprehending sword intent. The aura of his minor accomplishment in sword intent spread over 1,000 meters. The crowd gathered near the base of 10,000 Swords Peak buzzed with whispers upon seeing Yun Xiong and Wang Yun together. Brother Yun, you're that formidable? You're actually ranked 36th on the dragon list? Wang Yun chuckled. Haha, I'm nowhere near as formidable as Brother Wang. When my sword intent first reached minor mastery, the phenomenon it caused only extended about 500 meters, not even half of yours. Yun Xiong chuckled in return. By the way, Brother Wang, what's your ranking on the dragon list? Yun Xiong suddenly asked. What is the dragon gel list? Wang Yun fell silent for a moment before offering an awkward chuckle. Yun Xiong narrowed his eyes. You brat. So you don't even know what the dragon list is? You're just flattering me? The dragon list is a ranking system where young martial artists under 25 from North Continent can compete for positions. It's not just a symbol of honor, it comes with substantial rewards too. Yun Xiong explained patiently. Where should I go to participate in the dragon list rankings? Do I need to participate in the grand tournament? Wang Yun asked. No need for such a complicated grand competition. Ranking on the dragon list is simple, just conquer the dragon tower. This Jelong tower has 100 floors, each representing one of the top 100 spots on the Jelong rankings. You can choose to challenge any floor. For example, if you challenge the 50th floor and defeat the 50 ranked dragon on the list, this means you become the new 50th ranked member of the dragon list. Simultaneously, your battle record will be recorded by the Jelong Tower, becoming the new 50th ranked combat phantom for the next challenger to the Jelong rankings. Yun Xiong continued his explanation. Where is the dragon tower? Wang Yun asked. All major powers in the northern continent have a dragon tower. Have your sect elders never taken you there? Yun Xiong asked in surprise. No. Wang Yun shook his head. No worries. The sword-worshipping manor has its own dragon tower. After our sword exchange gathering, we can swing by for a look. Yun Xiong suggested. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the main gate of the sword-worshipping manor. The teleportation pavilion from earlier was situated just outside the estate. Present your invitation. The gatekeeper disciples at the entrance of the sword-worshipping manor called out as Wang Yun and his companion approached. After presenting their invitation letters, Wang Yun and Yun Xiong successfully entered a grand hall within the Baijin Manor. This grand hall was known as the Star Sword Hall. By now, over 20 people had already gathered inside the Star Sword Hall. It's Yun Xiong. He's the 36th ranked expert on the dragon list. Not only has his cultivation reached the 6th layer of the Yellow Spirit Realm, but he's also achieved minor mastery of sword intent. He's a true master of the sword path. Upon seeing Yun Xiong's arrival, the crowd began murmuring among themselves. Beyond gathering sword masters to spar and exchange insights, the sword exchange gathering, but also a prime venue for forging friendships. The martial world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's also about human connections and social etiquette. Wang Yun saw the crowd gathered around Yun Xiong and wisely stepped aside. I'm Peng Chuiying from the Tianxiang sect. Suddenly, a man approached Wang Yun and extended his hand. Taishan sect, Wang Yun. Wang Yun smiled and extended his hand in return. Making more friends was always a good thing. However, upon hearing that Wang Yun was from the Taishan sect, Peng Chuiying merely shook his hand before departing. Taishan sect? I've never heard of this sect before. Probably some obscure sect from a minor country. Peng Chuiying murmured to herself. How pragmatic. Wang Yun watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a wry smile. Compared to this, Yun Xiong seemed almost reliable. At least he didn't look down on him just because he came from a minor sect. Wang Yun. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind Wang Yun. Chapter 64, continuing. Wang Yun turned to look and recognized the speaker. None other than Qing Jianling, whom he had encountered earlier on the 10,000 Swords Peak. The moment the crowd saw Qing Jianling greet Wang Yun, their gaze toward him shifted instantly. This included Peng Chuiying, who had shaken hands with Wang Yun earlier before departing. Qing Jianling wasn't just a core disciple of the sword-worshipping manor, he was far more than that. His master was none other than the third elder of the sword-worshipping manor. Moreover, he was the host of this sword exchange gathering. His status was beyond question. You finally arrived. Please come inside. Qing Jianling greeted Wang Yun warmly. Is he the one you brought in? At that moment, Yun Xiong pushed through the crowd and arrived before Wang Yun. Brother Yun, you know Wang Yun? Qing Jianling asked in surprise. Yes. Earlier, at over 6,000 meters on Wanjian Peak, I studied the sword steel alongside Wang Yun. I must say, his mastery of the sword path is truly remarkable, far surpassing my own. Yun Xiong patted Wang Yun on the shoulder as he spoke. The moment these words left his mouth, a storm erupted throughout the entire venue. Who was Yun Xiong? He was the 36th ranked master on the dragon list. A master of the sword path. At such a young age, he had already grasped over 30 sword intents. Among the young generation of sword cultivators across the entire northern continent, this was an extraordinary achievement. If Yun Xiong were given another year or two to refine his cultivation and strengthen his prowess, climbing into the top 10 or even the top 5 of the dragon rankings, it wouldn't be impossible. But what had Yun Xiong just said? At over 6,000 meters on the 10,000 Swords Peak, he encountered Wang Yun? Doesn't this mean the kid possesses the potential to achieve mastery of sword intent? Minor mastery of sword intent. Sword cultivators who have reached this level are not few in number among those present. But those who could climb to over 6,000 meters on 10,000 Swords Peak? Probably fewer than you could count on one hand. Brother Wang, I'm Song Chuheng, a disciple from the Tianxiang sect. Seeing your formidable strength, I'd like to befriend you. What do you think? Senior brother, my name is Ji Menghan, a disciple of the Celestial Immortal sect. In my cultivation of the sword path, I occasionally encounter concepts I don't fully grasp. Might I seek your guidance? This one is Deng Yuza. In an instant, the crowd closed in, surrounding Wang Yun completely. At this moment, if they still didn't grasp Wang Yun's true strength, they'd be complete fools. A powerhouse like this, even if from a minor sect, given just a little time, he could become a formidable powerhouse in his own right. All right. Wang Yun nodded with a smile. These were all sword arts prodigies from the top factions of the northern continent. Making friends with them held no disadvantages for Wang Yun. Even superficial friendships might prove useful in the future. Of course. As for Peng Chuiying, who had looked down on him earlier, he certainly wouldn't befriend him. But Peng Chuiying was savvy enough not to approach Wang Yun like the others. Damn it, I was too hasty. Peng Chuiying's lips twitched. How could he have known Wang Yun's talent was so extraordinary? Right now, inside, he was filled with a million regrets. Once most of the attendees had arrived, Qing Jianling cleared his throat and motioned for everyone to take their seats. Over 100 people had gathered. These individuals were all sword arts prodigies from the major factions of the northern continent. To receive an invitation to the sword exchange gathering, one must have achieved at least a minor accomplishment in sword intent. There were only 100 wooden chairs in total. These wooden chairs appeared ordinary, yet each contained sword intent. Each was meticulously crafted by the sword-worshipping mountain manor. The moment attendees sat down, they sensed their sword intent cultivation had advanced several levels. With a swish, a figure appeared in the center of the hall, ghostly and ethereal. Turning toward the sound, they saw an elderly man with the demeanor of an immortal. "Gentlemen, I am the third elder of the sword-worshipping mountain villa. My name is Lu Wenjian. You may simply call me Elder Lu. I am here to oversee the sword discussion exchange." Lu Wenjian stroked his snow-white beard as he spoke slowly. Then, Elder Lu turned to Qing Jianling standing nearby. This exchange meeting consists of two stages, sword insight and sword debate. The first stage is sword insight. Elder Lu will shortly present an ancient sword. Those who grasp even a single thread of the sword intent emanating from it may advance to the next stage, sword debate. The time limit is 7 days. The second stage, sword debate. We will set up an arena for one-on-one duels. Finally, based on the rankings, our sword worship manor will distribute rewards. Qing Jianling, the host of this event, spoke slowly. "We have to grasp a thread of sword intent in just 7 days?" At this point, the crowd exchanged glances. For these prodigies, grasping a thread of sword intent was no difficult feat. But to grasp even a thread of sword intent within 7 days, even for them, extremely difficult. Since everyone is present, I hereby declare the sword exchange gathering officially open. Elder Lu opened his right palm, and a crimson longsword materialized in the arena. The moment the crimson blade materialized, wave after wave of intense sword intent filled the air. This sword intent was not only terrifyingly immense, but also brimmed with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Those with weaker willpower were instantly overwhelmed by the killing intent, their minds clouded. Qing Jianling held a piece of clear wind jade in his hand. With a wave, refreshing breezes emanated from the jade, rushing into the minds of the 5 individuals whose thoughts had been clouded by the killing intent. Moments later, their minds cleared completely. "Gentlemen, please step outside," Qing Jianling said politely. Instantly, expressions of helpless resignation appeared on their faces. The sword exchange gathering had only just begun. They were already out? This was worse than not coming at all. This was utterly humiliating. Seeing these individuals escorted out, the rest of the crowd instantly perked up, their spirits soaring. It must be said, the challenges at this sword exchange gathering are truly formidable. This ancient sword not only contained supreme sword intent and radiated terrifying pressure, but also emitted a killing intent capable of disrupting one's mind. In other words, everyone present, not only must they resist the sword intense pressure, but also withstand the killing intense mental assault. It was a double challenge. Elder Lu observed the agonized expressions on their faces and nodded with great satisfaction. If the sword exchange gathering were this easy, what would be the point of a sword exchange then? This ancient sword was the personal weapon left behind by one of the venerable ancestors of their sword-worshipping manor. And the path of swordsmanship this ancestor cultivated was the way of slaughter. Elder Lu walked over to the mahogany table, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of steaming hot tea. Huff! Elder Lu blew on the scalding tea in his cup. To comprehend this ancient sword, even the most prodigiously gifted prodigy would likely require days, perhaps even weeks, to grasp its essence. Elder Lu had just taken his first sip of tea. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted before him. Before his eyes, a wisp of sword intent coalesced before Wang Yun. Holy crap! Elder Lu's pupils contracted sharply at the sight, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Put! The tea in his mouth sprayed out in a jet. It's only been an hour, and you've already grasped your first thread of sword intent? Elder Lu exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. Just 1 hour. Such monstrous talent. Across the entire Dragon Claw continent, few could match his innate talent. Chapter 65, The Battle. What does Bu Jingtian say? Should we hold our position or take the initiative? Wang Yun turned to Bu Jingtian beside him and asked. Take the initiative? Are you out of your mind? Bu Jingtian exclaimed in astonishment. The disciples of the Golden Buddha sect and the Overlord Blade sect present. Which one could they possibly provoke? Let's go take out the Taishan sect disciples first. Dao Tianling suggested. Agreed. His suggestion immediately gained the approval of the other Blade Dominion disciples present. They couldn't take on the Vajra sect. Could they not defeat the Taishan sect? Let's watch them finish their fight first. A Vajra sect disciple suggested. The other Vajra sect disciples nodded in agreement. They weren't in a hurry to intervene. After all, they would eventually face the Overlord Blade sect themselves. Having the Badayo sect help eliminate the Taishan sect first was just perfect. Damn it! Those bastards, why are they attacking us right off the bat? Why aren't they attacking the Vajra sect? The Taishan sect disciples witnessed this scene and couldn't help but vent their frustration. They knew full well their sect would inevitably finish last in this hidden dragon exchange. But they didn't want to be eliminated this quickly. Whoosh! A figure darted out from the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Is this guy out of his mind? Bu Jingtian watched Wang Yun charge forward and couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. He just charged out like that, all alone? What else could it be but suicide? Hold your fire, everyone. I'll handle this. Diao Tianling watched Wang Yun charging in alone, a cold smile curling his lips. He'd been itching for a chance to avenge the humiliation from the secret realm. And now this kid was charging straight at him. Get the hell out of here! Dao Tianling roared furiously, his spiritual energy surging violently. His robes billowed without wind as he swung his right fist, unleashing a devastating blow at Wang Yun with all his might. Overestimating your abilities. Wang Yun swung his fist in return, meeting Dao Tianling's attack head-on. With a thunderous crash, Dao Tianling flew backward like a. He flew backward over 300 meters. Had it not been for the enormous size of the arena, he would have flown completely off the platform. How is this possible? Dao Tianling scrambled to his feet, disheveled and battered. He hadn't held back at all. Yet even so, a single punch from Wang Yun had sent him flying. Wang Yun's strength was terrifying. Get down there. No sooner had Dao Tianling risen from the ground than Wang Yun materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. No! Dao Tianling's pupils suddenly contracted. If he was the first to be eliminated, his spot in the 100 Nations tournament would be gone for sure. With a thud, Dao Tianling was kicked off the stage by Wang Yun. Clean and decisive. He didn't give Dao Tianling a single chance to retaliate. Holy crap? Is this really a disciple from the true mystic sect? Dao Tianling might not be the most prodigious disciple in our cohort, but he's no slouch either. How could he get kicked flying like that? The disciples of the Overlord Blade sect exchanged stunned glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Is Wang Yun that fierce? Bu Jingtian froze in place. He wasn't the only one. The other Taishan sect disciples were equally stunned. This Dao Tianling was no ordinary nobody. He was once the top outer door disciple of the Overlord Blade sect. Though Bu Jingtian was also once the top outer sect disciple. But if Bu Jingtian were to face Dao Tianling, he'd likely lose within a few moves. Come at me all together. I'll take on 10 of you. After kicking Dao Tianling flying, Wang Yun turned his gaze toward the remaining disciples of the Overlord Sword sect. His tone was utterly domineering. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. A disciple from the Taishan sect dared to make such a bold declaration? Poof. He truly doesn't know his place. Lu Mingxian, a muscular figure, stepped forward from the crowd. They certainly wouldn't attack him 10 against 1. Because there was no need. Kid, I'm about to make you pay for your arrogance. Lu Mingxian, wielding a broadsword, charged toward Wang Yun with lightning speed. His cultivation had reached the second tier of the Yellow Spirit realm, making him the 7th strongest among their core disciples. Though not the strongest, he was more than capable of handling a Taishan sect disciple. Wang Yun drew the Swallowing Heaven sword and swung it in a slashing strike. A terrifying force surged through the broadsword, crashing into Lu Mingxuan's body. Then, Lu Mingxian was sent flying off the stage, sword and all. Defeated in a single move. I'll take him. The 6th-ranked disciple of the Overlord Blade sect drew his blade and charged toward Wang Yun. With a loud thud, the Blade Dominion disciple was sent flying off the stage. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. Earlier, everyone present had thought Wang Yun was bragging. But with 3 consecutive moves, he defeated 3 disciples of the Overlord Sword sect. This proved to everyone that Wang Yun truly possessed such prowess. I told you to come at me all at once. Wang Yun shook his head. This wasn't arrogance. It was because he truly possessed that level of strength. After dealing with you lot, I still have to take care of the disciples of the Vajra sect. Wang Yun shook his head. Damn it, since this brat wants us all to come at him together, then let's all come at him together. A disciple of the Overlord Sword sect said coldly. Agreed. All together. Cut him down. The other Blade Domination sect disciples also felt their pride was at stake. Hadn't disciples from the Taishan sect always been pinned to the ground and humiliated by their Ba Dao sect brothers in past years? Why had the tables turned this year? If word got out about this, they'd be laughed at by everyone else. The next moment, the remaining 7 different disciples of the Overlord Blade sect instantly charged at Wang Yun from 7 different directions, battle blades in hand. Just 7 ants. Wang Yun unleashed the Crimson Flame Spirit Step, erupting with unparalleled speed. In an instant, he covered over 300 meters, closing in on the disciple nearest him. What astonishing speed is this? The Baodao sect disciple's pupils abruptly contracted. It had only been the blink of an eye. How had this man appeared before him like a ghost? Wang Yun, wielding the Swallowing Heaven sword, swung it forward with all his might. In his haste, the Blade Dominion disciple could only thrust his battle blade forward to block the strike. With a thunderous crash, the Blade Dominion disciple, blade and all, was sent flying off the stage. Then, like a phantom, Wang Yun flickered wildly across the arena. With each shift in his position, another Ba Dao sect disciple was sent flying off the stage. In just over 20 breaths, only one Ba Dao sect disciple remained standing. "You're quite something, kid." Zhou Xiuwen pointed his great sword at Wang Yun, who stood not far away, speaking in a detached tone. His teammates were being knocked off. Yet it didn't affect his composure in the slightest. "You're no slouch either," Wang Yun replied. He could sense it. That the aura emanating from the man before him was far stronger than that of the other disciples of the Overlord Blade sect. This man was no ordinary opponent. Chapter 66, Fierce Battle. The crowd below the arena watched in disbelief as Wang Yun single-handedly swept aside so many Blade Dominion disciples. Especially the sect master of the Overlord Sword sect, Master Pei. His expression was nothing short of spectacular. "Zhou Xiuwen, get this Taishian sect disciple knocked off the stage immediately." Master Pei barked, his voice tinged with fury. When had the Badayo sect ever suffered such humiliation? They might be no match for the Vajra sect. But this year, they couldn't even defeat a disciple from the Taishian sect? Senior Gao, you've truly cultivated an exceptional disciple. In stark contrast to Master Pei's fury, Grandmaster Feng of the Taishian sect wore a much more satisfied expression. How many years had it been since the Taishian sect had seen such a prodigy? Even if Wang Yun lost to Zhou Xiuwen this time, he would likely still secure a spot in the 100 Nations competition. That's only because of the prestige of the Taishian sect. It's what gave me the opportunity to encounter such an exceptional disciple. Elder Gao chuckled. The sect leader's praise was well-intentioned, but he still needed to give the other man his due. Well said. Master Feng nodded in satisfaction. Second floor of Lingyue Hall. All eyes in the room were fixed on Wang Yun. Regardless of the outcome of this match, I will definitely grant him a spot in the 100 Nations tournament. General Li, clad in silver armor, declared with hands on hips. MHM. The others nearby nodded in agreement. This young man's performance has indeed been impressive, but I fear his defeat is imminent. Secretary Su mused inwardly. Wang Yun's strength was undeniably formidable. But the man standing before him now, Zhou Xiuwen, was the most prodigiously talented genius under 20 in the Overlord Blade sect. On the stage. One by one, Wang Yun's companions appeared beside him. "Wang Yun, let's go together. Zhou Xiuwen is the most prodigiously talented genius under 20 in the Overlord Blade sect. His cultivation has reached the 3rd tier of the Yellow Spirit realm, and his sword techniques are nothing short of divine." Bu Jingtian looked at Wang Yun and said, "No need to trouble yourselves." Wang Yun shook his head. He strode forward several steps, instantly closing the distance to within 100 meters of Zhou Xiuwen. "One-on-one with you." Wang Yun pointed the tip of his sword at the ground and said coldly. "Fine. You've got guts." Zhou Xiuwen narrowed his eyes, impressed by Wang Yun. The next moment, Zhou Xiuwen vanished from his spot in an instant. When his figure reappeared, he had already charged directly above Wang Yun. Gripping a crimson battle blade, Zhou Xiuwen brought it down in a devastating downward strike. The blade's energy surged like a crimson waterfall, cascading 3,000 feet. The blade's aura was razor-sharp, radiating a heart-stopping presence. What a terrifying aura! A warning bell rang loudly in Wang Yun's mind. He realized this man was not on the same level as the Baodao sect disciple he had defeated earlier. He had to be on high alert. Wang Yun swiftly activated the Crimson Flame Spirit Step, executing an exquisitely intricate footwork sequence that instantly propelled him over 10 meters away. Boom! The Crimson Blade energy slammed heavily into the spot where Wang Yun had just been standing. The ground instantly split open, revealing a blade scar stretching 7 or 8 meters long. Killing Star Blade Technique. Zhou Xiuwen roared furiously, his battle blade erupting with a brilliance as fiery as the 9 suns. Endless waves of spiritual energy converged upon the blade's edge. He lunged forward with a fierce step, his right hand slashing out with a devastating strike. A silver moon-shaped blade aura, over 10 meters long, spun rapidly through the void, hurtling toward Wang Yun. That blade is incredibly fast. The blade's speed was overwhelming. Wang Yun knew evasion was impossible and braced himself to endure the blow head-on. Scarlet Flame Sword Technique. Wang Yun roared in fury. The swallowing heaven sword instantly erupted with raging flames. As he swung it, the flames on the blade coalesced into a world-shattering sword chi of fire. Boom! The fiery sword energy and the silver moon-shaped blade energy collided violently midair. The moment they touched, the silver moon-shaped blade energy instantly shattered into countless fragments. Though its power was greatly diminished, the fiery blade aura still radiated an unstoppable aura as it slammed toward Zhou Xiuwen. Zhou Xiuwen's pupils abruptly contracted. In his panic, he hastily raised his battle blade to block before him. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Xiuwen was instantly hurled off the stage, blade and all. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Zhou Xiuwen was defeated. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. Senior brother Zhou lost? This can't be real. Zhou Xiuwen is a third-tier Huangling realm expert who's mastered a top-tier third-grade sword technique to perfection. How could he possibly lose? What's the deal with that Taishan sect disciple? His strength is just too unfathomable. The disciples of the Overlord Blade sect below, after Zhou Xiuwen's defeat, all wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Zhou Xiuwen lost? Sect Master Pei stared wide-eyed, his expression frozen as he watched Zhou Xiuwen collapse to the ground. Zhou Xiuwen was the strongest core disciple among their cohort in the Hidden Dragon Exchange. And yet, he still lost? And in such a humiliating fashion? Zhou Xiuwen's defeat meant one thing. Their ranking in this Dragon Exchange would be second to last. You must understand. The Silver Moon Kingdom's royal family allocates cultivation resources to the three great sects based on their rankings in the Hidden Dragon Exchange. This time, their Badaio sect was the first to be eliminated, which meant all the cultivation resources originally meant for the Overlord Sword sect mines, spirit veins, blessed lands would now go to the Supreme Mystery sect. Brother Pei, I'm truly sorry. That disciple of ours at the Taishan sect, he has no sense of propriety. Look at the mess he's caused. Master Feng approached Master Pei with a smug look, feigning concern. Oomph. Let's go. Master Pei snorted coldly, then led his Baodao sect disciples away from Lingyue Pavilion. Since they were already out of the running, there was no point in lingering any longer. Master Pei's expression was as grim as could be. How many years had it been since the Overlord Sword sect last finished dead last? This time, it wasn't merely finishing last. Their performance was abysmal. They probably wouldn't even get a single disciple to participate in the 100 Nations tournament. Take care on your way back. Elder Gao waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing these words, Pei, the sect master, halted in his tracks. He turned his head and fixed Elder Gao with a piercing gaze, but remained silent. Then, he quickened his pace and left the place. How embarrassing. Absolutely disgraceful. That was the sole thought racing through Master Pei's mind. Second floor of Lingyue Hall. This Wang Yun fellow is truly remarkable. And I sense he hasn't even unleashed his full strength yet. General Li remarked with admiration in his eyes. General, you hold him in such high regard? Minister Su remarked from the side. Minister Su believed that Wang Yun had already given his all to defeat Zhou Xiuwen. Yet judging by General Li's tone, Wang Yun's true strength seemed to extend far beyond that. Chapter 67, The Monster. The second elder kept coming after him time and again. Wang Yun knew he must swiftly advance his cultivation. Then eliminate the second elder. Only then could he eliminate the threat once and for all. To rapidly enhance his strength, obtaining spirit forging stones to shape his spirit body was a crucial step. Once he shaped his spirit body, his power would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Beyond this bamboo grove lies the High Priest's castle. Wang Yun absorbed all the weapons of these men with the Swallowing Heaven sword, and the blade itself was completely restored as a result. It was no longer a short, inferior blade. Moreover, its quality had risen to mid-tier grade 2. Wang Yun examined the Swallowing Heaven sword, his eyes brightening slightly. It must be said. The long swords wielded by these three were all priceless treasures. After absorbing the Swallowing Heaven sword, its grade had risen significantly. After collecting all their spatial rings, Wang Yun vanished in a flash and dashed forward. Half an hour later, Wang Yun arrived before the High Priest's castle. The moment he arrived, he noticed numerous figures had already gathered around. Each of these figures radiated an aura as formidable as dragons and tigers. Some hailed from the Taishan sect, while others represented various other factions. They had clearly arrived long before him, yet none were in a hurry to act immediately. After all, they were well aware of the saying, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. They were well aware of this. If they acted first, they risked becoming the mantis themselves. There were 4 major factions present. They were the Great Mystic Sect, the Overlord Blade Sect, the Diamond Sect, and the Royal Family of Silver Moon Kingdom. These were also the 4 supreme powers of Silver Moon Kingdom, 1 Imperial House and 3 sects. As the Royal House capable of commanding the entire Silver Moon Kingdom, its strength was naturally the strongest among these 4 factions. Of course, everyone present harbored their own hidden agendas. Even members of the same faction would not readily align with one another. However, this exclusion did not apply to the Silver Moon Kingdom's royal family. Wang Yun, so you've come here too. Jian Wuji, also present, stepped forward to greet him upon seeing Wang Yun arrive. Though Wang Yun had defeated him earlier, he bore no grudge against him. You're here quite early. Wang Yun smiled. He and Jian Wuji had no deep-seated grudge against each other. Just don't get killed in the upcoming chaos. Once we're out of this secret realm, I still plan to defeat you. Jian Wuji remarked. Don't worry, I won't die here. As for whether you can defeat me outside, that's anyone's guess. Wang Yun shook his head with a smile. How about joining forces with us inside the secret realm? At that moment, Lin Ruyu stepped before Wang Yun and asked. Wang Yun glanced at the crowd in the arena. Though they stood scattered about, many had already formed groups. After all, once most people had gathered, a massive brawl was bound to erupt. Having allies to stick together with was always a good thing. Wang Yun nodded, then turned his gaze toward Jian Wuji. I have no objections. Jian Wuji had witnessed Wang Yun's strength firsthand. He naturally wouldn't refuse him. Alright. Lin Ruyu's mood lifted considerably upon seeing Wang Yun join her team. The strength of Wang Yun and Jian Wuji was undoubtedly among the top in the inner sect. With these two on board, even if they failed to secure the most precious artifact, the soul forging stone within the High Priest's castle, they could still acquire a wealth of treasures from its vaults. Now that the three of us are teamed up, how about I name our group? You two wield blades, while I wield a fan. How about naming our team Two Swords and a Fan? Lin Ruyu suggested with a smile. Wang Yun and Jian Wuji, standing nearby, heard this and instantly turned their heads away in utter speechlessness. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Hey! What's with the attitude, you two? Isn't my name good? Lin Ruyu waved her hand dismissively. Like hell it is. Wang Yun and Jian Wuji retorted in unison. Both of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. It's the third prince of the Silver Moon Kingdom's royal family. At that moment, someone gasped in surprise. All eyes in the crowd turned toward the source of the cry. There, a square-jawed man clad in golden armor and wielding a silver dragon spear appeared, striding slowly into the center of the arena. Behind him followed over 20 soldiers. Unlike sect disciples who fought individually, instead, the others closely followed their respective princes. Upon seeing the large number of sect disciples in the arena, the third prince led his men to a secluded corner. Though the royal family stood as the foremost power among the four great factions of Silver Moon Kingdom, it did not mean the other three powers would simply obey their commands. Therefore, when the chaos erupted, he would need to rely solely on his own strength to secure the treasures. If he proved too weak and fell at their hands, the royal family wouldn't risk confronting the other three powers on his behalf. Is that guy really that strong? Why is everyone staring at him? Wang Yun turned to Jian Wuji and asked. Very strong. Jian Wuji nodded. How strong? Wang Yun asked. Stronger than me, anyway. Jian Wuji replied. Then isn't that as strong as me? Wang Yun said. Jian Wuji looked at Wang Yun but said nothing. Wang Yun smiled, also remaining silent. He's the top inner disciple of the Overlord Blade sect Ao Tianling. They say his blade techniques shake heaven and earth, move gods and demons. He once instantly killed a demon beast at the third level of the Huangling realm with a single strike. That powerful? Truly worthy of being the top inner disciple of the Overlord Blade sect. Another gasp erupted from the crowd. He's stronger than you? Wang Yun nudged Jian Wuji's back with his elbow as he spoke. Stronger than me. Jian Wuji remarked indifferently. So he's on the same level as me. Wang Yun also said indifferently. Jian Wuji, the top inner disciple of the Vajra sect, Zhong Taiyue, has arrived too. The Vajra sect focuses solely on physical cultivation, not spiritual energy. Even so, Zhong Taiyue's strength remains formidable. His physical constitution is so formidable that calling it indestructible would be no exaggeration. He once fought several Yellow Spirit Realm demon beasts for 3 days and 3 nights straight without sustaining a single scratch. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd once more. In their eyes, the next Spirit Stone Forge champion would most likely emerge from among the top inner disciples of these 3 major sects and the third prince. Wang Yun, standing beside Jian Wuji, opened his lips slightly, about to speak. He's stronger than me. Jian Wuji suddenly interjected. Ha ha ha. Wang Yun chuckled awkwardly. By the way, the top experts from the other 3 major factions have all appeared. Where is our sect's top inner disciple? Wang Yun asked curiously. He arrived at the venue long ago. Jian Wuji pointed toward Bujing Tian, who was resting against a tree trunk over 100 meters away. This man had an ordinary appearance and average height. He looked like the most ordinary person in any crowd. That's Bujing Tian? Though Wang Yun had only recently entered the inner sect, he had already heard numerous rumors about Bujing Tian. A man's reputation precedes him. Legend had it that Bujing Tian not only possessed elusive and unpredictable footwork, but also mastered fist techniques, palm techniques, and sword techniques. His combat prowess was utterly formidable. His prowess was in no way inferior to that of the third prince and his peers. Though he's currently the top disciple in the inner sect, I'm confident that with more rigorous training, he won't stand a chance against me. As Jian Wuji spoke these words, a raging battle intent ignited within his eyes. Chapter 68, The Sacrifice. The highest level of the castle. A beastman clad entirely in green sat casually upon the throne. This being was none other than Goromal, the ruler of the Lin Yuan realm. Goromal stood over 5 meters tall. Even seated, he resembled a small hill. They're growing in number. What should we do? A beastman clad in armor and wielding a massive axe knelt on one knee before Goromal and spoke. It matters not. Let them come. Goromal rested his chin on one hand, speaking as if it were no big deal. He seemed to have anticipated the arrival of human warriors from the forest depths long ago. Not a trace of panic stirred within him. Tell the men below to stay alert. Have all 12 major tribes of the Lin Yuan realm arrived in this vicinity? Goramur inquired. Reporting to you, my lord, they have nearly all arrived and are already lying in ambush within the nearby bamboo groves. Gromger replied. Very well. Goramur nodded. Have them remain in the bamboo grove nearby and await my command. Once we've repelled these foreign demons, I shall reward them handsomely. These foreign demons actually dare to come to our forest depths realm. How utterly ridiculous. Since they dare to come, I'll make them understand that our forest depths realm isn't a place they can come and go as they please. Goramur continued. Understood, my lord. Gromger nodded and departed. I wonder if these foreign demons can withstand a few volleys from my formations. Goramur gripped a staff inlaid with flaming gems as he strode slowly to the city walls. From the heights, he surveyed the ever-growing number of human warriors below. He remained utterly unperturbed. For this was his domain. He was the ruler of the Lin Yuan realm. Though Goramul's martial cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, his other abilities were more than sufficient to effortlessly slaughter even those at the Yellow Spirit realm. For he had not only cultivated spiritual energy, but was also a cultivator of mental power. He was a 3-star, 3rd-tier mental power cultivator. Converted to martial cultivation, this equates to a master at the 3rd level of the Yellow Spirit realm. Moreover, he commanded 12 great generals, each possessing at least the Yellow Spirit realm cultivation level. Combined with the tribesmen from the 12 tribes of Lin Yuan realm, this meant he commanded at least 24 Yellow Spirit realm experts under his banner. Beyond these Yellow Spirit realm experts, his ranks swelled with countless Qi refining realm practitioners. It was truly baffling how these human martial artists dared to trespass on his territory. Very well. I shall use these human martial artists to solidify my position in the Lin Yuan realm. Goramur narrowed his eyes. He had ruled the entire Forest Depths realm for over 30 years. Not an eternity, yet not a mere blink of an eye either. He could clearly sense discontent brewing among some of the tribes under his command. Sometimes, he couldn't even command them. This time, it seemed all 12 major tribes had arrived. Yet more than half of them had dragged their feet for ages before finally arriving. Fortunately, these foreign celestial demons were also gathering their forces. But what if these foreign demons grew impatient and launched a direct assault? In this battle, I will show these tribesmen that my reputation as Goramul is no empty boast. Goramur tapped his staff lightly on the ground, and instantly, waves of terrifying energy filled the air. He intended to crush these foreign demons with a single strike. He would make these dawdling tribes see just how terrifying his power truly was. And if they refused to obey his commands, the fate of these soon-to-die foreign demons would be their own. 2 days passed swiftly. Goramur's mobilized tribal forces had largely assembled. The warriors from the 4 major factions within the Forest Abyss realm had also gathered in sufficient numbers, with over 100 already present. Everyone should be here by now, right? It's been over half a day since any new warriors arrived. I just scanned the area with my divine sense. The numbers are indeed nearly complete, though a small handful have yet to arrive. Forget about those who haven't arrived. They've probably perished within the secret realm. The crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. They had been waiting here for a long time. Hunger and thirst had long since consumed them. They were itching for a fight. The battle is about to begin. Jin Wuji glanced at Wang Yun, who was resting on the ground nearby, and reminded him. I know. Wang Yun's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of sharp light blazing forth from within. Prepare for battle. Lin Ruyu fanned herself with her fan before speaking. Barring any surprises, someone should launch an attack after dawn. Wang Yun said. Dawn was not far off now. Fighting at night offered poor visibility, and no one would be foolish enough to launch an assault under such conditions. On the castle's upper levels. My lord, should we take advantage of the darkness and launch an attack against them? Gromger asked, his face etched with concern. No need to rush. My castle is protected by numerous formations. Should they dare attack, they will be instantly obliterated by my great array, reduced to a sky-filling mist of blood. Even if they somehow manage to breach the castle walls, only death awaits them. Gromger dismissed the suggestion with a dismissive wave of his hand. Not only was his martial cultivation and spiritual power formidable, he was also a master of formations. He held unwavering confidence in his formations. Once the grand formation was activated, it would absolutely deal a heavy blow to these foreign celestial demons. Proceed. Yes. As the first rays of dawn's light spilled across the land, the once gray and gloomy landscape gradually came into sharp focus. Brothers, follow me into battle. A furious shout erupted from somewhere within the crowd. The entire crowd erupted in a frenzy. Like a drop of water splashing into a boiling oil pot, it sent up a cloud of steam. Kill. Slaughter these inhuman, demonic bastards. After waiting here for so many days, I'm sick of holding back. Break through this damn castle. In an instant, hundreds of human warriors erupted with unparalleled speed, charging toward the High Priest's castle. Let's do this. Wang Yun and Jin Wuji exchanged glances. The three shouted in unison and joined the assault on the castle. Though every soul who entered this secret realm harbored their own hidden agenda, their immediate objective was unified. That was to seize the castle. As for whether conflicts would arise afterward, that was a matter for after the castle had fallen. At the castle's highest level. My lord, they've launched their assault. I've already sent word to the tribe for reinforcements, but why haven't I seen a single one of them? Gromger looked at Goromel and said. We must bear the brunt of the first wave of these demonic invaders. Otherwise, no matter how hoarse you shout, these people won't come to our aid. Goromer replied calmly. He was no fool. He knew these factions desired his downfall even more than the demonic invaders did. They'd be delighted to see him vanish from the Forest Depths realm right now. For all the years he had ruled the Forest Abyss realm, he had squeezed countless resources from them. And at this very moment, upon a cliff's edge, 12 representatives from different tribes had gathered. These 12 individuals were the tribal chieftains. All these tribal chieftains stood here, gazing into the distance at the assault launched by the against the High Priest. If only these celestial demons from beyond the realms would help us destroy Goromel. One tribal chief murmured to himself. That would be the best outcome imaginable. This High Priest over the years, he's squeezed countless resources from our tribes. Calling him a beast would be no exaggeration. The show has begun. Let's hope these celestial demons don't disappoint us. The chieftains murmured among themselves. They had long since reached a private agreement. They would not rush to the High Priest's aid immediately. Unless the High Priest proved exceptionally powerful and managed to crush the celestial demons from beyond. Chapter 69, The Great Formation. Come then. I shall show you the full extent of my power. High Priest Goromel raised his staff high above his head with his right hand and spoke coldly. With a hum, the grand formation of the purple castle immediately began to flicker. Boom! It felt as though divine thunder was exploding within the arena. A dazzling pillar of light, as brilliant as a shooting star, shot straight into the heavens. It shattered every cloud within the stratum. In the next instant, the pillar of light transformed into a swirling cascade of streaks across the sky, crashing down from the heavens toward the human martial artists below. These streaks of light poured down like a torrential downpour. Each streak radiated an aura of world-ending destruction. Holy, the High Priest actually has an array? Guys, get out of the way. Getting hit by this would be bad news. The crowd's expressions turned pale the moment they witnessed this scene. What a terrifying formation. Wang Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. A streak of light, as thick as an adult's wrist, traced a graceful arc through the air before. It shot straight toward him. Its speed was so great that it produced a series of whistling sounds as it tore through the air. Wang Yun lightly tapped his toes against the ground, instantly teleporting over 50 meters away. Where he had stood moments before, the ground instantly caved in, leaving a massive crater over 10 meters long. That beam's power is formidable. Even I would suffer significant damage if hit squarely. Wang Yun frowned. The High Priest's abilities were no simple matter. No wonder he rules the Forest Abyss realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing sounds cut through the air. Jian Wuji and Lin Ruyu materialized beside Wang Yun. Their footwork was equally exquisite. Dodging the array's attacks posed no difficulty whatsoever. But others weren't so fortunate. For instance, a disciple of the Vajra sect, over 1,000 meters to Wang Yun's left front. A single misstep sent him crashing headlong into the blazing light, which slammed heavily into his chest. With a thunderous crash, the Vajra sect disciple instantly turned into a sky-filling mist of blood. Not a trace remains. What terrifying power! Wang Yun exclaimed in awe. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the mad assault of streaks of light. Blood mist instantly erupted in bursts across the battlefield. Only a handful of exceptionally powerful martial artists could withstand such formidable array attacks. Those unable to withstand it could only dodge cautiously. Oomph! Trivial tricks. The third prince snorted coldly, gripping his spear in his right hand as he thrust it forward with brutal force. A blinding spear light erupted. The flowing light before him instantly vanished into nothingness. Is this the third prince's true strength? Wang Yun noticed that someone, 100 meters away, had shattered the formation attack with a single spear thrust. Witnessing this, Wang Yun couldn't help but whistle in admiration. The third prince was exceptionally powerful. Barring any surprises, once the High Priest was captured, the third prince would be one of his rivals for the Divine Stone. The formation attack blasted over 100 sizable craters into the once even ground. Numerous casualties were among the wounded. Yet despite this, none of them considered retreating. They knew the High Priest would not let them go. If they wished to leave this place alive, there was only one path forward. That was to kill the High Priest. To take his head. The highest level of the castle. With a single formation, I instantly slew over 20 foreign celestial demons. The remaining celestial demons were utterly routed. The High Priest witnessed this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. These foreign demons truly overestimated themselves. Gromger, take the castle's forces and eliminate every last one of these foreign demons. Remember, leave no survivors. I will make them understand that I am not to be trifled with. And I will make those tribal chieftains watching from the sidelines see who truly reigns as king of the forest steppes. The high priest declared with vicious fury. My lord, your servant obeys. Gromger nodded. He had been waiting for the high priest's command. As the high priest's foremost warrior, his combat prowess was extraordinary, and he certainly held no fear for these human ants. As the castle gates swung open, Gromger charged forth, wielding an axe as large as a millstone. Behind him followed tens of thousands of demonic soldiers. These demon soldiers had been handpicked from tribes across the forest steppes realm. Each was a formidable demonic warrior from their respective tribes. Their cultivation levels were no lower than the first tier of the chi refining realm. Quite a turnout. Jian Wuji observed the beastmen soldiers and remarked. Most are first tier chi refining realm good for nothings. What's there to fear? Wang Yun stood with hands on hips, his robes fluttering without wind, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. At the cliff's edge. This high priest's formation is terrifyingly powerful. The last time this formation was activated was decades ago, right? A Lion Clan chieftain swallowed hard as he spoke. Who could disagree? And this high priest's formation seems far more formidable than it was decades ago. The Tiger Clan chief nodded in agreement. Let's strike together. It appears these human warriors are no match for the high priest, declared the Lion Clan chieftain. Agreed. The chieftains of the other tribes nodded in agreement. In truth, they had long since received the high priest's order to attack. But the reason they hadn't gone to help all this time was to observe whether the high priest could withstand the assault of the celestial demons from beyond the domain. If he could, they would let the high priest weaken the celestial demons first before joining the fray with their own forces. This way, they could spare their own men from unnecessary bloodshed. But if he couldn't hold them back, letting the demons eliminate the high priest might not be such a bad thing. However, it now appeared that these celestial demons were no match for the high priest at all. A mere grand formation had already left them in disarray. What would happen when the high priest's forces broke through? Remember, the high priest commands over 10,000 soldiers, well-trained troops. Moreover, their equipment is the most luxurious in the entire forest abyss realm. Roar! 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 Over 10,000 soldiers charged forward in perfect unison from several kilometers away, kicking up waves of dust. The relentless pounding of war drums echoed throughout the ranks. These thunderous beats shook the soldiers' very souls, igniting their fighting spirit like a raging inferno that burned unceasingly. Come on, Wang Yun. Let's see who can kill more. How about it? Jian Wuji opened his right hand slightly, and the Tiger Roar Thunderclap sword appeared in his grasp. Fine. Wang Yun gave a slight nod. A long sword, black as ink, materialized in his right hand. But a simple wager seems a bit too boring. Shall we make a wager? Wang Yun looked at Jian Wuji and asked. Sure. What do you want to wager? Jian Wuji inquired. How about the sword in your hand? Wang Yun proposed. Fine. If I kill fewer demon soldiers than you, I'll give you this third-grade, lower-tier Tiger Roar Thunderclap sword. Jian Wuji accepted Wang Yun's wager without hesitation. He didn't believe he could lose to Wang Yun. Fair enough. Then if I lose to you, this sword is yours. Wang Yun declared. That won't be necessary. You don't have to give me anything if you lose. All you need to do is acknowledge that I'm stronger than you. Jian Wuji, born into a prominent family of the Silver Moon Kingdom, cared not a whit for such trifles. He cared about only one thing. That he was stronger than Wang Yun. With that said, Jian Wuji let out a hearty laugh before transforming into a blur of movement, charging headlong toward the demonic army before him. Chapter 70, Ascending the Castle. Die! Jian Wuji roared with fury, and the Tiger Roar Thunderclap sword in his hand instantly erupted with a dazzling sword beam. Whoosh! A sword energy over 10 meters long erupted violently. SSSH! 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 With the force of a storm, the blade's energy sliced through one demon soldier after another, severing them cleanly at the waist. With a single strike, 8 demon soldiers fell into pools of their own blood. What a sword! Wang Yun praised. Jian Wuji's sword technique was truly divine. Yet Wang Yun did not feel he would lose to Jian Wuji. Instead, his eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit. With a whoosh, Wang Yun stomped his foot hard on the ground, and in an instant, he charged into a demonic tribe squad like a bolt of lightning. Kill this human brat! The demon squad leader frowned slightly upon seeing someone charging toward them alone. This guy. He must think he's something special. He was a 6th-tier chi refining realm expert. And his subordinates were all elite warriors at the 2nd level of the chi cultivation realm. Yes. The 30-plus soldiers under the demonic squad's command instantly surrounded Wang Yun the moment their captain gave the order. You're asking for death. Thunder currents gathered in Wang Yun's palm as an utterly terrifying aura erupted from his entire body. He slammed his palm heavily into the ground. In an instant, the ground was covered in countless cracks. Boom! A violent surge of thunderous energy erupted from the ground, crashing into the soldiers. Boom! 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 In an instant, the 30-plus soldiers were reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing into nothingness. 7th tier Chi refining realm? Only now did the squad leader recognize Wang Yun's cultivation level, his throat involuntarily tightening. Was this truly the combat prowess of someone at the 7th layer of Chi cultivation? Why did it feel even more terrifying than the aura of the High Priest's commanders? With a loud bang. With a single flick of Wang Yun's wrist, the squad leader's head exploded into a mist of blood. Though these demonic soldiers were numerous, their quality couldn't hold a candle to even a single martial artist who had entered the secret realm. These martial artists could easily take on 100 foes without breaking a sweat. And elite warriors like Wang Yun could easily take on 1,000. Even after reinforcements arrived from the 12 great tribes, the slaughter on the battlefield showed no sign of abating. Holy crap, this kid is that fierce? Jian Wuji witnessed the scene. Damn, is that kid really that strong? By the time he'd killed 8, Wang Yun had already taken down over 30. That killing efficiency completely crushed his own. But Jian Wuji had no intention of conceding defeat just yet. In the next instant, he charged back into the enemy ranks. Wang Yun, too, showed no sign of letting up. He plunged deep into the demonic hordes, engaging in fierce combat. In just 4 hours, the High Priest's army dwindled from over 10,000 to just over 3,000. The demonic tribes of the 12 great clans, once numbering 12,000, were now reduced to just over 2,000. Only a little over 5,000 demonic creatures remained on the battlefield. Meanwhile, among the martial artists who had entered the secret realm, only a mere handful had perished. The vast majority of these martial artists possessed cultivation levels far surpassing those of the demonic tribesmen. Moreover, they were all elite warriors carefully selected from the 4 major powers of the Silver Moon Kingdom. They were fundamentally capable of fighting beyond their own cultivation realms. Thus, these demonic creatures at the Chi cultivation realm were utterly insignificant cannon fodder in their presence. These foreign demons are terrifyingly powerful, aren't they? You're telling me. I feel like even if hundreds of our soldiers swarmed them together, we probably couldn't kill a single one. Should we just retreat? There are so many more of these foreign demons. We'll probably die before we can kill even a handful. The demonic creatures on the battlefield were now filled with the urge to retreat. There was no other choice. These human warriors were truly terrifyingly powerful. I'll see who dares to retreat. Upon spotting those attempting to flee the battlefield, immediately activated the castle's minor formation, obliterating them one by one. Bang! 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 Dozens of demon soldiers fell dead in an instant. In their eyes, the lives of his subordinates were of little consequence. What mattered was stopping these foreign celestial demons. After the High Priest slaughtered a group of demonic tribesmen, the remaining demonic tribesmen present finally understood. The High Priest might not be able to handle these foreign celestial demons, but dealing with their fellow demonic kin? That was child's play. Thus, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue battling these foreign celestial demons. It's a pity my great formation can only be activated once every 10 years. The High Priest sighed. He had believed that once his army and the forces of the 12 great tribes were deployed, they could easily annihilate these foreign demons and demonstrate the might of his forces to all the demonic races of the Ling Yuan realm. But what he never could have imagined was, these creatures were such useless trash. They had only managed to kill a handful of those foreign celestial demons. It's time to leave. The High Priest sighed. He cast one last lingering glance at his castle. He knew, if he didn't leave now, he would never be able to escape. In the castle's basement, he had set up a teleportation array. This array could transport him to a small village 10,000 miles away. Though the High Priest would abandon this castle he'd spent decades building once he departed. But there was no other choice if he didn't leave now. The demonic forces from beyond the realms would soon arrive to slaughter everything. Better safe than sorry. He understood this principle well. Just as the priest prepared to descend the staircase, a ghostly afterimage materialized in the chamber. High Priest, where are you headed? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. Having sensed the demonic tribe's retreat, he had anticipated the High Priest's likely attempt to flee. Thus, Wang Yun had slipped onto the castle grounds without anyone noticing. Must I report my movements to you? The High Priest roared in fury upon seeing a human standing before him. The humans killed so many of his men. His heart was bleeding inside. These subordinates had cost him a fortune to train. Since I've never slain a demon from beyond the realms, I'll vent my fury upon you. The High Priest raised his staff high above his head. The divine stone embedded within instantly erupted with blinding light. Whoosh! A fiery orb over a meter long, blazing with raging flames, hurtled toward Wang Yun. Break! Wang Yun swung his jet-black longsword downward in a sweeping strike. The fireball instantly split into 2 halves. But the moment he shattered the fireball, The next instant, countless tongues of flame surged toward him from all directions. Truly worthy of the high priest. Wang Yun slammed his palm into the ground, unleashing a surging wave of thunderous lightning that instantly erupted outward in all directions. It instantly obliterated every single one of those flames. Is this kid truly only at the 7th level of Qi refining realm? The high priest murmured in astonishment. His spiritual power cultivation equaled the 3rd layer of the yellow spirit realm. Yet none of those Taoist spell attacks had managed to harm him? Were these extraterrestrial demons all fiends? How could their strength be so monstrously powerful? Chapter 71, Acquiring the Stone. I refuse to believe it. The high priest's left hand opened slightly, and another staff materialized in his grasp. At the top of this staff was embedded a water attribute gemstone. Water and fire, 2 extremes. The high priest gripped both wands and lightly tapped them against the ground. Both staffs instantly blazed with radiant light. With a whoosh, Wang Yun executed the azure cloud step, instantly traversing 100 meters to stand before the high priest. The high priest's pupils suddenly contracted. I haven't finished casting my spell yet. With a sharp hiss, the high priest's head flew through the air. Thud! The high priest's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. This high priest truly lived up to his reputation, all talk and no substance. Wang Yun shook his head as he looked at the dead high priest's body. He had been killed so easily. But upon reflection, it made sense. Spiritual power cultivators feared nothing more than being closed in on by martial cultivators. And Wang Yun was a martial cultivator with blazing speed. These 2 must be the spirit forging stones, right? Wang Yun used the tip of his sword to pry the 2 spirit forging stones loose. 1 water attributed, 1 fire attributed. A single spirit forging stone was worth a fortune. And they were practically priceless. To think Wang Yun had obtained 2 spirit forging stones this time. He had struck gold. 2 spirit forging stones. This haul is truly bountiful. After carefully examining the spirit forging stones, Wang Yun stowed them away. He knew he had to keep these precious stones well protected. Just as Wang Yun prepared to activate his movement technique and depart, a blurred afterimage appeared behind him. Hand over the spirit forging stones. Dao Tianling gripped a ghost-headed broadsword, his gaze cold as he addressed Wang Yun. What if I refuse? Wang Yun retorted just as coldly. Having been hunted down by the Overlord Blade sect before, he harbored no goodwill toward its members. If Dao Tianling dared to attack him, he would make sure the man paid dearly. Then you die. Dao Tianling couldn't be bothered with Wang Yun's nonsense. He stepped forward. Gripping his ghost-headed broadsword, he swung a devastating blow at his opponent. The blade carried an extraordinary aura. It seemed to cleave through the very air itself. Poof! Wang Yun gave a cold snort, gripping his long sword tightly in his right hand as he slashed forward. Crash! The long sword collided with the ghost-headed broadsword. Blinding sparks erupted instantly. A thunderous roar, like the crack of divine lightning, reverberated across the battlefield. Dao Tianling was violently thrown backward over 20 meters. Wang Yun also stumbled back over 20 meters. Kid, you're no pushover. You actually managed to block my strike. Dao Tianling's eyes lit up. He had assumed this Qi refining realm 7th layer fellow wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from him. But unexpectedly, not only did he block the strike, but he also forced him back. How about we split the spirit forging stone evenly between us? 1 each. Dao Tianling looked at Wang Yun and said. He knew he couldn't defeat Wang Yun anytime soon. But if the fight dragged on until others arrived, by then, they might not even get a single spirit forging stone. What are you doing here? Just then, a group of demon soldiers approached from below. Upon seeing the approaching demon soldiers, Dao Tianling swiftly turned, gripped his ghost-headed broadsword, and unleashed a devastating blade aura that swept forward like a whirlwind. SSSSSSS. The dozen or so demon soldiers were instantly cleaved in 2 at the waist by his single strike. Well, what do you think of my proposal? But when Dao Tianling finished slaughtering the demon soldiers and turned to look at Wang Yun, only to find Wang Yun had vanished. Hand over the spirit forging stone. At that moment, a blurred figure appeared behind him. This person was none other than Zhong Taiwei, the foremost prodigy of the Vajra sect. Dao Tianling froze. That line sounded so familiar. I said the spirit forging stone isn't on me. Do you believe me? Dao Tianling blinked and said. Since you refuse to hand it over, then die. Zhong Taiwei stepped forward, charging toward Dao Tianling with lightning-fast strides. Damn it, I told you, the damn spirit stone isn't on me. Dao Tianling's face turned pale. He was about to go after Wang Yun. If this guy latched onto him now, the spirit stone would be lost for good. Do I look like a fool to you? Zhong Taiwei clearly didn't believe Dao Tianling's words. The high priest's corpse lay right beside them. If the spirit forging stone wasn't on Dao Tianling, then whose could it be? Dao Tianling and Zhong Taiwei collided like a meteor striking the earth, instantly clashing together. The very instigator who had sparked their fight had long since departed the castle, retreating to a place beyond the battlefield. Wang Yun wasn't that foolish. He knew that even if he defeated Dao Tianling, others would soon arrive. Therefore, Wang Yun decisively chose to depart. 2 spirit forging stones secured. A faint smile touched the corners of Wang Yun's lips. The joy on his face was impossible to hide. Time to leave. With the spirit forging stones secured, Wang Yun had accomplished his primary objective for entering the secret realm. Though staying longer would allow him to share in the castle's treasures, they paled in comparison to the spirit forging stone in his possession. Leaving the secret realm was simple. He simply needed to return to the very spot where they had first entered the secret realm. That location served as both the entrance and the exit to the secret realm. Upon their entry, the secret realm's entrance vanished. After several days, the entrance would reappear. Outside the secret realm, countless demon beast corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood. During the days Wang Yun and his companions were inside the secret realm, the elite warriors of the 4 major factions guarded the entrance here, preventing demonic beasts from entering the secret realm. Judging by the time, they've been inside the secret realm for quite a while now. They should emerge from it soon. I sense they're about to emerge too. I wonder who will ultimately claim the spirit stone. Barring any surprises, it should be among these 4, Dao Tianling, Zhong Taiwei, the 3rd prince, and Bu Jingtian. With no demonic beast incursions for quite some time, the crowd idly chatted away. Wonder if those guys managed to take down Wang Yun. The 2nd elder stared at the entrance to the secret realm, murmuring to himself. This time, he hadn't just sent his own disciples to hunt Wang Yun down, he'd also dispatched disciples from the Overlord Blade sect. So many people hunting you down. I refuse to believe you could possibly survive. Wang Yun, tomorrow will be the anniversary of your death. The 2nd elder thought coldly to himself. Just as the 2nd elder was thinking this, a figure darted out from the entrance of the secret realm. It was none other than Wang Yun. You? The 2nd elder's pupils abruptly contracted upon seeing Wang Yun emerge unscathed. His eyes brimmed with utter disbelief. This guy is still alive? Chapter 72, The Secret Realm ends. Thank you for your hard work, 2nd elder. You've guarded this place faithfully all these days. Wang Yun seemed to notice the 2nd elder's expression and promptly stepped forward, clasping his fists in a bow. Poof. Seeing Wang Yun emerge alive from within, the 2nd elder was naturally displeased. But he couldn't very well ask Wang Yun outright. How the hell are you still alive? So he could only let out a cold snort. That kid was the first to emerge from the Lin Yuan secret realm, yet he likely didn't obtain any treasures inside. He probably found a place to hide the moment he entered the secret realm. Otherwise, how could he have killed both my disciple and Elder Chi's disciple? The 2nd elder speculated inwardly. How is that brat still alive? The Grand Elder of the Overlord Blade sect was equally puzzled upon seeing Wang Yun emerge. Hadn't he sent his disciples to hunt him down? Wang Yun, come here. Yan Dezhuan waved at Wang Yun. Seeing him emerge alive from the secret realm filled him with immense satisfaction. Though Wang Yun was the first to emerge from the secret realm, this likely meant he hadn't obtained any treasures. But in his mind, Wang Yun's survival outweighed any treasure he might have found. Disciple, did the 2nd elder's men cause you much trouble in the secret realm? After Wang Yun stepped into the center, Elder Gao looked at him and transmitted his voice through spiritual energy. They came for me the moment I entered the secret realm, but I killed them all. Wang Yun replied casually through spiritual energy transmission. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Elder Gao chuckled. He didn't doubt the truth of Wang Yun's words for a moment. With those useless disciples of the 2nd elder, how could they possibly kill my own disciple? They were nothing but pure trash. Not only did I kill the 2nd elder's disciples, I also killed several disciples from the Overlord Blade sect. Wang Yun continued. What? Elder Gao exclaimed in astonishment. His astonishment wasn't because Wang Yun had killed disciples of the Overlord Blade sect. Rather, he was curious why disciples from the Overlord Blade sect would come to kill Wang Yun. The relationship between the Overlord Blade sect and their Taishan sect, while not exactly friendly, was certainly not hostile either. This must be someone the 2nd elder recruited through connections. Elder Gao narrowed his eyes into slits, the gaps filled with intense murderous intent. Having known the 2nd elder for so many years, he was well aware of the latter's close personal ties with Elder Chi of the Overlord Blade sect. The two often visited the entertainment quarters together, whether for business or pleasure. What are you two talking about? Just then, Yan Dezhuan, seeing his master and junior disciple whispering to each other using spiritual energy, curiously poked his head forward. What business is it of yours? Elder Gao was already fuming. Seeing Yan Dezhuan intrude, he smacked him squarely on the head with a backhand. Ow! Yan Dezhuan clutched his head and dared not ask any more questions. Time flew by. Several more days passed in the blink of an eye. One by one, martial artists emerged from the secret realm. Upon their emergence, the elders of their sects hurried over to inquire about their experiences. For instance, what treasures they had obtained within the secret realm. or whether they had offended anyone within the realm. And so on. A humming sound filled the air. A blinding light erupted once more from the secret realm's exit. A figure familiar to Wang Yun emerged from within. None other than Dao Tianling, the foremost prodigy of the inner sect from the Overlord Blade sect. Dao Tianling's robes were now in a state of utter disrepair, tattered beyond description. After Wang Yun's departure, he had clashed with Zhong Taiyue. Zhong Taiyue, with his formidable physical cultivation, was relentless. He beat him like a dog. Had he not begged for mercy at the last moment, he might well have met his end there. Only after Zhong Taiyue searched him thoroughly and confirmed the spirit forging stone wasn't on him did he release him, then rush toward the treasury of the High Priest's castle. The moment Dao Tianling emerged from the secret realm, he began searching everywhere for Wang Yun. "Well, brother Dao, long time no see." Wang Yun showed no intention of hiding. Spotting Dao Tianling's gaze sweeping through the crowd, he stepped forward and emerged from the throne. "You bastard! I'm not done with you." The moment Dao Tianling spotted Wang Yun, an inexplicable rage surged within him. It was all because of Wang Yun that he'd been beaten up by Zhong Taiyue. Though he wasn't weak himself, he was no match for Zhong Taiyue. His severe injuries had left him utterly incapacitated for combat afterward. After the group had slaughtered the demonic army and entered the castle treasury to divide the spoils, Dao Tianling forced his way inside. However, the moment he stepped inside, he was knocked flying by a single punch from an ordinary disciple. He had no choice but to flee the secret realm in disgrace. As the foremost prodigy of the inner sect of the Overlord Blade sect, when had he ever endured such humiliation? And the root cause of all this lay with Wang Yun. But just as Dao Tianling took a few steps forward, he tripped over a piece of broken rock and fell to the ground. "Tianling, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" His master, Elder Zhou, hurried over to help him up, then placed a high-grade healing pill into his mouth. Dao Tianling quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating his cultivation technique to absorb the healing pill. After a long while, Dao Tianling's face, as pale as white paper, finally began to regain some color. "Master, this is what happened." He then recounted everything that had transpired in the castle's upper levels to Elder Zhou, leaving nothing out. "What? The spirit stone was seized by Taishian sect disciples? You couldn't defeat the Taishian sect disciples? Tianling, you're not lying to me, are you?" Elder Zhou exclaimed in disbelief. Among the four major powers of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Taishian sect ranked last in strength. Year after year, at the Hidden Dragon Exchange held in their Silver Moon Kingdom, the Taishian sect consistently finished dead last, though their Badaio sect was only second from the bottom. But the disciples of the Overlord Blade sect had never once lost to the disciples of the Great Mystery sect. No wonder Elder Zhou looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Since Dao Tianling and Elder Zhou hadn't encrypted their conversation with spiritual energy, everyone present heard every word clearly. "What? The spirit stone forge was snatched by Taishian sect? When did the Taishian sect produce such a prodigy? Aren't Taishian sect disciples notoriously weak? Is this real? Could Dao Tianling be lying?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. In truth, it wasn't just the other factions who felt astonished. Even Yan Dazhuang and Elder Gao wore expressions of utter bewilderment. "Wang Yun, you snatched the spirit forging stone?" Elder Gao and Yan Dazhuang turned to Wang Yun, their voices rising in unison. "Yes." Wang Yun nodded. He then placed the two spirit forging stones in the palm of his hand. "What else could these be but spirit forging stones? They really are spirit forging stones. Is the Taishian sect about to rise to prominence? To have disciples with such formidable power. With these spirit forging stones, he should be able to forge a spirit body soon, right? Indeed. Once his spirit body manifests, he'll likely shine brilliantly at the upcoming Hidden Dragon Exchange." Upon seeing the spirit forging stone actually in Wang Yun's hands, greed flashed in everyone's eyes. The spirit forging stone, a priceless treasure beyond measure. Even with all the money in the world, you couldn't buy one. It could be said that within this entire secret realm, the most valuable item was the soul forging stone. And Wang Yun didn't just possess one spirit forging stone, he held two. Chapter 73, The First Genius. "Father, it's him. He just killed Uncle Tian." The fourth young master watched as Wang Yun struck Uncle Tian dead with a single blow, his neck involuntarily jerking back. Yet upon seeing the head of the Zhou family appear, he hurriedly spoke up. "How dare you? How dare you kill a revered elder of the Zhou family? Do you truly believe that just because you joined the Taishian sect, I dare not touch you?" The Zhou family head fixed his gaze on Wang Yun. "Guards!" The Zhou family head roared in fury. In the next instant, three men with a presence as fierce as dragons and tigers appeared in the arena. These three were the Zhou family's three great revered elders, each having reached the third level of the Qi refining realm. They were the Zhou family's top combat forces. "Break his legs for me." Knowing Wang Yun was now a disciple of the Taishian sect, the head of the Zhou family dared not push him too far. But merely breaking his legs, even if the Taishian sect found out, they likely wouldn't say much. Besides, the Zhou family already had one member who had become an inner sect disciple. The Zhuo family had its own backing. Yes. The three men responded in unison. Swish. 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 Three Qi refining realm martial artists charged toward Wang Yun from three different directions. Scarlet Flame Spirit Step. Wang Yun's toes lightly tapped the ground and his entire body instantly transformed into a fiery afterimage, vanishing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had already materialized before one of the Qi cultivation realm martial artists. What a terrifying aura! The Qi cultivation martial artist locked eyes with Wang Yun and felt as though he'd been targeted by a primordial beast. Utter terror gripped him. Die! Wang Yun's right fist slammed out with devastating force. The Qi cultivation realm warrior's head instantly exploded. Then, Wang Yun's figure flickered across the battlefield. By the time the crowd could see him again, the heads of the remaining two Qi cultivation realm martial artists had also exploded, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Is this real? Did I see that correctly? I truly hope I'm not seeing things. All three of our Zhuo family's great revered elders are dead. And they didn't even land a single punch before dying. The Zhuo family members watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. In their minds, these three grand priests were virtually invincible in Pingyang Town. Yet before Wang Yun, they seemed like mere balls of rubber easily crushed with a single punch? How could this be possible? The head of the Zhuo family's mouth twitched. This was utterly ridiculous. 3 punches had shattered his 3 grand priests. And these 3 grand priests hadn't even grazed the hem of Wang Yun's robe. And Wang Yun hadn't even used any spiritual energy, it was pure physical strength. Brother, you're so amazing. Nangong Wenling exclaimed excitedly. That brat's strength is no joke. Old Luo chuckled. A son who makes his father proud naturally brings honor to his old man. Got anyone else you can call out? If you can't, I'm going to kill this fat pig right now. Wang Yun said casually. The Zhuo family head fell silent. His Zhuo family did indeed have more men. But summoning them now would likely make no difference at most, it would only give Wang Yun a chance to land a couple more punches. Activate the grand formation. Seeing Wang Yun about to strike the 4th young master, the Zhuo family had swiftly executed a movement technique, scooping the 4th young master into the Zhuo residence while bellowing an order. A thunderous crash echoed. A golden protective barrier descended upon the Li family compound like an inverted bowl. The Zhuo family's grand formation has been activated? What on earth has happened to the Zhuo family? If I recall correctly, it's been decades since the Zhuo family last activated their grand formation. The Zhuo family's 3rd young master entered the Taishian sect and is a renowned inner sect expert on their rankings. Who dares attack the Zhuo family? Have they grown tired of living? The activation of the grand formation immediately sparked heated discussion throughout the entire town of Pingyang. This is the Zhuo family. The Zhuo family, one of the 3 great clans of Pingyang Town. In an instant, countless martial artists surged toward the Zhuo residence from all directions. We must get Zhuo Juanhao back immediately. The head of the Zhuo family crushed a communication jade pendant. The recipient of this jade pendant was none other than the 3rd young master, Zhuo Juanhao. He was the most powerful martial artist in the Zhuo family and their strongest backing. With the new year approaching, Zhuo Juanhao must be nearing Pingyang Town. Once he returned, dealing with Wang Yun would pose no problem whatsoever. Outside Pingyang Town, Zhuo Juanhao rode his horse with a carefree, joyful heart. Just over 10 minutes left before reaching Pingyang Town. It's been so long since I've seen my clan. I wonder how they've been doing lately. Zhuo Juanhao murmured to himself. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant on his body shattered. A message echoed from within: clan in peril, return immediately. Who dares offend the Zhuo family? Don't they know I've already entered the inner sect rankings? Zhuo Juanhao's pupils contracted sharply, then flared with fury. With a whoosh, he leapt from his horse, stomping his foot hard against the ground. His entire body instantly transformed into a cannonball, shooting toward the distance. The Zhuo family. Boy, our Zhuo family's genius who made it onto the inner sect list is returning soon. If you know what's good for you, you'd better kowtow to us a few times. Maybe he'll spare your worthless life. The Zhuo family had declared confidently after crushing the jade pendant. Oh? Inner sect rankings? That's impressive? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow. Poof. As an outer door disciple, you've naturally never heard of the inner door rankings. The Zhuo family head said with disdain. I'd like to see what he's made of. Wang Yun placed his hands on his hips, showing no hurry to attack the grand formation. You've got some guts, kid. Zhuo family head remarked indifferently. After some time, a man of imposing bearing appeared in the arena. This man was none other than Zhuo Juanhao, head of the family, who was attacking our Zhuo clan. Zhuo Juanhao appeared on the scene and asked urgently. It's him. The Zhuo family head pointed toward Wang Yun, who stood not far away. Upon seeing Zhuo Juanhao's arrival, he immediately withdrew the grand formation. After all, the formation consumed immense resources, even the Zhuo family found it painfully costly. It's you? Zhuo Juanhao paused, then asked. It's me. Wang Yun nodded. The moment Zhuo Juanhao saw Wang Yun, his brain went blank. Wasn't this Wang Yun? Wasn't this the Wang Yun who had dazzled everyone at the Qianlong Exchange Conference? Brother Zhua beat that arrogant brat to death for him. I want to marry his sister. I gave him face, but he still refuses to take it. The fourth young master declared, his bulging belly thrust forward. Just as the fourth young master fantasized about Zhuo Juanhao standing up for him. The next moment, Zhuo Juanhao slapped him across the face. Smack! A crisp, sharp sound echoed throughout the space. Chapter 74, What are you doing? The fourth young master froze. The rest of the Zhuo family members standing nearby were also stunned. What was going on? Not only did Zhuo Juanhao fail to stand up for the Zhuo family, but he actually challenged the fourth young master to a duel? Juanhao, what are you doing? The fourth young master asked, his face twisted with hurt. What's going on? Old man Luo and Nangong Wenling exchanged bewildered glances. Apologize to him. Zhuo Juanhao glared intently at the fourth young master. Juanhao, this. Even if you're sticking up for an outsider, you owe us an explanation. The Zhuo family head asked in surprise. Reason? Zhuo Juanhao stepped forward and recounted Wang Yun's conduct within the sect to the family head. You ing bastard. Disgraceful son. Upon hearing the reason, the Zhuo family head instantly flew into a rage, lashing out with a palm strike toward the fourth young master. Smack! The fourth young master's cheek instantly swelled and turned red. Father, you hit me. The fourth young master said with a look of utter grievance. Go apologize to Wang Yun immediately. Zhuo Jiazhu said. I won't. The fourth young master shook his head. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the other side of his face began to swell and turn red. Are you going to apologize or not? The head of the Zhuo family twisted his lips. I'll apologize, fine. The fourth young master said. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Then, the fourth young master slowly walked up to Wang Yun and apologized respectfully. Witnessing this scene, the Zhuo family members nearby instantly erupted into murmurs. Why had the family head's attitude toward Wang Yun changed so drastically? Old Luo and Nangong Wenling were also deeply curious. I ask you, what's the story behind the handprint on my sister's hand? Wang Yun asked coldly. This is? The fourth young master hesitated for a moment but remained silent. Brother, they originally tried to drag me to the Zhuo family by force, but I refused to go. In the end, a neighbor called for help and the magistrate's men arrived, so they finally let go. Nangong Wenling explained the origin of the mark on her arm. Is that true? Wang Yun asked. It's true, but I told the servants to say. Before the fourth young master could finish his sentence, his head flew off, blood spurting like a fountain. Wang Yun sheathed his sword and then stomped on the fourth young master's corpse. His own sister had nearly been raped. If he, as her brother, accepted this fat pig's apology, wouldn't that make him worse than a pig or a dog? Whoosh! Wang Yun's ruthless execution of the fourth young master sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. This was the fourth young master of the Zhuo family. Bastard! Do you think our Zhuo family has no one left? How dare you lay a hand on our Zhuo family's fourth young master? Have you lost your mind, you brat? Numerous Zhuo family disciples drew their swords in unison. Zhuo Juanhao watched the scene unfold, shaking his head helplessly. Who could blame them? The fourth young master had shown such utter ingratitude. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhuo family, witnessing his son's death, was overcome with grief. Yet he did not allow anyone to attack Wang Yun. The reason was simple. Wang Yun was a core disciple of the Great Mysteries sect. Even if the Zhuo family head could kill Wang Yun, the entire Taishan sect stood behind him. Besides, he couldn't kill Wang Yun anyway. My rebellious son has offended you greatly. Since you have already slain him, I implore you not to take your anger out on the rest of our clan. Just as everyone anticipated the Zhuo family head ordering retaliation, he uttered words that stunned the crowd. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Zhuo Juanhao standing nearby. The implication was clear. He hoped Wang Yun wouldn't target Zhuo Juanhao within the sect. Though both Wang Yun and Zhuo Juanhao were disciples of the Taishan sect, their standing within the sect was as different as heaven and earth. If Wang Yun so desired, a single word from him could expel Zhuo Juanhao from the sect and that would be entirely justified. That goes without saying. Wang Yun nodded. Now that the fourth young master who had harassed his sister was dead, his anger had subsided. There was no need to press the Zhuo family too hard. With that, Wang Yun departed with his sister and father. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Why was the Zhuo family head apologizing? Wang Yun is a core disciple of the Taishan sect. How could you dare to offend him? Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Zhuo Juanhao spoke slowly. Core disciple? If I recall correctly, Wang Yun was still just an outer disciple last year, right? He's already a core disciple this year? That kind of advancement speed, I doubt you'd find a second person like him in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Brother, you're so amazing. He single-handedly scared the Zhuo family into hiding. Nangong Wenling exclaimed excitedly on their way home. Wang Yun, won't they come after you for doing this to them?
In contrast to Nangong Wenling's naivety, old Luo's thoughts were far more long-term.
Don't worry. Wang Yun spoke as he produced the token of his core disciple. Core disciple. Old Luo's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. In his youth, he too had entered the Taishan sect, though merely as a menial disciple.
Yuner, you've truly made something of yourself. How could old Luo not understand the immense prestige of being a core disciple of the Taishan sect?
Just luck.
Wang Yun replied indifferently.
Wang Yun bought some decorations with the two of them, then set about arranging the house upon returning home.
Like spring couplets.
He also bought a large quantity of fireworks. Over the next few days, Wang Yun stayed home with the two, celebrating the new year in a joyous atmosphere. They stayed until the 7th day of the first lunar month. On this day, Wang Yun packed his belongings, preparing to depart.
Father, Linger, would you two like to come with me to the Taishan sect?
After all, we've already offended the Zhuo family.
What if they do something extreme to you? Wang Yun inquired.
As a core disciple of the Taishan sect now, arranging a place for them to stay would be perfectly natural.
No, thank you. At my age, I prefer staying in my hometown.
In my youth, I too dreamed of riding in splendid attire and forging my own path in the martial world. But I truly possessed no talent for martial arts. After all those years at the Taishan sect, I remained nothing more than a menial disciple. In the end, I had no choice but to return to Ping'an Town and become a woodcutter.
Old Luo shook his head. What man, in his youth, hasn't dreamed of becoming a martial arts master? Wang Yun, you must strive diligently.
Old Luo said with unmistakable envy. Not only core disciples, but even outer door disciples were once goals beyond old Luo's reach.
Father is here, so I will stay here too. Nangong Wenling declared. All right then.
I'll come back to see you both next year.
Wang Yun nodded.
Now that the Zhuo family knew his status as a core disciple, they probably wouldn't cause trouble anymore.
Then I'll be going.
Wang Yun waved goodbye, about to turn and leave, when Nangong Wenling's expression suddenly darkened behind him.
Chapter 75, Return. The spirit stone is actually on Wang Yun's person?
At that moment, Jian Wuji had just emerged from the secret realm with Lin Ruyu and overheard the news. He had been wondering where Wang Yun had gone. Could he be dead? But to his surprise, Wang Yun had already emerged from the secret realm. And he had even obtained the spirit forging stone. Obtaining the spirit forging stone meant one thing: Wang Yun had slain the high priest. Jian Wuji, how many demonic beings did you slay within the secret realm? Wang Yun noticed Jian Wuji and slowly walked up to him. That no longer matters. Jian Wuji shook his head. Having emerged from the secret realm days after Wang Yun, he had undoubtedly slain more demonic beings than his rival. But what good did that do? The most valuable and formidable demon had already been slain by Wang Yun. I was merely fortunate. Seeing this, Wang Yun said nothing more, only replying indifferently. Why haven't Qian Hongtao and the others emerged yet? The second elder stared at the secret realm's exit, his voice tinged with surprise. Once Qian Hongtao and the others emerged, he intended to question them thoroughly. How was Wang Yun still alive here? What the hell were they doing? Not only did they fail to kill Wang Yun, and allowed him to obtain the spirit forging stone? Why aren't my disciples coming out yet? If they don't emerge soon, the secret realm will close. Elder Qi of the Overlord Blade sect was also growing impatient. It had been an age since the secret realm opened. All the disciples who should have emerged had already done so, and the gathering place was already packed to the brim. Why weren't his disciples emerging? Could something have gone wrong inside? This was not a situation he wished to see unfold. His 3 disciples had been carefully selected by him. Countless efforts and cultivation resources had been poured into each one. Even if just one disciple failed to emerge from the secret realm, let alone all 3 dying simultaneously, it would still pierce his heart deeply. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! The secret realm's exit trembled violently before vanishing into nothingness. This signaled the disappearance of the entrance to the Lin Yuan secret realm. Who knew when it would reappear again? They died inside? The Grand Elder of the Overlord Blade sect stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Not a single one of his 3 prized disciples had emerged from within. Beside him, the second elder was equally heartbroken. None of his disciples had emerged alive from the secret realm either. This meant he now had only 1 disciple left under his tutelage. Wang Yun, did you kill them? The second elder flashed before him, his voice boiling with fury. His disciples possessed extraordinary strength. Even if they encountered powerful demonic beasts they couldn't defeat, they could still retreat safely. Unless someone had deliberately killed them. Second elder, what do you mean by that? Upon seeing the second elder confront Wang Yun, Elder Gao immediately stepped forward, shielding Wang Yun behind him. Me? Killed who? Although it was indeed Wang Yun who had killed the second elder's disciples, he naturally couldn't admit it. At least, not openly. Shortly after entering the Lin Yuan secret realm, several disciples did indeed band together to ambush me. Acting in self-defense, I naturally had to strike them down. But surely these individuals were from other factions, correct?
If they were the second elder's disciples, they would surely have come to my aid upon seeing me surrounded by others. Wang Yun clasped his fists in salute to the second elder. What a sly move. Yan Dazhuang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up upon hearing this. Wang Yun had essentially admitted to killing the second elder's disciples. Of course. The second elder would never admit he'd sent his disciples to assassinate Wang Yun, right? While killing fellow disciples outside the sect wouldn't incur punishment. But if word got out, it would certainly tarnish his reputation. Then perhaps they were assassinated by members of another faction. Once I uncover the truth, I'll tear him limb from limb. The second elder glared at Wang Yun with vicious hatred. Wang Yun had not only killed his 2 precious sons but also slaughtered all his disciples. This made him want to tear Wang Yun into countless pieces right then and there. Unfortunately, Elder Gao and Yan Dazhuang stood guard beside him. With these two present, he couldn't even entertain the thought of harming Wang Yun. With that, the second elder swept his robe and turned to leave. That was hilarious, Wang Yun. Did you see that bastard's furious expression just now? Yan Dazhuang asked Wang Yun telepathically, his eyes fixed on him. Wang Yun nodded, seeing Elder Gao's furious state, and felt immense satisfaction. Elder Gao, were my disciples also killed by Wang Yun? Elder Qi approached the second elder and transmitted his voice through spiritual energy. Seeing that his disciples hadn't emerged from the secret realm, he knew they were dead. His disciples were so powerful unless it was deliberate, there was no way they could have met with an accident. Almost certainly. Elder Gao replied in a grave tone. That beast. Elder Qi narrowed his eyes. His eyes burned with fury. He would remember this grudge. Return now. Elder Gao swept his gaze across the gathering. Seeing most had arrived, he spoke in a voice as resonant as an ancient bell. This time, the Taishan sect had dispatched 58 inner disciples into the secret realm. Yet now, only 46 inner disciples remained at the scene. 12 inner disciples had perished. It must be said, the death rate within the secret realm remained alarmingly high. Everyone, we of the Taishan sect shall take our leave now. Agreed. We shall meet again at the next Hidden Dragon Exchange. Farewell. After bidding farewell to the representatives of the other 3 major factions, Elder Gao led his disciples aboard their cloud ship and departed. After a period of flight, the cloud ship carried everyone back to the inner sect plaza. Follow me. After exchanging greetings with Wang Yun, Elder Gao led him to his residence. Yan Dazhuang followed closely behind. Wang Yun didn't need to ask, he already knew what Elder Gao wanted to discuss with him. It was undoubtedly about the use of the spirit forging stone. Wang Yun, the method for condensing a spirit body is quite simple, refine the spirit forging stone. This will allow a spirit body to form within your body. Elder Gao addressed Wang Yun. That simple? Wang Yun asked in surprise. What difference does that make? But surely forging a spirit body couldn't be that easy. For you, cultivating a spirit body is that simple. For ordinary people, however, forging a spirit body requires first absorbing the corresponding attributes from spirit stones of matching elements. For instance, if you wish to forge a flame spirit body, you must absorb flames into your body. Or if you wish to forge a thunder spirit body, you must absorb thunder into your body. Elder Gao continued. I see. Wang Yun's eyes lit up slightly. Having previously subdued the heavenly lotus and earthly fire, he had essentially absorbed an endless supply of flames into his body. Therefore, he only needed to refine the spirit forging stone. However, you must not refine the spirit forging stone while still at the Qi cultivation realm. Even with your extraordinary talent, you should wait until after breaking through to the yellow spirit realm before refining the spirit forging stone. Elder Gao cautioned. Alright, I'll return to cultivate my cultivation base first. Wang Yun had killed so many people within the secret realm. The spatial rings from there haven't even been opened yet. These individuals were no ordinary foes. There must be quite a few treasures inside that spatial ring. Once he returned, he would thoroughly examine what exactly was inside. Chapter 76, Leveling Up. As soon as Wang Yun returned to his residence, he immediately opened the spatial rings of those individuals from the secret realm. The spatial rings belonging to Qian Hongtao and his 3 companions. And the spatial rings belonging to the trio from the Overlord Blade sect. A total of 7 spatial rings. The moment Wang Yun opened these rings, a vast array of treasures instantly appeared before him. Over 150,000 spirit stones alone. There were also 28 weapons, 11 first-grade weapons and 7 second-grade weapons. Beyond that, there were over 20 second-grade heaven and earth spirit materials and more than 30 bottles of pills. These pills included not only cultivation-enhancing elixirs but also healing potions. What extravagance! Wang Yun exclaimed in admiration. Qian Hongtao and the other 3 were all disciples of the second elder. Though the second elder's status fell short of the first elder's, he was still the second elder of the Taishan sect, holding considerable influence within the sect. As for the 3 from the Overlord Blade sect, whoever their master might be, they were undoubtedly of high standing as well. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones would tempt not only a chi-refining realm martial artist like Wang Yun, but even a Shenling realm powerhouse would find it irresistible. Not to mention the abundance of heavenly spirit materials, pills, and weapons. The swallowing heaven sword beside Wang Yun, upon seeing the array of weapons appear, began to tremble involuntarily, emitting a series of piercing sword cries. Alright, don't rush. Wang Yun stroked the swallowing heaven sword for a moment. He knew the sword was eager to refine these weapons, though many were second-grade weapons. But Wang Yun wouldn't be stingy with the swallowing heaven sword over them. If the swallowing heaven sword could be enhanced, it would greatly boost his own strength. Hum. A shimmering light flashed continuously along the swallowing heaven sword. Gripping the swallowing heaven sword, Wang Yun frantically absorbed the essence of these weapons. In no time at all these weapons melted into molten iron, fusing into the swallowing heaven sword. Now it's a top-tier third-grade sword. Wang Yun felt the swallowing heaven sword's transformation, his heart filled with uncontrollable joy. The swallowing heaven sword's advancement was astonishingly swift. It had leaped directly from a second-grade middle-tier weapon to a third-grade upper-tier one. Although he possessed a fourth-grade, high-quality peerless sword, with his current strength, he still couldn't fully unleash the true power of that weapon. Therefore, wielding a grade 3 weapon actually felt more natural to Wang Yun than using his long sword, allowing him to unleash even greater power. Next, I must focus on advancing my cultivation. Wang Yun retrieved the Hell Buddha Lotus, a celestial spirit material he had obtained earlier in the Demon Beast Mountains. He had refrained from using it before, believing his cultivation base was too low, consuming it might have wasted the Hell Buddha Lotus. Now, at the 7th layer of the Chi refining realm, it was the perfect time to refine it. Using this Hell Buddha Lotus might even allow him to break through directly to the Yellow Spirit realm. I must break through to the Yellow Spirit realm as soon as possible, Wang Yun thought to himself. Although he had succeeded this time in killing the group sent by the second elder to hunt him down. But Wang Yun knew the second elder wouldn't let him off the hook just because of this. Not only had he killed the second elder's 2 sons, but he had also slain all 4 of the second elder's disciples. I've killed so many of the second elder's people. He must be furious by now. Wang Yun sat cross-legged on the cushion, murmuring to himself. After advancing to the Yellow Spirit realm, even if he couldn't defeat the second elder outright, he would at least possess the ability to fight back should they cross paths outside the sect in the future. Moreover, having broken through to the Yellow Spirit realm, he could now unlock the second layer of the ancient Blood Prison Tower text. Wang Yun was deeply curious about the origins and functions of this Blood Prison Tower. Who knows? Perhaps after breaking through to the Yellow Spirit realm, the second page of the ancient text might hold answers to his questions. Second elder, once my strength reaches a certain level, the very first thing I'll do is wring your neck. With this thought, Wang Yun swallowed the Hell Buddha Lotus into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, Wang Yun felt a searing heat, like molten lava. It raged violently within his body. If he failed to fully refine this Hell Buddha Lotus, he feared his entire being would be consumed by this terrifying, overwhelming energy. Refine it for me. Wang Yun's eyes widened in fury as he pressed his palms together. He abruptly activated the Swallowing Heaven Demon Art, pushing the technique to its absolute limit as he began to refine the Hell Buddha Lotus. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous roars, like divine thunder from the 9th heaven, echoed from within Wang Yun's body. This was the sound of the Hell Buddha Lotus relentlessly assaulting Wang Yun's body. Inside a cultivation chamber, Jian Wuji was also diligently cultivating. Wang Yun, once I emerge from seclusion, there's one thing I must do: challenge you, Jian Wuji said coldly. Earlier, he had been defeated by Wang Yun in front of so many people. Within the Lin Yuan secret realm, Wang Yun had beaten him to the spirit forging stone. Each of these events stunned Jian Wuji's pride. Strong individuals are inherently proud. Especially someone as arrogant as Jian Wuji. Once I break through to the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm, I will sweep through the entire inner sect and become its foremost expert. And the beginning of my conquest of the inner sect will be you, Wang Yun. Jian Wuji's eyes blazed with intensity, his gaze radiating overwhelming battle intent. With this thought, Jian Wuji crossed his legs on the meditation cushion, swallowing one precious pill after another as he began his cultivation, steadily elevating his cultivation base. The second elder's residence. Damn it! The moment the second elder returned, he smashed the stone table in the courtyard into a cloud of dust with a single palm strike. A bunch of useless trash. A bunch of good-for-nothing trash. So many of you couldn't even kill a worthless Qi cultivation realm 7th layer trash. The second elder snarled viciously. He had believed that dispatching his 4 disciples would guarantee success. But unexpectedly, not only had his 4 disciples fallen inside, but 3 of Elder Qi's disciples had also perished there. Needless to say, Wang Yun was responsible for all of this. Master, why did you summon me back so urgently? What is the matter? At that moment, a man with sword-like eyebrows and a starry gaze, bearing a blue-hued longsword on his back, strode in. This man was Chu Fengyun, a cultivator at the peak of the Xianling realm, the eldest disciple of the second elder, and a revered elder of the sect. My 2 sons, along with your fellow disciples, have all perished. The second elder stated this with an extremely flat tone. What? Master, you're not joking with me, are you? Senior brother Chu Fengyun exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing this. Though his junior disciples weren't the strongest masters within the inner sect, they were still among the most formidable figures within the inner sect. How could anyone possibly kill them? I wish I could joke with you, but I truly have no heart for it. The second elder took a deep breath. In recent days, he had lost so many disciples one after another. And his 2 precious sons. It had left him unable to eat or sleep properly. What on earth happened? Seeing the second elder in this state, Chu Fengyun finally dared to believe that everything the elder had said was true. The second elder then recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days to Chu Fengyun. What? A Qi cultivation realm 7th layer cultivator actually defeated Qian Hontao? Isn't Qian Hontao at the 9th layer? And even if Qian Hontao couldn't beat him alone, what about all those others? Couldn't they take him down together? Chu Fengyun's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. This Wang Yun was simply too outrageous. That guy's talent was already monstrous. Ever since his cultivation was crippled, his talent seems to have become even more monstrous. Precisely because of this youth cannot be spared. The second elder spoke coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 77, The Challenge. What do you say, Master? I'll wait for his next departure from the sect and find an opportunity to eliminate him. Chu Fengyun said. If such a prodigy were allowed to grow any longer, even I might not be his match. That's what I was thinking too. The new year is just around the corner. He rarely leaves the sect, but he'll have to return for the holidays, right? A flash of murderous intent flickered in the second elder's eyes. Then you should kill him directly on his way home. The second elder said coldly. Understood. Chu Fengyun nodded. Having known his fellow disciples for so many years, they had long since become as close as brothers. Learning of their deaths filled him with unbearable rage. Moreover, as the eldest disciple, avenging his younger brothers was only natural. Inside the cultivation chamber, Wang Yun was intently refining the Hell Buddha lotus. The Hell Buddha lotus's energy was wildly powerful, causing his hair to fly wildly in all directions. Fortunately, he possessed a god-tier cultivation technique capable of suppressing it. He transformed the Hell Buddha lotus into streams of pure energy, absorbing it into his body. 1 month later, with a thunderous boom, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within Wang Yun's body, continuously radiating outward. Wave after wave crashed against the walls like towering ocean tides. The waves crashed against the walls, causing the array's light to flicker incessantly as it absorbed the surging energy. The torrent of energy surged for a full 3 hours before gradually subsiding. The next moment, Wang Yun abruptly opened his eyes, and within them, 2 piercing beams of light seemed to burst forth. His hair was disheveled, each strand thick with spiritual energy that coiled around it. His entire being radiated a renewed vitality. Wang Yun exhaled a long, heavy breath. After a full month of arduous cultivation, he had finally broken through to the yellow spirit realm. That's right. He had leaped directly from the 7th tier of the Qi refining realm to the 1st tier of the yellow spirit realm. He had leaped over 3 entire minor realms. Such a remarkable advancement in realm within a mere month. This was undoubtedly tied to the Hell Buddha lotus. Without the Hell Buddha lotus, even with his god-tier cultivation technique, Wang Yun would likely have needed several months to reach the yellow spirit realm. I must admit, this Hell Buddha lotus is truly a treasure. Wang Yun exclaimed. Moreover, this Hell Buddha lotus had not only elevated his martial cultivation to the 1st tier of the yellow spirit realm, but also boosted his physical cultivation to the same tier. A twofold gain. With Wang Yun's current cultivation, if he were to face Dao Shenling, who had previously clashed with him, he could likely blast him away within a few exchanges. Next step is refining the Spirit Forging Stone. Wang Yun took out a fire attribute Spirit Forging Stone and placed it in the palm of his hand. This Spirit Forging Stone was no larger than the nail of his thumb. Yet it radiated wave after wave of terrifying pressure. Master previously advised against refining spirit stones while still at the Qi cultivation realm. Now that I've broken through to the yellow spirit realm, I should be able to refine this stone. Even before forging his spirit body, Wang Yun had already defeated Jian Wuji, who possessed a thunder spirit body. He dared not imagine how unimaginably powerful he would become after forging his spirit body. Just as Wang Yun prepared to forge his flame spirit body, a voice called out from outside his room, summoning him to come out. The voice belonged to none other than Jian Wuji. At that moment, Jian Wuji stood outside Wang Yun's door, brimming with confidence. Oomph! Wang Yun, come out here! Jian Wuji continued pounding on Wang Yun's door. Over the past month, he had advanced from the 8th layer of the Qi cultivation realm to the 9th layer, achieving a qualitative leap in his strength. Defeating Wang Yun should pose no challenge whatsoever. Today, he would reclaim the 7th rank within the inner sect. And after reclaiming 7th place, he would sweep through the entire inner sect and become its undisputed number 1. How come Jian Wuji's aura feels so much stronger than before? He must have broken through to the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. What? It's only been a little over a month since we emerged from the secret realm. How monstrously talented is this Jian Wuji? Jian Wuji's cultivation was already far superior to Wang Yun's. With his recent advancement, Wang Yun will likely have to relinquish the 7th position back to Jian Wuji soon. Several inner sect disciples emerged from the crowd, eager to see if any drama would unfold. Creak! Wang Yun pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped out. You wish to challenge me? Wang Yun raised an eyebrow, looking at Jian Wuji as he asked. Yes, I challenge you. You are not permitted to refuse. Jian Wuji declared. Fine. Having just broken through his cultivation level, Wang Yun saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his newfound strength against Jian Wuji. Wang Yun led Jian Wuji to an open clearing. Wang Yun, I'm not afraid to tell you after these days of intense cultivation, I've broken through from the 8th layer of Qi refining realm to the 9th layer. Jian Wuji pushed his cultivation technique to its peak, unleashing a surging, wave-like aura that swept out in all directions. His cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refining was now undeniably evident. That's pretty impressive. Wang Yun nodded. What do you mean, pretty impressive? Jian Wuji frowned, displeased. Then, he strode forward with great strides, charging toward Wang Yun to attack. With each step he took, a deep footprint was left on the ground. The sheer force behind his stride was evident. It's the Thunder God leg. Jian Wuji's leg technique isn't just incredibly fast, its power is immense too. Earlier, Jian Wuji held back against Wang Yun, suppressing his own cultivation level without even using martial arts techniques. This time, Jian Wuji is going all out. In my opinion, Wang Yun is bound to lose. The crowd murmured in unison. In an instant, Jian Wuji covered hundreds of meters, charging straight toward Wang Yun. He raised his right leg, unleashing a devastating roundhouse kick aimed squarely at Wang Yun's chest. Lightning coiled around the tip of Jian Wuji's foot like a venomous serpent. Had that kick connected, Wang Yun would likely have been sent flying backward. Trivial trick. Wang Yun thrust his right hand forward, halting Jian Wuji's right leg mid-air. What the hell? Jian Wuji's pupils suddenly contracted into needle-like points. He stared at Wang Yun as if he'd seen a ghost. His Thunder God kick had actually been blocked? And without using any spiritual energy at all. Holy crap? Did I see that right? You're not seeing things. Wang Yun really blocked Jian Wuji's Thunder God kick with just one hand. This Wang Yun's strength is terrifying. And it seems he didn't even use any spiritual energy? The crowd erupted into a thunderous roar at the sight. Every pair of eyes held an expression of utter disbelief. Chapter 78, Teaching His Opponent a Lesson. With a thunderous crash, Wang Yun's right hand shot forward with explosive force, grabbing hold of Jian Wuji's leg and hurling him over 100 meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it! The moment Jian Wuji hit the ground, he rolled like a carp and scrambled back to his feet. The next instant, lightning surged relentlessly across Jian Wuji's entire body, as if divine thunder coursed through his flesh, an awe-inspiring sight. I refuse to believe it. Jian Wuji's eyes blazed with overwhelming fighting spirit as he glared at Wang Yun, his gaze seeming to contain the flashes of divine thunder from the heavens. He pushed his thunder body to its absolute limit, causing his aura to surge once more. Whoosh! Jian Wuji stomped his foot hard against the ground. His entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Wang Yun in an instant. Lightning danced relentlessly around his right fist as he unleashed a full power punch toward Wang Yun. Oomph! Overestimating your abilities. Wang Yun snorted coldly, swinging his right fist forward with a fierce punch. Fist met fist. The moment they collided, an earth-shattering explosion erupted across the battlefield. Boom! Jian Wuji flew backward like a rapidly tumbling through the air. Wang Yun, however, stood as solid as a rock. Unmoving, standing firm in place. I've lost. This time, after crashing to the ground, Jian Wuji did not rise again. With a hum, the lightning surging through Jian Wuji's body quietly dissipated as he shed the effects of his lightning spirit form. He had unleashed his most powerful punch, yet it still failed to repel Wang Yun. Not even Wang Yun's spiritual energy had been forced out. He had utterly failed. Jian Wuji now lay limp on the ground, utterly defeated, like a fish that had lost its will to swim. Damn it! Even with his thunder spirit body activated, Jian Wuji couldn't defeat Wang Yun? Not only did he fail to defeat Wang Yun, but he couldn't even force Wang Yun's spiritual energy out, right? And Wang Yun still has his spiritual fire, he hasn't even used that yet, has he? It's only been a little over a month, and Wang Yun's strength has already reached such terrifying heights? The crowd stared in disbelief at Jian Wuji, collapsed on the ground, murmuring in astonishment. Jian Wuji, you're not weak. You just happened to face me. Wang Yun walked slowly toward Jian Wuji and extended his right hand. You monster! Jian Wuji extended his own right hand and was pulled to his feet by Wang Yun. He gave a helpless smile. He didn't believe his talent was lacking or his strength weak. But alas, Wang Yun's talent was even more monstrous than his own. People truly cannot be compared to one another. Because once you start comparing, you realize that sometimes the gap between people is wider than the gap between humans and dogs. Are we the top inner sect disciples here or not? Wang Yun swept his gaze across the arena and asked. Now that he had emerged from seclusion, he might as well challenge the top disciple of the inner sect. Whoosh! A blur of movement shifted across the arena like a ghostly apparition, materializing before Wang Yun. This person was none other than Bu Jingtian. I'm here. I broke through to the yellow spirit realm a few days ago. At my current level, even you might not be my match. Even so, you still choose to challenge me? Bu Jingtian stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Wang Yun and kindly reminding him. If you wish to become the top inner disciple, you can wait until I become a core disciple before challenging the current second-ranked inner disciple. The moment Bu Jingtian spoke, the entire crowd erupted in commotion. Holy crap! Bu Jingtian has already reached the yellow spirit realm? How long has it even been? I remember him being so young. Truly worthy of being our inner sect's top prodigy, Bu Jingtian. Even if Wang Yun is a genius, there's no way he could have broken through to the yellow spirit realm in such a short time, just like Bu Jingtian. I doubt Wang Yun would be foolish enough to accept Bu Jingtian's challenge. However, what stunned everyone happened almost immediately. I still intend to challenge you. Wang Yun looked at Bu Jingtian, his eyes gleaming with determination. Fine. You've got guts. Bu Jingtian chuckled. Wang Yun, you're a tiger. He told you he's already broken through to the yellow spirit realm. You still want to fight him? He's practically at the strength of a core disciple now. You're just an inner sect disciple, why fight a core disciple? Why not wait until you reach the yellow spirit realm to challenge him one-on-one? It'd be the same thing, right? Upon hearing this, Jian Wuji looked at Wang Yun in confusion. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Yun replied. Sigh, just be careful. Jian Wuji said before leaving the arena. The vast arena was now left with only Bu Jingtian and Wang Yun. Come on, kid, you go first. I'll let you have 3 moves. Bu Jingtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering without wind. He looked at Wang Yun and said indifferently. Bu Jingtian is so arrogant. But he has the capital to be so. Forget 3 moves. Even if Bu Jingtian gave Wang Yun 30 moves, he'd still hold his own. Though Wang Yun is a prodigy, isn't Bu Jingtian equally extraordinary? If Wang Yun had also cultivated to the yellow spirit realm, he might actually defeat Bu Jingtian. But the Bu Jingtian of today has already stepped into the yellow spirit realm. The crowd buzzed with discussion. No regrets? Wang Yun smiled, gazing at Bu Jingtian without speaking. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Bu Jingtian nodded firmly. What harm could come from a senior disciple at the first level of the yellow spirit realm yielding to a junior disciple at the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm? Even if this junior disciple had made significant progress in cultivation over the past month or so. But so what? Could he possibly have advanced all the way to the yellow spirit realm in just over a month? That was absolutely impossible. Very well. Senior brother, be careful. Since Bu Jingtian himself offered to let him 3 moves, there was no need for courtesy. Wang Yun strode forward several steps, closing the distance to Bu Jingtian in an instant. He aimed a punch straight at Bu Jingtian's chest and unleashed it with explosive force. Though this punch carried no spiritual energy fluctuations, relying solely on physical strength. Yet it seemed to carry an overwhelming pressure, instantly filling the air. Not bad. Bu Jingtian, with his vast combat experience, instantly recognized the fierce intent behind Wang Yun's punch. A single lapse in concentration could mean defeat at Wang Yun's hands. Bu Jingtian swiftly adjusted his state to peak condition, then abruptly thrust forward with a palm strike of immense power. Palm met fist. The moment they collided, a tidal wave of spiritual energy erupted, surging outward with overwhelming force. Boom! Bu Jingtian flew backward like a hurtling over 200 meters before crashing to the ground. In contrast, Wang Yun nearly staggered back a few steps. Whoosh! The entire arena erupted in a frenzy. Every single person present was stunned by Wang Yun's strength. How could Wang Yun send Bu Jingtian, a practitioner at the yellow spirit realm, flying with a single punch? Such power was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 79, The First. That brat! Elder Gao exclaimed with delight. He had thought this life or death duel would require his own intervention. But watching it unfold, he realized he'd overthought it. No! Upon witnessing Chen Xiantian's death, her voice wrenching with anguish. Chen Xiantian was dead. This meant her dream of marrying into the Chen family was shattered. It also meant she had made the wrong choice. After Wang Yun retrieved Chen Xiantian's spear and spatial ring, he descended from the life and death platform. Poof! Wang Yun turned his head and shot Luo Xiaoye a glance, letting out a cold snort. Luo Xiaoye's sorrow wasn't actually because of Chen Xiantian's death. Rather, it was because with Chen Xiantian gone, he could no longer rely on the Chen family for favors. As the saying goes, some people don't care who the county magistrate is. She simply wanted to be the county magistrate's wife. Since Chen Xiantian is dead, then Chen Xiantian's successor shall be advanced one position, Elder Gao announced. Upon hearing this, the disciples present couldn't help but feel their spirits stir. They looked at Wang Yun with profound gratitude. After all, moving up an entire rank for no reason at all. How pleasant indeed. Is there anyone else who refuses to accept this and wishes to challenge the life and death platform? Elder Gao paused briefly before scanning the crowd. Naturally, no one in the arena dared to voice dissent. What if someone else plays dumb to catch the wise? Chen Xiantian, whose bones still lie cold on the life and death platform, stands as their warning. Since there are no objections, I shall now distribute the rewards for this outer sect competition. First place, Wang Yun. Reward, 12,000 spirit stones, 1 treasure of your choice from the inner sect treasury, 1 cultivation technique and martial skill from the inner sect library, and access to the blood spirit pool. Elder Gao nodded, then announced the rewards for the outer sect competition. Such lavish rewards? Though Wang Yun knew the first place prize in past outer sect competitions was substantial, he couldn't help but be astonished when such lavish rewards were bestowed upon him. 12,000 spirit stones equaled a decade's worth of stipend for an outer sect disciple. Plus, he could obtain a treasure, a cultivation technique, and a martial skill. Of course. The most precious of all was the opportunity to cultivate within the blood spirit pool. After all, the blood spirit pool is the most precious cultivation sanctuary in the entire Taishan sect. Proper cultivation within it equates to over a decade of arduous training. Upon hearing Wang Yun's reward, everyone present was overcome with envy and resentment. The blood spirit pool. Only the top-ranked cultivator in the outer sect competition gains the privilege to train within its waters. When Wang Yun emerges from it, who knows how powerful his strength will have become. Second place, Feng Mingyu. Reward, 5,000 spirit stones and the choice of 1 cultivation technique from the inner sect's treasury. Third place, Li Tianlang. Reward, 2,000 spirit stones and 1 cultivation technique of your choice from the inner sect's halls. Elder Gao announced the treasures for the subsequent places. Though the rewards were significantly reduced compared to first place, Feng Mingyu felt no resentment. After all, his original expectation for the outer sect competition had been to place 5th or 6th. What he hadn't anticipated was, as the outer sect competition progressed, the masters ranked ahead of him began disappearing one after another. He had thought securing 3rd place would be exceptionally fortunate. Yet he never imagined Wang Yun was actually killed by Chen Xiantian. His own ranking had moved up another spot. I must admit, Wang Yun was truly my benefactor. Next time he got the chance, he'd definitely treat Wang Yun to a feast of wine and meat. Before long, Elder Gao finished announcing all the rewards for the outer door disciples. Of course, the reward for the bottom 50 outer sect disciples was a one-way ticket out of the sect. Elder Gao proceeded to distribute the rewards to the inner door disciples. Wang Yun received the spatial ring from Elder Gao. He poured his divine sense into it and opened it to find, as expected, 12,000 spirit stones inside. I've struck it rich. Wang Yun felt a surge of delight. Here is the inner sect handbook, along with the inner sect disciple's robe and token. Elder Gao waved his hand dismissively. Several elders nearby began distributing the remaining items. Thank you, elders. Wang Yun clasped his fists in salute. Another spatial ring appeared in his hand. He took out a token from it and placed it in the palm of his hand. I've finally entered the inner sect. Wang Yun murmured to himself as he gazed at the inner sect disciple token. Entering the inner sect meant more than just elevated status within the sect. It also meant he would gain access to superior cultivation resources. Those who have become inner disciples, follow me to the inner sect. As for the outer disciples who have yet to enter, I hope you will cultivate diligently. Strive to join me in the inner sect next year. After distributing the items, Elder Gao addressed the crowd. Some here possessed sufficient cultivation but lacked the required ranking. Others had the required standing but lacked the cultivation strength. Ascend the mountain. Elder Gao led the group on a long trek until they reached the inner sect. The moment they entered the inner gate, a more potent aura of celestial energy than that of the outer gate washed over them. Evidently, the spiritual veins beneath the inner gate were far more concentrated than those beneath the outer gate. This meant cultivation within the inner gate was considerably easier than at the outer gate. The outer gate was situated at the foot of the mountain, while the inner gate lay on the mountainside. The inner gate's residences were vast. They encompassed hundreds of courtyards. Yet Elder Gao led everyone to the last 50 courtyards. Elder Gao, why must we reside in the courtyards at the very back? Someone couldn't help but ask in astonishment upon seeing this. Because the front courtyards are all occupied. But if you wish to live in the front courtyards, it's quite simple. Defeat the masters of the inner courtyards, and you may take their place. Elder Gao smiled and said. Upon hearing they'd have to challenge the courtyard's owner, couldn't help but shrink his neck. All present were inner door disciples who had long since entered the inner sect. Their strength was unfathomably deep. He was just a guy stuck at the 48th rank in the outer sect, barely making it into the inner sect. To challenge someone like that? That's suicide. Each courtyard here has a designated number. That number determines your standing within the inner sect. The higher your standing within the inner sect, the more generous your monthly stipend will be. Elder Gao distributed the courtyard plaques to everyone. Wang Yun was the first to receive his courtyard number. Engraved upon it was the number 450. This signified that he was the top-ranked disciple in the outer sect competition. Wang Yun glanced at courtyard number 1, not far away. If he could secure residence in courtyard number 1, it would mean he had become the top disciple of the inner sect. Naturally, Wang Yun's ambitions wouldn't be confined to merely topping the outer sect disciples. His ambition was undoubtedly to become the top disciple of the inner sect. Wang Yun, are you planning to go to the blood spirit pool later or right now? Elder Gao looked at Wang Yun and asked. Right now. When it came to enhancing his strength, Wang Yun had no intention of delaying. The sooner he went, the sooner he could reap the rewards. Very well. Then follow me. Elder Gao said. 2 hours later. Elder Gao led Wang Yun deep into a remote mountain forest within the sect's domain. Here, bamboo stalks soared skyward, densely packed in countless numbers. Without a guide, one might wander for 3 days and nights without finding their way out. After venturing deeper into the forest for some time, Elder Gao led Wang Yun to a hidden cave deep within the forest. Chapter 80, Strengthening His Abilities. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, an elderly man clad in a black robe sat cross-legged on the ground, his posture as still as an old monk in deep meditation. Upon sensing the arrival of Elder Gao and his companion, his eyes snapped open abruptly, 2 beams of sharp brilliance erupting from within. Is this the top outer sect disciple of this year? The black-robed elder first glanced at Wang Yun, then turned his gaze to Elder Gao and inquired. Yes. I brought him to the blood spirit pool to claim the reward for this year's outer sect competition champion. Elder Gao nodded. Lead him in. The black-robed elder formed several hand seals with lightning-fast speed, leaving afterimages in the air. Boom! As the black-robed elder completed his hand seals, the specially crafted door within the cave swung open with a series of thunderous booms. Thank you, Elder. Wang Yun clasped his fists in a bow toward the elder before following Elder Gao's footsteps into the cave. He's polite enough. The black-robed elder chuckled, then closed his eyes tightly. In the past, when some top-ranked outer sect disciples came to this blood spirit pool, they'd strut around with their noses in the air. They knew nothing of proper etiquette. Elder Gao led Wang Yun down the cave steps for over 200 meters until they reached a pool. This pool stretched 50 meters long, its waters a vivid crimson. For this pool was nourished by blood itself. The moment they arrived, Wang Yun was hit by the overwhelming stench of blood. Yet Wang Yun did not frown at this. Instead, he breathed in greedily. For within that scent lay an incredibly potent concentration of primordial energy. He took only a single breath, and already felt his cultivation advance by several degrees. Is this the blood spirit pool? Wang Yun murmured in awe. Such profound celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. If I were to cultivate here, I wonder how much my strength could increase. How long can I cultivate within this blood spirit pool? Wang Yun looked at Elder Gao and asked. He hadn't heard Elder Gao mention how long he could remain in the blood spirit pool. There is no time limit. If you have the stamina, you could stay in the blood spirit pool for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, most Qi cultivation realm practitioners can barely endure a few hours in the blood spirit pool before emerging. Elder Gao said slowly. The blood within the blood spirit pool is no ordinary dyed water. It is genuine demon beast essence blood. The lowest cultivation level within belongs to Qi refining realm demon beasts. Among them are even great beasts at the yellow spirit realm. Moreover, beyond these demonic beasts' essence blood, the sect has infused the pool with various priceless celestial spirit materials and elixirs. Elder Gao continued. The essence blood of a great demon at the yellow spirit realm? Wang Yun froze in shock. No wonder Chen Xian Tian had gone mad trying to secure the top position in the outer sect and gain access to the blood spirit pool. The waters within the blood spirit pool truly were priceless treasures. If you can't endure the blood spirit pool, just call out to me. I'll pull you out immediately. Elder Gao reminded him. Got it. Wang Yun replied before leaping into the blood spirit pool, sending a large splash of water rippling across its surface. What terrifying pool water. The moment Wang Yun entered the pool, waves of heat as scorching as molten lava surged toward him like a tidal wave. A mere pool of water? Refine yourself. Wang Yun roared inwardly, then sat cross-legged at the pool's bottom. He activated the swallowing heaven demon technique, pushing his cultivation to its absolute limit. As soon as he activated the technique, Wang Yun felt the intense heat radiating from the pool water suddenly ease considerably. Initially, the pool's heat felt as though it would melt his very skin and bones. But now, the water felt like warm bathwater, bringing him an indescribable sense of comfort. No longer unbearable. A faint smile touched Wang Yun's lips. Truly worthy of its reputation as a divine tier technique, the swallowing heaven demon art. Time to begin refining this pool water. This pool water was a priceless cultivation resource. Absorbing it into his body would undoubtedly greatly enhance his cultivation. Boom! Wang Yun's dantian opened wide, like a black hole devouring everything, frantically absorbing the surrounding pool water into his body. It then flowed through his meridians, transforming into spiritual energy. Oh? That kid has just entered the blood spirit pool and is already refining the pool water? Elder Gao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the sight. Typically, upon first entering the blood spirit pool, one must allow their body to acclimate to its temperature. When he had become the top outer sect disciple and entered the blood spirit pool for cultivation, it took him nearly an hour to adjust to the pool's temperature. But that brat Wang Yun? He adapted to the pool's temperature the moment he stepped in. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. Elder Gao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Before long, this brat would surely become the top talent within the inner sect. No! The greatest prodigy in all of Silver Moon Kingdom. A day passed in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous boom, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Wang Yun's body, violently bursting outward. Fourth tier of Qi cultivation. Elder Gao exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Yun had actually broken through an entire realm in such a short time. And judging by his composed expression, it seemed he hadn't even reached his limit yet. This indicated that Wang Yun still possessed significant room for growth within the blood spirit pool. Elder Gao narrowed his eyes. He was eagerly anticipating Wang Yun's performance. The next day, a series of rumbling sounds once again emanated from within Wang Yun's body. Fifth tier of Qi cultivation realm. 3 days later, a series of thunderous booms echoed within Wang Yun's body. This signified his breakthrough to the 6th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Truly incredible! Elder Gao exclaimed in admiration. Wang Yun had merely entered the blood spirit pool, yet in just 3 short days. Yet he had consecutively broken through 3 realms. From the 3rd level of Qi cultivation realm to the 6th level. And judging by Wang Yun's current momentum, it seemed he was far from reaching his limit. With a whoosh, a blur appeared beside Elder Gao. This figure was none other than the black-robed elder guarding the blood spirit pool. This kid isn't done yet? The black-robed elder stared in disbelief at Wang Yun, who was continuously refining the blood spirit pool's waters within it. Not yet. He's already broken through to the 3rd tier, but I sense he might be able to break through one more tier. Elder Gao remarked. To think someone could endure 3 days and nights within the blood spirit pool. Truly terrifying. The black-robed elder exclaimed in utter shock. Who could disagree? Back in my day, I only managed to endure 2 days inside. Elder Gao nodded in agreement. Well then, it seems your record for endurance in the blood spirit pool is about to be broken. The elder in black robes looked at Elder Gao and said. Each generation must surpass the last. My disciple excels beyond his master, and that naturally reflects well on me as his teacher. Elder Gao chuckled. You youngster, your eye for talent remains as sharp as ever. The elder in black robes patted Elder Gao on the shoulder, then vanished in a flash. Another 2 days passed. The energy within Wang Yun's body surged violently once more. This single breath propelled him directly to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. Chapter 81, Securing the Treasure. Elder Gao pushed open the specially crafted door of the cultivation chamber and led Wang Yun inside. This is the cultivation chamber I use for my daily practice. Its walls are forged from mystical iron, capable of withstanding the anomalies caused by refining spiritual flames. Elder Gao explained. Master really thinks of everything. Wang Yun had originally planned to refine the heavenly lotus earth fire right in the courtyard. Now that he thought about it, if he had truly refined it in the courtyard, the entire courtyard would likely be reduced to ashes by the commotion of his refining. Refining spiritual fire requires not only that your martial cultivation meets the standard, but your physical cultivation must also be exceptionally strong. Otherwise, before you even begin refining the spiritual fire, you'll have turned into a corpse. Elder Gao cautioned. After undergoing the baptism of the blood spirit pool, had fully met this requirement. First, swallow these pills. Elder Gao produced a bottle of pills and handed it to Wang Yun. What kind of pills are these? Wang Yun took the pills, asking in surprise. Mighty Vajra pills. After taking these pills, your physical cultivation realm will advance significantly in a short time. 1 pill will elevate your physical realm by 1 heavenly realm. 2 pills will elevate it by 2 heavenly realms, and so on. My suggestion is to swallow 3 pills at once. That way, your physical realm will approach the Huangling realm. Elder Gao advised. Alright. Wang Yun replied gratefully. Elder Gao's gesture truly meant offering his treasure without reservation. If he remembered correctly, a single great strength golden pill cost 2,000 spirit stones. Having swallowed 3 of these pills, That meant 6,000 spirit stones gone in an instant. This elder Gao was truly extravagant. Wang Yun sat cross-legged on the cushion, took 3 great strength diamond pills from the pill bottle, and placed them in the palm of his hand. The great strength diamond pills were small, no larger than the nail of his thumb. Their entire surface shimmered with a golden luster. Gulp! Wang Yun swallowed all 3 pills in one go. They dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into surges of ferocious energy that surged through his throat and into his body. They nourished every bone and muscle, every organ and viscera within him. Crackling! The sound of bones growing echoed within Wang Yun's body. This signified that Wang Yun's physical cultivation had advanced. He sensed a tremendous, untapped force within him. Is this the power of the great strength golden pill? Wang Yun mused. Is this what it feels like to reach the Huanling realm? Master, how should I proceed to refine this heavenly lotus earth fire? Wang Yun asked Elder Gao. Once you refine this heavenly lotus earth fire, you will be able to refine him. Elder Gao handed the transparent box to Wang Yun. Master, that sounds like nonsense, but you're basically telling me to clear my mind of all the clutter and just focus on refining it, right? Wang Yun paused, his expression blank for a moment before he spoke. MHM. Elder Gao spoke with the air of a sage, his hands clasped behind his back. Though his words didn't carry much deeper meaning. But Elder Gao would never admit it. That would be no fun at all. Wang Yun opened the transparent box, and the heavenly lotus earth fire instantly burst forth, about to escape. He abruptly activated the swallowing heaven demon technique. A powerful suction force, like an invisible giant hand, directly seized the heavenly lotus earth fire and pulled it before him. Seeing the heavenly lotus earth fire now under his control, Wang Yun's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. It seemed this heavenly lotus earth fire wasn't as difficult to control as he had imagined. Refine it! Wang Yun roared, pushing his swallowing heaven demon art to its absolute limit. The spiritual energy within his body surged like an unstoppable river, flooding into his arms. As his palms pressed together, an endless wave of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the heavenly lotus earth fire. Blazing hot. No sooner had Wang Yun begun the refinement than wave after wave of flames, scorching enough to boil the heavens and seas, surged into his body. If he wasn't careful and failed to control his spiritual energy, he would likely be consumed entirely by the heavenly lotus earth fire, reduced to a lifeless skeleton. Seeing this, Wang Yun not only failed to lessen his refinement efforts but instead intensified his spiritual energy output. He must refine this celestial lotus and earthly fire at the fastest possible speed. Boom! 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 The heavenly lotus earth fire naturally resisted being subdued by a mere human martial artist. She unleashed terrifying waves of flame, rippling outward relentlessly and crashing heavily against the walls of the cultivation chamber, sending sparks flying everywhere. I hope that kid can hold out. Elder Gao stood rooted to the spot like a statue, utterly motionless, giving off not even the slightest hint of energy. Even after being struck by the flames, he remained as immovable as a boulder. This was the critical moment for Wang Yun to refine the heavenly lotus earth fire. He could not possibly interfere with Wang Yun in the slightest. Before he knew it, Wang Yun had already spent a month refining the heavenly lotus earth fire. By now, Wang Yun was drenched in sweat. The heavenly lotus earth fire before him had shrunk by more than half in size. This signaled that he was on the verge of successfully refining it. Seeing this, the corners of Wang Yun's mouth curled upward involuntarily. Come on, let me see where your limits lie. The heavenly lotus earth fire was clearly stubborn, refusing to be conquered by anyone. But precisely because of this, Wang Yun was determined to refine it. Another week passed. The heavenly lotus earth fire before Wang Yun now flickered like a dying candle in the wind. It seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. Extinguish! Having refined it for over a month, Wang Yun instantly shook off his fatigue and felt his spirit surge upon seeing this. Veins bulged across his body as he launched a final, furious assault upon the heavenly lotus earth fire. Boom! The scene erupted as if divine thunder had exploded. The deafening roar reverberated through the air. The heavenly lotus earth fire seemed to realize that if it didn't break free now, it would be completely absorbed into Wang Yun's body. Thus, she unleashed another terrifying wave of flames, sweeping out in all directions, like waves crashing against rocks. Each successive impact on the walls grew fiercer than the last. Thanks to the divine tier technique swallowing heaven demon art, Wang Yun could absorb every flame hurled at him. Truly, it lived up to the name swallowing heaven demon art. Meanwhile, the cultivation chamber beside him had long since been reduced to ruins. Despite the protection of the formation, the walls had long since turned to charcoal. Finally, after a fierce struggle, the heavenly lotus earth fire could not escape being refined by Wang Yun. Chapter 82, The Challenge. After a period of rest, the spiritual energy within Wang Yun had largely recovered. He rose to his feet from the ground. Let's go. Elder Gao waved his hand. Soon after, guided by Elder Gao, Wang Yun returned to the inner disciples' quarters. As the sun neared the horizon, many inner disciples had already returned to their respective quarters one after another.
preparing to end their day's cultivation and rest. Which rank do you plan to challenge first? Elder Gao inquired, turning to Wang Yun. 400? Wang Yun replied. Elder Gao nodded slightly. Wang Yun had his own plans, he certainly wouldn't cause any unnecessary disturbance. Then, Wang Yun stepped forward and knocked on the gate of the 400th inner door disciples' courtyard. Who is it? Shan Tianling emerged from the courtyard and inquired. I am Wang Yun, ranked 450th among the inner disciples. I come to challenge you, Wang Yun said, clasping his fists together. Even though a fight was about to break out, proper etiquette must still be observed. Very well. Dan Tianling nodded. He did not refuse, nor could he refuse. According to sect rules, within the inner sect, those ranked lower had the right to challenge those ranked higher, and the higher ranked could not refuse. Otherwise, if higher ranked disciples constantly refused challenges from lower ranked ones, how could the lower ranked disciples ever improve their standing? Wang Yun challenged Shan Tianling? He just entered the inner sect not long ago, right? Even though Wang Yun won first place in our recent outer sect competition, don't forget that Shan Tianling is a Qi refining realm 7th layer powerhouse. Wang Yun is only at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation realm, right? That's a 4-layer gap between them. How can he possibly win? And keep in mind, Shan Tianling isn't just any ordinary 7th layer Qi cultivation realm cultivator, he's a powerhouse capable of fighting beyond his own realm. The inner sect disciples gathered around the arena exchanged stunned glances upon witnessing Wang Yun issue his challenge to Shan Tianling. Has Wang Yun lost his mind? He'd only been in the inner sect for a little over a month and already wanted to challenge a veteran inner sect disciple. Shan Tianling stepped out of the courtyard, leading Wang Yun to an open clearing. The ground here was pockmarked with dozens of pits and scars left by blades. Clearly, many had sparred here before. Have you made up your mind? I may not be a big shot in this inner sect, but I'm certainly no pushover. Shan Tianling narrowed his eyes, gazing coldly at Wang Yun. After all, he ranked among the top 400 inner sect disciples. It was one thing for those stronger inner sect disciples to look down on him in daily life. But now, even a newcomer who just entered the inner sect dared to look down on him like this? And even dared to challenge him? Did he have no sense of shame? Senior brother, let's skip the small talk. After defeating you, I still need to challenge the other senior brothers. Wang Yun clasped his fists again and declared. You bastard, who do you think you're looking down on? Upon hearing this, Shan Tianling's brows involuntarily knitted tightly. That brat, though he kept calling me senior brother, he clearly didn't hold me in any regard. He really needs a good scolding. Fine, since you're so eager to lie in bed for days on end, don't blame your senior brother for being ruthless. After all, this is your... Before Shan Tianling could finish his sentence, a ghostly afterimage appeared before him like a phantom. Blazing speed, Shan Tianling's pupils suddenly contracted. In a rush, he swiftly raised both arms to block in front of himself. Crash! Wang Yun's cannon punch slammed heavily into his arm, transmitting a terrifying force that reverberated through his entire body. Suddenly, Shan Tianling's entire body flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped. This backward flight covered a full several dozen meters. Thud! Shan Tianling crashed heavily to the ground mid-air, kicking up a cloud of dust. I lost. Shan Tianling scrambled to his feet from the ground, utterly disheveled. A single punch had sent him flying. Not only had he lost, but he'd been utterly and completely defeated. Good lad. Elder Gao gave a slight nod. He felt no surprise at Wang Yun's victory over Shan Tianling. This was merely the beginning. This was merely today's appetizer. What's going on? Shan Tianling actually lost to Wang Yun? How long has Wang Yun even been in the inner sect? To defeat a veteran inner sect disciple like Shan Tianling, he's at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation realm. After all, Wang Yun's talent is downright terrifying. The crowd murmured in shock. Incredulity filled every pair of eyes. He's already broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Amidst the collective astonishment, a man bearing a massive sword on his back spoke calmly. This man with the great sword was named Jian Wuji. He was the 7th ranked prodigy among the inner disciples. His sword techniques were divine and unfathomable, baffling even the gods and demons. Once, wielding his long sword, he defeated a yellow spirit realm level great demon despite being only at the 8th layer of the Qi cultivation realm, a feat of transcending his cultivation level. This feat sent shockwaves throughout the entire inner sect. Everyone believed that once Jian Wuji reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, he would undoubtedly become the undisputed top disciple of the inner sect. Therefore, the crowd present did not suspect Jian Wuji of lying. Their own cultivation and strength were insufficient, preventing them from detecting Wang Yun's cultivation level from such a distance. But their inability did not mean Jian Wuji was incapable. 7th heaven of Qi refining realm? Doesn't that mean Wang Yun advanced 4 entire heavens within the blood spirit pool? Has anyone in the history of the blood spirit pool ever advanced that much? It seems not. Once again, The crowd was stunned by Wang Yun's cultivation breakthrough. Jian Wuji, what do you think this brat will rank today? A strikingly handsome man, as graceful as wind and as pure as jade, approached Jian Wuji slowly, fan in hand. His name was Lin Ruyu, a prodigy ranked 23rd within the inner sect and a longtime friend of Jian Wuji, at least into the top 100. He might even crack the top 50. Jian Wuji placed his hands on his hips, his expression serious. You rate him that highly? Lin Ruyu paused his fanning. He began to look Wang Yun straight in the eye. After all, he and Jian Wuji had known each other for so many years. Jian Wuji's judgment of character had always been spot on. He had scarcely ever made a mistake. If Jian Wuji said Wang Yun could break into the top 100, then Wang Yun would definitely make it into the top 100, or even higher. Just watch carefully. Jian Wuji had originally planned to return to his cultivation chamber for further practice, but after seeing Wang Yun, he changed his mind. Such a promising talent, not often seen. Lin Ruyu also decided not to return. She would stay and observe how Wang Yun performed from here on out. Meanwhile, Wang Yun's battle on the field raged on. Wang Yun's sights were set far beyond merely securing the 400th rank. Chapter 83, Storms. You'll see soon enough. Who knows? This time, the Taishan sect might just take first place at the Hidden Dragon Exchange. General Li's lips curled slightly. Ha! That can't be possible. Minister Su exclaimed in disbelief. On the stage, only disciples from the Taishan sect and the Vajra sect remained. Wang Yun, single-handedly, swept away the disciples of the Overlord Blade sect like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves. This forced the Vajra sect disciples to take Wang Yun seriously. Wang Yun, the Vajra sect disciples are no match for the Overlord Blade sect disciples. Don't try to be a hero. Wu Jingtian cautioned from the sidelines. Wang Yun nodded. He knew full well that the Vajra sect disciples were far stronger than those of the Overlord Blade sect. Yeah, Wang Yun, you've been hogging all the glory so far. Now it's our turn to show off a bit. Ha! The other Taishan sect disciples gathered around Wang Yun. I'll handle this Wang Yun. The rest of the Taishan sect disciples are yours to deal with. Ran Tianxing, the leader of the Vajra sect disciples, cracked his knuckles loudly. His eyes gleamed as he fixed them on Wang Yun, addressing the surrounding disciples. Just one Taishan sect disciple? Is it really necessary for you to get involved? I'll handle it. Senior brother. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Feng Tian remarked in surprise from the side. Ren Tianxing was the most formidable core disciple among their cohort of Vajra sect disciples. His cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Yellow Spirit Realm. Zhou Xiuwen, whom Wang Yun had defeated earlier, would likely not even withstand a single punch from him. You need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. That's what I call being steady. Ren Tianxing looked at Feng Tian with a serious expression. Understood. Since senior brother Ren had spoken, Feng Tian naturally had nothing more to say. Boom! Ren Tianxing stomped his foot hard against the ground, propelling himself into the air in an instant. Where his foot had been planted, the ground instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Get down! Ren Tianxing swung his fist mid-air, unleashing a devastating strike toward Wang Yun. Blazing speed. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes, intending to evade with his footwork, but he realized Ren Tianxing's punch was far too swift. There was simply no time to execute his evasion technique. He could only brace himself to take the blow head-on. Right on. Wang Yun unleashed a punch with all his might. Boom! Fist met fist. A thunderous explosion, like divine lightning, reverberated across the arena, echoing in every spectator's ears. What power! Ren Tianxing was sent flying backward over 10 meters. The ground beneath Wang Yun's feet instantly shattered into countless cracks. I never expected someone at the first level of the Yellow Spirit Realm to withstand my strike head-on. After landing the punch, Ren Tianxing tore off his upper garments, revealing muscles that seemed cast from solid iron. He had underestimated Wang Yun. His cultivation base was already higher than Wang Yun's. Moreover, he was a prodigy capable of fighting opponents several levels above his own. Yet even so, Wang Yun remained his equal. Mastery of both body and martial arts. Truly a prodigy. You're not half bad yourself. Wang Yun nodded. He channeled the spiritual energy within his body to its absolute limit. Thunderous booms echoed through the air. Then let's see how many more of my punches you can take. Ren Tianxing charged toward Wang Yun with lightning-fast strides, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. Celestial Horse Meteor Fist. Ren Tianxing charged before him, unleashing his martial art. The martial arts of physical cultivation. It emphasized every punch landing squarely on flesh. Though devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, its power remained formidable. The moment he unleashed the technique, in an instant, countless fist shadows materialized before Wang Yun, like a torrential downpour striking the earth. These fist shadows instantly enveloped Wang Yun. If Wang Yun were to be struck by even one of these fist shadows, he'd be sent flying off the stage. Thunderbolt Fist. Wang Yun unleashed a fist surging with boundless thunder and lightning, violently erupting forward. With a thunderous boom, the swarm of fist shadows instantly dissipated. Ren Tianqing was instantly sent flying over 30 meters away. In contrast, Wang Yun had only been forced back a dozen meters. Well done, one force shatters 10,000 techniques. Ren Tianqing wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The next instant, Wang Yun unleashed the Crimson Flame Spirit Step, transforming into a crimson afterimage. In an instant, he spanned over 40 meters and charged before Ren Tianqing. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Wang Yun wouldn't let any chance to defeat Ren Tianqing slip away. However, just as his fist was about to strike Ren Tianqing's chest, endless waves of wind surged around Ren Tianqing. These waves surged like towering ocean tides, sweeping out in all directions. No! Wang Yun's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily raised his arms to block in front of himself. Though his reaction was swift, his entire body still flew through the air like a plank tossed by the sea, hurled hundreds of meters before crashing back to the ground. It's the Hurricane Spirit Body. That kid actually forced senior brother Ren to activate his spirit body. Feng Tian's pupils contracted sharply as he spoke. He admitted he had underestimated Wang Yun earlier, but now that Ren Tianqing had activated his Hurricane Spirit Body, Wang Yun was clearly no match for him. Kid, forcing me to this point means even in defeat, you fought with honor. With the Hurricane Spirit Body activated, Ren Tianqing's speed underwent another qualitative leap. His toes barely brushed the ground before his entire body shot forward like lightning, closing the distance to Wang Yun in an instant. His right fist, whirling with hurricane force winds, slammed down toward Wang Yun's chest. No! Bu Jingtian, witnessing this, immediately attempted to deploy his footwork to aid Wang Yun. Your opponent is me. Feng Tian's figure flickered, appearing before him in an instant. Get lost! Bu Jingtian roared in fury, locking horns with Feng Tian. Meanwhile, the other Taishan sect disciples rushed forward, intent on aiding Wang Yun. However, these disciples were also blocked by the disciples of the Vajra sect. The two factions of disciples engaged in fierce combat. A spirit body? I have one too. Wang Yun roared in fury, activating his own flame spirit body as he unleashed a devastating punch forward. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. Ren Tianqing staggered backward several steps. He stared at Wang Yun in utter disbelief. In such a barren place as the Taishan sect, actually had someone possessing a spirit body? Wang Yun unleashed the Thunderbolt Fist once more. Empowered by the flame spirit body, the Thunderbolt Fist unleashed surging lightning intertwined with flames capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Get the hell out of here! Wang Yun roared furiously. Like a primordial war god, he slammed his fist forward with overwhelming force. Ren Tianqing pushed his hurricane spirit body to its absolute limit and unleashed his martial technique. Chapter 84, Awe-Inspiring Display. Ren Tianqing unleashed the celestial horse meteor fist once more. Empowered by the hurricane spirit body, the assault surged to a magnitude many times greater than before. Boom! Ren Tianqing and Wang Yun collided violently. A tidal wave of energy erupted from the center of the arena, surging outward in a relentless torrent. In the next instant, Ren Tianqing flew backward across the stage like a kite whose string had snapped. Wang Yun, in turn, was violently thrown back over 100 meters. Ren Tianqing was defeated. Who was Ren Tianqing? He was the most prodigiously talented genius under 20 in the Vajra sect. Not only had his cultivation reached the fourth layer of the Yellow Spirit realm, but he also possessed the Hurricane Spirit body. Yet despite all this, he had still been defeated by Wang Yun? The spectators watching from the sidelines all wore expressions of utter disbelief. Damn impressive. Is the Taishan sect defying the heavens this year? The crowd below the stage murmured in shock. Then, after Ren Tianqing was eliminated, the Taishan sect disciples, led by Wang Yun, proceeded to knock every single disciple of the Ba Dao sect off the stage. The overall strength of the Taishan sect and others certainly couldn't match the formidable prowess of the Vajra sect disciples. But Wang Yun was simply too godlike. One man was equivalent to 10. Like a war god, he led the Taishan sect disciples in sending the Vajra sect disciples flying one by one. After the final Vajra sect disciple was sent flying, Yu, the head of the Vajra sect, wore an expression that could only be described as utterly grim. Losing was one thing, but to lose so utterly, well done. After Wang Yun stepped down from the stage, sect leader Feng was the first to rush forward, clapping him on the shoulder with an expression of immense satisfaction. Their Taishan sect had languished at the bottom of the Dragon Ascension exchange for years. He'd assumed they'd finish last again this year. But what he never could have imagined was that this time, they'd actually snatched first place. And the primary architect of this victory? None other than Wang Yun. Without Wang Yun, the Taishan sect would likely have finished dead last once again. Little junior brother, you've done an outstanding job this time. Yan Dezhuang approached Wang Yun and praised him. Master sect leader, Mere lip service won't suffice for sincerity. Elder Gao strolled over, his expression a mix of amusement and amusement as he addressed Sect Master Feng.
Wang Yun's outstanding performance this time makes him a great contributor to our Taishan sect.
Do you think I would be stingy with him? Once we return to the sect, I will definitely reward him handsomely. Master Feng looked at Elder Gao and said, did he not know this old man's true intentions? Why haven't you thanked the sect leader yet? Elder Gao addressed Wang Yun. Thank you for your generosity, Sect Master.
Wang Yun clasped his fists in salute.
Master, I'll win it back next time. Ran Tianqing, standing nearby, noticed the expression on sect leader Yu's face and quickly clasped his fists in response. No, you cannot defeat him. Master Yu shook his head. Ha! Ren Tianqing froze in surprise. This isn't me looking down on you, but that kid from the Taishan sect is simply too monstrously talented.
Even if placed among the great powers of our northern continent,
he would still be an extraordinary prodigy. Master Yu continued. Master, you hold him in such high regard? Ren Tianqing asked in surprise.
I hereby announce that the Taishan sect has claimed first place in this hidden dragon exchange. Second place goes to the Vajra sect,
and third place to the Overlord Blade sect. Minister Su appeared in the arena to announce the results. Subsequently, Minister Su announced this year's distribution of cultivation resources among the three major sects. As this year's champion, the Taishan sect naturally received the largest share of cultivation resources. They received 25 mines in 25 medicinal mountains. The second place Vajra sect received 13 mines and 13 medicinal mountains. That was exactly half as many as the Taishan sect. As for the last place Badayo sect, they received only 6 mines and 6 medicinal mountains each. That's half as many as the second place Vajra sect.
No wonder the sect master of the Overlord Blade sect stormed off in anger.
Hearing this, Sect Master Yu couldn't help but sigh. This treatment had once belonged to their Vajra sect, but now the wheel of fortune had turned, and it had come to the Taishan sect. Senior Gao, once we return to the sect, I shall reward you handsomely. Sect leader Feng looked at Elder Gao with a beaming smile. This year, they had been allocated so many mines and medicinal mountains. It was as if the Taishan sect had suddenly transformed from peasants into landlords overnight. Master Feng, your Taishan sect has truly produced an exceptional disciple. Sect leader Yu addressed Sect leader Feng. Ren Tianqing's performance has been quite impressive as well. He's sure to perform well at the 100 Nations competition later on. Master Feng replied. Certainly. Master Yu nodded in agreement.
Although Ren Tianqing had been defeated by Wang Yun, his performance on the stage had been witnessed by all those watching from the second floor. There was no way Ren Tianqing wouldn't be given the opportunity to participate in the 100 Nations tournament. Participation in the 100 Nations tournament. This would benefit not only the disciple, it would benefit the entire sect as well. As long as one performs outstandingly at the 100 Nations competition and brings glory to the nation, the royal family of Silver Moon Kingdom would allocate additional mining and medicinal herb mountains accordingly. Therefore, Sect Master Yu did not rush off in a fit of rage like the leader of the Overlord Blade sect. The 100 Nations competition occurs every 2 years. Next, I shall announce the list of those who have secured spots in the 100 Nations competition.
Wang Yun, Ran Tianqing, Feng Yun, Lin Xiaohu. Minister Su announced 10 names in succession. Only 2 of these spots went to disciples of the Taishan sect, while the remaining 8 were all disciples of the Vajra sect. Although Taishan sect disciples had secured first place in this hidden dragon exchange, it did not guarantee that all spots for the 100 Nations competition would go to Taishan sect disciples. Quite right. Zong Master Yu's frown relaxed. He had finally regained some face. As long as these disciples performed well in the upcoming 100 Nations competition, their sect would still be allocated substantial cultivation resources. As for Sect Master Feng standing nearby, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. After all, their first place victory this time was entirely due to Wang Yun. Besides Wang Yun, the only other disciple who had truly excelled during this exchange event was Lin Xiaohu. Lin Xiaohu, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Yellow Spirit Realm, was the highest-ranked core disciple under 20 years old in their Taishan sect. He could be considered the strongest core disciple in terms of strength. Aside from Wang Yun, the 100 Nations competition occurs every 2 years, and next year marks its commencement. I hope everyone will dedicate themselves to cultivation and strive to elevate their cultivation levels as much as possible. If you excel in the 100 Nations competition, you will not only receive rewards bestowed by the Lord of the Northern Continent, but our Silver Moon Kingdom will also grant you generous rewards. General Li, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. His words had barely finished echoing. General Li slightly opened his right hand. 10 streaks of light appeared in his palm. Chapter 85, Encountering an Enemy Ambush. After a brief rest, Wang Yun retrieved the Thunderbolt Fist manual he had obtained earlier. Preparing to begin his cultivation, he began by carefully studying the martial art manual. Wang Yun possessed exceptional memory. and within moments, he had committed the Thunderbolt Fist circulation patterns to memory. Come. Wang Yun put away the martial arts manual and closed his eyes tightly. After a dozen breaths of deliberation, Wang Yun took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, lightning currents began to gather relentlessly on his knuckles. As he unleashed a devastating punch forward, terrifying lightning surged forth, crashing into the wall before him. With a thunderous crash, a deep fist-shaped indentation was carved into the wall of the cultivation chamber. He's broken through, Wang Yun exclaimed with emotion. With just a single punch, he had successfully executed the complete Thunderbolt Fist technique. Wang Yun remained confident in his martial arts talent, but merely reaching the entry level was far from satisfying for him. Keep training. Wang Yun planned to immerse himself in this cultivation chamber for the days ahead, dedicating himself fully to his practice. But Dao sacked. Inside a room, an elderly man clad in white robes sat upright within. Who would have thought a mere breeze could blow you this way? The white-robed elder narrowed his eyes as he addressed the figure who had materialized before him. This elder was none other than the second elder of the Taishan sect. Speak, what business brings you to me? The white-robed elder inquired. I need to ask you to kill someone for me, the second elder stated. Kill someone? The white-robed elder frowned. The second elder was, after all, the second elder of the mighty Taishan sect. If he wanted to kill someone, there were likely few in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom who could stop him. Why would he travel all the way from the Taishan sect to the Ba Dao sect just to seek me out? You want me to kill someone within your own sect? The white-robed elder narrowed his eyes, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. You guessed right. The second elder had no intention of hiding anything from Elder Qi before him. After all, he needed someone to handle matters. Sooner or later, he would have to tell him. Moreover, he and Elder Qi had been close friends for many years. He could trust him completely. Both my sons have been killed. The second elder paused before speaking. Put. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi sputtered tea from his mouth. Both your sons were killed? Elder Qi's pupils suddenly contracted as he asked, his face filled with disbelief. The second elder possessed extraordinary talent, and his two sons were naturally no ordinary martial artists. How could anyone possibly kill his sons? They were killed by a beast named Wang Yun. Elder Tu stated. But wasn't Wang Yun stripped of his cultivation by you lot? Elder Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Not only can he cultivate again, but his cultivation base has recovered remarkably well. That brat must have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune. But no matter how extraordinary his fortune, I'll send him to the Yellow Springs Road to keep my two sons company. Second elder declared. The secret realm is about to open. I need you to find several powerful disciples to kill him inside for me. The second elder said coldly. With that, he tossed a spatial ring onto the table before Elder Qi. The latter poured his divine sense into it. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. Inside were a full 100,000 spirit stones. This wasn't just enough for slaying a Qi refining realm martial artist. Even for a yellow spirit realm martial artist, it would be more than enough. Old Chen, you've given me too much. Elder Qi's throat rolled. Not at all. Consider the extra as my contribution toward your and your disciples' tea expenses. The second elder waved his hand dismissively. My request is simple. Just one. That is, I want Wang Yun dead. The second elder slammed the teacup beside him onto the stone table with such force it shattered into pieces. Rest assured, I will contact my most elite disciples to hunt down Wang Yun within the secret realm. As the Grand Elder of the Overlord Sword Sect, Elder Qi commanded disciples who ranked among the top within the sect's inner circle. A mere Qi refining realm martial artist was nothing to them. Even a yellow spirit realm martial artist could be easily dispatched. He could tell that this time, the second elder was truly enraged. After all, the pain of losing a son, time slipped away bit by bit. Soon, 20 days had passed. Throughout these days, Wang Yun had been diligently practicing martial arts in his cultivation chamber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Yun's figure darted about the training room like a ghostly apparition. It was impossible to pinpoint his direction or where he truly was. Suddenly, Wang Yun's figure halted before a metal dummy. The moment he landed, he unleashed the right fist he'd been building up all along. With a thunderous crash, one punch, the scene seemed to echo with thunderous roars. The speed of the punch was lightning fast. The punch slammed heavily into the metal dummy. It instantly shattered the metal dummy into countless fragments, scattering them into a cloud of dust. Whoosh! After executing this fluid sequence, Wang Yun exhaled a long, heavy breath. Hard work truly pays off. He had finally mastered both the footwork and the fist techniques. Through days of arduous effort, Wang Yun had advanced his Thunderbolt Fist from beginner's level to mastery. As for the Qing Yun step, he had reached the minor accomplishment stage. This Qing Yun step technique was previously seized from Li Suifeng. It was a second-grade, mid-tier footwork technique. Considering he was likely to break through to the Yellow Spirit realm soon, which would require him to exchange it for a higher-tier footwork technique. Wang Yun did not devote all his energy to mastering this particular footwork. Therefore, I have only cultivated the Qing Yun step to the minor accomplishment realm. As for the Thunderbolt Fist, I've cultivated it to the pinnacle level. In a mere 20 days, he had cultivated a third-grade, lower-tier fist technique to perfection. If word of this were to spread, not only would the entire Taishan sect be shaken to its core, it would send shockwaves through the entire Silver Moon Kingdom's geniuses. After all, even among the most prodigiously gifted talents in the Silver Moon Kingdom, would require at least 2 or 3 years to master a third-grade martial art to perfection at the Qi cultivation realm, would require at least 2 or 3 years of dedicated effort. How could anyone compare to Wang Yun's monstrous talent? If Wang Yun faced Jin Wuji again now, he likely wouldn't even need to use his flame spirit energy to defeat him. Of course, this assumes Jin Wuji is still suppressing his cultivation level. It's time to emerge from seclusion. After such prolonged cultivation, it was indeed time for Wang Yun to emerge. After all, the secret realm would open in just 2 days. Wang Yun had no intention of missing it. But upon emerging this time, Wang Yun planned to find a place for a proper meal first. After secluding himself for so long, he'd been surviving on dry rations. His taste buds were itching for something real. Chapter 86, The Tavern. Wang Yun still possessed a local-grade cultivation technique that could be auctioned off, but he felt the time wasn't right yet. He couldn't leave the sect just yet. He had killed the second elder's 2 sons. Within the sect, even if the second elder gave him 10 lives, he wouldn't dare touch him. But outside the sect, it was a different story. The moment he stepped outside the sect, the second elder would likely find 1,000 ways to kill him. Therefore, before developing sufficient self-defense capabilities, Wang Yun would not lightly leave the sect. Lost in thought, Wang Yun found himself at an inn within the sect grounds. This tavern occupied an extremely vast area. From the outside, it looked incredibly grand. It bore the name Floating Green Pavilion. It was a popular gathering spot for many disciples within the Taishan sect. However, prices at Floating Green Pavilion were quite steep, and generally only inner sect disciples could afford to dine there. As soon as Wang Yun stepped inside Floating Green Pavilion, a tall, slender woman approached him. She was a menial disciple of the sect, assigned to perform various service-oriented tasks within the compound. "Young master, are you dining alone?" Ling Chui asked Wang Yun. "Yes, just me. Please arrange a quiet private room for me." Wang Yun nodded. His earlier battle with Jin Wuji had effectively made him famous throughout the entire Taishan sect. Wang Yun had no desire to dine while surrounded by a crowd pointing fingers and whispering about him. Sure enough, upon entering the Floating Green Pavilion, every inner door disciple in the main hall fixed their gaze upon him. A man's reputation precedes him. "Hey, isn't that Wang Yun? It really is him. Didn't he just defeat Jin Wuji and become the 7th-ranked inner disciple? Seriously? I wasn't at the sect when that happened. Is this kid really that terrifying? If you don't believe it, go challenge him yourself." The crowd chattered back and forth. After all, the headline news these days was the story of Wang Yun rising to fame overnight. Wang Yun felt quite helpless about it. He had always been a reserved person in both his actions and demeanor. Thus, he found the sensation of being the center of attention quite unnerving. Even Ling Chui, who was leading the way, glanced at him with a hint of surprise. Before long, guided by Ling Chui, Wang Yun arrived at a private room by the window on the 2nd floor. "Young master, how does this private room suit you? If you're not satisfied, I can show you other private rooms," Ling Chui inquired. "No need to trouble yourself. This one will do." Wang Yun nodded. This private room was neither too large nor too small, and it had a window. It suited him perfectly. As for the price, Wang Yun didn't bother to ask. After all, he could certainly afford it now. After taking the menu Ling Chui handed him, Wang Yun ordered 3 dishes and a soup: braised pork belly, preserved vegetable pork belly, braised spare ribs, and a corn and spare rib soup. After Ling Chui tucked away the menu, she inquired, "Would you like rice or noodles for your main?" "I'll have rice. No noodles," Wang Yun added. While Wang Yun waited, in the center of the first floor of the Floating Green Pavilion, several dancers were taking the stage one after another. Each dancer possessed striking features, sultry figures, and towering heights, especially after donning revealing dance skirts and performing a sensual dance. The disciples below felt a surge of heat within them. Finally, today's performance has begun. That's the only reason I came to the Floating Green Pavilion, for this. The dancers of the Floating Green Pavilion are famously beautiful within our sect. The disciples below the stage grew excited. "Luo Xiaoye?" Wang Yun noticed the commotion below. He too leaned his head out the window. Curiosity piqued. The moment he leaned out, he spotted an old acquaintance. She was right there in the center of the stage, swaying her sensual hips and performing a fiery dance. It was none other than Luo Xiaoye. As she danced, Luo Xiaoye seemed to sense something, and her gaze also turned toward Wang Yun. Their gazes collided in midair. Wang Yun. Upon seeing Wang Yun, Luo Xiaoye's breathing grew uncontrollably rapid. Her eyes sparkled like spring blossoms. Had she known back then that Wang Yun would achieve such greatness today, she would never have abandoned him to throw herself into Chen Xiantian's arms. The Wang Yun of today was not only the most promising genius within the inner sect, he was also the disciple of the sect's grand elder. Whether it was talent or backing, he had surpassed the late Chen Xiantian by a mile. Compared to Luo Xiaoye's gaze that could captivate souls, Wang Yun's expression was as cold as ice. After Luo Xiaoye's betrayal, his heart had long since hardened like stone. Poof! Wang Yun gave a cold snort and withdrew his gaze. He had long since lost all affection for Luo Xiaoye. Naturally, he wouldn't give her the slightest bit of a friendly look. Noticing Wang Yun's cold stare, Luo Xiaoye reluctantly averted her own gaze. She hated herself for her choice back then. Why hadn't she chosen Wang Yun? Instead, she chose Chen Tianxian. After that good-for-nothing Chen Xiantian was killed by Wang Yun, she had no backing whatsoever within the sect. She, who should have become the young mistress of the Chen family and the second elder's disciple. But after Chen Xianxian's death, the second elder, in a fit of rage, demoted Luo Xiaoye to a menial disciple. Menial disciples received no spirit stones. To obtain money and cultivation resources, she could only rely on working for herself. Therefore, she had no choice but to dance for a living here. She must wait until next year's outer sect assessment begins to have another chance at becoming an outer sect disciple. Then she'd find a way to climb higher. Ling Chui swiftly brought the first dish to Wang Yun's table, a tempting dish of braised pork belly. The moment it touched the table, an utterly delightful aroma filled the air. Wang Yun knew at a glance that the chef here was quite skilled. He picked up the chopsticks beside him, gently lifted a piece of braised pork with its perfect balance of lean and fatty meat, and placed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, an explosion of infinite deliciousness burst forth in his mouth. Beyond the exquisite flavor, waves of potent spiritual energy permeated his body, nourishing him. This braised pork wasn't made from just any ordinary, farm-raised wild boar. It came from a powerful demon beast. Not only was the meat far more succulent than that of domesticated boars, it also contained spiritual energy that nourished his dantian. In no time, Wang Yun polished off the entire platter of braised pork. Next came the preserved vegetable pork belly, braised spare ribs, and corn rib soup. Wang Yun savored every bite. Not a single scrap of meat remained on the plates. These past days, he had been secluded in the cultivation chamber, subsisting solely on dry rations. His mouth was utterly devoid of flavor. Check, please. After finishing his meal, Wang Yun waved his hand. 800 spirit stones in total. Ling Chui appeared beside Wang Yun, bowing respectfully. All right. Wang Yun retrieved 800 spirit stones from his spatial ring, handed them to Ling Chui, and departed. That's expensive. 800 spirit stones, back in the day, that would have covered my meals for a whole month. But I must admit, you get what you pay for. This meal today was truly satisfying. Wang Yun murmured to himself. As he spoke, he prepared to head home. Just as he passed through a narrow alleyway, he suddenly sensed someone following him. Who's there? Wang Yun whipped his head around. His eyes locked onto the figure. He discovered that the person following him was none other than Luo Xiaoye. Why are you following me? Wang Yun asked coldly. He had actually enjoyed his lunch today. The only sour note was seeing Luo Xiaoye. Wang Yun, what happened back then? It was my mistake. Do you think there's still a chance for us? Luo Xiaoye gazed at Wang Yun with longing eyes. She knew that if she could reconcile with Wang Yun, she could get him to plead with the Grand Elder to restore her status as an inner door disciple. That way, she wouldn't have to endure the drudgery of dancing for a living anymore. No chance. Wang Yun uttered the 3 words indifferently. He knew. A woman like Luo Xiaoye had no room for love in her eyes. All she cared about was gain. Her plea for reconciliation was nothing more than an eye on his current status within the inner sect. Having said that, Wang Yun turned and walked away. Barely 2 steps later, he felt 2 soft, heavy masses press against his back. Wang Yun, I beg you, please don't go. Luo Xiaoye pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. Chapter 87, Sensation. The 4-armed giant ape used its remaining 3 hands to steady its massive body as it stumbled backward. 3 massive palms left long, deep gashes in the ground. In that moment, the 4-armed giant ape seemed to finally grasp why Wang Yun, with his mere 3rd-tier chi refining cultivation, dared challenge the 6th-tier demon beast. Once the 4-armed giant ape stabilized itself, its aura surged violently once more. Clearly, the giant ape was now going all out. Wang Yun flipped his right hand lightly, and the Qingxian sword appeared in his grasp. Facing a demon beast 3 realms above him, Wang Yun dared not take any chances, immediately summoning his weapon. Boom! 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 The four-armed giant ape swiftly whirled its palms. One palm after another slammed toward Wang Yun. In an instant, dozens of palm prints rained down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly pounding toward Wang Yun. Break! Facing this overwhelming wave of attacks, Wang Yun remained unflinching and composed. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a sword strike that shook the heavens. A sword aura over 10 meters long erupted with a thunderous roar. Following the blade's aura was a lifelike tiger. This tiger, measuring about 2 meters in length, filled the battlefield with a bone-chilling aura the moment it appeared. This was the pinnacle of the fierce tiger sword technique. Upon executing the sword technique, one could summon a mighty tiger. The sword energy, accompanied by the tiger, crashed heavily into the palm prints filling the sky. Boom! 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 The sword energy collided with the wave of palm prints, erupting into a series of terrifyingly deafening clashes. A powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly swept out in all directions, uprooting surrounding trees and hurling them backward. Within mere breaths, dozens of palm prints shattered inch by inch, disintegrating into a sky-filling dust. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal tiger, radiating overwhelming pressure, charged down like a mountain beast, lunging toward the four-armed giant ape. The four-armed giant ape's pupils contracted involuntarily as the hairs on its body stood on end. In a panic, it swung its 4 millstone-sized hands, unleashing a devastating attack upon the fierce tiger. Boom! The four-armed giant ape raced against the tiger's pounce, yet his entire body instantly recoiled like a cannonball, hurtling backward at breakneck speed. After smashing through hundreds of trees in succession, it finally came to a halt before a clearing. By then, the four-armed giant ape was already covered in wounds. Countless bones snapped within its body. Like a lifeless corpse, it collapsed limply onto the ground. The originally black earth was steadily stained red by the blood gushing like fountains from the giant ape's wounds. Whoosh! Wang Yun appeared before the four-armed giant ape as if materializing out of thin air. The giant ape raised its 4 massive hands high above its head. The meaning was clear. It was surrendering to Wang Yun. I still prefer the defiant look you gave me when we first met. A faint smile touched Wang Yun's lips as he gently swung his long sword, ending the four-armed giant ape's life. After slaying it, he extracted the demon core from the giant ape's body. The demon core of the four-armed giant ape was noticeably larger than those of ordinary demon beasts, truly befitting a demon beast at the 6th level of the chi refining realm. After refining this, my cultivation base will undoubtedly advance considerably. Wang Yun stored the demon core within his spatial ring. His gaze then shifted toward the waterfall across the lake. Though this demon core was costly, the treasure beneath the waterfall, that was the true purpose of this journey. After enveloping his souls with spiritual energy, he stepped onto the waves, leaving a trail of ripples across the lake surface before passing directly through the waterfall into the space within it. Inside was a cave of moderate size. Within the cavern lay a corpse, long dead and reduced to a skeleton. Even in death, the skeleton still clutched a broken sword tightly in its grasp. So this is the broken sword the Blood Prison Tower sent me to find. Soaked to the bone, Wang Yun examined the broken sword the skeleton had clutched to its dying breath. Just as he was about to step forward to retrieve the broken blade, a soul entity of extraordinary bearing suddenly materialized before the skeleton. How dare you! The spirit entity roared in fury. Just 2 words. The energy contained within them immediately rendered Wang Yun utterly immobilized, frozen in place. This was the sensation of nearing death. In that moment, only 2 words echoed in Wang Yun's mind. Escape! The cultivation level of this soul entity before him was at least that of the heavenly spirit realm. This absolutely sent chills down Wang Yun's spine. A soul entity that had long since perished, leaving only a fragment of its spirit behind. How could it possess cultivation at the heavenly spirit realm? If the host of this soul entity were still alive, what level of cultivation would they possess? This was simply terrifying beyond measure. Wang Yun now felt as if 10,000 mountains had been pressed onto his body, the pain unbearable. His entire body felt as if it might shatter at any moment. This fragment of a soul could take my life with a single thought. Sweat poured down Wang Yun's forehead. He knew there was treasure here, but he never imagined the host hadn't completely died yet. Boy, I don't know how you found your way here, but let me tell you this, the Swallowing Heaven sword cost me my very life to obtain. If you want this Swallowing Heaven sword, fine, then extinguish my last shred of lingering soul. The soul entity spoke coldly. Are you kidding me? Wang Yun strained to channel his cultivation techniques, propping up his utterly exhausted body as he spoke. Even reduced to a mere fragment, this soul entity was far beyond what a mere chi cultivation realm martial artist like him could handle. Ha 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 ha. Since you are no match for me, this old man shall claim your body. The soul entity swept its massive hand. Wang Yun felt all the pressure on his body vanish into thin air. But in the next instant, his entire body was snatched through the air like a ragdoll and brought before the soul entity. Not bad looking, though not quite as handsome as I was in my youth. He's passable enough. The soul entity scrutinized Wang Yun closely, nodding slightly in approval. Though flattered, beads of sweat formed on Wang Yun's forehead, because he was about to be possessed. The spirit entity scanned Wang Yun's body from head to toe with its divine sense. He wanted to see if Wang Yun's body harbored any ailments. If there were any problems with the body, it would spell trouble. Suddenly, the spirit entity discovered a tower floating within Wang Yun's dantian. How did this thing get inside you? The moment the soul entity saw the blood prison tower, its pupils dilated involuntarily. It instinctively tried to release Wang Yun. Chapter 88, Acquiring the Treasure. With a hum, the blood prison tower emitted a blinding light, bathing the soul entity in its radiance. The soul entity instantly dissipated into nothingness. Thud! Wang Yun crashed to the ground. Is the blood prison tower that powerful? It wiped out a heavenly spirit realm expert in a single encounter? Wang Yun stared in disbelief. In the Silver Moon Kingdom, a heavenly spirit realm expert were absolute forces capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. After a moment to steady his nerves, Wang Yun reached forward and pulled the broken sword from the skeleton's grasp, a blade it had clutched to its dying breath. This broken blade was a broadsword. Even with half its length severed, it still felt remarkably heavy in his grasp. Is this the Swallowing Heaven sword that Fragment of Soul spoke of? Wang Yun held the Swallowing Heaven sword in his hand, turning it over and examining it several times. He couldn't discern anything particularly remarkable about it. It didn't even seem to have a grade, just an ordinary long sword. Hey, this guy also has a spatial ring on him, Wang Yun exclaimed with delight. This fellow was, after all, a formidable powerhouse at the heavenly spirit realm. Who knows how many treasures he possesses? Wang Yun eagerly opened the spatial ring and dumped all the treasures inside out in one go. A jet black sword and an ancient-looking manual appeared before him. This sword is a fine piece. After stowing away the Swallowing Heaven sword, Wang Yun immediately took the long sword in hand, twirling it with such force it seemed to tear through the air. This is a top-tier 4th-grade weapon. Wang Yun couldn't hide the grin spreading across his face. Weapon grades ranged from 1st grade to 9th grade, divided into 9 tiers. Each grade is further subdivided into 3 tiers, high, middle, and low. The Qingxian sword he currently wielded was merely a low-grade 1st-grade weapon. If he were to strike the Qingxian sword with this 4th-grade longsword now, it would likely cleave the 1st-grade blade clean in two in an instant. Within the Taishian sect, only elders of the inner sect were deemed worthy of wielding weapons of the 4th grade, and that's merely being able to wield it. Whether one could afford to purchase one was another matter entirely. After all, the path of martial cultivation demands money for everything. Techniques cost money, martial arts cost money, weapons cost money, and cultivation itself demands even greater expenditure. 9-star constellation technique, a low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. Upon seeing this cultivation technique, Wang Yun's eyes lit up. An earth-grade cultivation technique, this was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Consider this, even the strongest practitioners of the Taishian sect practiced mere Xian-grade techniques. If others discovered Wang Yun possessed this technique, they would undoubtedly pursue him across 1,000 miles to claim it. The man is innocent, but the treasure makes him guilty. Though Wang Yun already possessed a divine-grade cultivation technique and would not cultivate this one, but not cultivating it doesn't mean the technique itself has no value. I'll auction it off when the opportunity arises. I'm sure to make a fortune, Wang Yun thought to himself. These two items are definitely not all the treasures possessed by that fragment of soul. A powerhouse of that caliber would never put all their eggs in one basket. Wang Yun desperately wanted to ask that fragment of soul where it had hidden the rest of its treasures. Unfortunately, the remnant soul had been obliterated by the blood prison tower. If only he could control the tower to interrogate it, he might just uncover the location of the remaining treasures. Still, Wang Yun was thoroughly satisfied with the rewards gained from this waterfall expedition. A high-grade 4th-rank weapon and a low-grade earth-rank cultivation technique. Either of these treasures was something most people could never afford, even after a lifetime of toil. Yet Wang Yun remained puzzled. What made this Swallowing Heaven sword so extraordinary? Wang Yun flickered and appeared on the open ground outside the lake. The sky was gradually darkening. But tonight, Wang Yun had no intention of staying here any longer. Tomorrow marked the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Not only had Wang Yun's cultivation broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, he had also cultivated the fierce tiger sword technique to its pinnacle. Though his current strength couldn't match his peak, it was more than sufficient to deal with that bastard Chen Xiantian. After dealing with Chen Xiantian, Wang Yun's next goal was to become an inner sect disciple. The requirements for becoming an inner sect disciple were straightforward. After reaching the Qi refining realm, one had to perform exceptionally well in the outer sect competition. This would secure admission into the inner sect. In previous years, the top 50 finishers in the outer sect competition could become inner sect disciples. This year, it might be the top 30. The rules changed every year. But for Wang Yun, No matter how the rules changed, he remains confident he can become an inner sect disciple. His ranking in last year's outer sect competition was already quite impressive. He placed 13th in the outer sect competition. Unfortunately, at that time, his cultivation level was only at the 9th layer of the body tempering realm. According to the sect's regulations, one must possess chi refining realm cultivation to become an inner sect disciple. Every single person ranked ahead of Wang Yun possessed chi refining cultivation. Once these individuals naturally advanced to the inner sect, Wang Yun became the undisputed top outer sect disciple. Out of the mountain. With his resolve set, Wang Yun lightly tapped his toes against the ground. His body shot forward like an arrow released from its string, racing swiftly toward the exit of the Demon Beast Mountains. He had traveled for only half an hour. Wang Yun abruptly halted his steps. He had detected someone following him. Who's there? Show yourself. Wang Yun channeled his spiritual energy into his throat, letting out a low, furious shout. His voice boomed like a bell, its volume reverberating across the land, causing the leaves on the surrounding trees to tremble and rustle. Senior brother Wang, it's just like you to notice I'm behind you. A man of dignified appearance materialized in the clearing. Chen Xianyuan. Wang Yun narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man. This man was Chen Xiantian's younger brother. Back when he and Chen Xiantian were calling each other brother, Chen Xianyuan had constantly followed him around, addressing him as brother Wang at every turn. You coming to see me can't be for anything good. Wang Yun sneered coldly. Wang Yun, oh Wang Yun, my brother had planned to deal with you after you descended the mountain. But who'd have thought you'd dare come down alone before the outer sect competition even ended? You made it from the outer reaches of the Demon Beast Mountains to here alive? You're one lucky bastard. But your luck ends the moment you cross paths with me. Chen Xuanyuan's narrowed eyes fixed on Wang Yun, occasionally erupting into a cold laugh. The next moment, Chen Xianyuan erupted like a thunderbolt, closing dozens of meters in an instant and charging before Wang Yun. His right fist clenched tightly, aiming squarely at Wang Yun's chest as he unleashed a devastating punch packed with immense power. Seeing this, Wang Yun felt no surprise. Chen Xianyuan, upon spotting him, clearly intended to strike with lethal force. Facing Chen Xuanyuan's ferocious punch, Wang Yun countered with a punch of his own from his right hand. Fist met fist. A dull thud echoed throughout the arena. Chen Xianyuan was sent flying over 10 meters by Wang Yun's punch. You brat can cultivate again? When Chen Xianyuan finally came to a halt, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. Chapter 89, Activation. Begin tallying the points. Elder Cow produced another wooden tabletop and placed it before him. 7 points. 5 points. 10 points. As each outer door disciple placed their demon core on the wooden table, Elder Gao announced their respective points. Slaying a demon beast at the first tier of the body tempering realm earned 1 point. Slaying a demon beast at the second tier of the body tempering realm earned 2 points. And so on. Killing a demon beast at the first tier of the chi refining realm earned 20 points. Killing a demon beast at the second level of the chi refining realm earned 40 points. And so on. For the vast majority of ordinary outer sect disciples, they can only defeat demonic beasts at around the third or fourth tier of the body tempering realm. They earn hardly any points at all. 38 points. Elder Gao's eyes suddenly lit up. This person had slain a demon beast at the first level of the chi refining realm and another at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. He is a promising talent. Thank you for your hard work, Elder. Feng Yunxian clasped his fists in respect. 32 points. No wonder it's Feng Yunxian, he's ranked 8th among our external disciples. If only I had half his points. Time to sleep now. Anything can happen in dreams. The others murmured enviously. Elder Gao continued the tally. Soon it was Chen Xiantian and Luo Xiaoyu's turn. 28 points. Luo Xiaoye presented her demon core first and promptly received the settlement from Elder Gao. 1 demon core from a second tier refining body realm beast, and 2 demon cores from 4th tier refining body realm beasts. Having only recently reached the first tier of the chi refining realm, Luo Xiaoye found it no easy feat to slay a demon beast at the second tier of the chi refining realm. My strength is still too weak, Xian Tian. If I had even half your power, I probably wouldn't have ended up with such a meager score. After settling her points, Luo Xiaoye looked at Chen Tianxian and said, 28 points is quite impressive. Among the outer sect disciples, you rank among the top. If you perform well in the subsequent assessments, entering the inner sect will be no problem at all. Chen Xiantian smiled warmly at Luo Xiaoye's words, then ruffled her hair reassuringly. Next, Elder Gao prompted. Chen Xiantian approached Elder Gao and retrieved the demon cores he had obtained from the Demon Beast Mountains from his spatial ring. 33 demon cores in total. Among them were 6 demon cores of the chi refining realm level. 1 even reached the 5th layer of the chi cultivation realm. Truly, like father, like son. Elder Gao stared in disbelief at the sheer number of demon cores. The other elders standing beside him were equally stunned.
My son truly lives up to his father's legacy, Elder 2 remarked with satisfaction upon witnessing the scene. Having gathered so many demon cores, the top spot in this first round. Who else could it be? Who else could it be? 230 points. After a moment's tally, Elder Gao announced Chen Xiantian's score. The moment the words left his lips, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. How many points? Did I hear that correctly? 3 digits? That Chen Xiantian must be some kind of monster to rack up 230 points. That many points? He's got a commanding lead over everyone else now. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Xiantian, how did you do it? You've earned several times more points than me. Luo Xiaoye covered her mouth in astonishment at the sight. You want to know how I did it? Chen Xiantian's lips curved into a faint smile. Come to my room tonight, and I'll tell you. Chen Xiantian leaned close, whispering into Luo Xiaoye's ear. Ugh, you're so bad. There are so many people here. Luo Xiaoye playfully punched Chen Xiantian's chest with her tiny fists. A few minutes later, finally, it was Wang Yun's turn. The crowd erupted in a chorus of sarcastic jeers when they saw it was his turn. That good-for-nothing actually dares to go up? A worthless good-for-nothing with 0 cultivation. How many demon cores could he possibly hunt? If I were him, I wouldn't have the guts to go up. After all, how embarrassing would it be to come back with not a single demon core in his pockets? The crowd murmured. Xiantian, look at that good-for-nothing. He actually went up there pretending to be something he's not. Luo Xiaoye murmured, leaning against Chen Xiantian's chest. Oof. I'm curious to see how many demon cores this good-for-nothing can hunt down. Chen Xiantian snorted coldly. As Wang Yun poured out one demon core after another from his spatial ring, the entire crowd fell instantly silent. A total of 56 demon cores. 12 of them were Qi Refining Realm demon cores. Moreover, the highest grade demon core among them was at the 6th layer of the Qi Cultivation Realm, a full layer higher than the highest grade demon core Chen Xiantian had ever hunted. Holy crap! Is this real? How did Wang Yun get so many demon cores? Wasn't his cultivation forcibly stripped? Could he have regained his cultivation? Whether it's real or not, with this many demon cores laid out before us, it can't be fake, right? The crowd murmured in astonishment. So many demon cores. How many points could they possibly earn? It was likely far more than Chen Xiantian had ever earned. 402 points. Elder Gao announced the number of points Chen Xiantian had earned. 402 points? Such a high score is likely unprecedented in the history of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, and it will be difficult for future participants to surpass. If my memory serves me correctly, the highest points ever recorded for demon beast hunting in the Outer Sect competition was only 260 points, right? And that record was set by our Grandmaster of the Taishan sect himself. Doesn't this mean Wang Yun's potential surpasses even our sect masters? The crowd gasped in astonishment. May I touch your hand? Elder Gao looked at Wang Yun and asked. Certainly. Wang Yun nodded. Elder Gao touched Wang Yun's hand. Naturally, he wanted to gauge Wang Yun's cultivation level. Wang Yun showed no intention of refusing. 3rd tier of Qi Cultivation Realm. The moment Elder Gao's right hand touched Wang Yun's, he was immediately stunned by his cultivation level. It seems you've encountered quite a remarkable opportunity during this period. Elder Gao narrowed his eyes. After having one's Dantian destroyed, it was possible to rebuild it using heavenly and earthly spiritual materials and resume cultivation. This was not uncommon. What was rare, however, was achieving the breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Qi Cultivation Realm in such a short span. Wang Yun must have encountered something truly extraordinary. Everyone has their own extraordinary encounters. Elder Gao, naturally possessing above-average emotional intelligence, would not press the issue relentlessly. I suppose I've been rather fortunate. Master. Wang Yun smiled and said no more. Damn it, that good-for-nothing, how did he get so many demon cores? Could he have stolen them? Luo Xiaoye was undoubtedly the most shocked. Her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Regardless of how he acquired all these demon cores, I'll make sure he has no place to bury his remains in the upcoming trials. Chen Xiantian narrowed his eyes. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Chapter 90, Challenge me if you dare. Chen Xiantian stared coldly at Wang Yun. He had gone to such lengths to set a trap for Wang Yun. What was it all for? Wasn't it for the top spot in the outer sect? Chen Xiantian wasn't about to let go of his top position in the outer sect so easily. Upon seeing Wang Yun acquire so many demon cores, his expression shifted uncontrollably. Has this kid regained his cultivation ability? And it seemed his cultivation level wasn't low now? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to hunt down so many demon cores. After some time had passed, everyone present, Elder Gao finished tallying everyone's demon cores, began announcing the rankings one by one. First place, without a doubt, went to Wang Yun. He had dominated the competition, securing the top spot with overwhelming superiority. Second place went to Chen Xiantian.
Third place went to Feng Mingyu. Feng Mingyu ranked 5th among the outer disciples. Originally, he had only aimed for 4th place, but what he never could have imagined was that both 2nd place Yiling Tian and 3rd place Li Sui Feng had vanished. This unexpected turn of events allowed him to snatch 3rd place. Otherwise, he would likely have ended up in 5th or 6th place. Following this, Elder Gao announced the individual rankings one by one. Where there were winners, there were also losers, especially among the bottom 50. They were facing expulsion from their sects. The Taishan sect was one of the top sects in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Upon learning they must depart, each of these 50 individuals felt immense anguish. Though Chen Xian Tian secured 2nd place, he couldn't muster any joy. His goal had been to claim 1st place. Now, that 1st place had been snatched away by Wang Yun. But it didn't matter. He would make Wang Yun pay the price in the next round of assessments. He would make Wang Yun pay the price he deserved. However, I hereby declare the outer sect competition concluded. Elder Gao suddenly declared. What? It's over? Was this outer sect competition only one round? Usually there are at least 3 rounds, right? Why only 1 round this year? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. What? Chen Xiantian was the most shocked of all. He had been counting on the next round of the outer sect competition to exact his revenge on Wang Yun. If the outer sect competition truly ended like this, wouldn't all his efforts over the past months have been wasted? Wouldn't his chance to enter the blood spirit pool be lost? Senior Elder Gao, what's going on? Shouldn't there be at least 1 more round? Why did it end so abruptly? The second elder approached Elder Gao, his voice tinged with urgency. I am the chief examiner of this outer sect competition. When I say it's over, it's over. Elder Gao shot Elder Air a dismissive glance. I hereby declare Wang Yun as the first place winner of this competition. Do you have any objections? Elder Gao looked at Elder Air and repeated. The second elder narrowed his eyes. He said nothing more. Elder Gao's actions made his intentions abundantly clear. He was protecting Wang Yun. After all, Elder Gao was the grand elder of the sect. His strength and the sect's prestige far surpassed Wang Yun's. Wang Yun wasn't a fool. He understood that Elder Gao was shielding him. Elder Gao certainly didn't want any mishaps to befall Wang Yun during the second round. What kind of person is the second elder? Others might not know, but as another sect elder, the first elder certainly understood. Wang Yun, I greatly admire your performance in the outer sect competition. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Elder Gao addressed Wang Yun. Whoosh! The moment these words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Who was the grand elder? He was the most esteemed figure in the Taishan sect, second only to the sect master himself. Following the outer sect competition, there was a phase where inner sect elders would recruit disciples, but ordinarily, one might only be accepted by the lower tier inner sect elders at best. As for someone of the grand elder's stature, it was simply beyond imagination. Holy crap! Wang Yun was actually taken on as a disciple by the grand elder? If I recall correctly, it's been over a decade since the grand elder last took on an apprentice, right? The elder's last disciple is now a grand guardian of our Taishan sect. Envy and resentment flashed across everyone's faces. To have the grand elder as one's master is nothing short of a meteoric rise. This disciple is willing. Wang Yun immediately knelt on one knee. With the grand elder showing such sincerity in accepting him as a disciple, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the second elder in Chen Xiantian had always been hostile toward him. He needed a patron who could rival the second elder. And right now, the grand elder was that patron. Rise! The grand elder waved his hand, looking at Wang Yun with great satisfaction. After having his cultivation stripped away, and within such a short time, he had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. What else could he be but a prodigy? He'd have to be a fool not to take Wang Yun as his disciple. With talent like Wang Yun's, if nurtured diligently under his tutelage, he would surely shine brightly within the inner sect. Before long, he would surely become a great talent. At this moment, it wasn't just the grand elder. The other elders were also selecting their own disciples. These disciples were naturally those who had ranked at the top in the first round of assessments. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught their attention. The second elder naturally chose his own son, along with Luo Xiaoye. Thank you, second elder. Luo Xiaoye respectfully clasped her fists in a bow toward the second elder. The second elder gave a slight nod, but Chen Xiantian beside him was utterly distracted. Xiantian, that's enough. The rules for this assessment were set by Elder Gao. This authority was granted to him by the sect master. It's something no one can change. Had the second elder been the chief examiner, he would have allowed the outer sect competition to proceed, then devised a plan to have his son eliminate Wang Yun in the next contest. Wang Yun, I refuse to accept you as the top outer sect disciple. I challenge you to a life or death duel. The victor shall be the true number 1 of the outer sect. If you're a man, step onto the life and death platform. Chen Xian Tian suddenly declared. His voice boomed like a bell. It reverberated throughout the entire area. Every person present heard it clearly. What? Chen Xian Tian wants to challenge Wang Yun to a life or death duel? Is that even a question? According to past outer sect competition rules, a final duel is always required. But this year, there's only one round of competition. Chen Xian Tian must be dissatisfied. Do you think Wang Yun will accept the challenge? The crowd murmured. Don't act on impulse. You're only at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation realm, while he's at the 4th level. You're at a disadvantage in cultivation. You might not be his match right now. Just as Wang Yun was about to turn away, Elder Gao suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Wang Yun replied, "You don't need to accept the challenge. I set the rules for this competition. The outer sect competition has concluded. I know you have a grudge against him, but revenge can wait. After you finish your cultivation in the blood spirit pool, seeking revenge against him won't be too late." Elder Gao hurriedly interjected. He certainly didn't want his promising disciple to die like this. "Rest assured, Master, I will not lose to Chen Xian Tian." Wang Yun clasped his fists in salute. Chapter 91, Fierce. Somewhere in the Demon Beast Mountains. After searching the Demon Beast Mountains for days and nights, the second elder finally discovered the corpse of his second son, Chen Xuanyuan. Chen Xuanyuan's body had long since rotted, its stench overwhelmingly foul. Several flies buzzed incessantly around the corpse, yet even so, the second elder clutched Chen Xuanyuan's body, weeping inconsolably. "Wang Yun, you beast, I'll make you pay with your life." The second elder's eyes bulged with fury. After weeping for a long while, he stored Chen Xuanyuan's head and body into his spatial ring before leaving the area, heading toward the life and death platform. "Chen Xianyuan is dead. Chen Xian Tian, you absolutely must not come to harm." As the second elder hurried toward the life and death platform, an ominous foreboding suddenly welled up deep within his heart. By the time the second elder arrived at the life and death platform, his pupils involuntarily contracted sharply, for upon the life and death platform, Chen Xiantian's corpse had already been dismembered. This was Wang Yun's handiwork. "Wang Yun, you beast, you killed both my sons. I swear, one day, I'll make you join them in death." After piecing together Chen Xiantian's severed head and body, the second elder stared at the complete corpse, his rage reaching its peak. He had only 2 sons in total. Both sons were dead. This meant the Chen family line was severed. How could this not enrage him? In the courtyard. "Excellent. That shows true spirit." Elder Gao laughed heartily, slamming his large hand down on the stone table so hard that the teacup rattled and sent ripples across the surface. At that very moment, a strapping young man, standing nearly 6 feet tall with a square jaw and brimming with youthful vigor, strode slowly forward. "Greetings, Master." The square-jawed man bowed respectfully, his hands pressed together in a traditional salute. "And who is this?" The square-jawed man turned to Wang Yun standing beside him. "This is your junior brother, Wang Yun, and this gentleman here is your second senior brother, Yan Dazhuang." Elder Gao pointed at Wang Yun as he spoke. "Junior brother?" Yan Dazhuang exclaimed in surprise. "How many years has it been since Master took on a disciple?" "It must be over a decade now?" Yan Dazhuang scrutinized Wang Yun from head to toe. It seems like, aside from being a billion times more handsome than himself, he doesn't seem to have any other outstanding qualities." While Yan Dazhuang was sizing up Wang Yun was also sizing up Yan Dazhuang. His name truly suited him. Tall and sturdy. With a thud, Yan Dazhuang suddenly swung a punch, delivering a heavy blow toward Wang Yun's chest. Wang Yun's pupils contracted sharply as his reflexes kicked in, countering with a thunderous punch of his own. Fist met fist. A dull thud echoed across the arena. Wang Yun was instantly sent reeling backward dozens of meters. An indescribable ache surged through his right arm. "Impressive. To withstand my punch at the 7th level of Qi cultivation realm." Yan Dazhuang nodded with satisfaction upon seeing Wang Yun withstand his punch. Having long since reached the Xianling realm, naturally, he wouldn't unleash his full power against Wang Yun. Otherwise, even if his junior brother was exceptionally gifted, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Senior brother's cultivation is unfathomably deep. To have reached the Xianling realm at such a young age truly makes him a prodigy. Wang Yun understood that Yan Dazhuang was testing his strength, so he showed no anger. Instead, he clasped his fists and replied politely, "Is that so? Do you also think I'm a prodigy? Ha ha ha. No, I'm just average." Hearing this, Yan Dazhuang felt a touch of embarrassment and scratched the back of his head with his thick, calloused hand. "Of course, senior brother Dazhuang, not only are you handsome and tall, but your talent is truly peerless. Brother Yan, let's be honest, across the entire Taishan sect, no, across the entire Silver Moon Kingdom, how many people at your age have cultivated to the Xianling realm? Seeing how much Yan Dazhuang relished his praise, Wang Yun immediately ramped up his flattery. Well, it seems there really aren't many. Yan Dazhuang's smile grew ever brighter. Exactly. So what else could you be but a genius? Big brother? Wang Yun pressed his advantage. Ha. Just your average genius. Average. Yan Dazhuang seemed to have been coaxed into a state of utter contentment by Wang Yun. His broad face broke into a smile as wide as a chrysanthemum bloom. Master, this new disciple you've taken on isn't just handsome and gifted, the key thing is, his eyesight is so sharp. How can he judge people so accurately? Yan Dazhuang patted Elder Gao's back warmly, his smile radiant. Well, of course, you should see who took him on as a disciple. Elder Gao chuckled. Now that you've met your junior apprentice, aren't you going to say something? Elder Gao glanced at Yan Dazhuang and prompted. Right, a meeting gift. Yan Dazhuang waved his large hand, and a silver suit of armor instantly materialized in his grasp. At first glance, this silver armor appeared unremarkable, but Wang Yun's gaze was far from so shallow. What could possibly be ordinary about a gift from a Xianling realm powerhouse? Junior brother, take this armor and drip your essence blood onto it. Yan Dazhuang handed the armor to Wang Yun, who immediately used the swallowing heaven sword to slit his index finger, letting a drop of essence blood fall onto it. A humming sound filled the air. After the drop of essence blood touched the silver armor, the entire armor seemed to come alive, radiating a dazzling light. Then, the silver armor transformed into a beam of light and shot directly into Wang Yun's body. How wondrous! Wang Yun murmured in awe. With a thought, the silver moon armor instantly enveloped his body. With another thought, the silver moon armor vanished without a trace. Junior brother, this silver armor is called the silver moon armor. It's a third-grade upper-tier treasure. It can withstand attacks from most yellow spirit realm level experts. Simply channel your spiritual energy into it to activate the armor's defensive formation, Yan Dazhuang advised. Of course, activating a third-grade artifact consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from activating its defenses, Yan Dazhuang added. Wang Yun understood exactly what Yan Dazhuang meant. Possessing the silver moon armor didn't mean he was invincible, nor did it mean he could casually challenge any Huangling realm martial artist to a duel. After all, the gap in cultivation levels was undeniable. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Yun clasped his fists in salute. This silver moon armor was a priceless treasure. Yan Dazhuang was truly generous to casually gift a treasure of this caliber. You're welcome. We're all brothers here. Yan Dazhuang waved his hand dismissively. Junior brother, I have matters to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. If you need me, use this token to find me. It's simple, just crush it. Yan Dazhuang tossed a token to Wang Yun before leaving. You gotta hand it to him. Yan Dazhuang was incredibly generous. A token from a Xianling realm powerhouse, plus a set of top-tier third-grade equipment. Chapter 92, The Treasure Vault. No sooner had Wang Yun seen Yan Dazhuang off than Elder Gao, standing nearby, tossed him another token. This is my token. Dazhuang has already explained its function to you, Elder Gao stated. Since your second senior brother is so generous, I, as your master, certainly can't be stingy either. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, on the stone table appeared over a dozen bottles of spirit-gathering pills, along with 10,000 spirit stones. Wang Yun's eyebrows shot upward involuntarily at the sight of so many spirit-gathering pills. If he remembered correctly, Inner Door disciples could only claim one bottle of spirit-gathering pills per month. Senior Elder Gao had just given him over a dozen bottles at once? That amounted to an entire year's supply for an inner sect disciple. And on top of that, Elder Gao had also given him 10,000 spirit stones. This was simply too extravagant. Master, haven't you given me a bit too much? Wang Yun asked. Master, I don't have much, but I've got plenty of money. Elder Gao waved his hand dismissively. To an Inner Door disciple, this sum might be a fortune, but to Elder Gao, it was but a drop in the bucket. It was scarcely worth mentioning. Thank you, Master. Wang Yun clasped his fists in salute. Go cultivate. Once the secret realm begins, I'll come find you. In these 2 months, climb as high as you can in the inner sect rankings. If you encounter any difficulties in cultivation or martial arts, remember to come find me. Ask questions if you don't understand, never feel ashamed to seek my guidance. Elder Gao looked at Wang Yun as he spoke. Rest assured, Master, I won't bring shame upon you. Wang Yun clasped his fists in salute. Wang Yun took a few steps forward, preparing to leave. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, Master, didn't I have an elder brother disciple too? Wang Yun inquired. You fleeced me and second senior brother enough, and now you want to fleece your senior brother too? Ha! Elder Gao chuckled. What nonsense! I just wanted to meet my senior brother. Wang Yun chuckled awkwardly. The eldest senior brother isn't in Silvermoon Kingdom right now. He's cultivating elsewhere. The eldest disciple was the strongest under Elder Gao's tutelage. His cultivation level had even surpassed his own by quite a margin. Outside the Silver Moon Kingdom? Wang Yun murmured to himself before leaving the courtyard. He had never left Silver Moon Kingdom in all his years. He was curious about what the outside world looked like. How powerful would the strong ones out there be? Grow stronger. My foremost goal is to grow stronger. First dominate the inner sect, then dominate the entire Silver Moon Kingdom. Once I become the strongest in Silver Moon Kingdom, I'll go see the outside world, Wang Yun thought to himself. After leaving, Wang Yun did not return to his quarters immediately. Instead, he headed straight for the inner sect's treasury. He hadn't forgotten that he still had one treasure, one cultivation technique, and one martial skill left to select. Half an hour later, Wang Yun arrived at the inner gate's inner gate repository. The inner gate repository was housed within a grand and imposing palace. As its name implied, was the treasure vault of the inner sect. At the palace entrance, an elderly man with the ethereal bearing of an immortal, his white beard flowing, sat leisurely in a chair, rocking back and forth. Identify yourself. The white-bearded elder observed Wang Yun with a faint expression. Wang Yun produced his disciple token. After entering the inner sect, his status within the sect had automatically been updated to that of an inner disciple. Wang Yun, you may enter. You are permitted to select any treasure within at your leisure. Then return to me to register it. The white-bearded elder nodded, then led Wang Yun to the door of a chamber within the palace. As he pushed open the heavy doors, Wang Yun was immediately stunned by the dazzling array of treasures within. Wang Yun stepped inside. He discovered that this inner sect treasury truly contained everything one could desire. There was the heavenly dragon sword that sliced through iron like mud, the peerless heaven and earth spirit herb crimson flame grass, the golden orchid pill that could instantly heal wounds. I already possess weapons. How could any weapon surpass the swallowing heaven sword? The celestial spirit materials I obtained in the Demon Beast Mountains are sufficient for my needs. Wang Yun pondered. He certainly wouldn't take these items he already possessed. After all, this opportunity only came once, and he wouldn't waste it. What is this? Wang Yun suddenly spotted a transparent square box tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the inner sect storage room. Inside the box, a flame flickered and danced. You've got a keen eye, kid. You spotted the most precious item in the entire inner gate warehouse at a glance. The white-bearded elder chuckled. Hearing the white-bearded elder's words, Wang Yun abruptly withdrew his hand. If this was the most precious item in the inner sect treasury, then why should it still be here? If he could detect this flame, couldn't others detect this flame too? That made no sense. This is the heavenly lotus earth fire. If you can refine it, you will be able to control this spiritual flame and harness it for your own purposes. The white-bearded elder explained. What exactly is spiritual fire? Wang Yun asked in astonishment. This seemed to touch upon a gap in his knowledge. Spirit fire is a unique flame naturally born between heaven and earth. Its power is immense enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Throughout the history of our Silver Moon Kingdom, those who have mastered spirit fire can be counted on one hand. Yet every single one of them has been a renowned figure of immense stature. The white-bearded elder continued. Our sect has had many who refined this spirit fire in the past, right? Wang Yun inquired. Not many, only about 100 have refined it. The majority of them are already dead. Of course, some were luckier, they merely spent several years bedridden. The white-bearded elder said it matter-of-factly, as if recounting something utterly ordinary. Young man, I advise you to choose another treasure. But before the white-bearded elder could finish his sentence, Wang Yun lifted the transparent box. Ah, you can't reason with someone who's set on dying. The white-bearded elder was already accustomed to such things. These youngsters each one more headstrong than the last. They simply paid no heed to the words of their elders. Having said all he needed to say, this brat won't listen. He naturally saw no point in wasting more breath. After registering Wang Yun, he handed over the spirit fire to him. After leaving the inner sect treasury, Wang Yun proceeded to the inner sect pavilion. The inner gate pavilion was a library of modest size, exuding an air of ancient simplicity. Compared to the opulent grandeur of the inner gate treasury, the inner gate pavilion was comparatively understated. At the entrance to the inner gate pavilion, another elder stood guard. Wang Yun proactively presented his disciple token for the inner sect elder to inspect, successfully gaining entry into the inner sect hall.